God's Revolution, a series in 12 parts by Don Taylor. Part 1, The Fruits of Victory. England, 1647. Parliament's new model army has destroyed the armies of Charles I, and the King has fled to Scotland. But unknown to him, the Scots have done a deal with the English Parliament. The Fruits of Victory.
Upon our side, the constantly remain. The God of Jacob's our refuge, us safely to maintain.
There's never been an army like this one, not since the beginning of the world. When God put a sword in Cain's hand and cut the name of murderer on his forehead, he knew that even a blood-stained sword could be an instrument of love, and that one day a mighty army would arise to undertake his purposes and make all things new in England. And I, John Church, master carpenter of Southwark in the City of London, soldier in the Lord's army, am his witness, writing for my father Simeon and Betty my wife and my 2 sons, this record of my spiritual journey through the battleground of my country in the accomplishing of his great ends.
Is still upon our side, the God of Jacob, our refuge, forever will abide.
There he is. That little fella riding out on his own?
That's him, all right. I saw him through a telescope at Marston Moor. Thought then what a half-pint he was to be causing so much trouble.
He doesn't look worth £200,000, does he? Tell the Scots to take him back to Edinburgh and give us the money back.
The Scots never give anybody the money back.
He's worth every penny. While we've got him, he can't fight us again. He's cost enough blood to bring him this far.
He's getting down.
And there's Black Tom, riding out to meet him.
My most honoured father, I feel as though I speak to you from the pages of Plutarch or Livy rather than as Francis White, your son. To have fought and defeated my sovereign at Marston Moor, Naseby, Langport and Bridgewater, and then to have witnessed the scene I saw yesterday makes me more a walking history than a mere man. We rode 10 miles out of Nottingham to meet the King as he came down from Newcastle. The meeting was extraordinary. Both parties were dismounted on the road, and the Lord General Fairfax simply walked across to the King and shook his hand in silence, saying nothing, or nothing that we could hear. There was no kneeling or kissing of hands, simply a meeting of 2 gentlemen on the road. What's more, the King, whom I've never seen before, is such a very short and delicate man, and the Lord Fairfax is so tall and saturnine, that there was an element of farce in the scene, as of a reluctant schoolboy being rebuked by a particularly severe tutor. What the King thought, meeting for the first time the general who destroyed his armies, or what Fairfax thought in the presence of the man he was brought up to think of as his anointed king, I can't imagine.
Well, Sir Thomas Fairfax, I am your property now. What do you intend to do with me?
It is no dishonour to a gentleman to be ransomed, Your Majesty. We are most happy that you should be back in your own kingdom after such a long and bitter war.
No, my lord, I have not been ransomed. I went to my Scottish dominions of my own choice. I was sold to you for cash.
But we are at peace now, sir, and it is time to bandage up all the nation's wounds.
Spare me the homilies, my lord.
We will be honoured to escort your Majesty to Nottingham Castle. Tomorrow we shall ride with you to your royal palace of Holmby House. You are in the safest possible hands.
The only safe hands for a king, Sir Thomas, are his own.
So then we all mounted. The Scots turned back for home, and we rode with the King into Nottingham. They say that Fairfax had 2 hours' serious talk with him this morning, but what was said remains a secret, even in this army where rumour spreads faster than the plague. Whatever did pass between them, Fairfax is riding with us to Saffron Walden now, and the King's with Colonel Graves's regiment on the way to Holmby.
You have an impressive number of men, Colonel Graves, even for a king's bodyguard.
More than 1,000, Your Majesty. 600 horse, 500 foot.
All cobblers and shopkeepers, no doubt?
But very fine fellows.
Have you no courtiers to attend on me? Gentlemen's sons and daughters?
Not in this army, sir. It's our job to protect you till it's time for you to reassume your throne.
And when will that be, Colonel?
That's not up to me to decide, Your Majesty.
Nor me neither, I dare say.
Dear Bet, he can't be much longer now. Today we're on the road south out of Nottingham, escorting the great Antichrist to his prison at Holmby. It's nearly 2 years since I was at home, and our boys must have grown beyond recognition. We haven't fired a shot in anger for more than 6 months. God be praised for it. It seems as though this war between brothers is finally over.
So now, Father, we're 20 miles into the march back to Army Headquarters at Saffron Walden. And I shall hope to see you shortly after you read this letter.
Is this the Lord General's regiment of foot?
See the blue pennant, trooper?
Is there a Captain Francis White here?
He's riding at the front, just behind the Lord General's party.
Captain White, sir?
Yes?
I've a message for you from London, from Captain Reynolds of the Lieutenant General's Regiment of Horse.
Give it to me then.
No, sir, it's not on paper. It's in my head, and for your ears only.
Well?
He says to make sure to meet him at Nunstow on the 20th.
That's less than a week.
Yes, sir.
At Nunstow? Why should he want to meet me at my home?
He says it's most urgent, sir. Don't stay in Saffron Walden. Right out to Nunstow at once.
What's the urgency?
That's not part of what I had to remember, sir.
Have you ridden all the way up from London to tell me that?
Captain Reynolds' particular orders, sir.
Thank you, trooper. My regards to you and to Brother Edmund and dear Sister Penelope. Tell her I've reason to believe my good friend John Reynolds will be with us soon. News which will be as joyful to her heart, I'm sure, as it is to mine. With filial affection, your son, Francis White, captain of the Lord General Fairfax's regiment of foot. To his father, Stephen White, of Nunstow, in the county of Essex, on this 14th day of February, 1647.
Penelope, have you read your brother's letter?
Yes, Father, very promptly. When you showed it me...
Where is it? Give it back.
I gave it to Munn. He read it and put it in his pocket.
Glanced at it, you mean. Where is he?
He was on his way down to Bottom End. Something about the sheep.
Oh, what could be more characteristic of both of them? The one a clodhopper born with mud on his boots, the other dazzled with ambition and the posturings of the great.
Munn's clodhopping keeps us in comfort, Father, and Francis has risked his life for our liberty.
So they tell me. I want that letter back. I'll be in my study.
Shall I send down for it, or will you wait till he comes back up?
And as for you, you are a changeling, child, or something that came with the house.
Like the furniture, or a family ghost?
Something left over from all those hundreds of years when the nuns were here. You'd have made a good abbess, lording it over everyone, with kings and emperors at your beck and call. It's a shame you weren't born a son. You're wasted as a woman.
If I were a man, I wouldn't be with you. Then what would you do?
Exactly as I do now. When a man has learned the limitations of his body and the infinity of his mind, he is self-sufficient. I don't need anybody. Get me that letter and see I'm not interrupted.
Yes, Father.
Joseph!
Oh, aye, Master Francis! The Lord General himself couldn't have looked such a sight, boy, with all that leather and buckles and a red coat fit for the king.
The one thing you wouldn't see him wearing, Joseph, is a red coat. Do you remember Captain Reynolds?
Like me own son, Master Francis. At leastways, a cousin that comes to visit. Good day to you, Captain Reynolds.
Good day, Joseph. Are they all up at the house?
Eh? Oh, but your brother Edmund, and he's down the bottom full with a shepherd. I'm bound to fetch him.
Good.
Gee, you staying long this time, Master?
Overnight. Then we must be back to headquarters.
Oh, dang me. Some people be so busy in this world they don't hardly know they've got here before they've gone.
Well, Captain Reynolds, you are no stranger here, but it is good to see you again, and with your 4 limbs whole.
And on the happiest of errands, sir.
Happiness is for schoolboys, Captain, not grown men, you know that. What errands do you mean?
The war is over now, sir. The king's armies are dispersed, and there is no likelihood of any further serious fighting. We are all turning our minds back towards the preoccupations of peace, and principal among them for me is the question of marriage.
If that is your principal intellectual preoccupation, Captain Reynolds, you must have a singularly empty mind.
Well, be that as it may, sir, it is my honour and pleasure to ask if I might seek the hand of your daughter, Penelope.
That's right, sir. You must ask her, not me. She is the master here. The rest of us scuttle about the place like her freedmen or slaves.
My father's humility, John, is like a Roman emperor's. It's dangerous to take it at face value.
And as for your preoccupations of peace, well...
that well sounds full of disbelief, sir.
Is the king back on his father's throne?
No, he is not.
Nor is he likely to be.
Then your preoccupations of peace, Captain, are like a tiger's yawn or a crocodile's grin, not to be trusted, particularly at lunchtime.
Your philosophy has turned cynic, sir. You should be chained like a dog at the front gate to bark at the passers-by.
I'm not interested in the passers-by, Captain Reynolds. Let them go to hell in their own way. Like Democritus, I find laughter more to the point. As an instance... that so much holiness should produce so much blood.
But there is a great and shining purpose justifying the sins we are forced to commit. We are building the holy city, the promised Jerusalem, in the fields of England.
Cities are built with bricklayers and carpenters, not pikemen and musketeers.
But you wouldn't believe the harmony we live in, Father. The strictest Presbyterians, men who would rule the most precise dot and comma of a man's religion and the most impassioned independence, who die for the freedom of their consciences, we live and fight in the completest brotherhood, so that a man would hardly believe it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes.
And what about you, Captain Reynolds? Are you a part of this legion of brotherly love?
We all are. Well, when you have slept in a wet field in the rain with a man, and shed your blood beside him the next day in battle, you soon learn to tolerate some differences of opinion.
But you will shoot at the king and his soldiers for following theirs. So your brotherly love has its limits?
They would force our consciences to their own pattern. You can tolerate any man's opinion except the man who refuses to tolerate yours. By his own definition, he puts himself beyond the pale, but... well, that's an old argument now, sir, and a settled one.
So my son tells me. But it's always been my opinion that the devil has two legs, Captain Reynolds, and the hooves of both of them are cloven. So if I were you, I would keep my eyes sharp on the ground for that double hoof print.
Most certainly we shall.
And what will you all do with yourselves now? 20,000 of you with nothing to do except eat. You can get yourselves out of Essex as soon as you like before you bankrupt me and the whole county.
We have no wish to take free quarter, and if the Parliament paid our wages regularly, we would not have to pay.
Who knows what we shall do? We have been in the saddle for the last 5 years.
And what about you, Captain John, and all the money your father wasted on the Inns of Court?
Oh, my dear sir, how can it be wasted? As long as there are dishonest men, there'll always be room for lawyers.
What? With the godly brotherhood of the army to protect us. All that will be forbidden with the fornication and drunkenness, surely.
You may laugh, Father, but you've never seen such a disciplined army as ours. We are honest, religious fellows, whatever else you may say of us.
Of course you are. And so are all young men. Until they feel the pressure building up on them and their sides beginning to crack. And then all kinds of unusual things are likely to happen. However, speak to my daughter, Captain Reynolds, by all means, but keep your wits about you.
One soon learns to do that, sir, in her presence.
I'm flattered, Captain Reynolds, but I can't believe you would have ridden all this way simply to see me.
Miss Penelope, I swear that I have. I rode up from London on my own, and have made this little detour before reporting to my regiment at Saffron Walden. I met your brother by the purest chance on the road.
My brother's letters tell me you are very much changed since you were last here.
I don't think so. In what way?
You are a great man now, and have done great things.
What? A mere captain of horse?
Who was singled out for particular praise by the Lord General Essex at the Battle of Plymouth, and who led the charge into Bridgewater on his own, with a musket ball clean through his hat to prove it.
Well, I assure you it's the safest way to fight. Ride straight, keep a clear target, and never fire your pistol till the enemy has fired his, however close you get. It's the ditherers who end up dead.
Well, I think that's all soldiers' talk, Captain, and it doesn't convince me for a moment. And for you to pretend that I am the sole object of your visit.
My dearest Penelope, I assure you I knew your brother would be back at Saffron Walden after meeting the king. I had no need to come here to meet him, and I certainly didn't come to visit your father.
You could do many worse things. My father is a most erudite man who is learned in stranger arts and more arcane sciences than most men begin to comprehend. It is my pleasure to make his life comfortable, and to endure his petty tyrannies, such as they are, even though he will protest to you that it is I who am the tyrant and he the slave.
He has already done so. Then you would not consider leaving his house?
Why should I leave it? Where else could I go?
To mine?
My brother also tells me that the Lieutenant General has shown a particular fondness for you, that you are his special favourite, and he treats you like a son.
The Lieutenant General is a man of exceptional virtue and courage, and, as events have proved, particularly favoured by the hand of God. When I was not much more than a boy, I enlisted in his original regiment at Cambridge, and I have ridden with him through the whole length of the war. He is second in command of the army, nearly 50 years old, and he likes energetic young men about him. For the moment, he enjoys my company, and no one in this army shuns Oliver Cromwell's friendship. He is a man universally loved.
So what will I do if I leave here? Ride at his horse's tail?
I think not.
I have never imagined myself a soldier's wife.
Neither have I imagined myself a soldier. I am an English gentleman in arms for his liberty. When that liberty is won, the sword can stay in its scabbard and the pistols go back into their box.
Is it won now?
To all intents and purposes.
Does that mean yes or no?
It would take too long to explain the answer to that question, and I am sure that such matters will be of no interest to a lady.
Then perhaps you'd better not speak to me in this vein again, till you have more time at your disposal, or matters have become a little more interesting.
I hope I haven't offended you.
Not in the least, Captain. I am very conscious of the honour you do me in making the offer, but I cannot make any answer to you that ignores my father's position in the case. I would not want to leave him without very good reason. And I feel bound to tell you, too, that I would find it hard to live with a man who considers the most important questions of the day to be matters of no interest to me.
I see I have offended you, and I am abjectly sorry for it. Affairs in London are extremely complicated at the moment, but I shall be more than happy to explain them to you when you are at leisure in all the detail I can comprehend.
Really, Captain? Have you come to pay court to me, or to read me a lecture on politics? Have you no love lyrics or pastoral songs?
I have both, madam, if such trifles would please you. But I suspect you are enjoying yourself at my expense.
Certainly I am. No woman ever takes a soldier quite seriously if she is wise. But you too have found the conversation pleasant, I believe?
Oh, more than pleasant.
Good. Then we are both satisfied, and can bring it to an end with a good conscience. Good night, Captain Reynolds.
Good night, madam.
Filthy night for a homecoming, eh? Mun, we shall have a wet ride in the morning.
No. It'll be a clear sky before dawn, and the wind's in that quarter.
Is that father playing?
He hardly ever plays now. Pen plays for him an hour before bedtime most nights. Her own pieces.
She's far too clever for a woman. You know John Reynolds wants to marry her.
There's no surprise in that, is there? Just that he's waited so long.
Do you think she'll have him?
No one except Penn knows the answer to that question. And there's no looking into her mind. It's a deep well, and dark water down there.
How is father?
Same as ever he was. Only a bit more so each year.
I don't mean to argue with him every time I come home, but it's difficult to avoid it. I'm not a boy anymore.
He's like an old dog who barks at everyone. The older he gets, the more he barks. He's been waiting for you to come back. Talked of nothing else.
What about you? Not found a wife yet?
Not looking for one, neither. Lambing's near upon us, and there's all kinds of things whirling around and spinning in this turnip head of mine. As long as you and your soldiers don't come no nearer than Saffron Walden.
No reason why we should.
Eating up the cattle, requisitioning all the horses, and taking all the winter's hay to feed 'em with. There's a paper going round, you know. Getting signatures from all the farmers. Get the army out of Essex.
Your father said something of the sort, but I thought
Well, it's true, right enough. I signed it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, John, come in.
No, I'm just leaving, Captain
I didn't
Reynolds.
mean to disturb you.
Nothing to disturb. Just farming talk.
I'm sorry to be so rude.
No, you weren't. Conversations with my stepbrother are never easy. We have nothing at all in common except a father's blood.
Yes, I've been trying to speak to you in reasonable privacy ever since we got here.
What did Penn say? Are you shortly to become that most dreary of all fellows, a married soldier?
No, it's not about that.
Oh, well, if it's that unimportant, I'll know what to think.
You got my message on the road.
Of course I did, or I wouldn't have been here so promptly. To tell me you wanted to marry Penn, presumably.
No, I didn't come here principally to see your sister. It was essential I should speak to you in private. There seemed to be more chance of a private conversation here than at Army headquarters.
About what? It sounds very serious.
It is. I've been in London since January.
I knew you weren't with your regiment.
With Cromwell most of the time. He's been very ill. I've been acting as his eyes and ears.
Ill?
To be honest with you, at the point of death.
What?
One weekend we gave him up for lost.
Is he recovered?
Well, he's certainly a great deal better, beginning to go to the House of Commons again, which was, I suspect, what made him ill in the first place.
What do you mean?
Other men get ill because they have diseases. Cromwell gets ill when he can't make up his mind.
About what?
What's to happen to the army? Which is why I wanted to talk to you. Because they have plans for us down there in London.
Who? What plans?
Hollis and Stapleton run everything in Parliament now. They have become leaders of a faction of Presbyterians who always vote as one man so that they can have a permanent majority in the Commons and can pass whatever bills they please. And it's the same in the Lords. They outvote the independents time after time. Well, the Lords have voted to disband the army as soon as possible.
But we all expect that eventually, now the war's over.
Before settling the nation and dealing with the king.
Before?
They intend to disband us, but keep their own militia, which will then be the only army in the kingdom. So that they can put the king back on his throne as their puppet with a strict Scotch Presbyterian church to bring us all to our knees. Petitions from Suffolk and Essex and Norfolk have been sent up to Parliament, calling loudly for our disbandment, all of them got up by Hollis and his supporters.
We can't disband before the king's settled. Otherwise, why did we fight the war in the first place?
Oh, very simple. To replace the tyrannical bishops with the even more tyrannical elders of a Scots kirk.
We did not.
And all that blood will have been shed for the pleasure of placing ourselves under the heel of a Presbyterian clique. We'll be more abject slaves than we were in the king's time.
Is that what made Cromwell ill?
Well, it makes me ill, too. We must think, and then act fast. Now, there are more of us than there are of them, certainly in the army, and there's plenty of support in London, too. We must make sure all the independents in the army get to know what's happening at once.
What about the others? There's a good many Presbyterians, particularly among the
senior
senior
officers. Well, they can find out for
officers.
themselves if they don't know already. There's a plot afoot, Francis. It sounds melodramatic, but it's the truth. They're out to break us.
If Prince Rupert couldn't do it, a few Parliament men won't. What are our people in London doing?
It all revolves around Lilburne.
He's still in prison.
Yeah, but his wife has been set free, and however tightly they lock him up, they can't shut his mouth. His pamphlets come out onto the streets almost daily.
Are you in contact with
Major
him?
Tooleder sees him regularly and keeps him in touch.
I seem to have been living in a dream. I know nothing of this.
You wouldn't know it unless you were in London. It's their intention that nobody in the army should know until they're ready, by which time it'll be too late.
Well, we shall frustrate that intention.
Yes, I can tell you much more as we ride back tomorrow.
If we don't get drowned on the way.
Who is that?
Mrs. Lilburne to see our husband.
If they wanted your husband, the whole court, I don't know why they didn't lock him up in Whitehall Palace. I'm more a gentleman usher than warden to the tower. Right, what's in the basket this time?
Some bread, meat, cheese, beer. And a clean shirt and breeches.
No books, pamphlets, writing paper, pen?
Look and see.
Just as you say. Food and clean clothes. No papers come in, no papers go out. Yet every 2 weeks there's a new pamphlet on the street signed John Lilburne, damning the Lords and cursing the Commons. If he doesn't have a familiar spirit running errands for him underground, I don't know what he does.
You'd be damned for saying so.
Master Lilburne, your good lady to see you.
Oh, dear Lizzie, how are you, dear? Thank you, Master Warden. I'll ring if I want you. Or at least shout.
You should carry yourself with more humility, Master Lilburne.
And you, sir, may spy on anything except the relations between a man and his lawful wife. Oh, shut the door, sir, for shame. Well, what do you have for me today?
Some food and clean clothes.
Yeah, and? Oh, we're quite safe, he's gone.
Some writing paper. And Overton's new pamphlet.
Concealed in the one place only a husband can find it. Sit down, my dearest, sit down. You look exhausted. How are the boys?
Missing their father. So is his wife. When I look round at our present situation, sometimes I begin to despair.
Oh, no despairing, Lizzie. That's the last and greatest sin. The blackest in the Lord's book.
Greater than injustice. Greater than imprisoning a man for half his life merely for asking for his rights.
We are the Lord's people and we endure these burdens with a good grace. There's a purpose in all our suffering.
Is there? I can't see it. I wish I could.
And you are at least at liberty now. And Mary Overton is still in prison, and her poor innocent child died there in her arms.
Oh, I know. Oh, forgive me, please, God. It was a moment's weakness, that's all. Some days it seems a hard road the Lord has set us to follow. You've given all your energy and spilt your life's blood for the Parliament, and they imprison you for it, and they will hang you up at Tyburn sooner than deal justly with you, and I have no good news for you at all.
Then tell me the bad.
I went to see Mary Overton to take her some food and to get the pamphlet. As for getting you out of here, the Lords won't listen to you, and nor will the Commons. Nor are they ever likely to, as far as I can see, being the main target of your attacks.
They will have to listen to me sometime, if there's any justice in them.
They have us on the wheel, John, and will break us bone by bone at their leisure.
Oh, Lizzie. Do you think I don't feel the same? Hour after hour, month after month, shut in me stone sitting room. After 4 years a prisoner at the hands of the bishops and 6 months in a royalist jail at Oxford, to be shut up again by my own Lords and Commons seems too much for any man to bear. But no one can dodge his own honesty. He can lie to it, he can turn his face away, but he knows it's still there. And the burden of guilt he carries for refusing to look himself in the face is far greater than any we carry. I go to sleep every night in a prison, but I sleep with a good conscience, because I will look my honesty straight in the eye, and I won't lie to myself, or you, or anyone. Of course I attacked the Lords and Commons after fighting for 2 years for them in the army. I attacked them because they persecute all religions but their own, and betray all the good Christians who died for them, because they set up illegal courts to try people outside the law, just as the king did with his Star Chamber. And because they feather their own nests with lands and monopolies, while crippled soldiers and the widows and children cry bread in the streets. Oh, I shall shout aloud these unpalatable truths in print, or wherever anyone will listen to me. And if it's God's will, the truth will prevail and I shall be released. And if not, why, I wear my imprisonment like a badge of honour, as a sign of one virtuous man in a corrupt age.
I know, John, I know. Every word you say is true, but I courted you in prison. And since the day we married, we've hardly had one day of peace together. 7 years of separation and anguish and imprisonment. Sometimes I find myself wishing for the simplest things. My husband in my house at peace, with his children around him. If only for a few weeks.
Without liberty and law, Lizzie, there is no peace. There's no safety from the brutal door knocker, the soldier's arm, the churchman's judgment. Peace comes when the battle's over, not while it's joined. But it will come. Oh, aye, it'll come. God has promised it, and he at least will not betray us.
My dear beloved John, I married you because you were not like other men. You're a man without vices. It's your virtues I must learn to endure.
Master Lilburne, you've a visitor. Are you private with your wife, or shall I send him in?
Who is it?
Major Tulida.
Oh, yes, send him in. Dry your eyes, Lizzie. We must be steady as a standard in the army's presence. We are another kind of Lord General shut up here in our prison, and the Lord General must never show his fear.
Lieutenant Colonel Lilburne?
Come in, Major Tulida. My wife Elizabeth is with me, but we finished our private conversations.
Your servant, Mistress Lilburne. We have met before.
Indeed we have, Major. In one prison or another.
So what's the news? You can say anything in front of Lizzie. She knows everything I know.
Well, if you'll excuse me, ma'am. First of all, the Derby House Committee has been in session all day. They've been given full responsibility for carrying out the Lords and Commons decrees with regard to the army.
And packed with Hollis's men, no doubt?
The Lords have decreed that all heresy in the army is to be mercilessly repressed.
Have they? Well, we know what that means.
But worse than that, I've got wind of the plans for disbandment. They intend to send an army to Ireland.
To Ireland?
11 regiments of horse and 4 of foot, to be raised principally from the army and to be officered entirely by Presbyterians.
What? That's about 15,000 men.
All the rest to be disbanded at once.
with 6 weeks back pay and 2 weeks advance for those who enlist for Ireland.
6 weeks? Well, that's ridiculous. They must be owed 5 times that much.
The horse are 49 weeks in arrears, the foot 33.
Hollis has gone mad.
Now they're determined to get rid of us before they settle with the king. But they have no money. 6 weeks is all they can afford.
Yeah, or all the city of London. Will the soldiers stand for it? Surely not.
I don't think so. There's already a petition against it circulating among the regiments. Not instituted by the officers either. Directly from the men.
Who have the most to lose.
Indeed.
Major Tooleder, what will we do without you?
We need you, sir, as much as you need us. Our consciences and our liberty are at stake. And you've been the voice for all of us.
What about the king? Is he still at Holmby?
He is. Guarded by an unusually large body of men, commanded by Colonel Graves.
A Presbyterian.
Of the extremist stripe.
It looks to me, Major Tooleder, as if a very large-scale game of chess is beginning. And in a game of chess, the king, though not a powerful piece, is the beginning and the end of the game.
Indeed he is.
I think we'd all do well to keep a very sharp eye on events at Holmby House.
Lord, thee, my God, I early seek. My soul doth thirst for thee. My flesh longs in a dry parched land, wherein no waters be.
My dear Bet, no one knows what's going on here at Holmby. Least of all John Church. Why are we so many? There's us being the best part of Colonel Graves' regiment, half Rossiter's and half a regiment of foot. We could hold off a fair-sized army if we had to. Maybe the Parliament is scared of Scotch treachery, though we saw them turn back and ride north with our own eyes. We're the only other army in England, and we hardly need to garrison the place against ourselves. I am well quartered with a blacksmith's family in the village. 8 of us in all, and the poor man is near despair to feed us and his children. But we do all we can to lighten his burden, with a rabbit now and then, and yesterday a plump duck. But today there's been an unexpected change. We were all together in the great barn near to the house for a prayer meeting, and particularly to hear the testimony of Cornet Denn, a young officer full of the Lord, who speaks great wisdom and love when the Spirit is upon him.
For Christ loved Judas and died for him. Christ loved Cain and died for him. Christ loved Lucifer and raised him up out of the pit of hell to sit at his right hand. Christ loves the pagans and the Turks. He died for them. Christ loves the poor, ignorant Irish papists. He died for them too. They are his people. Sin is dead. The dungeons of hell are empty. The prisoners are all fled up into the light. For every man and every man's thought is holy. The kingdom of heaven and the kingdom of earth are one and the same kingdom.
No, keep them outside unless I call them in.
What's happening over there, John?
I don't know, Cornet Thompson, someone pushing in. Oh, it's Colonel Graves and Major Scroop. Miles, can you see? There's a party of musketeers outside.
Colonel, we are seeking the Lord here together.
I know very well what you are doing,
and
Cornet
it is
Denn.
not the action of a servant of God to interrupt us at our prayers.
Cornet Denn, you are a junior officer of the army, and I am the colonel of this regiment. I ask you to stand down, sir, and give place.
The worship of God, sir, is every man's spiritual right, and rank has no part in it.
Stand down, sir, or you'll be cashiered before another prayer passes your lips.
Stand down, Cornet, while your betters speak.
Be quiet, all of you! Be quiet! This prayer meeting is broken up, and there are to be no more of them. It is my duty to inform you that the House of Lords has passed the most strict decree against heresy in the army.
Yeah, Jesus Christ spoke heresy according to the Pharisees.
Be quiet, Trooper Syndicate!
Shut your mouth, Miles. We're all schoolboys here.
I have a file of musketeers outside this bar, and I shall not hesitate to call them in to arrest any man, trooper or officer, who forgets his duty as a soldier. Terrible blasphemies have been uttered here, denials of the word of God, and most unpleasing to his ear by ignorant and half-lettered men who understand nothing of the true import of the Scriptures. From today, the practice of preaching other than by ordained ministers of the Church is forbidden in the army.
Colonel Graves, It has been the particular glory of this army that any man may speak of God as the spirit moves him, captain or colonel, trooper, or one of the common baggage train. It is not within the power of a colonel of horse to give orders to a man's conscience when to speak and when to keep silent.
The House of Lords' decree is quite plain, Cornet, Denn, and I intend to enforce it in this regiment. I shall make sure we are never short of a minister of the church so that our prayers will not be the less by it.
A canting Presbyterian, you can bet.
Do you have a commission from the Lord General for that action, Colonel Graves?
I have the Peer's decree, and that is as good as a commission. This is the Parliament's army, and the Lord General will, of course, enforce Parliament's instructions.
Then I must answer you with the words of David, Colonel Graves. Those that seek my soul to destroy it shall go down into the lower parts of the earth. They shall fall by the sword. They shall be a portion for foxes.
One more word, Cornet, Denn, scripture or not, and you are cashiered on the spot. Major Scroop.
All troopers and officers are to parade at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, with horse, bag and baggage ready to march as ordered. A large proportion of you will be moving out.
May we be permitted to ask under whose orders, sir?
The Lord General Fairfax's orders, Cornet Thompson, of course. Who else would give orders for the dispositions of the army?
I don't like the sound of this, brother.
And so, Bet, we left Holmby to be guarded by a much smaller garrison. And I'm riding into Saffron Walden on a bright March morning with most of my good comrades, Cornet Thompson, Cornet Den, Corporal Perkins and Trooper Miles Syndicum at my side. So many miles nearer to London, my sweetheart, and to my two boys. Why we've been summoned suddenly to Saffron, we don't know, nor what we'll find when we get there. But Cornet Den's a great spiritual comfort. He preaches still when the spirit moves him, as do we all. It'll take more than a colonel's orders to prevent that.
My brother will be here in a few minutes, Trooper Church.
You always meet him in a tavern, Cornet Thompson.
Oh, don't start, ye, John. This is the most respectable house in Saffron, and a good part of the nation's business is done in taverns these days.
I didn't know you had a brother.
William, my elder, by 2 years. He's a corporal in Colonel Wally's regiment.
A mere corporal? When you have reached the heights of Cornet of Horse? How did that come about?
You must ask him, Miles, not me.
Are we to have any ale here? Landlord!
Yeah. Why does he want to see us? So many of us, too.
He wanted the whole regiment, if he could get them here.
It's not in human nature to get everybody, James. There's always outsiders.
Yeah.
Like him over there.
Which one, Corporal Perkins?
That one, over there. I call him the silent soldier. I've seen him before in other places. I don't know what regiment he's in, and I never heard him say a word. Just sits there, staring into his beer. And now he turns up here in Saffron, like the one rotten apple that makes the whole barrel stink.
Cheer up, soldier. There's no long faces in God's army. You've never seen such a crowd of jokers and drinkers.
He won't say anything, Miles, you can bet.
Anyway, my brother William wants us all to sign the petition.
Yeah.
What petition?
Here he is. He can tell you himself.
Welcome home, Brother.
Home?
The army's home for the moment, at least. And that's father, mother and nurse for all of us, eh, boys?
Who's the lad with him?
Robert Lockyer. He's from Wally's regiment, too.
How many of your troopers are here?
Oh, 30, 40.
Well, the rest. Do you want every one of us to sign?
Every man is horse and all, if he can make his mark. Over here.
Go and round.
Come on, lads, round here now. Sign the petition.
Soldiers!
Soldiers! Hey,
Brother!
You!
My name is William Thompson, Corporal of Wally's Horse, and this is Robert Lockyer, trooper of the same regiment. We have with us here, in this long paper, already signed with very many names of soldiers like yourselves, the soldiers' petition to be presented to Lord General Fairfax.
We were going to present it direct to Parliament, but we were advised by some of our friends among the senior officers, Colonel Wiley and Colonel Pry.
In principle, he's the third highest ranking officer in the army, Commissary General Ireton himself.
To present it, first of all, to our good old Commander-in-Chief, so that all things shall be done just as they should be, and the Parliament would have no grounds of complaint against us.
Well, they'd have none anyway. We are citizens as well as soldiers, and petitioning Parliament is our common birthright.
Be that as it may, the paper is here, and every man's signature gives more strength to our demands.
What are we putting our names to? We've just rode in from Holmby. We've heard nothing of any petitions there, nor any need for one, unless it be against Colonel Graves interrupting our prayers.
Oh, yes, Church. I can believe that, but you'll soon know better in Saffron Walden. The Parliament wants to disband us. So that they can have their own way and everything without any trouble from the men who did the fighting for them. But we're wise old birds by now in the new model. We won't be caught by snares like that.
Our petition asks for a full guarantee of all our arrears of pay and decent pensions for maimed and disabled soldiers and widows. We all know what happens to the good trooper who loses a leg or an arm for Parliament. He gets the present of a crutch if he's lucky and finds his own place in the gutter.
But more important than that, because it affects every one of us here, we demand an indemnity bill, so that we are absolved from guilt for all acts committed during the war or in the Parliament service. Otherwise, we all know well enough what can happen. An honest trooper goes back to his village and finds that the local magistrate is the squire who fought for the king and ran away. The very next day, he finds himself arrested by this coward he beat about the head last year, charged with stealing a horse, or for sticking his sword into some poor village lummock who was pressed to fight for the king. And before he knows it, there's a rope from the strongest branch, and the poor honest soldier is hanged up on an oak tree.
Well, we all know stories like that, and good friends too, maybe, that it's happened to.
Yes, I know a couple. So, brothers, you stick your names down on this paper, and let the men in Westminster know that we won't be treated this way. Now they must think again.
Over here, brothers. One at a time and don't push.
What I want to know, Corporal Thompson, is why we were marched here so suddenly from Hornby.
When a family is in trouble, Trooper Church, they get all the children together under the one roof. The regiments are marching into Saffron every day, from every county in the kingdom.
So Fairfax sent for us?
Well, under advice.
Who from?
Ireton, Pride, Whalley. The independent officers have plenty to say for themselves.
Well, your petition disappoints me, Corporal.
Oh? Why does it disappoint you?
I want my pay and to save my own skin as much as the next man. But I would have hoped we would have petitioned to keep our consciences free from judgment as well as our bodies. That's what I came here to put my hand to.
And you sign it, Trooper. We speak of money because the question is plain and everyone is prepared to sign for his wages. We have other intentions, not written in that paper.
What intentions?
That you'll soon learn, if you keep your ears open and your eyes sharp. Such things will be very acceptable to men like yourself.
I'm glad to hear that. I'll willingly sign my name for those principles. Give me the pen.
Hey, who's that silent fella sitting at the corner table on his own?
I don't know. Well, I've seen him there before. Always on his own, always staring at half pot the landlord never refills.
Is he a drunkard, or does he keep his own company?
I don't even know his name. Come along, brothers. Don't push, there's plenty of room on the paper.
Good day to you, Trooper.
Good day.
Would you sign the soldiers' petition with the rest of these fellas?
I know nothing of it.
It's a good cause, no better.
What?
Her wages and her safety. Her conscience, too, if you think that way.
I know nothing of that.
What, not your own conscience? Every man in this army guards that like a bear guards her cubs.
Mine is a wasteland. I feed there alone like a pig in the stubble. Petitions are naught to me.
Well, soldier, that's your affair. You'll find they will be something when the parliamentary commissioners come here to tell Fairfax what's what. Then you may not even have the stubble.
Leave me alone, brother, and forgive me.
All right, soldier. We force no man's hand. You do as you please.
Give us the mail, landlord. You've done a good day's work.
More power to you, Corporal Thompson. If you conduct all your business here.
Captain White.
Yes, Cornet, what's your business?
I must see the Lord General Fairfax.
It's not possible.
I've ridden direct from a meeting of the officers of no less than 4 regiments of horse and 3 of foot. We hear that the parliamentary commissioners are here in Saffron Walden, and we insist that they give us
You cannot insist on anything, Cornet, and the commissioners are already in conference with the Lord General.
But what can I say to those
Keep
who
your
say...
voice down, sir, or I shall instruct the guard to turn you out.
The mind of the Parliament is quite made up, Lord General. There is a royalist army in Ireland most dangerous to this nation. We have bolted the front door and cleared out the parlour, but the back door is still wide open. 11 regiments have been raised for this task and dispatched at once. There is no argument about the matter.
No one doubts the military necessity of invading Ireland. That is not the issue.
The Parliament gives you no other authority, Lord General, than this in hand.
So you intend to raise your 11 regiments, and the rest of us are to be disbanded without proper pay?
Not without proper pay at all, Lord General. The Parliament has been generous.
6 weeks
when the horse are owed 11 months and the foot 8 months. Some people might call that being generous. Others, with some justice, might call it a form of robbery.
That is a matter for Parliament to judge, this being the Parliament's army and you its principal servant.
I'm well aware of the nature of my commission, Sir John. I intend to abide by its terms to the letter. Principal among them is a responsibility for the welfare of the men under my command. I shall certainly carry out the Parliament's orders if I can.
What does that mean? You've already been ordered to move the army out of the counties of the Eastern Association, and yet every day more regiments march into Saffron Walden.
Gentlemen, this army has served you well. Since it was raised 2 years ago, it has won the war for you, when very many, including yourself, Sir William Waller, said that victory was neither possible nor desirable. Now you're in a position where you can dictate terms to the king, and many good men among us have died to bring you to that point. And yet the godly spirit of brotherhood among us has been even more wonderful to behold. We set an example here that puts the Parliament to shame. For 2 years, Presbyterians and Independents among us have embraced like brothers and fought together for God's common cause, while in the House you fight each other like cats in an alley. The majority of the officers of this army are Independents, as is well known. Lieutenant General Cromwell, principal among them. I am a Presbyterian, as you both are, yet the brotherly love between us two has never for a moment wavered.
You have taken the covenant, sir, so you understand well enough that the discipline of the Church must be imposed.
You say that, Sir William. We speak of brotherhood, and the honest seeking of the Lord on every hand. Gentlemen, in all humility, you are seeking to drive a wedge of division into a body of men who have been wonderfully united in the Lord. The consequences of that action are beyond any man's imagination, but that there will be consequences is quite sure. I beg you, in the bowels of Christ, to think before you undertake this splitting and severing of what has been living and whole.
I hear what you say, Lord General, but I repeat to you, the mind of the Parliament is made up.
And it is too, Lord General, about the petition said to be circulating among the soldiers. It is your duty to see that petition suppressed, sir, and we expect to hear no more of it.
How do you suggest I suppress it, Sir John?
By arresting all those who put their name to it and expelling them from the army.
Ah, well, that will disband your army soon enough and spare you the expense of paying them off, too. The latest reports tell me that more than 10,000 have signed.
The discipline of the army is your affair, sir.
So is its welfare. And I think you should consider more tenderly the consciences of those men whose blood and courage has put you in the position of being able to dictate to me in this matter, rather than in the king's prisons.
The army is the Parliament's creature, Lord General, and must learn to obey.
Well, gentlemen, I have summoned an assembly of officers to meet us in Saffron Church tomorrow afternoon. All ranks from captain upwards will be there, and you will have the opportunity of making the Parliament's instructions and offers quite clear.
I hear in London that a great many of your officers have already enlisted for Ireland.
Something under 30, Sir William. All Presbyterians.
Is that all?
Yes, sir, that is all. Which means something in the region of 200 officers have not.
I'm very glad you have arranged this opportunity for us to make matters clearer. They seem to be severely misinformed.
Captain White, Sir William Waller and Sir John Clotworthy are going to their lodgings. See them escorted as befits their rank.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Lord General.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Captain White.
Yes, sir.
Prepare yourself to ride to London at once.
This afternoon, sir?
At once, Captain. I'm about to write some letters which will take me less than half an hour. By that time you must be ready.
Where must I take them, sir?
To Lieutenant General Cromwell at his house in Drury Lane.
Captain Reynolds, sir.
What is it? Can't you see I'm busy?
There's a gentleman to see you, sir.
Well, I can't see him. I have 3 urgent letters to see dispatched before the officers assemble this afternoon.
Yeah, he says it's most urgent, sir, and can't wait.
Oh, does he really? Who is he? What does he want?
He says his name's Stephen White of Nunstow in Essex, and that his business is private.
Stephen White? Well, what can he want? Have you told him Francis is in London?
He doesn't want to see Captain White, sir. He wants to see you.
Oh, well, yes, you must bring him in. He's an old friend.
Yes.
Well, good afternoon, sir. I'm very glad to see you at my lodging, if a little surprised. Francis is in London, I'm afraid.
I didn't come to see Francis. So, this is where you both lodge, is it?
Yes, for the moment it is. We are forever on the move.
More than comfortable. A cut above what my son can afford.
Well, sir, we are under the necessity of imposing free quarter at the moment, and
so all the citizens of Saffron must suffer, while the two of you live like a pair of gentlemen mercenaries. Yes, I understand perfectly.
Well, sir, I am most delighted to see you here, but I should be glad to know
I come to Saffron regularly, once a month. There is a bookseller here who gets me what I need for my studies, books that can only be obtained with difficulty.
Ah, yes, your investigations into natural philosophy.
I am concerned at the moment with the movement of the stars and the planets, and the nature of fire. He has promised to get me the Discorsi of Galileo the Florentine, but I am disappointed. The book is extremely hard to acquire. The Church has banned it, and we must rely on smuggled copies. It has always been the prime function of the Church, sir, to obstruct learning.
The Popish Church, you mean, sir?
I mean what I say. I wanted to see you, Captain Reynolds, and today seemed as good a time as ever.
Well, it is always a pleasure to renew your acquaintance.
About my daughter.
Oh, yes, indeed. I hope she is well.
I suppose she is. I don't ask her such things. You have been a regular visitor, Captain Reynolds, at Nunstow, since you were not much more than a boy at the Inns of Court, and you have seen a great deal of her.
And admired her for many years.
All that is now at an end, sir, so the admiration can cease.
I don't think I understand you, sir. What do you mean?
I mean that you are no longer welcome at my house, Captain, and that I wish and intend that you should not see my daughter again.
I don't know what to say, sir.
You don't have to say anything, merely to listen. And make sure you understand.
I have asked her to be my wife.
Yes, I know that. However, you have not yet asked me.
I made my intentions known to you as soon as I came up from London.
And she has not said yes.
She has not said no, either.
But she will, most certainly. My mind is not to be changed about this. Keep away, sir. My door is closed to you.
May I ask why, sir?
No, you may not. The reasons, which are weighty ones and unavoidable, are of no importance to you. All that matters to you is the fact.
Just a moment, sir. We can't leave it simply at that.
Can't we? I don't see why not.
Firstly, because I am a gentleman and your behaviour to me is insulting. And secondly, that having been a welcome guest at your house, almost another son for many years, I have the right to know why you have changed your affection towards me.
I don't see why. I don't see that you have any rights at all in the matter. And as to being a gentleman, well, that's as it proves in these days, when a man's father matters less than whether he reads his prayers from a book or makes them up out of his head.
But what have I done, sir, to deserve such ostracism?
Done? You haven't done anything, not that concerns me. Do you think I'm a schoolmaster to punish a man for his misdemeanours? Good afternoon to you, sir, and good luck. Any man needs a great deal of that when the world is being turned upside down. I doubt we shall meet again.
Sir, I insist
Don't
you explain...
insist, Captain, when there is nothing more to be said. Good day to you.
What on earth was all that about?
Captain Reynolds, sir. You're due in Saffron Church for the Lord General's Assembly in just under an hour.
Oh, don't tell me. Is that the time? I must finish this letter at least. Get my buff coat ready and my boots.
Very well, sir.
On that point, the Parliament's mind will not change. This army, as it is now constituted, will be disbanded as soon as possible.
Then how do we know, Sir William Waller, that the Parliament won't do a deal with the King that will throw away everything we fought for the last 5 years?
For the very good reason that the Parliament has been fighting the King as well as you have, and no man fights a war for nothing.
Is the meeting already started, Trooper?
It's been going an hour, sir. And a lot of angry voices to be heard, too.
It's Captain Reynolds of the Lieutenant General's regiment inside.
Oh, I believe I saw him go in, sir.
Let him out here. Tell him Captain White is back from London with the most urgent news.
Yes, sir.
And I have to tell you, Sir William Waller, that the officers of the army are not content with your proceedings in this matter. We want to know why we are not to be paid our wages, and what the Parliament intends to do about settling the nation while we are out of the way in Ireland. And we don't feel at all inclined to lay down our arms till we hear just answers to these questions.
Captain Reynolds?
Yes?
Captain White outside to see you, sir. Messages from London.
Oh. Excuse me, gentlemen.
And the nation's best interest at heart.
Francis, what is it? You look exhausted.
Not just with riding, either.
What's happened?
Major Tulid has been arrested and imprisoned.
What? Who by?
By order of the Commons, for taking a pamphlet into Lilburne hidden under his doublet.
The Parliament has arrested an officer of the army.
That's not the worst. I have it on the most reliable authority that Cromwell has promised Hollis and Stapleton that the army will agree to be disbanded without any fuss.
Can't believe that.
So the Commons arrests our officers, and the man we've trusted with our lives is selling us to our enemies. I don't know what you'd call actions like that, John. The first comes near to a declaration of war, and the second is an outright betrayal.
In The Fruits of Victory, Part 1 of God's Revolution by Don Taylor, John Church was played by Eric Allan, Francis White by Graham Blockey, and Lord General Fairfax by Nigel Anthony. Penelope was Deborah Makepeace, Stephen White, David March, Edmund, Cornelius Garrett, and Reynolds, Kim Wall. Charles I and Cornet Denn were William Eedle, James Thompson, Simon Cuff, William Thompson, Anthony Jackson, Corporal Perkins and the Silent Soldier, Steve Hodson, and Miles Syndicum, John Badley. Colonel Graves and Lockyer were Peter Craze, John Lilburne, Christian Rodska, and Elizabeth Lilburne, Maureen O'Brien. God's Revolution, Part 1, was directed in Bristol by Sean McLaughlin. God's Revolution, a series in 12 parts by Don Taylor, with Bernard Hepton as Cromwell and Nigel Anthony as Fairfax. Part 2, The Soldier's Voice. In the spring of 1647, a struggle is developing between the victorious new model army and its parliamentarian masters. But in the ranks, men are looking forward to peace after 4 years of fighting. The Soldier's Voice.
Mr. Denzil Hollis, the member for Dorchester.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to draw the House's attention once again to the question of the disbanding of the army. It has been asserted outside these walls, by those who should know better, that there is some hidden and malicious motive in our plans for military reorganization. Nothing, Mr. Speaker, could be further from the truth or from our own honesty. If we need a powerful force in Ireland, and we are in no doubt that we do, that force cannot remain undivided in England, nor can we afford to support two forces of equal strength, one in Dublin and the other in East Anglia.
Mr. Speaker!
Colonel Harley, you are out of order.
With your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, Colonel Rossiter and I have just been handed letters from trusted members of our own regiment at Army Headquarters, which contain information of serious concernment to this House. Not only have this House's instructions with regard to the suppressing of the soldiers' petition been ignored, now we are told there is an organised subscription campaign, and it is being led by some of the most high-ranking officers of the army.
Mr. Speaker, no less a man than Commissary General Ayrton is personally organising a drive for signatures.
My second-in-command, Major Pride, is threatening to cashier any soldier who refuses to sign his name. Mr. Speaker, this is nothing short of an outrage!
Order!
Mr. Holly. Mr. Speaker, the House is justly angered at this news, and I propose that we take determined and immediate action. I propose that all the officers named in these letters be called before the bar of the House to answer for their actions. Order! That Major General Skippon, whom we know to be reliable, should be dispatched to Saffron Walden at once with firm orders to put an end to all petitioning. And further, that we publish a public declaration of our high dislike of that petition or any other originating from the army. Order! And that all those who continue in their distempered condition shall be looked upon as enemies of the state and disturbers of the public peace.
Lieutenant General Cromwell, John Lilburne's wife is here to see you.
Come in, Mrs. Lilburne, come in. You are very welcome in my house at any time, and especially so in such disturbing days as these are.
Thank you, Lieutenant General.
Thank you, officer. Wait in my outer chamber in case I need you again.
Yes, sir.
My dear madam, we speak as old acquaintances. I hope I may say friends. How is your husband?
Your kindness to both of us has been long continuing, sir. My husband is in as good health as the tower permits, and he sends you by me a most urgent letter.
You know my young friend, Captain John Reynolds, I'm sure.
He's a good friend of ours, too. My husband respects him particularly for his honesty in the cause.
As we all do, no less.
Here's the letter, sir.
Oh, you must take good care, madam, how you smuggle your letters out of the tower. Or like poor Major Tooleder, you will find yourself in prison for it.
Major Tooleder has been released this morning.
Cromwell speaks, madam, and the business is done.
Not at all.
It is my hope that he can accomplish my husband's release as quickly.
You overestimate what one poor servant of the Lord can do. I spoke to them at the house about Tooleder, whose fault was impetuous and not of a serious nature. I've made certain assurances, which the house has agreed to accept, that's all. Your husband's case is more difficult.
But just! I will go anywhere and speak to anyone for his sake. So should you, too, when he speaks for England's liberty so honestly.
Madam, I honour you more than any woman I know. This paragon of a wife, John, walked to Oxford when her husband was imprisoned there by the Royalists, pregnant though she was. She carried offers from the Parliament which undoubtedly saved his life. She's won many victories for the Lord, and her voice must be heard.
Your kindness to me is unceasing, sir, and I hope it will continue till my husband has his liberty.
I shall do my best, madam, you may be sure of that. If you would give me leisure to read your husband's letter, I shall speak to you again before you leave. In the meantime, refresh yourself with cordials or meat and beer, or whatever you require. John, show Mrs. Lilburne through to my wife in the next chamber.
Certainly, sir.
My thanks to you, sir.
I am your servant, madam, in every way I can be. Oh, dear Lord, what sin have I committed that you test me so severely?
A remarkable woman.
This country breeds remarkable women, but I know of none more completely admirable than her.
Am I permitted to hear what freeborn John has to say?
Why do you call him that?
Well, he grants himself the honour in his pamphlets, and all the Londoners shout it in the streets.
There's more than one of us who could bear that title. He hasn't the monopoly.
No.
He writes to me with a kind of desperation. Cromwell, you are led by the nose by the unworthy earthworms of the Commons. If the army disbands before their grievances are granted, I, and all such as I am, must lay the whole blame on you, and declare that the Commons bribes Cromwell to betray the liberties of England into their tyrannical fingers. This from the same man who appeals in the very next breath to our lifelong friendship.
He has just cause for complaint.
Just cause? Of course he has. Just cause to fear for the nation's liberty at Parliament's hands, too.
Then why is he imprisoned?
He is imprisoned, John, because this is not yet the kingdom of heaven, only the imperfect kingdom of earth. If justice were always rewarded, and the right invariably prevailed, we could sound the trumpet for judgment, because the business would be finished here. The Lord has appeared most marvellously for us in these last years. But he does not always make his meaning plain. And on many occasions the choice is not between good and evil, but between good and an alternative good, or evil and an alternative evil. I don't want these responsibilities. I hate them with my heart, and would rather retire to Huntingdon with my wife and daughters than anything else on this earth. But the Lord has laid certain duties upon me, which he is determined I should not avoid. Lilburne stands up like a brave man and asserts much of the right of things, but not always with the wisdom a Christian requires in a fallen world. Those of us who seek God's peace in this ravaged country must tread more circumspectly.
Will you answer the letter?
I'll answer it, yes.
What will you say?
That I'm concerned for him and will do whatever I can. Nothing else is possible at this time.
May I ask you a question?
What question?
From one who respects and admires you and would follow you to the ends of the earth.
You prepare your ground carefully.
What assurances did you give to the house to gain Tulida's release?
That I cannot answer. The conversations were private.
There are all kinds of rumours at Saffron Walden.
What rumours?
That you have promised the house the army will disband without any trouble.
That I have promised? Of course I have promised. I promised to serve the Parliament when I accepted my commission. So did we all. Under God, we serve the Parliament. It was for that cause we took up arms. They have ordered us, as their senior officers, to disband the army. What else can we do?
But if their orders are unwise or unjust...
Who are we to judge? We overturned the king and set up the Parliament in his place, because we claimed the liberty to choose our masters. We have chosen, and now we must stand by our choice or become quite masterless. And it takes no great powers of prophecy to see what that would mean. The anarchy that would ensue. And in anarchy, the only power is the power of the sword, the thing we must avoid at all costs. Cromwell has agreed to disband, indeed. Of course he has. What else should he do?
As your friend, I must tell you that there is very great anger among the soldiers.
Shall I take you into my bosom, John? Show you my secret heart?
I should regard that as a great honour.
Well, why not? It may be that I shall lay down this burden for good soon. Not many days from now.
What does that mean?
That I shall leave England. I've already spoken to the London agents of the Massachusetts Bay Company. There is land for everyone in America, and a man may worship God as he pleases. I may take ship within the month.
You can't take the whole army with you.
Well, I wouldn't want to. Let some other man do the Lord's business. I'm nearly 50 years old. I've done my share. I would like to live my last years in privacy and peace.
Mrs. Lilburne is in the next room waiting for your answer.
There is always someone in the next room waiting for my answer. But I have no answers. I don't know what to do more than any other man. Isn't it more honest to admit that? Take ship for America, and let some better man answer the question.
If there is a better man.
Mum? Edmund!
Sorry to leave you sitting there, Francis. I'm that busy at the
Where
minute.
is Father?
Well, he's still in his study.
Does he know I'm here?
Told him himself a quarter of an hour ago.
I must be back at Saffron by the end of the afternoon. I shall have to leave within 2 hours.
You know him by now, Francis.
You look exhausted.
Well, I've been up all night. We're in the middle of lambing.
Do you know anything about this Reynolds business?
Well, not beyond the bare facts. He never tells me what's in his mind. He never tells anybody.
Pen does know.
Oh, yeah, she knows. Didn't tell her at first. About a week later.
This is intolerable, to be kept waiting like a schoolboy. Mum, tell them to prepare some meat and beer for me before I ride back. I'll eat it in the kitchen.
You'll need a fresh horse. I'll see to that.
Well, I've had enough of this nonsense. I'm going in to see him now.
You'll get nothing from him that way.
Father, I have ridden all the way from Saffron Walden this morning to see you, and I can't wait any longer.
Did I ask you to come in? Get out!
I'm a commissioned officer in the Parliamentary Army, and I won't be spoken to like a child, not even by my own father. I have to be back at headquarters by the end of the day, and I must speak with you now.
Have you finished?
No, I've barely begun. What is the meaning of your insults to Captain Reynolds? A man of infinitely superior family to our own, a man of the most exceptional qualities of courage and intellect, and my very good friend of many years' standing.
You were interrupting my studies, barging in here uninvited like the swaggering captain you are. What do I care about your bluster and noise? This is my house, and I will invite here whom I please. I do not choose to invite Captain Reynolds, however superior his family. Now, sir, I am engaged upon the most complicated calculations concerning the planet Mars, and I would be very glad if you would leave me
Don
to...
is my friend, and very likely my sister's husband. We both have a right to know why you choose to behave in this boorish fashion.
You have no rights in the matter. I have my own opinion about the man, and I choose to express it by asking him not to visit my house, that's all.
Your own opinion? What does that mean? The man's reputation is spotless. He's a committed, brave, Christian soldier, one whom everyone knows is likely to rise to the very top in whatever course of life he chooses.
Captain or not, Francis, you speak like an inexperienced boy who sees only what the world sees, and judges men by the colour of their clothes or the quality of their boot leather. When you are a little older and a little less blinded by the glories of the world, you will see a little more clearly. I do not like Captain Reynolds, and I have good reason for my dislike. That is enough.
What good reason?
Very well, sir. I am under no obligation to tell you, but since you are so high about the matter, I will. I took the precaution, when Captain Reynolds intimated to me that he wished to approach my daughter, of asking the date, place, and time of his birth. From that information, I have cast the star chart of his nativity. What I have seen there indicates to me that he is not a fit match for my daughter, nor friend for my son either.
Are you telling me that my friend has to thank magicians and astrologers for the insults you heaped upon him?
The calculations are entirely my own.
I am ashamed of you. You call yourself a scholar, a natural philosopher, a man of science, and yet you dabble in this pond of Egyptian necromancy, shameful, and in the Christian, damnable.
You talk like the ignoramus you are. The study of astrology is part and parcel of the study of the world and the heavens which contain and surround it. Only a fool would deny that the gigantic framework of the stars has an influence on the life of man. To anyone who thinks beyond his nose end, the matter is obvious. You think no further than your army chaplains allow you to think, but my mind is my own, and it follows truth to whatever hidden sanctuary it chooses to inhabit. Your friend's chart of nativity has Mars in Aquarius and other unfortunate confluences and conjunctions. That alone makes him unsuitable as my daughter's husband.
What's it mean, Mars in Aquarius?
It means death by water.
What nonsense. When?
In youth. If my daughter marries him, she will wear black before she is 30.
I place no faith in astrologers. The word of God is good enough for me.
And when does God say he will die?
When it pleases him. We are soldiers. We hold our lives on a thread no longer than a single day, and have done for years. You can't frighten us with bugs and bogies of that kind.
If you are wise, my son, you will keep away from him.
Why, have you been casting my star chart too?
Of course, many years ago.
Oh, why didn't you tell me? What does it contain?
Death. By water.
I merely asked him one day last week what he thought of Captain Reynolds. He told me like a kind of afterthought that he had forbidden him the house and that on no account was I to marry him. I really think that if I hadn't asked, he wouldn't have told me.
He didn't tell you why?
No, he didn't.
Superstitious nonsense.
I think I know why.
What?
He poses as a scientist and a natural philosopher, and indeed he is one in his dilettante way. But every important decision with our father always comes from his instinct. He's like a bird who knows when a storm's coming. I don't know what he has seen in John, but it's something he doesn't like. Whatever other reasons he may give, I'm sure that's the real one.
Do you see it too? Something you don't like?
I see a self-centred man, an egotistic man, but all men are like that, our father not least. If women chose not to marry for that reason, the race would very soon come to an end.
Do you love him?
How can I tell? I see him so rarely. He is an exciting man, an intelligent man. I could never love a man who was not my intellectual equal.
Your arrogance, Pen, almost surpasses father's.
I don't think I would die of boredom in his company. I look forward to his visits and wish he came more often. Is that love?
Many women, I'm sure, marry for less. And what now that he's forbidden the house?
What do you mean?
It'll be difficult for him to see you at all. You're such an enigmatic woman. You keep so much of yourself to yourself.
You mean, will it be worth him taking all that trouble?
I didn't say that.
But that's what you mean. He must take the trouble. Then he will find out if it is worth the effort.
He's an important man, Pen, at the very centre of affairs.
All men are important in their own eyes. I shall hope to see him again soon. My pleasures are not so many or so various that I can afford to lose those he provides.
I shall tell him that. There's a letter for you.
From him?
I don't know what it contains.
A love sonnet, perhaps. Or an outline of the latest political situation in London.
I think it could very well be either.
Or both.
When a man takes God for his guide, bet he can find himself in a strange country. I was plain John Church the carpenter, who never thought of riding a horse or killing a man, till my eyes were opened. But now so many new things are happening, I'm beginning to think I'm still half blind. The other night, I was on guard duty in a field just outside Saffron, looking after the horses. 500 or 600 we were responsible for, and it's no one's favourite job, especially in winter. But this was the first really warm night of spring. So we lit a fire for the company of it, and you could hear the horses rustling and champing around us, the night was so still. There was a trooper from Coggleshall, and a lad from up Grantham Way, and a Brentford man who was preaching and arguing with us, as we all do in this chatterbox of an army. I'll never forget that evening if I live to see Judgment Day.
You see, we all know we are free to worship God in our own way. That's what makes us independent.
That's the main thing I fought for.
Presbyterians one way, ours another. But, you see, if we are all equal in the sight of God, I mean, free to choose a way we save our souls...
Which we are. At least I am.
What then?
Well, then, we must be free, as free, in the sight of man. We must be. You see, there can't be anything more important than eternal salvation, can there? And if God is prepared to leave that to our free choice, well, for sure, for certain, brothers, he means us to have a free choice in lesser things.
What lesser things?
The things of this world. To start with, what the fate of this army is to be.
Is God concerned with such things?
Well, how can he not be when he has called us into it and given us victory after victory? We have committed murder for his sake. If he asks us to do that, he is not concerned only with the state of our souls. We could have saved them without ever leaving home. He must be concerned with the state of England. This is the country he has chosen to be God's holy city. And if each man has a right to choose, then each man must have a say in what sort of holy city this is to be. We fought for our religious liberty and won it. Why not? For the liberty of our bodies as well as our souls.
What? So you mean they must listen to our petition?
Yes, the petition, but more than that. If we have a right to choose what kind of nation we are to live in, and God is arguing very plainly that we have, then we have a right to be consulted. Not just a right, a duty, to make our voices heard.
About what? Another petition?
About everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Oh, Bet, I'll never forget how that Brentford man spoke. I didn't know his name then, and I don't know it now. But we all looked at each other in the firelight, and it was as though we saw the holy city coming down out of the clouds, almost within reach of our fingers.
I'm sorry, gentlemen, you can't see him.
What do you mean, can't see him? This is the Lord General Fairfax's lodging,
Yes, sir.
and we are a parliamentary delegation.
Yes,
so
Sir William Waller, I know who you are, sir.
Lords Dacre and Warwick, Colonel Massey...
I'm sorry, Sir William, I have my orders.
What is going on, sir? Who are all these fellows passing in and out with trunks and boxes?
The Lord General's servants, sir.
Why should they pass in and out when the Commissioners of Parliament cannot?
They're loading up the Lord General's carriage, sir.
Where's he going?
Home, sir. To London. He's very ill and is going to consult his physicians.
Well, are there no army physicians? He must not go home. I have specific orders for him to the contrary.
Sir...
Look out of my way, Captain.
He is in conference, sir, with Commissary General Hartoch.
Lord General, I insist on speaking with you.
Is it your custom, Sir William, to interrupt a gentleman's conversation?
It is beneath the dignity of a parliamentary delegation to be kept standing at the door. Come in, gentlemen, come in.
It is beneath the dignity of a commander of the army not to command in his own lodging.
Now, you are acquainted with my Lords Dacre and Warwick, and Colonel Massey you know very well.
Yes, sir. Your lordships will be equally aware of Commissary General Hartoch.
We are very well aware of him, sir, and of his activities in direct defiance of the Parliament's orders.
Your servant, gentlemen?
He is no part of our conference and should get himself out.
He is part of my conference. And as third-ranking officer of this army, he will certainly hear whatever you have to say.
Very well, Lord General, we must comply with your wishes. But you ought to know that the House has demanded that this officer should appear before it to answer for his actions.
I am aware of that, sir.
Then we shall come to the matter in hand. We see that you are preparing to leave.
You see me, too, in my nightgown, only 5 minutes from my bed. It is not my habit to receive gentlemen undressed, but since you came in without being asked...
The Lord General is quite seriously ill, gentlemen, and I suggest you say what you have to say and leave as soon as possible.
And I suggest that you keep quiet, sir. This matter is between the Parliament and its senior commander and is none of your business.
Shall I leave, Tom?
No, Henry, wait. Have you anything to say to me or not? If so, I suggest you say it as I am in some pain.
I am sorry to see your discomfort, Lord General, but I must nevertheless ask you to cease this preparation for leaving. The Parliament has ordered you unequivocally to stay with the army.
Has it ordered me a coffin, too?
Sir, your presence here is considered essential.
My chamber of gentlemen, 50 miles away.
We also insist that you publish an immediate declaration condemning all those soldiers who refuse to subscribe to the Irish service.
Yeah, my head is thick this morning, Sir William, and my hearing is not all that it should be. Did I understand you correctly?
I am sure you did, sir.
Then you must tell the Parliament that I entirely refuse to condemn my own soldiers. Your declaration of March the 29th has caused enough trouble without adding to it.
Trouble? What trouble?
Let me make it quite clear to you. The whole army, from the Lord General down to the plainest private, is deeply insulted by the House's declaration. More than that, we are angered that we, who have brought the nation to its present peace, should be publicly denigrated, slandered and abused as disturbers of the peace and enemies of the state. Our honour is at stake, and that is a matter we are all most jealous of here.
We are not concerned with the army's honour.
That is evident, sir, but we are. Your former declaration so undermined my command as to make it impossible for me to be sure that more than half my orders would be obeyed. Sooner than issue the declaration you now request, I would resign my commission. The two actions would be effectively the same. My authority would be held in contempt by 8 men out of every 10 in this army. Now, gentlemen, I must ask you to leave while I prepare to travel to London.
Sir, do you openly defy us?
I openly inform you that at the moment I am in no position to carry out your orders. My physical condition prevents me, and the orders would not be obeyed. Thank you, gentlemen. Meeting is at an end.
This is an outrage, Lord General.
No, sir. This is what you must expect if you thrust yourself in where you're not welcome. I shall be most happy to receive you and all these gentlemen at my house in London, where I shall submit myself completely to Parliament's authority and carry out such of its orders as I can. I shall probably have to receive you in my bed. Now, if you'll excuse me. Captain White, show these gentlemen out.
Gentlemen, please.
I'm sorry if my presence inflamed them further.
You were telling me about the officers' meeting. Please continue.
About 200 of us were present in the church.
And you all spoke sedition and insubordination for 2 hours on end, no doubt.
We discussed matters of common concernment to the army.
Oh, much more, Henry, and I shall lay down my commission. I will not command an army I can't command.
Well, that would be a disaster. We need you.
Why does the Lord punish me with this gout and burning fevers and so many aches and pains from my old wounds? You would imagine I had them yesterday.
Those are questions we must all ask in our prayers, but today others are even more important.
Yes, you're right. What particular sins have we committed that we must live in a time when other things are more important than our prayers?
Corporal, what's all that noise? I'm trying to write some letters.
There's 8 or 9 fellas down here, Captain White, insisting they must see you.
Who are they? What do they want?
Well, there's our own lads, Captain, from the Lord General's foot, and there's Vaughan and Yeoman and Mole and Newton and 4 or 5 others. They're all good, reliable fellas.
Why do they want to see me?
Captain, give us just 5 minutes of your time, sir.
They'll have to come in, sir.
Very well, then.
You've been with us a long time, Captain White. We trust you, sir.
Come in, lads, come in. Now, What's the trouble?
It's getting desperate situation, sir.
We're in danger now, sir. Real danger.
Talk about the army, sir. There won't be no army in a few days' time.
No, well, we won't be in it, that's for sure.
Now, lads, listen. Look, one at a time or nothing can be done.
Right,
Benjamin Yeoman, you speak for the rest.
Is that agreed?
Go on.
They'll all butt in if I say less than it should be, you know. It's now far short of another press gang, sir. We're being dragooned or pinned up like a flock of sheep.
It's true. Look, Private Yeoman, if you can start at the beginning.
Well, to start with, our petition has been completely ignored.
And to go on with, the officers are lying when they say we all agreed to sign on for Ireland with no questions asked. Lieutenant Colonel Jackson and Major Goodey have said they'll accept whatever the Parliament says and lead us to Ireland with no pay, no indemnity bill, no nothing.
No legal rights, nothing settled at all.
And we won't, sir. We'll leave the army first.
I know all these arguments as well as you do. What do you want me to do?
Well, sir, nearly all the officers in this regiment are against us, apart from Jackson and Goodey. There's Captain Boyce and Musket and Highfield and Brand and Woolworth.
They are all hard-faced Presbyterians, sir, the lot of them, and they won't listen to one word of what we
There's
say.
only Captains Audley, Lee and yourself who will ever listen to us, let alone think as we do, so we've come to you here to ask you to speak for us.
What, to Fairfax?
Yes, you see, they say that 6 regiments have already volunteered for Ireland. It's a lie, sir.
Right.
Even Goodey's own company, he's only 45 left.
And in most other companies, hardly any, sir.
What we say, sir, is if the officers don't agree with the men, and there's more men than officers, then it's the officers should be cashing.
All right, lads, calm yourselves.
It's not so easy to keep calm, Captain. Our lives might be at stake.
We're all used to that one way or another.
From our enemies, not our friends.
We don't want you to speak to Fairfax about how calm we are, Captain. We want you to tell him we're angry.
I shall certainly do that. And I shall do it with good heart, because I share your anger. Now, good lads, you must leave me, and I'll write to Fairfax at once.
Fairfax is in London. He's miles away.
Jackson and Goodey, what's causing all the trouble?
Fairfax probably doesn't even know.
Very well, I shall ask to speak to Lieutenant Colonel Jackson, and report what you say and what we all feel as faithfully as I can. And now, good lads, you must leave me to my business. Take them out now, Corporal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We're greatly obliged for you.
Yeah, we'll place all our trust in you, Captain White.
Right, old lady, out you go now. Come on, you always was a noisy lot in this red.
You should be with us too, Corporal. Now, it affects you as much as anyone.
I know that, Private Yeoman. Not stupid, am I?
John, did you hear all that?
Yes, every word. Will you speak for them?
Of course I will. It's outrageous of Jackson and Goodey to treat them as mercenaries. We've never been that sort of army. But it's to be expected of Jackson. A man's a puppet. Chaplain Edwards stands behind him pulling the strings.
Yes, the men in my regiment feel the same, but I can't afford to appear as publicly for them as you can.
Why not?
Well, not against Cromwell. My closeness to him is too valuable to us to be put at risk.
Yes, of course. I mean, Fairfax respects me
Yes, but
too.
he's never had favourites. The fact is, we must both make use of the opportunities we have, so don't expect to see me carrying the flag with you at the front of the column. I shall be bringing up the artillery at the rear.
Well, I shall speak out as loudly as I can. Those lads stand for everything we fought for, and I won't see it thrown away.
Neither will I.
I was trying to compose a letter before the interruption.
Yes, well, our whole life in these days is a series of interruptions.
To pen.
We should be leading the life of young gentlemen, studying, going abroad, tending our estates.
What am I going to say to you?
Well, say what you like, my dear fellow. Who am I to come between brother and sister?
Just the man, so I've been led to believe. It's about you I'm writing.
Ah.
I hate to press you, Jack, but I really must have some idea of what you intend.
Well, Francis, you know the situation as well as I do.
I must say you're quite unlike any lovers I've ever met before. Hardly pastoral, is it? Are you serious when you talk of marrying her?
What's this? Are you defending your sister's virtue?
Don't laugh, Jack. All this has been brought to head by my father's stupidity, but now it must be made clear.
Shall I tell you the truth?
I hope so.
I love her twice as much as I did before. She is my passion and my obsession. She's always been fascinating. But now she has the added attraction of the unattainable. I love her not only for her own sake, but because, like the Sultan's daughter, I must risk my neck to get even a sight of her.
How can I take you seriously when you speak like that?
What? Can a man not make a joke when he's in love? Whenever else will he laugh at times like these, unless he gets drunk? And that's a hanging offence, too.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
Well, at the moment, I haven't an idea. I hoped I could rely on your help.
My dear fellow, of course you can. I just need to be sure I can trust you.
We shall have to borrow a proverb from the Turks. If Muhammad can't go to the mountain will have to come to Muhammad. Can you arrange a meeting?
I don't know. When?
I don't know either. Whenever we both know where the other will be at the same time.
Are you surprised I can't take you seriously?
What do you mean? As your father says, laughter is a sign of the philosophic mind. Never trust a gloomy face. It's a sure sign of an empty head.
Do you expect me to put that in my letter?
But what you like, old friend. She's your sister.
Well, before anything, I must speak to my respected commander, Lieutenant Colonel Jackson.
Yes, you must speak to him with even greater tact than you speak to her.
They're my soldiers, and I must stand by them. No reasonable officer could do less.
Sound in the business!
Syndicate. Can you speak like a Christian?
Give me a song tune and I'll sing it for you if you like. It's time for the meeting.
Are we all ready? No one must stay behind. Gentlemen, please! My house isn't the parade ground.
Ah, the linen draper speaks.
Well, if you all eat me to the end of starvation without deafening my own family with your stamping about.
Tell yourselves, lucky Master Draper, that you'll be selected for the honour of having the horse billeted on you.
It could have been the infantry, pressmen and cavaliers put by. Then you might have had a cause for complaint. God preserve me from the lot of you.
Which way is it? Down to the right. Big field with a baggage wagon.
Corporal Perkins, Royal Syndicate with staff.
Will Thompson, and you, Robert Lockyer. You're sure to know. What's this all about?
Well, I know more than you. Except that it's important and not before time.
What about the officers?
Not invited. It is a soldiers' assembly.
Your brother says he will be there.
Yeah, well, maybe a few cornets and ensigns. That's about all.
What a crowd, 500 or 600.
There ought to be thousands, with all the regiments in Saffron Walden.
No, they've only called out 4 regiments at a time. There'll be other meetings.
Who's they? That's what I want to know.
Who's the fella climbing up under the baggage car?
We've had enough praying. Now it's time for the things of this world, so listen.
I don't know him. But that's your brother with him, innit?
Well, I know
Not
he'd be
many of
here.
you know me, except my mates in Cromwell's horse. And you don't need to know much. I'm a private trooper like most of you. I joined Cromwell's regiment at the beginning, and I've ridden with him all the way through. Marston-Moor, Naseby, wherever the old nose was galloping, I was riding just behind him. And my name, for what it's worth, is Edward Sexby. Now, we've called you out into this field, me and a few others, because we think it's about time something was done. We've all signed a petition, hardly a man in the army who hasn't. And what's happened? Well, you tell me. That's right. Nothing. No, I'm forgetting. There was something. There was Parliament's declaration. Insulting us to our faces as if we were rubbish and fit for nothing better. Us, who won them their freedom to make declarations with their heart's blood. So we gave our petition to Fairfax like good, well-behaved boys. And they're at rest. And he's gone to London and gone to bed. But we won't let it rest there. Or, if you want to let it rest, then so be it. We'll all go back to our lodging. Yes, you are angry. And we are angry too. So we've called you all here because we want you to elect 2 men from each regiment to agitate this business for us. Plain soldiers who know what it's like to carry a pike or a pistol and never get paid. These agitators will take the petition up to Westminster and make them read it. Otherwise we'll sit here with nothing done till we're all disbanded, unpaid, and a good many of us hanged. What do you say, brothers? Is it agreed? Then go away from here and choose reliable men as your agitators, so that by tomorrow evening, every regiment in the army at Saffron will be represented. And we'll all meet together to plan when and how to take the petition up to London.
What about the Presbyterians and the Irish volunteers?
What about them, brother? There's fools in every army.
No, but where are they? They've all gone, haven't they? Or a good many of them.
I don't know, brother, and I don't much care.
No, listen to him, Edward. What do you mean, soldier?
I mean, Cornet Thompson, that I've heard from a soldier who rode in from Romford that all the ones who've left, together with all the discharged soldiers and royalists, they've all gathered together in London, and they're marching on us at this very moment to take us unawares.
Have you heard that, Corporal Perkins? I haven't.
No, neither have I.
Would they creep up on us like that?
Surely not.
They're our brothers. They've fought with us for years.
Brothers, listen! That trooper speaks good sense, and he's not the first to warn us of an army being sent against us.
We'll mount a guard. We'll tell such of our regimental commanders as are in Saffron what we've heard, and if they won't give the orders, we'll do it ourselves. Then in the morning we'll soon find out if there's any truth in the rumours. So break yourselves into your regiments, choose your agitators, and let them decide who stands guard.
James, Hello, Corporal John. Things are doing at last, eh?
I've never heard of this Sexby before. How long have you known him?
He's a fine fellow, don't you think? Just the man we need. Now, who's to stand guard for us?
I'll take a turn. Oh, you're welcome, Corporal. I need my bed.
He said one other thing, not for everyone's consideration at a public meeting. What? That we should keep an eye on the king.
What, Oldenby?
Sexby says that in London everyone believes that Cromwell and Fairfax are trying to do a secret deal with him, and so are the Parliament men too.
And what's he doing? Laughing up his lace cuffs, I should say.
Yes, but you remember who's in charge of the king?
Our own Colonel Graves.
That's right, our beloved Presbyterian commander.
What do you mean by that, James?
That we all might feel a little safer if someone more sympathetic to our cause had the king in his pocket rather than Graves, because if it comes to the point, we all know which way he will jump.
Captain White, Lieutenant Colonel Jackson and Major Gooday will see you now.
Thank you, Captain Musket.
Come in, Captain White.
Good evening, Lieutenant Colonel. Major, it's good of you to see me so promptly.
See you, Captain. You must be under some misapprehension. I sent your brother officer, Captain Musket, to fetch you.
Yes, sir, but I thought...
You've been sent for to answer for your behaviour, Captain.
To answer?
You have been acting in direct defiance of the Parliament's orders.
Sir, I insist...
Listen to me, Captain. You've been going amongst the soldiers, encouraging their petition, an action which has been specifically forbidden by order of Parliament, and is subject to the severest penalties.
What Major Gooday says is plain truth, Captain, and you dare not deny it.
No, sir, I don't deny it.
There.
What I do deny is that there is any order from the Lord General which forbids me to speak to my men or represent their interest to my senior officers.
There is a parliamentary order, sir.
The Lord General gives the orders in this army, sir, not the Parliament.
You are speaking treason, Captain White. Men have been hanged for less.
Sir, I was not aware that I was to be interrogated like this. I asked to see you on behalf of the men who are full of anger at the lies you have been telling about them, swearing to certain gentlemen in London that they are prepared to do what they are not prepared to do.
Control yourself, Captain.
The soldiers have drawn up a list of grievances which they brought to me and which, as a responsible officer, I now present to you.
You can put your papers away, Captain. We've all the proof we need from your own mouth.
Proof of what?
You are under arrest, sir, and suspended from your command till you be called to answer charges which will come near your life if you continue in this vein.
Sir, will you hear me speak?
No, Captain, I will not. And if you do not moderate yourself, I am quite prepared to call half a dozen troopers in here to silence you. Consider yourself under arrest, sir, from this moment. Because you are a gentleman, you will not be imprisoned, but I shall commit you at once to the discipline of the Provost Marshal of the Army. Your command is suspended. You must report to the Marshal immediately, under Captain Musket's guard, and then as often as the Marshal will command you. Do you understand?
Sir, this is an outrage to justice. And at a time when we may all be in great danger of a surprise attack from London, it seems...
You are the only one in great danger, Captain White. And I suggest you learn to keep your mouth shut before it becomes even greater. You are no longer an officer in this army. You must be content to pray to God that he will see fit to spare your life.
Halt, who goes there?
Friend, Corporal Church, Graves Regiment.
Approach, friend.
Good morning, trooper. I'm ordered by the lads in our regiment to walk the town from guard to guard to see all's well. How are things down here by the stream?
Quite still.
Well, a bit of a panic for nothing, eh? Do you think our old comrades were about to attack us?
No.
No, neither do I. Where do these rumours come from? Better be careful, though.
Yes.
Do I know you?
No.
Oh, yes, I do, though. Not your name. The Silent Soldier. That's what they call you.
Do they?
Well, just the boys in my troop, a good-hearted bunch of lads. If you prefer your own company, why not? Where'd you come from?
The north. But I've lived in London for many years.
Older than most of us?
37.
Ooh, time your soldier days were done, eh? What did you do before?
I was a gentleman by birth, cloth merchant by profession. Before I joined the army.
When was that?
44.
Oh, well, a youngster then. Looking forward to going back?
Nothing to go back to.
Oh, well. I'm a carpenter. I can't wait to get back to my workshop in Southwark. Get those tools in my hand, with my brother, my father, my old granddad. He was a master carver when his eyes was a bit better. He's gradually teaching me the art of it. I've had enough soldiering. I miss my wife, my 2 boys. Are you married?
No.
A solitary man?
Yes.
Why is that? There's plenty of comradeship in the army.
Sons of Esau. Men of flesh.
What?
Esau became lord of the world, a prince of the flesh, by robbing a mild and loving man, his brother Jacob. And we are all sons of Esau. Jacob sits alone in the corner, in tears.
Well, soldier, I don't know that I understand that.
You need not.
When a man's in hell, he's best left alone.
I hope you are not in hell, brother.
We carry paradise within us. But all around, the fire.
Oh, God bless you, brother. Keep a sharp guard.
Good night, Corporal Jack.
Good morning, you mean? It's nearly dawn. Any minute now, you'll hear the birds.
Oh, no. Not yet. Not for a long time yet.
John? John, where are you?
I'm in here. How'd it go?
You know Captain Audley. He came with me.
He has the right to be accompanied by a brother officer before the provost marshal, just as at a court-martial.
What happened?
Oh, it's very formal. He confirmed my suspension from command and ordered me to report to him 3 times a day.
3?
7 in the morning, midday and 5.
The point of that being that it makes it impossible for you to leave Saffron Walden.
And you certainly can't get up to London.
I'm to be brought before a court of war in 3 days' time.
A full court-martial?
I could be hanged, you realise that?
They wouldn't dare.
Skippon's being sent down to take command, and he's called a full officers' meeting. It'll be brought up then.
By Jackson and Goodday themselves, presumably.
Certainly, but that's only half of it.
And what else?
The regiment has orders to ride.
Where to?
Chelmsford.
Chelmsford? Whatever for?
That's what we're all wondering. The point is, I shall be quite isolated here. The men will all be gone, so there'll be no one to bring pressure to bear for me.
All the captains are ordered to march with the regiment.
But you are still entitled to be represented.
Well, I would have done it, but I'll be in Chelmsford by
What are
then.
we going to do? 3 days' time, I could be out of the army or sentenced to death.
I'll speak for you, of course, if necessary.
What about Cromwell? Could we send him a message?
Well, Cromwell's been away from the army for so long, I'm not sure he's even with us anymore. What? Well, last time I saw him, he spoke of going to New England.
Then we're finished, all of us.
No one knows what he's up to, not even the closest. I don't think he knows himself.
We thought of sending straight to Fairfax, but we hear he's so ill he never leaves his room.
And he's so hot for military discipline, if he can't attend to it himself, he'd be sure to take Jackson's recommendation.
That's exactly why they've done it, while he's not here.
Jack, for God's sake, what shall I do?
Not blaspheme like that in public, or you will be hanged.
We have only 3 days to decide.
But even with none of your own men there, we will still make a good case. The great majority of the officers will be with us.
But with Jackson and Goodday speaking against me, because they're not running until after the hearing.
That could do you more good than harm. If Skippon wants to have any effect on the rest of us, he'll have to compromise.
Whatever happens, I shall be cashiered.
We'll see. Meanwhile, I'll try and find out what Cromwell is up to.
How is he today, Lady Anne?
The doctors give him all kinds of cordials and possets, and they bleed him regularly. He's very weak, but I think a little better.
God's mercy on him for a speedy recovery. He's so popular with the soldiers. He can do things none of the rest of us can do.
He's awake, but you mustn't stay long. Oh, be careful, the curtains are drawn and it's dark.
Tom?
Oliver.
You look a little better.
I am, much better. I'm almost beginning to enjoy lying here in the half-dark. How much time have we ever had to think?
None, for years.
I'm still weak in the legs and my back is painful, but I shall be up and doing soon.
Good.
So I must relish these last few moments of peace.
I've been thinking too.
And you've decided? You have a different look about you when you made up your mind. What then? That we should both go back to our estates and leave them to fight it out?
I've been very much tempted that way, but since the Lord called us to do this work, he cannot wish us to leave it half done. All the sins we have committed to attain his ends, and we know how many they have been, become mere sins if we cannot justify them with some worthwhile result.
We will answer for them one way or another.
Have you spoken to the king?
Yes.
So have I. What do you think?
I think he's devious, difficult, and perhaps dishonest, but he is my sovereign. If we offer him the right sort of settlement, he will surely see where his own best interest lies.
Yes, I think the same. If the Commons vote to disband the army, we must disband it. The alternative is too frightening to contemplate.
I suppose we carry out their orders and the army disobeys them.
We must use what influence we have to persuade the Parliament to listen to what the soldiers are saying.
How on earth can we do that?
By taking our time, holding the ring till there is an opportunity for tempers to cool. I need your help to do that. I have some influence in the House.
And in the army, too.
Not as much as yours. Between the two of us, if we are patient, we should do the trick.
It will take great patience, and a long time.
Which we may not have. I shall ride back to Saffron Walden tomorrow morning. Parliament has instructed Skippon to suppress the petition, and he is to meet with the officers. Now, Philip is a good old soldier, but that task is beyond him.
It may be beyond all of us.
God have mercy on us, if it is.
Corporal!
I must speak with your prisoner.
Oh, I don't know about that,
Captain
sir.
Reynolds, Cromwell's horse.
Oh, well.
It's all in order, Corporal. Captain Reynolds is to stand as my brother officer at the court of war.
Yeah, all right, Captain. But we must keep moving. My orders are to march the prisoner straight to the church.
So will one of your good fellows lead my horse?
Oh, yes, sir. Private Willis, take the rein.
Who are you being? 5 more minutes, you
Cromwell is here. What? He is in Saffron Walden.
How do you know?
I've been with him this morning, that's why I'm late.
What did he say about me?
Oh, we didn't discuss it, but he'll be at the meeting.
Will you speak for me?
I may not need to now. Have you seen Jackson and Goodday?
Well, no, so no, sir.
Right, I'll see you inside.
Thank you, Corporal. I'll finish with your prisoner now.
Hey, Captain Reynolds.
Gentlemen, my orders were quite plain. Major General Skippon, they said, you must go down to Saffron Walden and put an end to the army petition. And see that there are no more petitions from anyone, soldiers or officers. I was brought up in the Dutch wars, where I learned that for a soldier an order is an order and never to be questioned. But this morning, Lieutenant General Cromwell and Commissary General Hartoch have ridden in to join us, and I've no doubt they will bring the latest information from the House of Commons, which we will all be eager to hear. But before that, we have a matter of discipline to attend to, a court of war in the case of Captain White of the Lord General's Regiment of Foot, arrested and accused by the order of his acting commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Jackson. Are Colonel Jackson and Major Goodday here? I don't see him.
With your permission, Major General, I am Captain Musket of the Lord General's Regiment, and I have been deputed to speak against Captain White.
Where are the Lieutenant Colonel and the Major as senior officers? They are supposed to present the case.
They are not here, sir.
Not here?
They both had orders to leave and rejoin their regiment at Chelmsford, sir, very early this morning.
Orders? Who from?
They didn't tell me, sir, but they gave me their full authority to prosecute the case against Captain White.
This is most improper.
Let me pass, soldier.
You can't go in there.
I have an important message for Captain White from London.
I don't care where it's from, you can't go in. There's a court-martial going on, and he may not be Captain White much longer.
I must speak to him. It's of the greatest importance.
What, is it from Fairfax?
That's none of your business.
Well, whatever you say, you can't go in there till the court-martial is over, so...
All right, Captain Musket, we will hear what you have to say.
Thank you, Major General Skippon, Lieutenant General Cromwell. The charge is in essence very simple. Lieutenant Colonel Jackson, as commanding officer, accuses Captain White of encouraging sedition and treason in the ranks. Firstly, by urging the soldiers of his regiment not to sign for Ireland, and then by receiving them in his lodging with a petition of their grievances, which he offered to present and subsequently tried to present to the Lieutenant Colonel and Major Goodday. All these actions are against the express orders of the Parliament and Lieutenant Colonel Jackson, their servant-in-arms, and Captain White's superior officer. The Lieutenant Colonel urges that Captain White be cashiered from the army with ignominy, and since Parliament has specifically decreed that such officers must answer for their actions at the bar of the House, that he be marched under guard to London, to be handed over to the House, who will proceed against him for treason.
Major General, I demand to be heard at once.
Sit down, Captain White.
Sir, this is a conspiracy against my life. More than that, it's a conspiracy against the whole army.
Don't hear him, sir. The conspiracy is all on their side. There is a small group of dissidents and heretics who are determined to betray and destroy this army. But let me say, sir, that there are plenty of us here, and in London too, who are equally determined to prevent them.
These men are the destroyers, Sir Jackson and Musket, and Colonel Sheffield, Colonel Massey, Colonel...
Sit down, Captain White!
Gentlemen! Please!
Gentlemen, calm yourselves. The Lieutenant General wishes to speak.
It had been my intention to listen in quietness and humility, but I see such a spirit of arrogance and self-love growing among us that I must speak. And I pray to the Lord in all earnestness that I may never again have to sit in such a disordered assembly. So let me tell you at first that the case against Captain White falls, His accusers are not here, nor has any evidence been presented. Nor can a senior officer depute a captain to bring a case as serious as this against a brother officer. Captain White retains his rank, and we will ourselves investigate his actions when we find out why his commanding officer is not here in person to make the case against him.
All right, trooper, you can go in. The court-martial's over.
What's happened?
Captain White's won by the look of it. They're all shaking his hand.
Now, let me tell you further the motive for my joining you this morning. There are to be no more parliamentary commissions. Skippon, Ireton and myself, your proven good friends, are to act in their place, and we are prepared to listen just as honestly as we are prepared to speak. So, first of all, I wish to ask this assembly of officers to prepare a full list of all the Army's grievances.
With respect, Lieutenant General, that isn't enough.
What do you mean? Identify yourself, sir.
James Thompson, Cornet of Horse, Graves Regiment. What I mean, sir, is that it is no longer enough for the officers' voices to be heard. While you've been in London, more than half the regiments have chosen agitators, and there have been many discussions between all ranks of officers and men. So, now the soldiers must be heard too.
You mean the common troopers?
Yes, sir.
I've never heard of such a thing, in any army in ancient or modern history.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
Sit down, Captain White.
I've just been handed a message from London, sir, which concerns all of us.
What message?
Parliament has sent commissioners to disband the Lord General's regiment at Chelmsford on May the 29th. That's 4 days' time.
And now you know, sir, why Colonel Jackson and Major Goodey aren't here. And why my regiment was marched away from all the rest of you.
Philip, dismiss the meeting.
Dismiss it?
Yes, now.
Oliver, did you know about this?
No, Henry, I did not.
Gentlemen, the meeting is adjourned.
So they acted behind your back?
Apparently.
What are you going to do?
Ride back to London at once.
I'll come with you.
Congratulations, Francis. That was a triumph.
No time for congratulations, Jack. Did you see Musket? He went out of that door like a madman. Help me pack my bags and tell the corporal to get me a fresh horse.
Where are you going?
Where everyone else has gone. To Chelmsford.
In The Soldier's Voice, Part 2 of God's Revolution by Don Taylor, Cromwell was played by Bernard Hepton, John Church by Eric Allan, Francis White by Graham Blockey, and Corporal Perkins and the Silent Soldier by Steve Hodson. Hollis and Sexby were John Hartoch, Elizabeth Lilburne, Maureen O'Brien, Reynolds, Kim Wall, Edmund and Major Goodey, Cornelius Garrett, Stephen White, David March, and Penelope White, Deborah Makepeace. Miles Sindercombe and Sir William Waller were John Badley, Ireton, Bill Wallace, William Thompson and Captain Musket, Anthony Jackson, James Thompson, Simon Cuff, and Lieutenant Colonel Jackson, William Eedle. Lady Anne was Lynn Segovsky, Lockyer and Major General Skippon, Peter Craze, and Lord General Fairfax, Nigel Anthony. God's Revolution, Part 2, was directed in Bristol by Sean McLaughlin. God's Revolution, a series in 12 parts by Don Taylor, with Bernard Hepton as Cromwell and Nigel Anthony as Fairfax. Part 3, Insurrection. Captain Francis White was to be court-martialed for supporting his soldiers in their petition to Parliament. But his senior officers did not arrive to make the case against him, and Cromwell ordered that the charges be dismissed and that the captain retain his rank. To his horror, Captain White then learns that his regiment is being sent to Chelmsford to be disbanded. Insurrection.
Is there any other King's Arms in Chelmsford, soldier?
No, Captain White, this is the only one.
Is Captain Audley lodging here?
Yes, sir, he's inside with some of the troopers.
What, a meeting?
Well, I don't know if you call it that, sir. With no officers hardly, we don't know where we are.
Get my horse seen to.
I can't do that, sir. I'm standing guard.
No time to stand on ceremony, soldier. You, ostler, come over here. You see that he does the job properly. That horse has been ridden hard.
Yes, sir.
Where are they?
In the big room to the right, sir.
Francis, how do you come to be here? What's happened?
The case against me collapsed. Jackson and Goodale weren't there, and Musket lost his head.
Where are they?
Who? Jackson and Goodale. They left Saffron Walden first thing this morning. Musket rode after them as soon as the court was dismissed. Are they not here?
We've not seen hide nor hair of them, Captain.
What about the other officers? Bland, Highfield and the rest?
Oh, they're here, but keeping themselves to themselves.
We've never seen them.
There's no command in the regiment at all, sir.
I'm meeting here with Yeoman and Vaughan and these others to try to decide what we should do.
I'll tell you what you must do. Jackson and Goodale have betrayed you.
What?
Parliament has issued secret orders to disband.
Disband?
The day after tomorrow. The commissioners are on the way down with a pittance to pay us off. That's why they moved us away from the rest of the army. The plan is to disperse the regiments and disband them one by one. When we heard the news at Saffron Walden, the Council of Agitators met at once.
Council of Agitators? What's that?
They instructed me to tell you not to disband under any circumstances, whatever your officers say, but to march at once to Newmarket.
Why Newmarket?
They're planning a rendezvous of the whole army there.
Is this council in command, though, then? Where are the officers?
There's more than one regiment's dismissed their officers, and at least one I know of has already marched. Fairfax is still in London. Cromwell and Arton rode back down as soon as the news broke, leaving Skippon spinning round like a top. So we agreed that all power should go to the Council of Agitators. They're meeting every day.
But where have Jackson and Goodale gone? What are they up to?
I expected them to be here. Since they're not, we must be the only effective officers left.
What shall we do?
What the Council ordered us to do. Private Yeoman.
Sir.
Go down to the guard. Tell him to call out the drummer and beat assembly.
Yes, sir.
And what then?
We'll call out the regiment, take the colours, and prepare to march at first light tomorrow.
But Francis,
There's no stopping it now, Lewis. And if you'd seen what was happening in Saffron this morning, you'd know it. It's like a great movement of the earth under our feet. Quite suddenly, the men have had enough. If their officers won't go with them, they'll go alone.
But some of the officers are with them.
Oh, yes, the majority.
That's a relief. Who are they, this Council of Agitators?
Sexby, 2 Thompson brothers, Lockyer Church, all the best men.
There's the drum.
Oh, I need something to eat and drink before I say another word. I've ridden like a maniac. I thought Musket and the others would be here before me. It's a mystery where they can be.
Landlord, a pan, some beer for Captain White.
Sometimes I think I'm not John Church at all, Bet, or that I'm living in a dream, or that events have been in some way speeded up so that twice as much happens in a single day as in normal times. I've been elected one of the agitators for my regiment, with James Thompson the other, and I was taken along with him to meet the whole council. Sexby, though only a trooper, seems to be the leader, and there's already a good deal of organisation, with letters being sent, some of them in code, to all parts of the kingdom, and regular contact with Lilburne and other leaders of the Levellers in London. We meet at the Sun Inn, just a side street away from St. Mary's Church, which is big enough for a cathedral, and stands on a hill in the middle of the town. There's so much coming and going at the Sun, so many urgent discussions, you'd think it was the Parliament House, not just an inn in the centre of a country town.
What we got to understand is that to organise anything needs money, and we shall have to ask the soldiers to contribute. Say, what, 4pence from each man to begin with?
Yeah, if we make it our responsibility to collect 4pence from each man in our own
Look,
regiment...
just a minute, brother Jim. What about the Northern Army in Yorkshire? We must make sure we have them on our side before the Parliament can get at them.
And that's not the only thing either. We've got to make sure there's a regular supply of pamphlets.
If we all speak at once, nothing will get done. We must collect the money we need. We must send a letter into Yorkshire, but what worries me more than both those things is the King.
He's still at Aldenby, as far as we know.
Yes, with Graves in command.
And if the Parliament can get the King in their hands...
He's already in their hands.
In theory he is, but Northampton is a long way from London.
What you mean? They could raise a new army to march against us?
They could certainly do that. There's enough royalists and ex-parliament soldiers from Essex and Waller's old armies in London to raise a force at least as big as ours, and if it were backed by Parliament and the King himself were at the head of it...
But then they could present us as rebels.
That's right. Or they could call in the Scotch army again. They'd be happy enough to fight for the King if it meant a Presbyterian kirk at the end of it.
They're good soldiers, the Scots. Tough boys, well disciplined. I fought with them at Marston Moor, and I was glad they were on our side, not theirs.
So what do we do? If what you say is true, we could be at war again in a few weeks.
That means we must assume it is true, and to prepare for the possibility.
And the Lord have mercy upon us.
Amen to that. Amen. I think we should do two things. All the artillery train is at Oxford still, guarded by Colonel Rainsborough. He is the very best among the officers, but he hasn't got very many men with him. So first, we send to Oxford to secure those guns. Then...
Get the guard changed at Oldham.
That's right. Take a party of picked men to Northampton and take over the responsibility for the King from Graves.
He won't give it up willingly. Not without a parliamentary commission.
How many men with him there, Cornet Thompson?
Oh, about 200, I should think, when we left.
Ah, Jim, more like 250. Some of our lads, some of Rossiter's regiment.
So we send 500. And be prepared to fight if we have to.
That's right, yes.
Fight our own brothers.
Look, to prevent another war, John, I'd fight you or Jim or any man here.
Well, who'll be in command? It must be someone we can trust.
More than that, it must be someone from this council. Someone who stands a good chance of being hanged if it doesn't go our way.
If it doesn't go our way, we'll have done enough to be hanged twice over.
I'll do it. Cornet George Joyce, Cromwell's horse.
Joyce, is it?
I can vouch for Cornet Joyce. Our troopers elected him along with me, and they couldn't have chosen a better man. All in favour, say aye.
Aye. Well, thank you, brothers. I shall need 500 good men to ride with me.
Volunteers?
Some volunteers, some picked men.
I'll go.
So will I.
And me too. You three are my lieutenants, then. We'll put our heads together and see who we can trust if it comes to a fight.
A gentleman to see you, sir, with a message to the council.
Who is it?
Trooper Lockyer, sir.
Oh, send him in at once.
Edward!
Come in, Robert. What is it?
Fairfax is back with the army. What? He's called an officers' meeting tomorrow, not here, at the church at Barrie St Edmunds. The hard arrived half an hour ago.
That makes sense. Half the regiments are nearer there than here by now.
Is Cromwell with him?
No, he's still in London as far as we know, but there's a rumour that Parliament has sacked him and that he's no longer Lieutenant General.
Well, anything's possible with those madmen. But I'll believe it when I see it. They won't get rid of old Big Nose as easy as that.
Oh, Fairfax will find a different army from the one he left. Are we going to leave it all to the officers?
No, we are not, Bill Thompson. Those days are over. Officers or not, the Council of Agitators will be there.
Lord General, Lieutenant Colonel Jackson and Major Gooday to see you.
Come in, gentlemen. Good morning, Lord General. We thought we should report to you at the earliest possible moment after your return.
Gentlemen, what in the name of all the blessed heavens are you doing at Barrie St Edmunds?
You called a meeting, sir.
Where is my regiment?
It should be at Chelmsford, sir.
But it could be anywhere. Why aren't you with them, sir? You're supposed to be in command.
If I may explain, sir, as soon as we heard the Parliament's order to disband, knowing the temper of the men, we thought we ought to consult with the commissioners at once.
So we rode to Romford to meet them.
Leaving the regiment wholly without commanders. Who is with them, do you know?
Captains Bland and Highfield, Lord General.
Regiments of foot are not commanded by captains in any army I ever heard of, sir. Not to mention the fact that White and Audley are there too, and from what I know of my officers, they will have seen Bland and Highfield off like a couple of stray dogs by now. Do you have any idea what is happening here?
Yes, of course.
Regiment after regiment are turning out their officers, and they don't support the soldiers' petition.
The cavalry, sir. But I haven't heard that it's happening to the foot.
It is now, Colonel Jackson. You may be sure of that. Having left them to their own devices, or the mercy of Captains White and Audley, you can expect no less. What now, then? Have you resigned your commands?
No, sir. We intended to ride to Chelmsford as soon as your meeting was concluded, to conduct the commissioners into camp and disband the regiment. If you would rather we rode to Chelmsford
It's a
at once,
long
then
ride for an empty stable. No, stay here. If this meeting is at all as I expect it to be, I shall need all the support I can get. Penelope?
Yes, Father.
Come into my study.
Now, Father, I'm just discussing the housekeeping with Martha.
Yes, now.
Very well. We'll carry on in a moment, Martha. Yes. I'm sure what you have to say is very important, Father. But we are running short of beer, and if your partiality for fresh beef is to be satisfied...
Do you think Martha can't run this house perfectly well on her own? or the whole of Nunstow, come to that. She has done for the best part of 20 years.
Well, Father, I like to pretend I'm of some use to you.
I don't need you to make the beer or order the beef. Sit down.
I sometimes wonder what you do need me for.
Because you are my daughter. Because you help to make life comfortable and pleasant, insofar as it can be. And because you are an intelligent and learned woman, a rare thing in all conscience, a diamond to be valued and cherished for its own sake.
I am honoured. However, whether the diamond appreciates its value and cherishing is a question to which philosophers offer no answer, I believe.
Are you content?
Content?
I don't mean happy. No wise man is happy, unless he is too much of a blockhead to notice his own pain. No woman either, I presume. Are you content here?
I've lived here all my life.
I didn't ask you where you have lived. Everything you needed I have brought here. Tutors, dressmakers, music masters. I'm not a rich man, but I have educated you far beyond most men, including your brothers, and attended to all your needs.
I hope I have been suitably grateful.
All, except once, perhaps. What's the furthest you have been from here? Cambridge to see Francis?
Yes, and to Saffron Walden and Barrie, and Chelmsford.
I shall move up to London at the end of next week.
What?
You will come with me. We shall have only one servant, so that the supervision of my house will be entirely your concern.
London?
I have acquired a house overlooking St. Paul's churchyard. We shall be right among the bookshops where we both belong. I shall be better suited there, and so will you.
I? In what way?
You are intelligent and educated, ridiculously so for a woman, but it occurs to me that you know nothing. I have been to blame. I have a great contempt for what is called the world. A sensible man is self-sufficient. Nevertheless, a wise man, or woman for that matter, must know something of it, as I knew it in my youth, if only to find out for himself how worthless it is. We are of decent enough family, and will be acceptable in all but the greatest houses. It's time you saw something of how the world lives, or you will never come to despise it. May even through ignorance find it attractive. London, even in times like these, is the forum where all the vanities come to display themselves. And, to speak fairly, some few virtues, too. We shall move there next week. Munn will look after Nunstow, as he already does, to all intents. He needs a wife, some fat-rumped wench with legs like tree trunks, suitable for a farmer. You tell him so, he won't listen to me.
Yes, I see now.
What do you see?
This is to do with Captain Reynolds.
No, child. If it is to do with anything, it is to do with mortality. If study could keep a man alive, I should like to live forever. But it can't, and I won't. I am over 60. You must be provided for.
I think the cattle market would be cheaper.
What? Come back here, I haven't finished.
Yes, you have, Father. You have shown me the bare bones of the matter. Why dress them up any further?
You will come to thank me when you have a better understanding than you have now. Get your books and your necessaries together. I have already bespoken a coach.
Have you bespoken a guard too? According to Francis, we'll need one.
Has he written to you? What has he said?
Political matters, Father, that's all. More than a week ago.
Let me see.
Angry officers and endless meetings. You need fear no assignations with Captain Reynolds, Father. He hasn't the time for such frivolities.
Mistress Cromwell.
Come in, Captain Reynolds. Come in, you are in a lather.
Is the Lieutenant General at home?
Oh, I should hope he is at this time of night. You look like an old horse that's been galloped all day.
Yes, I feel just that way, ma'am. I must see him.
So must I, Captain, but these days I hardly get the chance. I thought this was a gentleman's house in Drury Lane, but it's been more like the Parliament House itself this last week. What with all the comings and the goings...
Ma'am, I must ask you if I may see the
Oliver is in his private cabinet with our son-in-law.
Oh, General Ireton's here too.
Yes. Colonel Fleetwood and Colonel Whalley have just left, and Chaplain Hugh Peter was here this afternoon too, though not for a prayer meeting, I dare say.
If you would be good enough to take me to him, ma'am, I should be...
just sent out for some more small beer and bread and butter, so if you carry the bread and the knife and the bread box, there you are. I'll bring the jug and the clean tankards.
Yeah, certainly, ma'am, I'll...
We keep servants for such things, but I've sent them to bed long ago.
Ah, my dear wife, sustaining us with your own hands.
Captain Reynolds is here, Oliver, sweating like a racehorse.
I hope not, sir.
Now, son Henry, husband, do you ever intend to sleep today? Or shall I take myself off without you?
We may be some time yet, my dear. I shall go to bed.
Oh, good night then. And God's blessing on all Christian men and women.
Amen. Amen. Well, Captain, I imagine you wouldn't call at my house after midnight without very good cause.
The best, sir. I spent the whole day, as you commanded me, trying to follow up what Hollis and his faction intend to do about the king.
And?
Well, sir, I made a list of 7 or 8 Presbyterian MPs I thought might be leaky on this business.
Leaky? The whole house is like a sieve. I've never known so many people who can't keep their mouths shut.
Excuse me, Commissary Ireton, not on this matter. 3 of them brushed me gruffly aside without a civil word. One I persuaded to take dinner with me at 2 o'clock, but he didn't come. So I spent the whole afternoon trying to get to another.
Who?
Forgive me, Lieutenant General, I am sworn to secrecy, and if I betray the confidence, that source of information will be dry in the future.
Well, I can probably guess. Carry on.
I eventually caught up with the man and arranged to take supper with him at 10 p.m. at the Swan. He arrived late and was so agitated he wouldn't stay. He insisted on dragging me away from an excellent supper and walking me up and down the riverside for nearly 2 hours.
Telling you what?
There is a plan brewing about the king.
We could have told you that. It's been obvious for weeks.
What plan?
It all came to a head this afternoon, which is why the fellow came to see me. He hadn't intended to come, but this afternoon decided on.
Oh, come on, get to the point.
I intend to send reinforcements to Colonel Graves and bring the king to London.
Exactly what I fear.
Oh, no, wait, there's more.
What?
Some of them are for taking him north instead, back to the Scots. And whether they do that or not, the main plank of the plan is to call the Scots back into England in the king's name.
So that they can set up a Presbyterian church by force.
Well, they all agree about the desirability of that. But there was apparently much shouting and anger about the question of bringing the Scots in, and it isn't cut and dried yet.
Which is why the fellow leaked to you.
But it's certainly the way their thoughts are going. They realise it means another war, and some of them have no stomach for that.
Whereas others can't wait to get their swords at our throats. It's what we feared, Oliver.
It's the very worst we fear.
We must stop them.
But how, Henry? How?
The king, at the moment, is as crucial as he is in a game of chess. Without him, the Scots won't invade, and without the Scots, the Parliament has no army worth the name.
They have the king already, and Graves is the most committed Presbyterian in the army. He won't surrender the king to anyone without direct orders from Hollis and Stapleton.
Then perhaps we should...
We can't, Henry! We can't! It would be the most naked treason. I'm a member of Parliament. I hold my commission from the Parliament, and so do you. Now, to take the regiment to Holdenby would be to smash a fist through every law and freedom we have fought a war for.
But it may come to that. What if they begin to do what Reynolds has said they're planning? Do we just sit here and watch our freedoms burn in front of our eyes like so much waste paper?
If that happens, Henry, we shall be watching from the windows of a prison and eventually from the scaffold. Captain Reynolds, how imminent is this action?
It's impossible to say, sir. There was much arguing and shouting this afternoon, if my whisperer is to be believed.
It only takes an hour to settle an argument.
I wish the Lord would make the path clearer for me.
If they make any move at all, we shall have to act.
How? Doing what? We're no longer even sure of the army. They listen to the agitators now, not Fairfax. Isn't that so, John?
Yes, sir, I believe it is.
I have been going to the house every day, and we must continue to do so. Compromise is the only hope for any of us. We must talk to every Presbyterian member we can find in both houses, and we must persuade them that there is another way beyond plunging the nation in blood over again. We may disagree on the most fundamental things concerning our very soul's salvation, but we must learn to disagree like friends, not enemies.
You have great faith in their reason, Oliver, or in your powers of persuasion.
Henry, there is no other choice. I will not lead an illegal insurrection against the Parliament I have fought for so many years. I will not do it. I shall wait upon the Lord. He will show me a way. No precipitate action, but much prayer. I shall wait upon the Lord.
I shall wait upon the Lord, too, and pray fervently that he doesn't keep us waiting till it's too late.
Can I be of any further assistance to you, gentlemen?
Yes, Captain Reynolds, you can. Get back to Saffron Walden as soon as you're able.
Sir.
And keep me regularly informed of the state of affairs there.
I shall ride tomorrow, sir. The Lord General is to meet the officers in council in the afternoon.
Will you get there in time?
If there is horseflesh in England to carry me, I shall be there.
Get some sleep first, Captain.
Thank you, sir. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night.
Good night, you.
Oh, Henry. Henry. What shall I do? When this black mood comes upon me, it's as though there were a wolf sitting on my shoulders, and I dare not look either to right or left, so that it seems impossible I should ever do anything again.
or that the Lord will ever show me a clear way.
Well, father-in-law, you know that such moods pass. You've been in darker nights than this and seen the dawn.
Utter blackness, like pitch.
Inaction, too, may be a kind of temptation. There is no virtue in being the one racehorse left at the start.
Then at least I shall know which way to gallop. And if we lose, well, I know my course.
What?
I shall go to Germany to fight for the Elector Palatine against the Catholics.
I can't see Oliver Cromwell, the Lord soldier, as a Protestant mercenary.
I can't see him at all, Henry. That's the trouble.
Hold there, sir, and identify yourself.
Captain Reynolds, Cromwell's horse. Am I late? I've just ridden in from London.
The meeting started 5 minutes ago, sir. Fairfax is speaking.
You must let me in.
Quietly then, sir.
I called you here to this meeting under the eyes of God and his great church of Bury St. Edmund, leaving my bed of sickness earlier than I should, because of my great love for the army and the cause we are all engaged for, and because of my greater fear that all we have fought for over so many years may be lost. We have our differences, man for man, but only by working in loving brotherhood will we achieve anything. It was by unity that God gave us our great victories, and we are all experienced enough soldiers to know that anarchy leads only to defeat and disaster. So my first task, as I take up again the command that Parliament has given me, and with Major General Skippon at my side, is to reimpose discipline, the strict military discipline suitable for soldiers of the Lord, that has made us the famous army that we are. Amen. I must say first that I see here many faces of men I know and love who were not invited to this assembly, and I wonder why, not being officers, they have presented themselves at this council hall.
With respect, Lord General, they are here at the invitation of the Council of Agitators.
Who are you, sir, that you should speak without asking?
Cornet Thompson, Graves Regiment, and I think I speak by the general will of this assembly. In your regretted absence, sir, many of our officers have left us, and many more no longer have the respect of their men, so that their commands are effectively ended. We wish nothing better than to see the discipline of this army re-established with your excellency at the head of it.
You go a strange way about it, sir, interrupting my speech and dismissing my remarks.
With respect, Lord General, there is only one matter before this assembly, and it is not to expel the Council of Agitators. Do that and you will effectively expel yourself, because the men will follow the council.
And who are you, sir?
Trooper Sexby, Sir, Cromwell's horse.
I find it strange, Trooper, that you should not only elbow your way into an officers' meeting, but should also take it upon yourself to dictate to it.
With respect, sir, I am the chairman of the Council of Agitators, and I speak not for myself, but with the backing of the men.
Let me tell you all, before any more expenditure of breath, that I am here to make known to you the latest and most generous offers of the Parliament. They have now passed an indemnity bill, and they have increased their offers of back pay for both horse and foot.
Too late, sir, all that. We wouldn't trust them with a baggage wagon, let alone the welfare of the army. We reject them and all their purposes. What we are for is the unity of the army, with yourself at its head. But to advance that noble aim, sir, we must do one thing. Make clear to everyone, you, sir, and Major General Skippon at your side, that we do not intend to be disbanded, and call the whole army together to a great rendezvous at Newmarket, to make sure they can't break us up piecemeal, as they are now trying to do.
Mr. Sexby, I think you should now sit down. You've said enough.
Sexby speaks for all of us, Major General Skippon, the great majority of officers and men.
All those that haven't deserted their command.
That's right.
Because there are very many long Presbyterian faces that have made this house of God a lot more cheerful place by their absence.
What are we going to do, Tom? All our authority is gone.
Either re-establish it or go home. If you wish to have a rowdy agitators meeting, You may do so. If, however, you wish to continue a council of war among rational and God-fearing men, I must ask you to be silent and not speak unless invited to. Mr. Sexby, you assert that you speak the general opinion of this meeting?
Yes, sir. And of the rank-and-file soldiers, who are even more important than the gentlemen sitting here when it comes to bearing the heat of the day.
No one doubts that.
But we can very easily put it to the test, sir. I propose that this army agrees not to disband and that we call a full rendezvous at Newmarket. Let that be put to the vote, sir.
Don't do it, Tom. It'll be a humiliation.
We have no choice but to do it. Let it be put to the vote, by all means.
Then those against the proposition say no.
No!
No! Those in favour say aye!
We did it! Who commands the army now, eh?
We must persuade Fairfax to stay. Whatever happens, if we lose him...
Cornet, Joyce, are you ready to ride?
Within 2 hours. We have 500 picked men fit to take on anyone.
Brother Jan, I think Sexby had it all fixed that Joyce should lead our little expedition, don't you? Long before he brought it up before the council.
I know he did, but why not? Joyce is a good man.
Aye, and Sexby has the mentality of an emperor, not of a tribune.
George, you must ride to London first. What? We must have Cromwell with us whatever happens. So tell him yourself in the strictest confidence.
What? About the king? Mm-hmm. Supposing he's against it?
If you put it in a clear enough light, he won't be. Send your men straight to Oxford to secure the guns.
That's already fixed. James Thompson is in command.
And join them as soon as you've seen Cromwell.
Well, Colonel Jackson, Major Goodday, you might just as well have ridden to Chelmsford for all the use you were here.
We were heavily outvoted, sir. It seemed wiser to keep quiet.
82 voted for Sexby's motion, Tom. 4 against.
With your permission, Lord General, we will ride for Chelmsford at once.
Take my permission and welcome Colonel Jackson for all the good it will do. What do you intend to accomplish when you get there?
I shall carry out the Parliament's instructions, Lord General.
A week ago, I would have praised your determination. But what use is the right action at the wrong time?
Lord General.
Good morning, Colonel Harley. You, I noticed, were one of the faithful four.
Lord General, I am returning to London at once. As a member of Parliament, I can no longer remain here.
Yes, I understand.
I strongly advise you to come with me, sir. You can do nothing here among this crew of rebels. Come back to London and resign your command.
What will you do, Philip?
I'm too old a soldier to serve in an army where the cornets and troopers give the orders. I shall ride home.
Come with us, Lord General. There are other men in London, other armies, if need be. Leave these madmen to their own devices.
Excuse me, gentlemen. My place is with this army or none.
You will be quite on your own, sir. All the honest men are leaving or have left already.
An honest man is always on his own, Colonel. Captain Reynolds.
Sir?
I imagine you're riding to London.
At once, sir.
To Cromwell's house?
Yes, sir.
Don't ride without a letter from me.
Francis, the scout reports that we're about 3 miles south of Finchingfield.
We'll bivouac there for the night. Lewis, you can tell the men it's hedges and ditches this evening, no free quarter for anyone. The weather's good enough and it'll keep the villagers friendly.
Very well, Captain. Hedges and ditches tonight, lads! No free quarter!
Colonel Jackson! I found the regiment. They've halted in some fields just south of Finchingfield and are getting ready to camp there.
Well, gentlemen, if you are ready to do your duty as commissioners of a Parliament, I'll lead you into camp.
We were ready last night at Chelmsford, Colonel, but the birds had flown.
May God go with us.
Lewis, keep the men in these 2 fields. Private yeoman, tell the men to watch their fires. There's been no rain for nearly 2 weeks. Those hedges will go up like tinder.
Aye, aye, sir.
Francis, what? We have visitors.
Jackson and Goody.
And musket with them.
And those other 2 gentlemen, no doubt, are the parliamentary commissioners.
Captain White, tell the drummer to beat assembly. I want to speak to the men.
Look out, boys. Here are our enemies.
Get them out of there. We don't want them.
Did you hear me, Captain White?
We've taken the colours, Colonel, and are marching to Newmarket as ordered by the Council of Agitators.
You are doing no such thing. I have here with me the Commissioners of Parliament, and in my hand the House's order, commanding me...
You come waving your topney halfpenny pamphlet at us.
Hang it back. Tell them to wipe their asses with it.
You run them off like vultures.
Captain White, I order you...
Your order no longer runs here, sir. I suggest you leave us to our preparations before the men get any angrier than they are.
Chase them out of the camp! I think we'd better leave, Colonel. It's not consonant with the dignity of Parliament to remain.
You white-head sepulchres!
Any longer, sir, we shall be in danger.
I know that, Major.
Come on, drummer! Drum them out of the camp!
Gentlemen, we must go. Where to? Back to Chelmsford. I'm sorry, the army has failed you.
Never mind that. Let's get out of here.
And where tomorrow?
London, and then home. My soldiering days are done.
Francis!
What?
Here's the scout galloping back in a hurry.
There can't be anyone to stop us. Not out here.
Who knows? We're quite out of touch. Anything could be happening.
Captain White, sir.
What's the trouble?
No trouble, sir, but there's a gentleman waiting just off the road about half a mile ahead. Said he wants to speak to you.
Gentleman, who is he?
And how does he know you're here?
He won't say, sir. There's a lady with him, well cloaked and hooded, so you can hardly see her. They're both well mounted.
Now be careful, Francis. Men have been ambushed more innocently than that.
What's the man look like?
Grey, solid sort of chap, sir. Don't look like a soldier.
Yes, I think I know who it might be. Show me where they are.
Take care, Francis.
Stay with the column, Lewis. I won't be a moment.
There they are, sir. On that track about 50 yards from the road, under the elm tree.
Yes, I can see them.
Shall I ride with you, sir?
No, stay here. Mun, I guessed it might be you.
Hello, Francis.
Penelope, what are you doing here?
Well, we heard about the regiment being at Chelmsford, and if you were on the march to Newmarket, we got wind of you at Finchingfield last night, and being so near, we thought we had a good chance of seeing you.
What for? What's it all about?
Come on, Pen. I found him for you, now it's up to you.
Thanks, Mun. Hello, Francis.
Pen, what's happening? Have you been crying?
I'm sorry. I had to see you somehow.
Are you in trouble?
Yes, with Father.
What?
He plans to move to London and to take me with him next week.
What? He'll never leave Nunstow. He was born there.
He means it. He's already packing. We'll need a wagon at least for his books.
Why? What's it all about?
Oh, it's because of me. Francis, he's taking me to London to keep me away from Captain Reynolds and to get me married off.
That's not very wise. Jack's more often in London than anywhere.
I must see him, Francis, somehow. I really don't know where I am, and Father's quite determined. I know him in this mood.
So do I.
If Captain Reynolds wants me to marry him, he must claim me or do something about it. Or Father will have me meeting every unmarried fool in London.
I've no idea where Jack is. I've been out of touch with headquarters for several days now. And Jack's more often at Cromwell's house in Drury Lane than anywhere else these days. But I'll see him in a few days. I'm sure he's very likely to be at Newmarket.
I'm sorry, Francis, to be so much trouble. I don't want to be married off to the first bachelor Father can get his hands on just because he doesn't like Captain Reynolds.
And you do, I can see.
Yes, I do, Francis, I do.
Don't worry, Pen. I'll get word to John somehow. And he's as determined as you, I promise you.
Thank you, Francis. Oh, look. Here comes your regiment. Mum, look. Don't they look splendid?
Tired and dirty, to be truthful, but they're terrific fellows.
See the blue flashes and pennants. Fairfax blue.
That's right.
Where are the officers? I can only see Captain Audley.
There are none. I'm in command.
What? How can you be?
I can't tell you now. Everything's been turned upside down. But it'll all become clear in a few days. Don't worry. I'll do the best I can about John, and I'll try and keep in touch. My regards to Father.
Mun, how can Francis be in command?
I know nothing about soldiering, but I hope he knows what he's doing. Come on, we must ride back before Father notices we've gone.
It is one of the pleasures of London, Mrs. Cromwell, that in a gentleman's garden you might be in the country, even in the middle of Drury Lane.
We have a whole choir of birds here, son Henry, at all seasons. They like the big tree. Oh, Betty, bring your brother-in-law the cordial.
Mother?
Thank you, Mum. It's not often we have the pleasure of taking our ease in a garden on a hot summer's afternoon.
Oh, I don't know about taking our ease, Commissary. There's been so much coming and going of soldiers this last few days. I feel like an innkeeper's wife more than the mistress of a gentleman's house.
Your cordial, sir.
Oh, thank you, Miss Elizabeth. Your sister sends all kinds of messages of love.
Oh, how is our Bridget, brother? We miss her terribly here.
Happy as a soldier's wife can ever be. I miss her too.
You see, Son Commissary Fleetwood's here, and Worley, and half a dozen other officers I hardly know, including 2 just ridden in from Barrie.
Who are they?
Young Reynolds is one of them. The other I don't know.
Excuse me, Mum. I must speak to the young man and take him to your husband.
Where is he? I seem to have lost him.
Over there, Mum, talking to Fleetwood and Worley.
Ah.
They are citizens because they feel themselves to be citizens. Something will have to be done.
I don't know, Edward. I still don't know.
Oliver, if you'd been at that officers' meeting, you'd know. There's great power and anger let loose in that army, and it must be controlled.
I can do nothing. How can I when I no longer have a command?
You have a command if you want it.
The same one you've always had, even higher if Fairfax decides to step down.
No, they have me trussed hand and foot by my own self-denying ordinance. I proposed it in the House and got it passed, that no MP should hold military command.
To clear our enemies from the army, that's all.
And within a few weeks you became Lieutenant General.
Not to mention Harley and Rossiter and all the other MPs who are colonels.
Only because I had to, because there was no one else to command the horse and the decisive battle was imminent. Now they're quite right to remove me.
If you ride back to the army, you will be in command, whatever Parliament says.
Yes, and what hypocrisy will they accuse me of if I do? I have told them in the House week after week that the army will disband if ordered to. Now the army has refused. How can I, as a member of the House, own their actions? Much as I might wish to, much as I might sympathize with the soldiers and despise those corrupt vessels of iniquity who sit at Westminster Hall, knowing as I do some of the secret places of their hearts, can I say one thing one day and another the next and still presume any pretense of honesty?
You know, I am an old friend, Oliver, perhaps your oldest in the army. I was there on that first day in Cambridge when you raised your regiment.
Edward, you need not remind me of your loyalty.
When the situation changes, the wise man changes with it. This army is like a great wave breaking. A man must either swim with it or be knocked over and very likely drowned. And as for the Parliament, they have betrayed you often enough.
But the cause, Edward, the cause is the Parliament. Are we the men to turn against it after all these years?
Oliver, Captain Reynolds is here from Barrie.
I have letters for you, sir, from the Lord General.
Let me see them. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, you know Captain Reynolds, I believe. Colonel Worley, Colonel Fleetwood.
Know him, Henry? I should think so. We rode together in the old Ironside for 2 years, didn't we, Jack? And we beat you down from Barrie by a good 2 hours.
I'm very glad to see you again, sir, and you, Colonel Fleetwood. And let me remind you, Colonel, I waited exactly 2 hours for the Lord General's letter.
I've heard much about your courage, Captain, and your usefulness, too.
What does Fairfax say?
But you've already told me that the army won't disband.
And?
That he has decided to stay with them for the moment, at least, and will be glad to see me at Barrie.
He said something like it before we left, but he was unsure.
Fairfax is never sure, but he is a man of unimpeachable moral uprightness. If he thinks it right to stay, he will stay. Thank you, Captain Reynolds.
Sir, I must have a moment with you in private.
Of course. Walk with me over there by the plane tree. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Private messages from Fairfax?
Who knows? Fairfax isn't the only general in Barrie at the moment.
What is it?
Cornet Joyce rode down with me, sir. He must most urgently see you.
I saw him coming with you. I suppose you rode together for safety.
No, sir.
What does he want?
I don't know, sir.
You don't know?
It seems to be the most closely guarded secret.
George Joyce, come over here.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant General.
You have something to say to me, Cornet.
For your ears only, sir.
Leave us, John.
Sir.
What is it?
I've been sent on an urgent and dangerous command, and it was thought proper that you should know of it.
Sent by whom? Fairfax?
No, sir. He knows nothing of it.
Well, then who? He is your commander.
By the Council of Agitators, sir.
The Council? Are you wise to tell me this, Cornet?
We think you are our friend, sir. And we think the nation is in such great danger, our action is justified.
What have you been ordered to do?
I have 700 men with me, sir. 200 have been sent to Oxford to reinforce the artillery train and bring it to Newmarket.
Is that all?
No, sir, there's more.
What?
We are to ride to Holdenby to guard the king.
The king is guarded already?
By Colonel Graves, sir, and we don't trust him an inch. I am to dismiss him and take his place.
Dear heavens! A cornet is to dismiss a colonel without any orders except from a gang of ruffians.
With respect, sir, we are the elected representatives of the soldiers. If the Parliament gets hold of the king and puts him at the head of a new army, Scots or Londoners or whatever, it could be blood again within a week. We have seen enough blood. If we can prevent it simply by changing the king's guard, we are all prepared to do it, sir. Orders or no orders. We will do it, whether you approve or not.
I know nothing of this Cornet Joyce, you understand? Nothing.
No, sir. But we felt you ought to know.
You were quite right. There is good sense in what you say, and I see the hand of the Lord in it too, as plain as this hand in front of my face. There are madmen in the house who will stop at nothing, even another civil war, to get what they want.
Yes, sir. That's our feeling, too.
Keep me informed, and God go with you.
Thank you, sir.
But I know nothing of it. You understand? Nor do I approve in any way of your action, nor will I justify it. Any consequences you must take on your own heads.
Yes, sir. I understand.
Ride fast, Cornet. Act with decision and pray reverently for God's guidance.
You may be sure of that, sir.
Who is that young officer?
Well, George Joyce is one of the old Ironsides. Been with us since the beginning.
Cromwell's in long conversation with him. It must be bad news.
Mrs. Cromwell!
What do you want, sir? All the other soldiers are in the garden.
Major Tilden, ma'am, at your service. I must see the Lieutenant General.
We're through there, in the garden.
You'd better ride now, Cornet Joyce. Keep me informed if you can.
Lieutenant General!
I will, sir. Whenever possible.
I must interrupt you, sir. It's most urgent.
You're not interrupting, Major. What is it?
Parliament has issued orders for your arrest.
What?
You must leave this evening.
Who told you that?
I dare not say, sir. I'm sworn to secrecy, but the message is from inside the house and close to Hollis. You still have friends in that chamber.
Are you quite sure?
Quite certain, sir. You must ride at once, or you'll be in prison before tonight.
Edward, Thomas, come over here.
What is it?
I'm leaving for Barrie at once, within the hour.
What?
I am, apparently, about to be arrested.
Arrested?
Obviously, they've heard what has happened at Barrie, and they think I'm behind it.
I'll ride with you.
Are you quite sure?
No, Thomas, I'm not. But I don't intend to wait here to find out.
I can hardly believe it. Such ingratitude, such small men.
Well, it's decided now. He's crossed the Rubicon at last.
Or been shoved across.
Elizabeth, listen. Get the servants together. Send Harry to hire 2 wagons at once. And leave for Huntingdon tomorrow.
But, Oliver...
Now, don't question me, Elizabeth. Simply do what I say. I want the house cleared. Now, how much money do we have?
Well, I have some, but it's mostly in your private cabinet.
I'll take as much as I can with me. Leave nothing here. Not as much as a shilling, not a stick of furniture or a piece of plate. And especially my private music. Now get it all loaded in the wagons and get off to Huntingdon with the girls as soon as you can, and with as much secrecy as you can manage.
Well, now, how can I clear the house in secret? What's happened?
I'm not sure, except that we're all in great danger. Now, I shall ride off almost at once and see you in Huntingdon as soon as I can. Or send a message to you there. Now, God be with you, my love. And you, my dear girls. Only He knows when we shall meet again.
Dear Bet, I thought these days were over. Yet here I am again, galloping with 500 of my mates towards a meeting that may end in blood. We left Oxford and the gunners yesterday, and rode hard, so that now we're within a few miles of Holdenby.
Cornet Joyce!
What is it, Cornet Thompson?
The outer guard of Holdenby House is about 500 yards ahead.
We'll canter till he sees us, then slow to a walk.
Canter!
Stand there and identify yourselves.
We are the new guard sent by the army to replace you. We asked you to send for Colonel Graves at once.
Graves kept us waiting for nearly an hour, watching from the windows of Holdenby House, no doubt, while our horses took a breather, and we sat there wondering if we would have to fight our way in. Then eventually Graves rode out with Major Scroop to meet us.
Who are you, sir?
Cornet Joyce, Colonel, of Cromwell's horse, with 500 men.
Cornet, have you no more senior officer in command?
I am ordered by the army to replace you and your men in guarding the king.
By whose order?
The Council of Agitators.
I recognize no such order. I hold the Parliament's commission.
Don't argue, Colonel. We will fight you if we must. Our pistols are primed, and we mean what we say.
Do you threaten me, sir?
10 troopers! Shoot those rooks out of that tree! Are you satisfied, sir?
He took one look at the tree and the pile of black feathers on the road, then stood aside and let us ride past. It turns out he only had about 80 men left, most of the rest having deserted to Newmarket. Next morning he rode off to London, taking a good many of them with him, shouting insults at us and promising to be back. But Major Scroop, who's a good Anabaptist at heart, stayed with us.
This is a great day, John. Is all your regiment here?
In very good order. Your fellows look very smart for foot.
Where would you be without us?
Chasing all over the countryside like madmen. You seen Cromwell and Fairfax yet?
You see over there by Fairfax's horse there's a tent been set up. They're there, with the rest of the High Command. Or what's left of it.
Dear Penelope, I wish you could have seen this great sight. A whole army assembled on June the 4th at Kinford Heath near Newmarket. 7 regiments of foot, 6 of horse, 14,000 men in all, in the very best order. The sun shone down on us, and it would be a daring man who'd assert that any army in the world could stand against us.
Why such a grim face, Tom? This is a good day for the Lord's people.
The news from London isn't good. Parliament met yesterday and voted £10,000 to raise a new militia. Thousands of discharged soldiers from both sides are banging on the doors of the House to enlist. And here we are leading a band of rebels in a mutiny.
But we are united again. There's a structure of command. The men obey their orders. That means that anything is possible.
Hardly a structure of command when so many officers have left.
Well, that can be remedied. What have we done, Tom, but broken off the dead branches? We're all honest men now. The tree is sound and wholesome. We shall be united. We shall do the Lord's business. And who will dare to stop us?
Are your wife and family safe?
Secure in Huntingdon. There was no trouble.
Were you really about to be arrested?
I shall never know the answer to that.
Well, I needed you here, that's certain.
But I see the hand of God in it. After many months of darkness, I begin to see some light.
Shall we move out, gentlemen? The regiments are all in position.
Yes, by all means. Come on, Tom, let us go and sign our names, and let us do it in good heart.
Certainly. Are we all ready, gentlemen?
And there they were, Cromwell and Fairfax. And Warley, Ireton, Fleetwood and Pride, all the independent leaders, with not a Presbyterian to be seen from one end of the field to another, except Black Tom himself, and he's with us however he says his prayers. We all prayed together and sang a psalm, and then Cromwell and Fairfax publicly signed the army's solemn engagement, pledging that they would not allow the army to be disbanded or divided, and that in all future councils of the army, the agitators will sit on equal terms with the officers. I have never seen such cheering and joy. It was like long-lost brothers whom time and the world have separated, meeting and embracing with renewed love. There's no knowing when we'll be able to leave here now the army's gathered in one place. But I enclose with my letter John's note for you, knowing that his love is not a whit less than mine and perhaps even greater. Your loving brother, Francis White, Captain.
Cornet, Joyce.
Who's there?
William Thompson.
And James.
Don't be so jumpy, George. We're friends.
What are you doing out here so late? Making my rounds of the guards. And it's a hot night. Stuffy in the house. It's cool walking in the grounds.
And thinking.
Yes?
We've been thinking too. Both of us.
What?
There are 500 of us here. But Graves could be on his way back with a regiment by now.
Oh, the Scots. With a whole army. And we've been on the wiser. I've been thinking the same. If they get hold of the king...
We'll all be hanged. And for nothing.
It would mean another war. All our thoughts have been concentrated on getting here and making the king safe. We've none of us thought what we'd do when we'd got him. Or how naked we'd be. So, I've been thinking. What? That we should take him to Newmarket to the army. He'd be safe there, and so would we.
We were saying the same not 10 minutes ago.
Otherwise, we just sit here like ducks, waiting for the Fowler to come and get us. We have no orders from Parliament, or anyone with legal authority. We've committed treason if you look at it in that light. If we wait here long enough, someone's sure to come after us.
Call up Church. We'll do it now.
What, today?
We'll ride at first light. I'll go and fetch him. And I'll write a letter to our friend in Drury Lane. Just to cover ourselves.
And will our friend look after us, do you think?
I don't know. But there's no time to worry about it now.
And that's how we came to be lined up on the lawn of Holmby House at first dawn, all 500 of us ready to ride, and waiting for the king to come down from breakfast.
Are you in command?
Yes, Your Majesty. Cornet Joyce, at your service.
Thank you, Cornet. You're not much older than a boy. How old are you?
I'm 23, sir. I look younger than I am.
And where is your commission to move me from here?
My commission stands behind me, sir. 500 strong.
As authoritative a commission, Cornet, as I have ever seen. I resign myself to your excellent protection.
So we rode away with him in that cold dawn towards Newmarket. Without orders, following nothing but our own instinct for survival. Not for the first time since these wars started, and probably not for the last time either.
In Insurrection, Part 3 of God's Revolution by Don Taylor, Cromwell was played by Bernard Hepton, Fairfax by Nigel Anthony, Francis White by Graham Blockey, and John Church by Eric Allan. Cornet Joyce was Jonathan Nibbs, Ireton, Bill Wallace, Charles I, William Eedle, Colonel Whalley and Sexby, John Hartoch, and Lockyer and Major General Skippon were Peter Craze. William Thompson was Anthony Jackson, James Thompson, Simon Cuff, Stephen White, David March, Penelope, Deborah Makepeace, and Edmund, Cornelius Garrett. Mrs. Cromwell was June Barrie, Betty, Zelah Clarke, and Reynolds, Kim Wall. God's Revolution, Part 3, was directed in Bristol by Ronald Mason. God's Revolution, a series in 12 parts by Don Taylor, with Bernard Hepton as Cromwell and Nigel Anthony as Fairfax. Part 4, Summer Manoeuvres. The agitators have taken effective control of the new model army. They have hatched a secret plan to guard the king, fearing that the Presbyterians or the Scots might seize him. And without the authority of Cromwell, Cornet Joyce takes the king to the army at Newmarket. Summer Manoeuvres.
Cornet Joyce!
What is it, Corporal Thompson?
There's a large body of horse approaching, along the Cambridge Road, about 2 miles ahead.
Could you see who they are?
No, not clearly. Their pennant looks like Colonel Whalley's, but I couldn't be sure at that distance.
How many?
Well, at least 1 regiment. Probably nearer 2.
Too many for us.
What shall we do? If it's us they're after...
Who else is it likely to
We
be?
can't fight them. Not that many.
Certainly not with the king with us.
Is the king all right?
Very relaxed, talking and joking with the troopers about 30 yards back. We found them all right, Colonel Whalley. About a mile ahead. Is the king with them? I can't tell, sir, at this distance. Halt the men when we're about half a mile apart. I'll ride over and meet them with you, Major Swallow, and a guard of 50 troopers. That's Whalley for sure, and Major Swallow with him. Well guarded.
We'll meet them halfway.
Just the 2 of us?
Just the 2.
Cornet Joyce? Cornet Thompson?
Good afternoon, Colonel Whalley.
You have the king with you?
Yes, sir, we do. He's well guarded and in good health.
You left Holdenby without orders, Cornet. You must surrender yourselves to me. I have been ordered with my regiment to take over the King's Guard.
By whom, sir?
By the Lord General Fairfax. He is in command of the army, and the Lieutenant General is with him.
What has happened to the Council of Agitators?
We are all bound up in unity, Cornet Joyce. Soldiers and officers together.
The Lord be praised for it. That is good news, sir.
It is good news. But I must tell you that if you do not resign your command immediately, I shall be forced to compel you. There are 1,500 men behind me.
No need for that, sir.
I submit to the Lord General's orders very willingly and with the greatest joy.
Where is the king?
A few ranks back, sir. See, you can't miss him. He sits a horse as well as any man in the army.
Colonel Worley, Your Majesty, respectfully at your service. The Lord General Fairfax sends you his most loyal greetings and has requested me to take charge of your guard.
The Lord General does me great honour, but I am very happy with these gentlemen. They are honest fellows and good companions.
I am very glad to hear your good opinion of them, sir. But I am instructed to return with you to Holdenby, from which place, sir, you should not have been removed.
No, Colonel, I do not wish to return to Holdenby. Since I was removed from there against my wishes in the first place, I shall now go on to Newmarket. I will not be galloped from pillar to post across the whole kingdom. You may accompany me there if you wish, or if not, not.
My orders?
Your orders are no concern of mine, Colonel. I do not intend to return to Holdenby.
Very well, Your Majesty. We shall ride with you as far as Cambridge tonight, and I shall send to the Lord General for further instructions.
Do as you please, sir. Ride on, gentlemen. Dinner time is approaching, and we all need a rest.
All right, Cornet. Move your men on. We'll join you on the ridge.
At a round trot, forward!
Is that St. Paul's Cathedral, Father? With the square tower?
Everywhere in London, Penelope, you could see that tower. It used to have a spire on it, but it fell down years ago. It's a huge building, fit for a race of giants, not men.
What's all that wood round it?
Scaffolding. The whole building's in a state of collapse. The King's architect, Mr. Jones, built a vast new portico at the West End, big enough to rival Rome. But he would have done better to spend the money shoring the whole thing up before it collapses above the congregation's ears. What's all the noise, coachman? Can you see?
I don't know, sir. Some sort of crowd ahead of us.
And our house is in the churchyard?
Yes, but not among tombstones. It isn't a churchyard now, more of a meeting place. One of the great centres of the city. Sermons are preached there. I saw Dr. Dunn on more than one occasion when I was a younger man. And the bookshops, of course, plenty of bookshops.
I knew London would be big, but I never expected this.
From Aldgate to the east, to Covent Garden, from Southwark to Tottenham Fields. It's one of the great cities of the world. Athens was a mere suburb to it.
So many people.
Scholars, saints, swindlers and assassins, and every degree of human virtue or wickedness in between. Hey, what's it?
I'm going to have to stop, sir. There's a great mob of people.
Well, what's going on?
They can't ask me, so you better hang on. They'll turn us over if they feel inclined.
But what can we do?
Nothing, sir. Just sit tight. Keep your heads down.
I'm frightened. Why are they shouting and roaring like animals?
Because they've taken leave of their senses and reverted to the nature of beasts. The rational thing is to ask.
Be careful, Father.
You, good fellow. What's going on?
It's the reformados and the apprentices going up to Westminster.
Reformados? Who are they?
Old soldiers, sir, out of employment.
You mean cavaliers?
All sorts. Can't stop now.
I can see a lot of soldiers among them. New model army men, too, by their buff coats.
You, sir! What's the commotion?
We're all off to beat on the doors of the House of Commons.
Yeah, and to knock them down if need be.
Why? What do you want?
To raise an army to defend the city.
That's right.
They're from Fairfax's own foot. And those lads over there are cavalrymen from Pies and Gravesy.
They're from Francis's regiment.
We all left when the Anabaptists and madmen took over.
Who are you defending us against?
The army are marching to sack the city. But we got Colonel Massey and Colonel Grace to command us, and we'll soon stop them, won't we, boys?
And they've kidnapped the king. That's treason.
Who has?
Cromwell and the army.
Come on, keep moving there. You're causing a hold-up.
Father, what have we walked into?
I had no idea anything of this kind was going on.
What has Francis been up to?
Coachman, will we be able to get to St. Paul's?
In a few minutes, I reckon, sir. There's about 2,000 or 3,000 of them. But if you sit still for 5 minutes, they'll be gone. If they're off to Westminster, we should get through all right.
Then we must be patient, like sailors riding out a storm.
Are the army really coming to sack the city? Francis was heading in the opposite direction.
That was nearly a week ago, and it is in the nature of armies to do such things. Let us hope not.
Come in, Captain Reynolds. Sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Pleasant as it is at Newmarket, I must ride for Sir John Cutt's house at Childerley in half an hour, but I have to see you before I go on a most urgent matter.
I'm at your service, Lieutenant General. Is the King at Childerley?
He refuses to go back to Holdenby, which, between ourselves, is no bad thing. He's safer close at hand at the moment.
I assume you knew of Joyce's mission and approved it when you met him in your garden.
Assume no such thing, sir. Joyce acted without orders. You'd be wiser never to discuss the matter at all.
Yes, of course, I understand.
Tell me, Captain, what would you say to the King if you were me or Fairfax?
I think I should tell him to trust the army.
You'd be wasting your breath. If he could hang us all for rebels and traitors, he'd do it tomorrow.
But he can't.
I suspect he thinks he still may.
I think I should make proposals to him for the settlement of the nation.
Yes, of course. But what proposals?
That he should be king, that Parliament sovereign, that men's consciences must be free with no priests or bishops to interfere.
Or presbyters.
Or presbyters. And that the men who won the victory should be rewarded.
Oh, you'd say that, would you? In what way rewarded?
With some say in the affairs of state, so that those spiritual freedoms we all risked our lives for should be permanently safeguarded. No man can ever be sure his liberty is safe unless it is in his own hands.
What say can the common soldier have?
I don't know, sir. I only know that without the common soldier there would be no liberty for any of us, gentlemen or commoners. And that if we forget that, we do it at our peril. We may have to fight for it again, and if we have no common soldiers to bear the battle for us, we shall soon find ourselves enslaved.
Very good, Captain, and very true. You speak out openly, which I like. Even if your opinions are a little more extreme than I imagined from a gentleman's son who's been at the Inns of Court. And what if the King says no to your proposals? What then?
Well, he can hardly say no, sir. He has no power to do otherwise, and as we tell him to do.
And if he still says no?
He won't, surely.
No. I don't think so either. Not in the end. Captain Reynolds, I have an important task for you. Since we returned to the army, the Lord General and myself have been in continuous discussion with every faction among us, including the Council of Agitators, Sexby, Lockyer, and the rest of them. They're all good fellows, whose energy I admire. I don't need to make it clear to you how very important our unity is at the present time. Parliament has cravenly surrendered its responsibilities in making such a foolish attack upon us, as if a man should cut off his right arm before his field's dug. So it seems certain that it will fall upon God's soldiers to make a settlement in the kingdom, as if the toil of winning the victory were not enough. The agitators are to sit with us in future army councils, but they are also to sit separately, so as to represent the men more fully. Now, this is a healthy and spiritual democracy, which I am sure cannot help but be most pleasing to God. But we have agreed that a certain number of officers should sit with them. They sit with us, we sit with them. I have asked that an officer should be their chairman, and I have proposed you for that task.
That is a great honor, sir.
I'm glad to say they find you acceptable. There has been such a sweet brotherhood in our regiment, there being no Presbyterians among us, that none of our officers have been compelled to leave, and the men's grievances have been most adequately represented by yourself and your brother officers. They know you to be an honest Christian soldier with the men's interests at heart. You will accept this new burden, I'm sure.
With great willingness, sir.
You've deserved promotion. Captain White, your good friend, is now Major White, I imagine. All his senior officers having left the army.
Yes, sir, he is, and I am full of joy at his good fortune.
Unfortunately for you, there's been no such overturning in our regiment. And though you could very easily move to a major's rank in Graves's regiment, now Colonel Scroope's, or any one of a dozen others, I prefer to keep you here with me. I hope that's acceptable to you.
More than acceptable, sir. To be Cromwell's captain is worth a dozen majorships.
Without any spiritual pride, sir, I am glad you think so. Make yourself known to Sexby and the other agitators today. And it will, of course, be helpful if you can keep me informed of the nature of their discussions.
Of course, sir. You may take that for granted.
Good. Then we need never speak of it again. Thank you, Captain Reynolds. I must leave now, and you must call upon your new colleagues.
Thank you, sir. Have a safe ride to Childerley, and may the Lord look kindly on your discussions with the King.
Thank you, Captain Reynolds.
What's the guard for, Major White? You think we're going to run away?
Lord General's orders.
What are we then, Major? Traitors or heroes?
Don't ask my opinion, Corporal Thompson.
I should think not, Major. He was Captain White a week ago and committed treasons a lot worse than ours, and you got promoted for it.
Quiet, Will. Is the King still here?
In the garden.
Who's with him?
Cromwell, Fairfax, Ireton, half a dozen others.
All putting their heads together to sell the army for the best price they can get. And first off, we'll all be hanged.
If you can't keep your mouth shut, Corporal Thompson, I'll hand you over to the Provost Marshal.
Are we under arrest here, Major White, or not? No one's told us.
The Lord General asked for the four of you to be brought here.
What do you think, Cornet, Joyce? There are important things being said in that garden. Why should they want the four of us sitting in the hall?
We're the forlorn hope, John. Good fellows, heroes maybe, but expendable.
Do you expect me to believe, gentlemen, that Cornet Joyce, a mere boy of the lowest commission rank in the horse, galloped with 500 men and kidnapped his king? And Fairfax, Cromwell and Ireton knew nothing of the matter?
Your Majesty, on my honour as a gentleman, I knew nothing of it.
Honour, Sir Thomas, scarcely comes into it. You have brought me here illegally. Doubly so, without my authority or the authority of my Parliament, whom you claim to serve. Nothing you do can be legal without their authority, just as nothing they do can be legal without mine. So shall we cease the pretence, consider why you have kidnapped me?
With respect, Your Majesty, you've not been kidnapped, but removed for your own safety.
And by your orders, you admit?
No, sir, I do not. I knew that your guard was to be changed. Cornet Joyce had some few words with me on that subject. He had no authority for any further actions from anyone here.
He tells me otherwise. Either he is a liar, or you are.
Is he here, Edward?
Waiting in the hall.
Bring him out. What do you think, Henry?
He's just using the Joyce business to keep us at a distance.
He wants us to punish him.
To cause anger in the army.
To cause as much trouble and dissension as possible. He sees himself playing us all off one against the other.
I didn't realize he was such a fool.
He told Fairfax that he understood very well that the true reason for the soldiers' rebellion is that they support him. Fairfax could hardly believe his ears.
Then he's half mad as well as a fool.
And he's the man we must do a deal with. And we'd be wise not to underrate him.
I wonder what he thinks, being guarded by the likes of us.
Who? The King?
Me a carpenter, George, you was a tailor, weren't you?
Still am.
What about you two?
Oh, our old man's a brewer, down by St. Catherine's.
And a carter.
When London's had enough beer, which isn't very often.
King of England, guarded by two brewers' boys, a tailor and a carpenter. Very friendly, though, isn't he? Easy to talk to.
Charm, John, comes from meeting foreigners and having plenty of money.
When I told him I was a carpenter and cabinet maker, he said, could I make him a good coffin? I said, I hope there's no call for any such thing for years yet. I'd rather make him a new throne.
What did he say?
He laughed. Said he'd feel a lot safer if all his subjects thought as I did.
You should have taken him at his word and started measuring him up.
He laughs and jokes with us like a good fella, but he's got very cold eyes.
Not like Oliver. I've seen him weep like a baby over a dead trooper who's hardly more than a name to him.
Me too, plenty of times.
He'd rather be with the likes of us than anyone else. That's the fact of the matter. Except his family, of course. Next to God, he worships them. The King's not like that.
He despises us in his heart. Brewers' boys, carpenters, tailors. What are we doing riding along with him knee to knee?
Cornet Joyce, you must come into the garden. What's happening, Major? Do you know?
The King wants to speak to you.
Now what?
We all get hanged. Or become colonels.
Ah, here is my good friend Cornet Joyce. Good afternoon, Cornet. I'm glad to see you again, and not apparently in chains.
My respects to your Majesty.
These are very honest, decent fellows of yours, Fairfax, and good soldiers, as I have reason to know. Cornet Joyce, Fairfax ordered you to remove me, did he not?
No, sir, he did not.
You spoke of the authority of the army.
Yes, sir, but not of its commander. He knew nothing at all of the matter.
My commiserations, Lord General. I pity the commander who knows nothing of the doings of his soldiers. But you did discuss the matter with Cromwell and Ayrton, did you not, Cornet?
No, sir, I did not.
Don't lie, sir. Cromwell has said so.
I mentioned only the matter of the guard, Your Majesty, that's all. We had a few words on the advisability of that, no more.
Yes, I can imagine those few words.
We brought you here, sir, because we feared you would be seized by officers of the Parliament and that there would be a second war. There was no time to consult anyone. I did it myself, without orders.
If that is true, Lord General, I shall expect to see Cornet Joyce hanged.
I am willing to stand before the whole army, Your Majesty, and if they disown my action, I shall be quite content to be hanged.
All right, Cornet Joyce. You may return to the hall with the others.
Thank you, Lord General. Your Majesty, gentlemen.
He must be disciplined most severely.
The soldiers won't stand for it. It will tear our unity to shreds.
It will tear our authority to shreds if we don't.
Later. All that can be considered later. Your Majesty is, I hope, convinced of our honesty in this matter, and of our deep respect for your sovereignty and safety. Whoever gave the order, I see the clear providence of God in Cornet Joyce's action.
You see the providence of God, Lieutenant General, in what suits you best.
I would never dare blaspheme so far. The fact is, you are safe with the army. The Scots will not invade, nor can the Parliament raise a new force while you are with us.
My jailers, then?
No, your protectors. When your throne is made safe for yourself and for your subjects, we shall place you upon it with all honour as our rightful and unquestioned king.
I am your rightful and unquestioned king, and God placed me upon my throne. The matter is nothing to do with you, sir. I wish you to take me to London, so that I may discuss all these questions with my House of Lords and my Commons.
We shall certainly move towards London, and we shall discuss the business with Parliament, but we cannot, for your own and the kingdom's safety, allow you to fall into other hands than our own.
And when do you wish me to grant Cornet Joyce his knighthood?
The matter of Cornet Joyce is closed, sir.
What shall I do with the four of them, sir? They're still in the hall. Send them back to their regiments, for the time being.
Major White.
Yes, Lieutenant General?
Tell them to keep their mouths shut.
Dear Bet, it seems as though I'm speaking to you face to face, though in truth I'm speaking only to this journal, not one word of which you've yet seen. Our adventure is over, and we've got out of it with honour, among our own at least. And now we're on the march, Bet, the whole army in a great body, and we're marching toward London. It's 3 years since I've seen you or my little Tom and Robin, and now we're not much more than 20 miles away. When I shall get right home, none of us can say. There are many who feel we'll have to march right up to the doors of the House of Commons before there'll be any peace, and some who say we shall have to fight another war for it, which we all want to avoid at all costs, from the Lord General down to the humblest pioneer. We marched first to Triplow Heath near Royston, where the parliamentary commissioners came out to us with their latest plans, which is much the same as their earliest, if the truth be known. We all drew up there on the heath, and the commissioners read the Parliament's offers at the head of each regiment. Then one of our young officers, Cornet Thompson, whom we'd chosen to speak for us, moved forward.
I propose to the Honourable Commissioners of Parliament that all these matters be referred to the new General Council of the Army.
And is that the will of the whole army?
You have never heard such a sound, Bet. It sounded as I imagine the acclamation of the saints round the throne of God. The commissioners ran back to London that same evening. They know they'll get nothing from the soldiers, whatever the officers might be disposed to give them.
The Lord of hosts upon our side, the cause
Bet, more and more I think of you, of coming back to Southwark and quitting soldiering for good. Yet more and more I seem to find myself drawn into the centre of events. We're just marching into St Albans this evening, where we're to take free quarter for a time. 20 miles, my love. Only 20 miles.
Order, gentlemen! Order! I must insist, as your chairman, on calling this council of agitators to order, or we will get nothing done or even said audibly. Corporal Thompson, please continue.
I say again, brothers, officers and soldiers, we have seen nothing yet. Listen to the preaching among the soldiers. Listen to what Cornet Denn says when the fire is on him, or many another soldier in his inspiration. We are the generation born to turn the world upside down. And the way we do that, brothers, is very simple. We ask questions, and we insist on having answers. Why are Cromwell and Fairfax the only ones who decide what this army does? Why are they secretly closeted with the king? To sew up the kingdom and betray the liberty we all fought for? What has that king to do with anything now we've defeated him? Why should his word be considered more than mine, or yours, or any man in the army? Why does Cromwell have a seat in Parliament and not Sexby or Lockyer or William Thompson? Hey! William Thompson doesn't even have a vote, though his sword and his blood aboard our liberty as much as any. Why are the lawyers still as devious, and the merchants still as rich, and the landowners still as rapacious with our commons and woodlands as they were before we fought the war? We won it, didn't we? The plain men of England. So where is our victory? Why are the laws in Latin, so no ordinary man can understand them? Why are our maimed soldiers and their widows starving in the streets of London, while the Parliament men vote themselves more money and lands every day? What happens to all that money confiscated from royalists and malignants? None of it comes to us, I do know that much.
Your brother's inspired tonight.
I wish it were only the spirit of God put that fire in his cheeks.
What do you mean?
Can't you tell? He's had more than one pint of ale tonight.
Well, there's not many soldiers don't like a drink or two. Whatever the chaplains say, it doesn't make them drunkards.
Bill's not a drunkard. It's just every now and again.
Yeah, you'd never tell. And it doesn't deny the truth of what he's saying.
Scares me when he works himself up that way. His eyes blaze like gun barrels when the beer gets into his head.
Corporal Thompson is right!
We have all listened with admiration to Corporal Thompson's words and the words of many other honest men tonight. But it is near midnight, and we should bring this meeting to a close.
I must remind our chairman that he is to ride to London tomorrow to carry the gist of our discussions to Lieutenant Colonel Lilburne in the Tower. None but officers can leave the camp at the moment, and it is essential that we keep Lilburne informed.
I haven't forgotten, Trooper Sexby. I shall ride at first light with the greatest eagerness and report back to this council as soon as I return. So now, gentlemen, I suggest we adjourn to our quarters. Major White.
Jack. Goodbye, Lewis. I'll see you in the morning.
Goodbye, Francis. Captain Reynolds.
I was glad to see you and Captain Audley here, Francis.
Where else would we be? Has there ever been a more exciting time? Such a sense of things to be doing.
Where are you lodging?
Near the cathedral.
I'll walk back with you.
I've hardly seen you since your promotion. So much deserved.
So much good fortune, you mean? When all the other officers fall in the charge, the one who's left becomes the command.
Not at all. You took a dangerous chance with great courage. Leaders are what the men want, and you led. We need more like you.
Well, they did as much pushing as I did leading. I'm sorry, you had no such chance. You're undervalued as a captain.
I could have had promotion in another regiment, but I'm happy where I am. You know where the power is in this army.
The soldiers.
And how they express that power.
Through the Council of Agitators.
Of which I am the chairman. There's no knowing what'll happen in the next few weeks, but we're both in the right position to see it as clearly as anyone. The most ambitious young officer in the army couldn't ask for more.
Which you are.
Unless I give place to you. Listen, can you come with me to London tomorrow? Fairfax will surely welcome any information you can gather about their state of readiness there.
Yes, certainly, there's more lurid rumours every day.
Where is he? At his lodgings?
We shall have to travel as gentlemen, though, not soldiers. London's a dangerous place for army officers.
I shall revert to my old Inns of Court persona, and you can be my fellow scholar.
I'll speak to Fairfax tonight. He sleeps so little he's never abed before the early hours.
And then we might kill 2 birds with a single shot, eh?
Penelope, you mean?
Well, why not?
I ought to visit my father in his new house. If only to flaunt my rank.
But I must ride at first light.
I'll send you lodgings as soon as I've seen Fairfax.
Good night, then.
Good night. I'll hope to see you in the morning.
Yes, madam, this is the Lord General's lodging, but I don't see what business you have to be
I
here.
must see the Lord General.
That's out of the question, madam. There's an important officers' meeting just about to
tell
begin.
him I'm John Lilburne's wife.
Lieutenant Colonel Lilburne in the tower.
You don't know him, sir. You must be the only man in England who does.
Oh, of course I do, but it's 6 o'clock and most of the officers are already
Just
here.
tell him who I am.
Representations of their army out in the...
Oh, Lord General, I must speak with you.
I beg you to excuse me, madam.
Your Excellency.
Lord General, she says she's
I am
Elizabeth
Lilburne, and I've walked here from the tower to see you.
You walked here, all the way from London?
Yes, sir. As soon as I heard for certain the army was at St. Albans, I set out, before dawn.
All right, Captain Audley. You may come in, madam, but I can give you too little attention at the moment. As you see, my quarters are full of officers, and we're about to meet in
A
council.
few words will suffice, sir, to the right men.
Gentlemen, may I ask your respect and your prayers for Mistress Elizabeth, John Lilburne's wife, who has walked here today all the way from the tower to speak to us. I won't introduce all these gentlemen, madam, but Lieutenant General Cromwell, you know.
Yes.
And Commissary Ayrton, his son-in-law, and Colonels Worley, Harrison and Fleetwood, I've no doubt.
Good evening, gentlemen.
I presume you have some message for us from your husband, madam.
If I may interrupt, Lord General, I have today received a long letter from Lieutenant Colonel Lilburne, in which he urges us to march on London at the earliest opportunity.
Has he heard of the paper we have just published? The Army's representation?
We've heard that you've asked the House to expel the 11 members who've been most active against the army.
It contains that, and some other things. So what more have you to tell us?
Simply to implore you to act. In my own person, not by letter. To beg you to save my husband's life.
Well, how can his life be at risk? He's imprisoned by the order of the Lords. The charge is known and public, which is not a capital one.
You don't know what it's like in London now, sir. Call it panic or hysteria or whatever you will, but it's the sort of fear that leaves men dead in the streets. There are so many discharged soldiers from both armies, half-starved and desperate for employment, and the Parliament is enlisting thousands of them in the city militia. John tells you for certain that the 11 members, Hollies and Stapleton and the rest, will never leave the house unless you chase them out of it. They are the leaders of the strongest faction there, and they're not likely to run away just because you say so. They think they can defeat you, and they are preparing for battle. And if it comes to that, my husband will not survive. He has spoken out for the soldiers too loudly and too often for them to let him live if it comes to open war. They are not ready for you yet, and a swift move could cause panic. But each day they get stronger, and each day my husband's chances get less.
What you say is most serious, madam, and worth reasoned consideration. I will ask Captain Audley to see you comfortably lodged.
I must get back to the tower, sir, as soon as I can.
But not tonight, I think. So perhaps you would permit yourself to dine with some few of us after this meeting to tell us more. And tomorrow we shall see you transported back to London more comfortably than you came. Captain Audley, take the greatest care of Mistress Lilburne.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lord General.
Did you have nothing with you, madam? No baggage?
No, Captain. Just my bare hands.
What are you doing to these houses, friend?
Knocking them down.
Why do that? They look sound enough.
Who are you to be asking such questions?
2 poor scholars, sir, come up to London to study.
Can't you think of anything better to do than that? You're a strong fellow. Can you handle a pipe?
I have some slight knowledge of it, sir.
Yeah, then go and enlist in the Parliament's army.
What are they here? I heard they were in Essex somewhere, or Cambridge.
Ah, not that lot of Anabaptists and ranters. A city militia. We'll soon put a stop to their madness, the same way you do with a mad dog, a sharp stick down the throat and push.
You sound like an old soldier, sir.
Yeah, I am. I fought with the Earl of Essex and Sir William Waller. They were good old commanders.
And is that why you're putting these houses down?
If you knew a bit about the art of war, scholar, you'd know that we're clearing the ground to build a bastion to protect the approaches to the city. The suburbs always have to be cleared.
I see. What's a bastion?
It's an earthwork fortification to absorb the enemy's cannon shot and to provide enfilading fire on his men. I don't suppose you know what that is, either.
We're just poor scholars, sir. All this military science is beyond us.
Yeah, well, I've got no time to stand here teaching you today, so get yourselves out of the way. If you've got anything in you, go and enlist.
Got a shilling, sir, for a crust of bread.
Of your charity, gentlemen. God rewards all almsgivers.
I can't believe this, John. There must be 20 or 30 of them scattered all round the court, and it's barely 25 feet across.
Most of them cripples.
Or blinded. Why are there so many of you here, good friend?
We all gather here, sir. There's more kindness among our own kind.
And the ash pits and the kilns and the glass works keep us warm at night. Better to starve in company, sir.
So many crippled. Are any of you old soldiers?
Most of us, sir. I lost my leg and right hand at Naseby, sir. Lucky not to die. Or maybe not so lucky.
Who are you fighting for?
No, I was never a king's man, sir. My prayers are my own business. I was one of Cromwell's troopers, the old Ironsides.
And you're reduced to this state?
Oh, we're all great fellas, sir. When we're whole. No better in the kingdom.
Most of this lot are Parliament soldiers or their widows. Couple of fellas from Morley's regiment over there, and Sir Robert Pye's. Half a dozen royalists too. All come to the same end. Don't matter much who you fought for, does it, sir? When you're blind, or with no legs on a trolley, or starving.
Here, good woman. Here's a guinea.
No, sir, that's too
Try some
much.
meat. Get a good stew going, for God's sake.
Don't I know you, sir? Was you ever a soldier?
No, I'm a poor scholar. I know nothing of the army.
Thank you, sir. The Lord will bless you, sir,
Bless you, sir.
as he blesses all alms given.
Did you know him?
Of course I did. He rode in my own troop.
Francis! What are you doing here?
Come to see you. And Father. And this unexpected town dwelling.
And you're well and safe?
Safe? Of course I'm safe.
We heard so many rumours and everything's so unsettled.
Have you been to church this morning, Pen?
To church?
Was St. Paul's just outside the front door?
No, I haven't. I don't go every
Then
day.
put on a hat, a large one, and your biggest cloak, and go and have a few moments of private prayer, now.
In St. Paul's? I hardly think there's anywhere left to pray, with all the shopkeepers in the portico and cavalry stabled in the nave.
But if you make your way to the partitioned-off area at the East End, where Mr. Burgess preaches his sermons, you may find a good friend waiting for you. Hurry now, there's only a few minutes.
But in the church...
What could be more pleasing to the Lord, Pen, than the sight of a meeting of two honest hearts? What better place than his house? But hurry.
Yes, of course.
Now, where's Father?
Here's a study upstairs at the back.
Well, Francis, why are you in London? What's happened?
You must congratulate me, Father. I'm Major White now. I've been promoted. Third in command of the regiment under Fairfax himself and Lieutenant Colonel Colbert brought over from Harley.
You're not dressed like a soldier. You look more like a bencher of the Middle Temple.
I'm on a special mission for the Lord General, for which a soldier's gear would not be suitable.
You mean you're a spy?
And I took the opportunity to visit my family. I can hardly believe in you in this setting, Father. What brought you up to London? I thought you were well rooted in the country.
I'm beginning to wonder. Every day there are crowds in the streets shouting one thing or another, soldiers rushing up and down with naked swords or firing pistols and carbines in the air, or apprentice boys, madmen of 15 and 16, rousting through the streets at night with blazing torches so that they risk setting the whole city alight. And what for? For the mere beastliness of it. Certainly not for any god or cause that I ever heard of.
These are dangerous times.
And how did you come to rise so high so quickly? What happened to your commanders?
There's been a great earthquake in the army. The soldiers threw them out.
Soldiers threw out their commanders? Why didn't they throw you out?
I took their side.
I would have called that a traitorous betrayal of trust. But no doubt things are different in God's army.
Yes, they are. We're making all things new.
Why a man can't sit peacefully in his study, I don't know. I came here to enrich my understanding and to discuss certain matters appertaining to the heavens with learned men of my acquaintance.
Is that all you came for?
Not to find myself in the middle of a riot every day and gangs marauding the streets at night. Man, I've never seen so many beggars in London, never in my life before.
That's the Parliament's fault. They've summoned all disbanded soldiers to London to enlist, and they haven't the money for a quarter of them. So they roam the streets without employment, getting angrier by the minute.
And are you and all the rest of the saints marching here with your cavalry and siege guns to burn down the city and put us all to the sword? They say so on every street corner.
I didn't think you were the sort of man who believes what he hears on street corners, Father.
I don't care a feather's weight for any of you. One god or another, the king or the Parliament, or whoever. I am a man of books, a man of scholarship and learning, and these things are nothing to do with me. I wish only to be left in peace.
And where do you think your learned man's peace comes from? Poor illiterate fellows buy it for you with their heart's blood. I should have thought a man as well read as you would have understood that much at least by now.
Captain Reynolds.
My dear Miss White. Oh, dearest Penelope. I saw you over by the horses, and I was almost sure it must be you in spite of your cloak.
And I was almost sure it must be you.
I fear I offended you when last we met, asking for your hand before you were ready to hear any such thing from me.
No, Captain, no. That was almost 6 months ago. It seems that ages pass in a few weeks in times like these.
I can hardly believe it was so long, and I've been quite unable to see you in all that time.
Because of my father?
Oh, not only because of him. I dare hardly say it to your face, madam, but we are living in one of the great ages of the world, when a man's duties tear him away from his pleasures and his delights quite mercilessly. You know Lovelace's verses. I could not love thee, dear, so much.
Loved I not honour more? Of course I do. But I am surprised to hear you quote Cavaliers and Malignants, Captain.
If my enemy speaks my own thoughts, so much the better for him.
I understand, sir. And I know what danger you are in coming to London at the present time.
I am here on army matters, you realise that. But the opportunity to meet you could not be missed. People act more quickly when time is short, and snatched moments are doubly precious.
Oh, listen.
The great bell. There are some who would stop it, just as they have forbidden the singing and smashed the organ. I count myself as strict as any, but I do believe music to be pleasing to God and justifiable in his house, particularly such a great house as this. And I don't like seeing horses stabled in the nave.
I'm so glad to hear you say that. Music is half my life. I could never live without my playing and singing.
That is a pleasure we will look forward to in more peaceful times.
Oh, yes.
When a man can afford to sit and make music in his own house, with his wife beside him. If I dare hope for that.
Oh, yes, Captain. Please hope. Please do.
Oh, my dear Penelope.
But you know my situation, and what plans my father has for me.
Francis has told me.
You must do something. You must ask father again, formally, whatever he says. Otherwise he will fix up some match for me without my consent. And then what shall I do?
At the worst, if you can't tell me, tell Francis. He will let me know somehow.
But when will it be?
My dearest, I can't tell. Not till present events have come to some kind of resolution. Everything is at stake in the next few weeks, all the freedoms we have fought for, but I shall keep in touch with you somehow, I swear. And I shall not let any man marry you, unless that man is myself.
My dear Jack, make haste. No, you can't kiss, not in the middle of it.
Here, behind the pillar. Oh, only God can see us here. He created our flesh and blesses it. And all the bodily passions we feel, he feels too. They are his work. And the devil has no part in them.
Oh, Jack. Jack. Let me hear from you. Regularly, somehow.
Oh, somehow, Penelope. I swear it.
Those three gentlemen are a long time with your husband, Mistress Lilburne. It's my hope there's no sedition being talked in there.
Not at all, sir. Prayers, more likely.
Nor any passing of books in or out. I shall search them most strictly, madam. Their breeches too, if I see cause.
Mr. Wildman, the lawyer, is advising my husband on the state of our business affairs. The other two young gentlemen are students of the law, both very keen to meet him.
We live in a strange time, madam, when students come to learn the law of a man locked up in the tower.
You cannot imagine, Colonel Lilburne, how complete a revolution has occurred in the army since June the 5th. 29 officers of the foot and 22 of the horse have gone, 5 colonels of horse, 4 majors, and a similar number in the foot. In all, about 1/3 of the new model officers have resigned or been driven away by their soldiers.
I didn't realise you'd had such a thoroughgoing reformation as that. Did you, Wildman?
We get no certain information here. You gentlemen are the only ones who know all the facts.
All the Presbyterians have simply left.
been thrown out or deserted or come here to London to take up the Parliament's offers. We've seen some of them today, haven't we, Jack? Even a couple from our own regiment.
So now the army is more united than it has ever been, and for the simplest of reasons. It is a 100% independent army.
Have you seen the paper called The Army's Representation?
Oh, I know the gist of it.
Your wife has a copy about her person. We gave it to her just before we came in.
My wife has had more subversive literature close to her heart or wrapped round her belly than can possibly be good for any woman of sense.
Well, 2 months ago, the army was demanding pay and not to be disbanded. This is different. It's a scheme for the settlement of the kingdom, set out point by point.
The expulsion of the 11 members from the House, first of all. But then, arrangements for the Parliament to be regularly elected, large-scale reform of representation...
Gentlemen, you're running away with yourselves. I've been telling the soldiers for the past year that more than their wages was at stake. Do you think Cromwell and Fairfax and Ireton would have done it on their own? They would settle with the king on terms suitable for gentlemen, and the rest of us could go whistle. The soldiers pushed him, and I pushed the soldiers with my writings over the last 2 years, which the common men who carry pikes and carbines have recognised to be true. What I say to you, gentlemen, is don't trust these officers, not 1 inch of the way. Lizzie, come in here.
Don't trust them, why not?
Because their interests and the soldiers' interests are not the same. Because I'm still in prison, and others like me. Oh, many reasons.
I don't like to leave the warden. He's very suspicious.
Oh, well, we're all very suspicious, aren't we, gentlemen? Tell him what happened at your little dinner party with High Command.
They were very courteous to me, questioned me very closely about what was going on in
No,
London.
no, not that. Later.
Later, there was much talk of a new paper Ireton was preparing, and of the king and their meetings with him. Some of that I wasn't meant to hear, but I kept my ears open.
You see, gentlemen, what they're up to. They're drawing up some kind of treaty with the king, which Ireton will write, being their brain box amongst all the beefheads and bully boys, and which the General Council of the Army will never see. Or not until the deed is done, and the nation brought safely to bed with a king again.
You've no evidence to say that, Colonel.
None but the fact that I know Cromwell like the back of my hand for our many years' service together, and the logic of the situation which demands that kind of action from him. The nation has to be settled. The only question is, who will dictate the settlement? The soldiers or the officers?
We are called to a General Council at Reading in 2 days' time. All the agitators will be
and
there.
That, I'll lay my life on it. Not much of a bet in the present circumstances, I admit, will be when the matter will be raised.
That may be, but the great demand will be for an immediate march on London. I know the temper of the men, and they won't be satisfied with less.
And what'll they do when they get here?
Well...
Yeah, that's right, Major White. It hasn't crossed their innocent minds. Like you, they haven't given it so much as a thought. But I have, which is why Mr. Wildman is with me, to help draw up a document that will be more to our taste than anything Ireton might write.
Gentlemen, the warden's getting very suspicious, and if he realises they are officers...
Yes, gentlemen, Lizzie's right. Thank you for your news and the copy of the representation. Both invaluable to me.
Thank you, sir. It is more than interesting to hear your thoughts.
It's a great honour to meet a man who's done so much for the nation's liberty.
Oh, well, Major, I appreciate what you say. See him out, Lizzie.
This way, gentlemen.
Well, Wildman, what do you make of him?
Full of fire, impassioned for the cause, very young.
Well, so are you. Mind, you have a 45-year-old head on those 22-year-old shoulders. For the moment, at least.
Do you trust them?
No, I don't trust anybody. Not even you. White is Fairfax's man. Reynolds, Cromwell's, that's obvious.
White led the Chelmsford mutiny on his own, and Reynolds is chairman of the agitators.
Oh, yes, I believe you. But no man has to be one thing to the exclusion of all others. White can be Fairfax's man and lead a mutiny.
Not forever. Eventually, people have to choose.
Indeed. That time comes for all of us. It hasn't come for them yet, but it will. Then it'll be more than interesting to see which way they jump.
This General Council of the Army, sitting under the eye of the Lord in his town of Reading, has heard the proposals put forward by Captain Reynolds on behalf of the agitators for the impeachment of 11 members of the House of Commons, the control of the city militia and other matters. And we now proceed to debate. Commissary Ireton.
These are all very good things that the Council of Agitators has proposed, and very like proposals of our own in many particulars.
Yes, Commissary, we are all agreed that they are good things, but what is the force of them when we sit here in Reading?
Identify yourself, sir.
Thompson, Wallace Regiment. When we came close to them, at St. Albans, they listened to us. The 11 members no longer sat in the house. The enlisting of militiamen ceased. Now we have marched away to Reading. Hollis and Stapleton hold meetings in their house daily and vote thousands to enlist the whole army against us.
Major Toledo.
It all centres on one thing, Lord General. All these proposals of ours will be so much meaningless noise unless we march to London to enforce them.
Well, Lord General, to march to London is one idea among many, and not the only thing we can do.
If I may say so, Lord General, and principally to our friends, the agitators, we must not be seen to act as though we only wanted to get power into our own hands. Everything we have been about is to prevent power being in the hands of one man or a group of men. We must give the whole kingdom satisfaction.
What the commissary has said is the perfect and just truth of the matter. I urge most earnestly that we should all withdraw to consider a paper the commissary has been preparing, designed to ensure the just settlement of the kingdom we all require, and that power should not fall into the hands of ill-affected men or those who do not know how best to use it.
Order, gentlemen! Order! Trooper Lockyer.
What the Lieutenant General is saying is simply a tactic to delay us further. While we sit here talking, they're getting ready in London to fight us.
We can't march to London without some indication of what we are marching for.
Well, what is the use, Commissary, of writing documents and making plans for kingdoms of the mind, when the real power lies in the hands of evil men in the House of Commons who are determined to destroy us? Let us get the power into our hands, then we can decide what to do with it.
Lieutenant General!
Gentlemen, I listen in all humility to what is said in this council, trying with all my heart to hear where the voice of God is to be heard in so many contending voices. But this much I am sure of. Many of you are suspicious of any kind of treaty with the Parliament. You say, and you say justly, that it is dangerous to be deluded by a treaty when those men who oppose us in the House are merely seeking our destruction by this or by any other means. And what you say may be true. It may be that we shall have to march on London, but I beg you to consider this, that what we gain by way of agreement will be a firm and lasting settlement, whereas what is gained by force must be held by force, can never be lasting except as a lasting stain on our consciences. Even if we achieve the very godly settlement we hope for, if we achieve it by force alone, it will be weak to the heart and will not endure. I beg you, gentlemen, to be well advised in this, to send our list of requirements once again to the House, and to give them a few days to answer us like rational men.
And if after 4 days we have no satisfaction?
Then, under the eyes of God, we must march.
Penelope? Is that you?
God help me, Father! I'm lucky to get home alive! I walked with Martha down to the cheesemonger's, then came back while she went on. And suddenly I was surrounded by a great mob of madmen, apprentices and soldiers like animals stampeding.
I saw them. They're still going past. Hundreds of them.
They nearly trampled me underfoot. I had to squeeze back against the door under the overhang to be safe.
What are they screaming for this time?
The king!
The king?
They're going to the Parliament, one of them shouted at me, to compel them to sign a petition to bring the king back. They had halberds and swords and pistols with them.
Another war. It means another war. Bolt all the doors and windows.
Martha's still
I don't care about that. Shoot every bolt and lock in the house.
Mr. Speaker, I have to inform you that the House is under attack.
I hear the noise, Sergeant at Arms.
That they're coming up the steps to the chamber door, sir, demanding we pass the petition. No, sir. I don't think we can. The house is adjourned. The house is adjourned. I now adjourn this house.
Now, James, it's action. Nothing will hold us back now. Hounslow Heath tomorrow night, they say, and that means we'll be in London in 3 days. Drink up that tankard and have another one.
No, thanks, John. One's enough. My brother drinks enough for both of us.
Not much more than a week, and I'll be with my bet and my lads again after all these years of marching, riding and shooting.
He's over there with some of his mates from Worley's regiment. They've been playing cards and drinking all afternoon.
I can't wait, James. I just can't wait.
There you are, Corporal Thompson. My key catches the whole kitty.
Oh, no, you don't.
Which is more than your flesh and blood want to manage, eh?
Don't you touch that money, sir.
Hey!
You palm
I never did.
We played it under
That's
enough.
This is a respectable inn,
Don't you
not a
call me
roaming
captain.
house.
Don't you insult me, ma'am. I'm not an officer. Corporal to you.
No, don't be a trouble to me, sir. My good man is ill.
Don't you touch that money.
That's mine, or what?
Oh, God! Help!
Get off,
Dear heavens, John, what's going on over there?
Your brother's gone mad.
Not only, Corporal Thompson, were you drunkenly gambling in this landlord's honest house where soldiers were soberly drinking their draught with other decent citizens, you savagely fought with another soldier, and when the landlady tried to part you, you threw her down and kicked her in the face, attacked and injured her servants, and broke 2 chairs and a table and 3 earthenware pots.
I was being treated,
Later that
sir.
night, when the heat of intoxication must have been less upon you, you came back with 3 fellow beasts, beat the servants again, one of them within an inch of his life, and destroyed the landlord's parlour. What have you to say?
The woman had stolen the stake money and pickpocketed me. She owed me £30.
You were drunk as a beast, Corporal. You know the rule of the army, and that this kind of behaviour to the citizens of our own country will not be tolerated. You are no longer a soldier of this army.
But
you
my
will
Lord
be cashiered tomorrow, in front of your regiment, and dismissed in disgrace.
But, Lord General...
Count yourself lucky enough to be hanged, Corporal. I have hanged men for less than you have done.
Lord General, my whole life has been in the army for 5 years.
Yes, sir. And now it is over. We are God's army. About his work. We have no room in our ranks for drunken madmen.
This is a plot. That's what it is. It's a plot. Because I am a soldier's representative.
No, sir. You're not fit to represent anybody. Guards, take him out and keep him chained till the morning.
It's nothing at all to do with being drunk. Every man gets drunk once in a while.
Get him out of here. Major White.
Yes, sir.
Here are the orders of the day for tomorrow. We march at first light. Tomorrow night we make camp on Hounslow Heath.
God is our refuge and our strength, in straits of present day.
London, Bet. London. Only 2 more days.
Though hills and mists and seas be cast, the waters will remain, and trouble be...
In Summer Manoeuvres, Part 4 of God's Revolution by Don Taylor, Cromwell was played by Bernard Hepton, Fairfax by Nigel Anthony, John Church by Eric Allan, and Francis White by Graham Blockey. William Thompson was Anthony Jackson, James Thompson, Simon Cuff, Cornet Joyce, Jonathan Nibbs, John Lilburne, Christian Rodska, and Elizabeth Lilburne, Maureen O'Brien. Charles I was William Eedle, Ireton, Bill Wallace, Colonel Whalley and Sexby were John Hartoch, Penelope, Deborah Makepeace, Stephen White, David March, and Edmund, Cornelius Garrett. Reynolds was Kim Wall, the beggar woman was June Tobin, and John Wildman, Stephen Rashbrook. God's Revolution, Part 4, was directed in Bristol by Sean McLaughlin.
Jacob, our refuge, forever will abide.
God's Revolution, a series in 12 parts by Don Taylor, with Bernard Hepton as Cromwell and Nigel Anthony as Fairfax. Part 5, The Power of the Sword. John Church is with the Model Army marching on London. He's looking forward to seeing his wife Betty for the first time in 2.5 years. Meanwhile, Penelope is horrified to discover that the reason why her father has brought her to the city is to choose a suitor for her from among his merchant friends. The Power of the Sword.
Father, Mum's here.
Edmund? What are you doing in London?
Well, I heard the news and rode up overnight. See, you were safe.
Safe? Of course we're safe. And as for news, we hear nothing of what's going on, only that anarchy has fallen upon what used to be a civilized kingdom.
Martha's been out this morning.
I never seen such panic. Everyone says the army's coming. They'll be here today.
And that means cannonades and burnings and madmen on horseback.
That's not what Francis said, Father.
Because all armies are the same.
No, I don't think there'll be any fighting. I rode up to Temple Bar and there's no sign of anyone there. They say the city has disbanded the militia and all the soldiers have run away or gone into hiding.
Thank the Lord for that.
But the army is coming, Master Edmund. All the market women say so.
The Lollies and Stapleton have disappeared. The Speaker and most of the independent members rode out yesterday to Hounslow Heath to join the army. So they say they're coming as the Parliament's army, not to sack the city or fight anyone.
Where did you hear all this? You've never been such a politician before, not to my knowledge.
Well, no, I'm not now. But I had a long talk with a group of merchants in St Paul's this morning. And there's still plenty of people hanging about Westminster Hall who seem to know exactly what's going on.
When will the army be here?
Well, maybe tomorrow, maybe next week. They're camping at Hammersmith tonight. Fairfax himself was seen this morning with his lifeguard, taking up his lodgings at Lord Paulet's house at Turnham Green. Why don't you come back with me to Nunstone?
Why on earth should I do that when I've only just got here? Am I to go bouncing about the country like Jack in the Box just because a mob of soldiers rides one way or another? And if I go back now, what's to say the fools won't decide to attack Colchester?
So why on earth should they want to attack Colchester? You'd be much safer.
Here I am and here I stay, army or no army, so you can get on your horse and ride back where you came from.
Thanks for coming, Mun. It's been very frightening here.
I suppose I should have known better.
We will not be afraid.
Dear Bet, we're just marching from Brentford on to Turnham Green, where I first fought the King in the London militia in '42. Just across the fields to the left, I can see the church on Acton Hill. And over to the right, down by the river, the square tower of St Nicholas, Chiswick, with its little spire stuck on as if the mason forgot and put it up afterwards when no one was looking. We're just passing the old pack horse. And tonight we're quartering at Hammersmith, about a mile ahead, past the old presbytery and the orchards. I don't know for sure when I shall be able to see you, not knowing yet how the city's going to receive us. But it may be tomorrow, and it can't be more than a few days. We were up before dawn this morning, and a sad morning it was too for my old mate Will Thompson, cashiered from the army after so many years of good and brave service. Being the man he is, he went like a lion, not like a lamb.
Major Swallow, read the sentence.
By order of the Lord General and the Council of the Army, William Thompson of Colonel Worley's regiment is dismissed with ignominy from the service of this army for drunken lewdness and violence against God's people. Dismount, sir, if you please.
I will not dismount.
Dismount, Thompson!
I charge the council of this army and the council of this regiment of blatant injustice against me.
Be quiet, sir!
And I call upon my mates in this regiment, who elected me as an agitator, not to let me be victimised for speaking out for them.
Major Swallow!
Thrown out.
Take 10 men and march him out of the camp!
It's against the terms of the engagement which we all signed at Newmarket to allow a soldier to be cashiered without good cause. If you let this happen to me today, it'll be you tomorrow
and all of us in the end.
Come on, soldier.
They can throw me out. They can gag any one of you and speaks his mind.
There was some sympathy for him, that such a good soldier should come to such a bad end. Though he's a madman in his booze, and we all know he did what they said he did. But we hadn't heard the last of him. He mounted up in full battle gear and rode along beside us for a couple of miles, shouting abuse at the officers from behind the hedges, till a scouting party got hold of him and shut him up in Brentford jail. But we hear this evening he's already escaped from that little sparrow's cage. His brother James, who's a much steadier fellow, is in despair. Not so much at what he's done, as what he might do.
I'm looking for the Swan Tavern at Chiswick.
Oh, there it is, sir. Just down along there, right opposite the church.
Thank you.
Fine warm night for a can of ale, sir, and a big August moon to show you the way.
Jim.
Over here.
Sit yourself down.
You're wise to sit in the darkest corner.
No one's going to find me.
I shouldn't think anyone's looking. The way you carried on today, they'll be glad to get rid of you. I got your message half an hour ago. The boy couldn't find me.
Where are you lodging?
At the Pack Horse at Turnham Green. With 20,000 men to house, the villages are swamped. There's just about lodging for the officers. It's barns, hedges and ditches for the men, but it's so hot indoors they've got the best of it. What are you going to do?
That's my business.
You going back home?
What? After 5 years, fighting like a madman, and a job only half done.
They'll never have you back in the army.
I wouldn't join Cromwell and Fairfax again, not even if they paid me my wages. There are other armies.
What, in Germany?
No, brother, not in Germany. My eyes have been opened in the last 3 months, I can tell you.
Your mouth, too, but...
And everything's become very clear. We do the fighting. They're all dead men without us. So why should we do what the officers tell us, when we could be doing what our own hearts tell us?
You should have thought about all that before you got yourself drunk and half killed an innocent woman. Now it's our business, not yours.
Oh, it's your business, is it? And whose business exactly do you mean, Pry?
Quieter, you're attracting
You mean Cromwell's business, don't you? And Fairfax's business, not mine. What have I got to do with landowners and barons? What have any of us got to do with them? We're the sons of poor London tradesmen. And most men in the army are no better than us, probably worse. But poor men or not, we overturn the king. We musketed his landowners and pig-stuck his barons. We chopped the head off Lord and Stafford, and we can do the same with them and all. So it's about time I realise that.
Listen, I came here because I wanted to help you, not to listen to ranting.
We are the people of this country, and there are millions of us, and only a few of them. So we hold all the power in our hands, if only we dare to use it, and that, Brother Jim, is what's become clear to me over the last 3 months.
What's all the shouting over here, soldier?
It's all right, landlord. I'm just taking him out.
And that's why they can't say it, mate.
Come on, then. Come on.
Because they can say that I know, that I seen through it.
Come on, I
don't you get your hands off me.
No, we can't. Let me get some of the room.
Has he paid his score?
Not a penny, sir, no.
Take it from that.
And I don't want to see him here again.
God damn all officers and betrayers of their comrades, and goddamn all churchmen and lawyers and merchants and all the rest of the swine who tear the skin off of a man's back and strip if they could get a good price for it in boot leather.
Be quiet, for God's sake, or you'll have us both hanged.
Blaspheming, eh, brother? You should open your eyes and all, and you blaspheme a damn sight more than that.
God's sake, don't go in there. That's the churchyard.
Oh, is it? Well, what better place to be? Trampling on the bones of the godly dead, and all those good people at Chiswick who can afford tombstones and who give anything just to be able to kiss the soles of my face.
Listen, be quiet now. And I'll find you a lodging somewhere where you can sleep it off. And then tomorrow we'll talk about...
Tomorrow I shall do just as I please. Don't you think, just because I've been thrown out of the army, then that's the end of me? Because it's not. It's the beginning. You'll soon have good cause tired of William Thompson!
What's going on?
God's sake, Bill, you've called the watch out now. There's a constable coming to arrest you.
No one's going to arrest mine! You listen, am I? Oh, you envious day. You'd be happy to lick the filth off of a poor man's boots. I haven't thrown me out of their army. I've thrown him out of mine!
Over there! There he is! There's two of them!
Over here, constable. The man's drunk. I'm trying to calm him down.
Now, Lordship! A good pair of boots and a buff coat! Bestow me his two castles!
What are you doing?
Stop him, you man! He's running towards the river!
Dear God, he's gone mad.
Who are you, sir? Do you know this drunkard? Is he with you?
I'm Cornet Thompson of Scroop's regiment, and the man's my brother. He's been cashiered from the service today and has drowned his remorse in drink.
Well, that's no excuse for waking the whole village.
No, it isn't. Is the river very wide here?
Oh, middling wide, sir. Is your brother a good swimmer?
Oh, yes, we were born with our feet in the river.
He's getting out at the 8, sir!
The what?
See that little island, just 30 yards from the shore?
Yes.
Oh, there he is, just climbing out. Get the boat, then! We'll go across and get him!
Don't trouble yourself, constable. I shall be gone before you get here. Good boy, brother. Don't come a-looking for me, except in the gutter, where all the decent people live.
And that's where he belongs, too, by the sound of it. He's in again, neighbour! Yeah, I can see him and all. He's swimming right across. Not our responsibility now, neighbours. Let the other side look after him. We can get back to our beds. No boat, then? No boat.
What's over there? I can't see much.
Just osier beds straight across. Barnes village just over there to the right. So he'll be all right if he keeps quiet. The river will sober him up, and a night like this, he'll be dry in half an hour.
Thank you, friend. I'm sorry you've been troubled.
Oh, no trouble, sir. Good night to you.
Good night.
Look, Martha! There's Francis!
Where?
Riding just behind the Lord General.
Oh, I don't think I ever seen such a sight, Miss Penelope. All the pennants, and each one with a different picture on it.
Each colonel has his own flag, with his personal emblem, like a coat of arms.
The pikes and the horses and the great guns.
Have you seen him yet?
He's just ridden by. Look, you can just see his back.
No, I didn't mean Francis.
No, not yet.
There he is now.
Yes, just passing.
And that's Cromwell, riding just ahead of him. Have you ever seen him before?
No.
He's got a big nose on him for a gentleman, ain't he?
Have you nothing better to do than stand at the window gawping? It isn't the Lord Mayor's show, it's to terrorise the city into submission.
So you won't come and watch the soldiers pass by, eh, Father?
I will not. Armies are not for show in the streets. Their purpose is to burn cities and kill men and women.
You were closer to the truth of that than you knew, Father. I heard this morning that it very nearly came to fighting. Colonels Massey and Points had nearly 30,000 men under arms. We were very close to another war.
I don't need you to tell me that.
But they sent Colonel Rainsborough round to Southwark to train his guns on the city. The alderman had no stomach for that. Hollis has been seen in St. Marlow, and Massey and Points are in Amsterdam by now.
Yes, and where are their 30,000 soldiers?
Still here, I suppose. Sitting in cheap taverns, sleeping in the gutter.
Waiting.
Where will they put them all, these soldiers?
Some of the cavalry at the Royal Mews, I expect, by St. Martin's Lane.
Oh.
The rest will have to take free quarter till they get some wages.
Oh, people won't like that.
I shall go back now, Father. You're safe enough with the army in command.
No one is ever safe with the army in command.
Well, when will you come home?
When I am ready and not before.
When you found a husband for Pen?
That is my business. You should find yourself a wife, too. When Penelope's gone, you'll have the place to yourself.
What about you?
I won't live forever. And as you choose to live in a state of ignorance, knowing nothing and reading nothing, you might just as well bury yourself in the byre.
I know things that you don't, Father. I know how to make 2 cornstalks grow where only one grew before, and what makes cattle thrive. May not be your sort of knowledge. You'd starve without it.
Your mother was happier walking in a field or sitting on a hill than reading or singing. She never behaved like a gentleman's daughter at any time in her short life, not that I saw. But Artemis on Cytheron was not more beautiful. And you are the son of our youth.
And a disappointment to you, no doubt.
No. Why should you say that? I had another wife, another son. And a wise man is always satisfied.
But how many of us are wise?
Lord General's regiment, dismount! Lieutenant General's regiment, dismount!
to be stabled in the King's Horse Guards block to the right. Lieutenant General's regiment in the Prince of Wales block. Through the arch, across the courtyard.
Lieutenant General.
Yes.
A message for you from the House, sir, from Mr. Speaker Lenthal.
Thank you. Commissar General!
Yes, Lieutenant General.
A note from Lenthal. The House intends to meet the day after tomorrow. They're likely to vote disapproval of the Army's actions. Do they want us to do more than wave our flags at them?
Can only be bravado.
We must not do it by naked force. Not if there is any other way.
Your horse, sir?
Yes. Give him a good rub down and have a look at the right fetlock. He may be going lame. I'll come and look at him myself in half an hour.
Lord General, many of the London men have asked permission to go to their homes. Is that in order?
Yes, Major White, for those who live in the city or just south of the river, not in the suburbs. And they must be back in their quarters by midnight.
And 2 gentlemen are waiting to see you, sir, in the guardhouse.
Who are they?
They're from the King, sir. Lords Ashburnham and Berkeley, I think.
Tell the Lieutenant General to meet me there.
His Majesty sends you greeting and thanks for his comfortable installation at Hatfield House.
My Lord Berkeley, we'd be glad if you would convey our loyal greetings to His Majesty.
And tell him, for his greater ease, we intend to install him nearer to London, at Hampton Court.
Where will the army be then?
Probably at Putney.
The King has also read the Army's paper entitled The Heads of the Proposals, which you were good enough to send him. He has considered most carefully all those proposals for settling the nation that it contains.
And, my Lord Ashburnham?
He instructs me to tell you that he accepts nothing of what is written there. And that he rejects nothing either, and would be glad to see you to discuss the matter.
We will wait upon His Majesty with all convenient speed.
His Majesty also asked me to tell you that he requires more company than he has at present. Have you no daughters whose singing and conversation would divert him? Are there no musicians or poets amongst you to delight his leisure? His Majesty's court is the most brilliant in Europe. A veritable nest of singing birds and peacocks, and will surely become so again.
Tell His Majesty that we share his delight in music and poetry, but sterner necessities fill our minds at present.
His Majesty will be well aware that there was much about his court that was most offensive to godly and right-thinking people. As singing men in the house of God, and the presence about him of so many actors and mountebanks. But we shall nevertheless make ourselves available to him, and assemble for his pleasure and interest whatever sober and spiritually minded young men and women we find suitable for the court of a Christian king.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're most obliged to you.
And we to you, sir.
Grandad!
Oh, what is it, my little Robin?
There's a soldier riding into the woodyard.
Soldier?
With a sword and 2 pistols and a big black hat.
Just the one, is it, Robin?
And a leather coat full of sword cuts on
Tom,
it.
you go out and see who it is.
Will it be John back?
Is it my daddy, Grandad?
Who knows, little spree? And if he's coming, it'll be in the next few days.
Tom!
John! We were wondering when we'd see you.
I can hardly believe I'm back here at last.
I'll see your horse stabled.
No need for that. I've only got a couple of hours. Just give him a nosebag and some water. Where's Jim and Harry?
Out in the cart, delivering. Your lad, little Tom's with them. Francis and Jane are inside, baking.
There he is, boy. That's your daddy.
Is that soldier my daddy?
Don't you remember him?
Come on, son. Give me a big cuddle. And thank the Lord Jesus I've come safely home.
Hello.
Oh, what a big fella you're going to be. Quite a giant, eh, when you've grown up?
Will I be a soldier like you, with a big black hat?
The Lord grant not. I've done enough fighting for the whole family put together. Where's Bet? Inside with Fanny and Jen?
No.
You come in, son. You coming inside here to my carpenter's cabinet so I can get a good look at my eldest son and my own, eh? You go to your Uncle Tom, little Robbie. I want to talk to your father.
No business yet, Dad. I've only got home for a few hours. I can't wait to put my pistols away and get out the chisels, but it won't be yet the way things are.
No, it isn't business. Business is as good as it'll ever be in times like these.
Well, where's Bet hiding herself? I was expecting a good armful of that old girl of mine
There's
by
plenty
now.
of call for coffins with so many people half-starved in London. You shut the door and sit down.
What?
Shut the door.
Just a minute. Has something happened?
Just sit down, like I tell you, and let me get a word in.
Something has happened. Is it Bet? Where is she? Is she dead?
No, she's not dead.
But it's something about her, isn't it? Go on, tell me, for God's sake.
Not so far as I know.
Tell me.
She's not here.
What do you mean?
She's gone.
Gone? Where?
Oh, if we knew that, we'd have got her back before now so she could look after her children like a mother should, and not leave it to Fanny and to Jen.
Never mind that. Tell me.
Oh, my poor lad, I'd rather anything in the world had happened than this. It'd be better if she was dead.
No, it wouldn't. What are you talking about? Are you losing your senses before your time? No one's better off dead. I've seen enough of them to know that.
Well, maybe I shouldn't have said that. I'm a plain ordinary man, John. I hope a decent one, and all this business...
Just tell me. Now, Bet's not here, you say. She's gone. Where is she? Where has she gone? Why?
I can't hardly answer any of that, son.
When did she go?
I wasn't yesterday nor the day before. Beginning of February.
6 months ago.
And we've heard hide nor hair of her since. Leastways, we've heard rumours that they've been seen here and there.
They? Who's they? Come on now, tell me what happened.
Oh, all of a sudden it was. None of us expected anything. She was just the same as always, looking after the boys, baking and cleaning and cooking with Fanny and Jen. And then we heard about the ranting preacher on the loose in Southwark. Everybody was talking about him.
What ranting preacher?
I don't even know his name, but he was one of the devil's army, if anyone was. Always on the move, never in the same place twice. And then standing on a street corner and shouting out loud that there is no sin in the world, only love. And the last days are at hand.
That's nothing. I've heard dozens like that in the army. Decent men, nothing of the devil in them.
Aye, that's as maybe. But this one wasn't like that. He said he's been sent by God to release men, but especially to release women from all sin. Dressed like a beggar he was, ragged and dirty, with a great black beard like a spade, full of grey. Big fella too, built like a pikeman, maybe 35 or 40, certainly not a young man. I saw him 2 or 3 days down by the cross, always at different times. I was so disgusted I couldn't stay long.
What did he say that disgusted you?
Oh, blasphemy's too horrible to repeat hardly. He spoke as if he was God himself come back to earth. And he had his group of disciples too, only they was all women, and all dressed in sackcloth. Married women and mothers of children too, so I heard about 5 of them. It was mostly the women he preached at. It's a filth no decent man could whisper in private, let alone spout in the street.
What?
That the only way to be absolved of the sin of the flesh was to commit it. Oh, more than that, to revel in it, because it was God's gift to men and women. And men had made it into a sin, not God. And all the women who were under the burden of the sin of the flesh should cast off their burden and follow him, because he was their only salvation. And God had commanded him to possess many women and free them from sin.
And Bet went with him?
Not the first time. She heard him 3 nights running in different places, and she got very quiet. And then the 4th night she went with him. Without a word, not even a scrap of paper, joined the women who follow him. There's about 8 or 9 of them by then. Committing God knows what horrors.
I can't believe it. Not that woman. She's borne my children.
None of us could believe it. But it happened right enough.
Do you know where she's gone?
She disappeared. We've heard of her from time to time in Bromley and Croydon and some of those other villages to the south. Even across in Essex and Romford and Barking way. I've rode out with your brothers a couple of evenings, and they've always gone when we got there. Oh, they have to keep on the move, you see, or all the husbands and fathers had stoned them out of every place they come to.
February. All that time, I've been talking to her in my heart every minute, and every mile of the way.
Well, my son, you've been talking to yourself. You hang on now. The cart's just coming back in the yard. You better go out and see your 2 brothers and your oldest boy, eh? And your old granddad's around somewhere. Probably in his workshop.
Still at it, is he, at his age?
We're all still here, John. And more than glad to see you. Even if there's one who isn't.
I'll find her.
Eh?
I'll find her. Even if I have to ride from one end of the country to the other. Even if I have to leave the army for it, I'll find her.
I'm surprised you still want anything to do with her. After she's been in the Holy Prophet's arms for 6 months.
She's my wife, and the mother of my boys. If she'd been in Satan's arms, I'd get her back.
Well, London's a big place, son. And England's bigger.
I'll find her. Wherever it is and however long it takes, I'll find her.
For Satan isn't only the archpriest of darkness, brothers, pope of the damned, chief celebrant of the mass of the wicked. He's a politician, too. His filthy fingers caress kings and princes and generals and lieutenant generals, too, if they walk in his ways. And don't believe, brothers, that any man is proof against his dirty insinuations. Not Massey and Points and Waller who betrayed us, and maybe not Fairfax and Cromwell either.
Hello, Will. What are you doing here?
I think Mr. John Church that the Whalebone's a public tavern. Any man's entitled to a drink.
They're still looking for you.
Ah, well, looking ain't finding. You're late for the agitators meeting.
Yeah, where is it? In the big room?
Ah, hundreds of them in there. Not all soldiers either. Lilburne's got.
This is the 20th tavern I've been in tonight. Are you going in?
Brother Jim told me to keep out, but he can suffocate in his own self-righteousness for all I care. So, 20 taverns in one night? You join in the drinking faction?
No more than usual.
Oh, you'll need a few beers inside you with Cornet and Denn in full flight.
Why do Cromwell and Fairfax make an obscene idol of the king? Why do they permit so many of the sly and deceitful clergy to be about him with their filthy popery and stinking incense? Why do they cringe and kneel before him? When Fairfax met him at Nottingham, he was man enough to stand up to him, soldier to soldier. What a shame to any man, the very humblest among us, and what a sin against God, to make an obeisance to a man of blood, over head and ears in the blood of our dearest friends and fellow commoners of England.
Brothers! Whatever they say to us, we know what's going on. Cromwell and Fairfax are selling us to the king, point by point. Edward Sexby says that not to deceive you, but as plain truth. And when they present their heads of proposals to him, cringing like servants before their master, sire, my liege, we do want to keep control of the army for 10 years too, and we would quite like freedom of conscience, but you can keep all your bishops and fancy-dressed clerics all around you, and after 10 years you can do what you like and hang us and all our children. Well, old Nosey and Black Tom, I might consider 5 years if I'm feeling generous. Come back tomorrow. When I hear that sort of story from honest men who are present, I begin to wonder what we fought a war for, and why so many of our good friends died.
He is holding court at Hampton with Cromwell's daughters dancing attendance on him, and it's well known that he's offered Cromwell to be Earl of Essex when he seated him safely back on his throne.
True, Syndicum is right. My lords Ashburnham and Berkeley are more often seen at army headquarters than the agitators are. Well, I'm an agitator. My name's Lucky, for those who don't know me, and I didn't fight a war from the age of 16 onwards for that.
And who was it heard Fairfax speaking to Army Secretary Rushworth when the debates were at Reading, saying that it was prudent to admit the agitators to their councils for the moment? That's what they think of us in their hearts.
Let us be clear, brothers, that there are some good things in the heads of the proposals. But when Hepton and Cromwell cravenly allow the king to change them, point by point, without so much as asking the agitators what they think, I have to ask you, do we want a settlement with the king that much? And if a Cromwell betrays us, we have arranged to lead the army just as effectively and maybe more honestly.
Brothers, many officers are with you in this. My loyalty to the soldiers' cause was, I hope, sufficiently proved at Chelmsford.
Don't break our hearts, Major White. You got promotion for it.
I got promotion because honest men need honest officers. Colonel Rainsborough's with you, and Captain Reynolds, and many others. The spirit of May is not dead. And if the grandee officers won't listen to us, we shall have to demonstrate once again where the real power lies. We have many friends here, too, who are not of the army, whom the grandees so contemptuously dismiss as levellers.
If they and we are levellers, then so was Christ the head leveller. For he came not to level men's estates and make all things common, as our enemies assert, but to bring all men into an equal love and justice. Brothers, Lilburne is still in prison, but he still speaks for us. And he has sent along tonight his good friend John Wildman, with copies of his pamphlet, The Just Man's Justification, newly addressed to the soldiers of this army.
Thank you, Major White. The pamphlets are here, and I have enough for every man of you. John Lilburne's message to this army of God is a simple one. Stick to the terms of the engagement at all costs. Keep in touch with your agitators, and if you are not satisfied, elect new men. Don't let them be corrupted by sitting in army councils and drinking their beer and eating their bread and cheese with the great, because nothing makes a man feel more self-important than the proximity of power. You have purged the House of Commons, but maybe you have not yet purged enough. We must press for greater purges yet, and then the reforms we all call for, a free and equal justice for all men, abolition of tithes and monopolies, the law in English, the abolition of free quarter, and many other things will surely follow. And one final piece of advice from the mouth of Lilburne himself this very afternoon in the Tower. Trust your great officers no further than you can throw an ox.
Oh, certainly, Brother Gerard. God still speaks in visions, as he spoke to Elijah.
The simplest and most beautiful things.
On it, Den.
John Church, you were very silent tonight, unlike you, with such great questions it is...
You're a great preacher of the word, Henry, and you know many other preachers who speak as the Spirit moves them.
Many such. The Lord has blessed this army with the gift of tongues.
And others, too, not just in the army.
The sacred fire descends on many men's heads, and women's, too. My friend and good brother Gerard here knows more of them than I do.
I've seen you before, soldier, somewhere.
It's Saffron Walden, eh?
That's right, I remember. Everyone called you the Silent Soldier. Bit more talkative now, eh? Coming to agitators' meetings.
I have seen things since then.
What things?
In dreams and visions, so that my sight is much clearer than it was, and I do know some of the men you speak of.
Ranting fellas, I mean, who go from place to place.
Aye, some have no home but the word.
A great bearded beggarly fella I'm looking for, who speaks like the Messiah and has women for his disciples. Have you heard of him?
More than one would answer to that.
Sit down with me for a minute. You might be able to help me.
Aye.
There he is, boys! Hold on to him!
Let go of me! I'll kill you!
You won't have the chance, soldier.
So, here you are then, the swaggering corporal himself. Such a madman, he comes to the whalebone for his drink.
What's going on, Sergeant? Why do you arrest this man?
And who are you to be asking?
Cornet Thompson, Scroop's regiment. He's my brother.
My orders are from the Provost Marshal, and my warrant from the Lord General himself. It's Windsor Castle now for this one, and he won't get out of there, Norrie.
Yes, I see. I'm sure that's in order. I warned you not to come here.
Oh, save your breath, Brother Jim. The next war has started, and we're on opposite sides.
Shut your mouth before I get you shot.
The prison isn't built that can hold me!
You're building your own, brother, if I'm not mistaken.
Master Lilburne, you are greatly honoured. The Lieutenant General has been inspecting the ordnance and has requested particularly to meet you.
Master Warden, I knew the Lieutenant General when he was plain Oliver. And if he's come to the Tower, it's to inspect a bigger gun than any you have on the battlements.
Company! Ho! Chosen Lieutenant General's Guard! General Slope!
Good day to you, Master Warden.
Good day, sir.
I spent an interesting hour with the Ordnance Master, whose affairs I find in good order.
We all know them to be so, sir.
These gentlemen are my brother officers, Major Huntingdon and Captain Reynolds.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Afternoon, sir. I can't miss the opportunity of meeting an old friend of mine. Unfortunately, and I hope temporarily, a responsibility of yours.
Come through to the antechamber, Lieutenant General.
Wait for me here, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
John, my very old friend, I'm more than glad to see you, though sorry it must be in these circumstances.
You were more than a father to me, Oliver. A man never forgets a thing like that, and I can never do anything less than love you with my whole heart.
That feeling is from God, and we will both cling to it as his work in our hearts. Master Warden, we need some privacy to talk.
Come on, sir, I'm your host here. walk through to my great parlour. A plain stone dwelling, but with chairs to sit on, and a Spartan quality conducive to clear thinking and plain speech.
Master Warden, see we're not interrupted. Yes, sir.
Well, Oliver, I'm glad to see you at last. Even if I am only an afterthought, something that occurred to you while inspecting the guns.
You're not. You've been constantly in my mind.
Oh, I don't doubt that. I may be shut in this dungeon, but you hear my voice everywhere. Every other soldier speaks what I've told him. The point is, how am I in your mind? I would like to think I'm at liberty there, but I suspect I may be as much a prisoner as I am here.
John, why have you turned against your old friends who love you? Why have you fallen out with men who have shed their blood beside you, and turned against the Parliament, for whom you were prepared to die?
I've made that matter clear enough.
No, listen to me for a moment. Let me, as the oldest and I think still the dearest of your friends, urge you to a more moderate, more patient tone in your dealings with the Parliament. Give them time. Don't speak so bitterly against them. Suspend the harshness of your judgment for a while at least, and you will find that they will proceed readily enough with these reforms we both wish for, and the kingdom so badly needs.
I never turned against a friend or betrayed a comrade in my life. Nor have I ever sold a principle for money or for expediency or for any other reason. But you know very well how many hundreds of men have betrayed what they shed blood for, and the Parliament men are chief among them. By allowing the Lords to imprison me for my attacks on the Earl of Manchester, the Parliament has sold its own first principle, what we all took up arms for in the beginning. The right of a commoner to live under the law, not under kingly or lordly authority. I ask for nothing but a fair and public trial according to the known laws of England. But the tyranny the Parliament imposes on me is worse than in the King's time. Indeed, his actions appear honourable and glorious compared to theirs.
No, they do not. Not at all. In the King's time we lived under the habit of repression, and tyranny was instituted as the right. Parliament may make mistakes and swerve from what appear to you, and very often to me, the rights and justice of the case. But these are accidents of necessity, and can be easily remedied when there is time to consider, or the necessities of the situation are less severe. There is no ingrained habit of injustice.
That's more than I know, Oliver, or would dare take my oath on.
There are many men in the army, John, and in the House too, who publicly proclaim that Lilburne has turned his coat, that he is in the Tower in the company of notorious cavaliers like Dive and Maynard, and they have influenced him to become a king's man, under the pretence of concern for soldiers' rights.
Anyone who proclaims that proclaims a lie. And you know they do, Oliver, and you should reject such assertions to their faces if you love me as you say you do.
John.
The same people proclaim Cromwell and Fairfax sold themselves to the king months ago, and are secretly planning to put him back on his throne.
There is no secret plan. We are settling the nation openly, in public debate.
I am the same man now as when you first knew me. That man had already served 4 years in prison for attacking the bishops, and I am so much the same man that I will do everything I can to bring down the Parliament as I brought down the prelates, rather than allow them to destroy me, and my wife, and my children. Why am I still here? Why, more than a month after the army entered London, have I only just been visited by a senior officer, not to mention my friends? Oh, my wife thought the prison doors would be flung open the day you marched up Fleet Street. But I was more sceptical than that, knowing you all of old.
I sometimes wonder, John, whether you're more concerned with the safety and settlement of the nation, or your own grievances.
Oliver, they are the same thing. If one man is treated unjustly, how can the nation be settled? Imprison one man without justice, and the whole nation is in chains.
Let me be plain with you. You should have been released at once, and would have been, if we felt we could trust you to understand the delicacy of the situation. What we dare not allow is John Lilburne released, making a hurly-burly among our soldiers, stirring them up to rebellion against their officers. All our hopes still stand on this army. All of them. As they have done any time these last 2 years. And I have read what you have written. Your latest diatribes against me and some other officers of this army. Attacks on our honour and integrity, hard to forgive in any man, let alone a professed friend. But let that pass. Let not personal grievances stand between us in accomplishing such great designs as we are about. You can be released with the very greatest speed If you will promise to be quiet, not to stir up the army against us, because that we cannot allow. Will you, for the sake of our old friendship, give me that promise?
No, of course not. Never. And it's a strange sort of friendship that asks me. Justice must be publicly done. The accusations against me must be withdrawn by both houses, and I must have some reparation for my wrongs, losses, and injuries.
If you have patience, all these things can be attended to. Perhaps we can get you out, but we cannot ride roughshod over Parliament. We are their servants, not their masters. Meanwhile, honourable employment can be found for you in the army, or otherwise in the Parliament service.
Honourable employment? As things now stand, there is no possibility of honourable employment in the army or the Parliament. And not for all the gold in the world would I have any dealings with either.
John, you stretch any man's love to the limit. Time and again, men offer you the hand of friendship and you spit in their faces.
Oh, I welcome the hand of friendship. It's what's in the other hand that concerns me.
Nothing, John. It is as open and loving as you see it now. Well, in all honesty, you've given me little for my pains but the barest courtesy, and proved yourself as inflexible as you've always been. When God sends great tempests and floods upon the world, the very firmest and most reliable trees must bend a little, or they will be broken in pieces.
Is that what's in your other hand?
My love for you is undiminished, in spite of all the unloving things you have said about me in print and to my face. I shall do my best in the Parliament to get you released as soon as possible.
I can give you no assurances. I cannot.
Then give none. Fathers and sons share the same blood, and what runs through our veins is the blood of Christ's love. We cannot be enemies.
I don't know what to say.
Say nothing, and look forward to the blessing of your wife and children, and the joy of liberty.
Oliver, if the Lords will deny their jurisdiction over a commoner, if the House will pay me the £2,000 it owes me as reparation for my treatment by the Star Chamber...
So many ifs, John.
If the army will pay me even half of what it owes me in arrears...
What?
I will take myself abroad for a year. Well, there's no employment for me here, nor any prospect of any. My family must live.
I will do what I can. I'm a single individual, as you are. All I can do is speak for you.
With your soldiers at the chamber door.
I wish I could believe, John, that even in Amsterdam or New England your voice would not be heard.
I wish I could believe, Oliver, it would not need to be.
Your chamber is too cold. I have arranged for us to have dinner together with the Lord Lieutenant in his lodgings. We will continue our talks there.
Oh, I must have your ear on behalf of half a dozen fellows here, as unjustly imprisoned as I am.
Royalists among them, no doubt.
Justice is no respecter of political loyalties. Even the king has his rights, as a man.
That's not in question. What we are concerned with are his rights as a king.
Captain Reynolds, I didn't expect you here.
Nor are you, Trooper Lockyer. What's happening? Who are all these people?
Whenever anything extraordinary happens in London, you can be sure Lilburne's behind it. It was his idea that all the London agents should meet the agitators.
Is that Elizabeth Lilburne over there?
Yeah, she's here. And Chidley the cheesemonger, and his wife Catherine who wrote the pamphlets, and Prince the printer. All honest men and women in Cyprus.
Mistress Lilburne.
Captain Reynolds.
I believe there may be another meeting here.
Up the main stairs and along the gallery to the large room at the back. Several well-cloaked and hatted gentlemen are moving that way.
No good news about your husband yet?
None. 3 weeks yesterday since Cromwell visited him.
We must all be patient, ma'am. Excuse me.
Captain Reynolds?
Yes?
Knock before you enter.
Francis. Come in, John. I got your message. I wasn't expecting the gathering downstairs.
We thought you might make us less conspicuous. Come in. You know all these gentlemen, I'm sure. Cornet, Hodson, Mr. Wildman, Mr. Colonel Rainsborough.
I did not expect to see you here, Colonel.
Our expectations change almost daily, Captain Reynolds. The only thing we know about next week is that it's 7 days away.
And this gentleman, I believe you may know, Chief, former Captain Ayres.
Yes, Will Ayres, of course I know him. We were comrades in Cromwell's regiment right at the beginning.
Yes.
You left the army in 44, didn't you?
Yes, there's no room for me in the new modelling of things.
And how are you, and what have you been doing?
I am very well, John. I'm as concerned as anyone else about what's happening.
Gentlemen, none of us called this meeting. It seemed to come about spontaneously, as an expression of the dissatisfaction of very many officers, from the highest to the lowest. Though we may not agree on every point, we all share a common view about what this army has done and must do. And we all feel that some sort of crisis or moment of decision is very close to us now.
Yes.
Mr. Wildman, you are regularly with John Lilburne in the Tower. What does he say?
John feels that he's been utterly deceived and betrayed, but perhaps no more than the rest of us, or indeed the whole nation. When Cromwell came to see him, the meeting ended in all kinds of brotherly love and affection. John was so much moved by Cromwell's apparent honesty and concern that he even offered to withdraw from the scene by going abroad for a year.
He can't do that.
Did he mean it?
That's a question no one can answer, Colonel. There's no more committed man, but he can be like Quicksilver. He can move from one passionate concern to quite another in seconds.
But he's still in prison?
He is Cornet Thompson, and very likely to stay there. It can only be that all the affection on Cromwell's part was the most naked hypocrisy. Lilburne's case came up in the House the very next day, when it was immediately deferred to the following day without discussion. The next 2 days the same thing happened, and a week after that the case was recommitted while the House searches for precedents. Meanwhile, John stays safely in jail, while Cromwell and Fairfax and Ireton go about their business. I spoke with him for 2 hours this afternoon, and he has decided to give up any hope of justice from Cromwell or the House and appeal directly over their heads to the rank and file of the army.
Their soldiers will listen, that's so.
They are listening already. Every other trooper has Lilburne's pamphlets in his saddlebag.
Gentlemen, let us be done with talking around the point. Why are we here? Why do we meet in secret with our faces muffled in an upstairs room of a tavern? If we don't begin with absolute honesty and the very plainest speaking, I am not prepared to remain.
I think, if I may speak for some of us at least, that we are here because we think that Cromwell and Ireton are very close to doing a deal with the king which will not be acceptable to the majority of the army.
Is that what you all think?
It is.
And what follows from that?
That it may become necessary that the army should be led by some other person.
Or group of people.
You asked for plain speaking, Colonel, and you must know that most of our persuasion would be glad if that person could be you.
So that this meeting is in the nature of a conspiracy against the current leadership of the army.
I don't see that we need to call it that yet. We're simply considering what will happen if Cromwell can't take the majority of the army with him. If that occurs, we will need new leaders, as we needed new officers in May. But there is no certainty that it will occur. So there is no conspiracy in our meeting, simply a wise man's consideration for the future.
And yet we come here with our faces covered and our sleeves cloaked.
Tell us what you think, Colonel.
I think all these matters are likely to come to a head in the next few weeks, when the full council of the army meets at Putney with the new agitators present. Indeed, I think we should make sure they do.
Yes.
My own opinion is that the king will never agree to Ireton's heads of proposals, even in their present watered-down form. I think he will temporise till he can bring in a foreign army, either from Scotland or France, to fight us all over again.
Absolutely.
Nor do I think the Parliament will ever pass the proposals, even if the king does accept them, because the one faction that gets nothing by them, the Presbyterians, still holds the ring in the House. So that it seems to me very likely that Cromwell and Ireton will find they are taking their stand on a sandbank, not a rock. At that point, we must be ready to state our case and win it. I think a full statement of the army's arguments must be made before the council meets at Putney.
I have already discussed that matter with Lilburne.
And that our central point should be that the settlement of the people's liberties must be considered before a settlement with the king. We dare not settle with him and simply rely on his good nature to give us the freedoms we have fought for and won at the expense of so much blood. We must fight every inch of the way for that principle at Putney or wherever else the council meets.
So that the true significance of this meeting is to be quite clear that if Cromwell and Ireton persist in their present folly, they must be deposed, and that Colonel Rainsborough must take command. Is that agreed?
Perhaps not in so many words, Francis. We are not working for that as the conspirators worked to kill Caesar. What do you think, Captain Reynolds? You share the man's chamber and are closer to him than any of us.
I think he is quite convinced he can come to an honourable agreement with the king. But he is not the sort of man to go to the edge of a cliff and then decide to jump off it. His instinct will always be to draw back, find a compromise, if you want him to go over the edge.
You'll have to push him.
Well, then, let us give one concerted shove.
For my own part, I'd willingly jump hand in hand with him, rather than see everything we've fought for cravenly surrendered to the king.
I need to. One further point, gentlemen, before we go our separate ways. Let it be clear to all of us that this meeting has not taken place.
We have talked of this matter before, Penelope. The father has grave responsibility for his children, and particularly for a daughter. I have a small circle of friends here in London, learned men mostly, but I have not hesitated to consult them and benefit by their advice.
I have no wish to be published in the streets like a broadsheet, Father.
Of course not. There is no question of that. Don't be foolish. All my friends are gentlemen of discretion and tact, whose words have been spoken to my ears only.
And what have these tactful and discreet gentlemen said?
I have invited 2 gentlemen to this house on their recommendation.
For what purpose?
To meet you, of course, with the prospect of marriage.
Not both at the same time, I hope.
No, of course not.
Will I be expected to speak? Or will they merely poke and pinch me like a heifer or prize mare?
Penelope, it is the height of ingratitude to speak to me in this unwomanly way, and most dispiriting to any father trying to do his best for his daughter's welfare and happiness.
You have not considered my wishes at all, Father.
That is because I know what they are. And you know quite well that they are unacceptable to me, and never will be acceptable to me. If your choice had been a wise one, I would have been happy to applaud it and give you my blessing. Since it is not, yet another burden is placed on my already overburdened shoulders. No. You must be married and securely established for your life before I die, or you will be left as a withered old maid in your brother's establishments, and who knows how eccentric or ungentlemanly they may turn out to be. I have not educated you to the level I have for that fate. You are a match for any man in the kingdom.
It is not my wish to appear ungrateful, but it may be that I would rather remain unmarried
No,
than to be...
that is not an option I can entertain. You must be married and settled soon, or my duty to you will have been neglected, which my conscience could not endure. Mr. Robert Morrison is the cousin of a learned astronomer who is a friend of mine and lives at Holborn. He is in the timber and fish trade, and a man of considerable wealth. For his person, he is a widower of 53 years, with 4 children, a most generous and respectable man of a Presbyterian persuasion, with whom you will live in great comfort. Him I have arranged to meet you here Wednesday of next week.
And there is another, I believe?
Yes, there is. You must have some choice in the matter. Captain John Standish is 40 years old, a former sea captain in the West Africa and Indies trade, who made so much money from those ventures that he now has many ships at sea and can afford never to leave London. Captain Standish has had a dangerous and adventurous life and is ready to settle down into domestic comfort and breed a family.
And when must I see him?
The Friday following. Penelope, I hope there will be no foolishness. These men are gentlemen, and my honour is at stake in inviting them here. They must be most courteously and most soberly received.
They will be courteously received. Is that all you have to say to me?
It is, for the moment. Have you nothing to say to me?
No, nothing.
That I find rather surprising. But since it is the case, you may leave me to my studies and consider how to prepare yourself to meet these gentlemen.
Thank you, Father. Martha?
Yes, miss? What is it?
I must get a message to Francis straight away. Do you know where he is?
My dear miss, but you write the letter, I'll send out Whitehall and the Royal Mews. Someone will find him for you, never fear. Oh, what's the matter, miss? Oh, no, there's no need for tears, I'm sure.
No, Martha, I'm all right. Just find Francis as soon as you can. Oh. Or Captain Reynolds. In spite of our meeting, he's done nothing, and I knew this would happen. If you can't find them, I don't know what I should do.
No, keep calm, miss. Of course we'll find them.
I know one thing. Whatever happens, I wasn't born to marry a fishmonger or a slave trader. And I won't. I won't.
In The Power of the Sword, Part 5 of God's Revolution by Don Taylor, Cromwell was played by Bernard Hepton, General Fairfax by Nigel Anthony, John Church by Eric Allan, and Francis White by Graham Blockey. Reynolds was Kim Wall, Penelope, Deborah Makepeace, Stephen White, David March, Edmund, Cornelius Garrett, Martha, June Barrie, John Lilburne, Christian Rodska, and Elizabeth Lilburne, Maureen O'Brien. William Thompson was Anthony Jackson, James Thompson, Simon Cuff, Cornet Denn, William Eedle, Sexby, John Hartoch, John Wildman, Stephen Rashbrook, and Lockyer, Peter Craze. Ireton was Bill Wallace, Colonel Rainsborough, John Badley, Robin, Elizabeth Lindsay, and the silent soldier, Steve Hodson. God's Revolution, Part 5, was directed in Bristol by Ronald Mason. God's Revolution, a series in 12 parts by Don Taylor, with Bernard Hepton as Cromwell and Nigel Anthony as Fairfax. Part 6, Discussions at Putney. The Presbyterian leaders have fled, the army has marched into London, and John Church has returned to find his wife Betty has run away with an itinerant preacher. Meanwhile, suspicion of Cromwell and Fairfax is growing, and the young radicals in the army are making plans to overthrow them. Discussions at Putney.
My dear father, before you say anything unfriendly towards me or read scurrilous things in the Royalist news sheets, let me tell you myself what happened at the Council of Officers 2 days ago. There is to be a full council of the army in Putney Church at the end of the month, with all the new agitators present. Fairfax, being an honest man who seeks peace and concord even where there is none, invited all the officers to meet him at his chambers in Whitehall.
Above all, gentlemen, I beg you to understand the true nature of our discussions, whether in this Council of Officers or in the Council of the Army. What things are permissible to be discussed and what things are not. Our purpose here is principally to consider the army's heads of the proposals and our negotiations with the king. We are here to bind up the wounds of the kingdom, not to overturn it. I see many papers here, which some among you make great play with, which are not the business of this meeting.
Lord General, there are many among us who believe that these papers are the business of this meeting, and its most important business too. The matters contained in this document are more important than a settlement with the king. They concern the fundamental liberties of the people.
May I speak, Lord General?
Please do, Commissary Ireton.
Colonel Rainsborough misunderstands on a fundamental point of law. This army was raised as the servant of the Parliament to preserve that Parliament's liberties against a tyrannical king. That purpose we have accomplished. And now, all that is left for us is to re-establish the king and his Parliament within safeguards that will guarantee those liberties which were in danger before we took up arms. Beyond that point, gentlemen, we have no legal right to do anything at all. Certainly not to set up states and constitutions at our own whim.
You asked the soldiers if they fought to put the king back on his throne, Commissary, and you might get a different answer.
Trust in the king, Lord General, not among the men, nor among many of us.
Very many of us, Excellency, are more than unhappy with how far the negotiations with the king have gone already.
Lord General, let me make it clear to all these gentlemen that the king is king by undisputed right from his father. Who else can we deal with but him? How else can we come to a binding up of the nation's wounds without making some sort of agreement with the king?
Why not by making an agreement with the people, Lieutenant General?
The king is the people, Major White. He is their head and representative. There can be no other.
I hold in my hand a document drawn up by the troopers and soldiers of no less than 5 regiments of horse, and with the general agreement of very many more. It states
But since we can no longer trust the king, and have no way of knowing that he'll honour any agreement we might make with him, he should now be ignored. And that the agreement should not be with him, but with the whole people of England. A covenant which every man and woman in the nation will sign, and which will guarantee our liberty through all the succeeding generations.
Major White, this isn't a time for dreams and fantasies. There is a law in this nation, and we cannot simply ignore it.
Lieutenant General, negotiating with the king is like repairing an old and rickety house whose foundations are unsafe. The moment you put the capstan on the roof, the whole thing collapses round your ears.
Let me repeat, Major. There is a law in this country.
Law? What law? If there's a law, why are we sitting here debating this question at all, while the Parliament waits meekly for the outcome of our deliberations? Why is the king our prisoner? There has been a war, Lieutenant General. Many of our good friends have died in it, and war, by its very nature, means that law is at an end. We have reverted to a state of nature, gentlemen, where the only law that matters is the law of the sword.
Major White! What you have said is an outrage!
But it is true, Lord General. The king wouldn't be listening to us if we hadn't defeated him in battle. And nor would the Parliament if we hadn't chased Hollis and Stapleton out of the chamber at sword point. Why pretend? There's only one law in this country, and it is the law of sword and pistol. We can discuss and enact whatever we like, because we have the power to put it into action.
Major White, be silent!
Sir, I have said nothing more than the truth.
As your commanding officer, I order you to be silent!
What the Major has said is an insult to every soldier in this army, and to all those who have fought and died for the liberty of Parliament. I propose that he be immediately expelled from this council, and that he be not allowed to sit with this council, or any council of the army again.
Is the man to be allowed to speak in his own defence, Lieutenant General?
He has spoken enough, sir. He has already condemned himself out of his own mouth. I propose we vote for his immediate expulsion.
I agree. Let it be put to an immediate vote.
And let me make it quite clear, gentlemen. Either Major White leaves this chamber, or I do.
Of course, that frightened everyone into submission, and I was expelled almost unanimously for saying what we all know to be true. I've never seen Cromwell in such an uncontrollable rage. I've heard of his famous bursts of fury, but I've never seen one before. It's a terrifying sight, and demands a man of the greatest courage to stand against it. So, the short and long of it is that I cannot speak of Putney or anywhere else. Rainsborough says I was lucky not to be cashiered. But it's the injustice of it rather than the luck that I feel most burningly.
Francis.
Lord Jack, what have you come out?
Listen, what on earth?
I haven't expelled you.
What were you doing in there?
You didn't even vote for me. You sat there with your hand resolutely down.
Of course I didn't, because it was clear you were going to lose.
Friendship ought to have dictated at least some...
What has friendship to do with it? Are you serious, or is this whole business only a game to you? You are one of our leading men, the hero of the Chelmsford Mutiny, and you have put yourself hors de combat at the most crucial time. Do you expect me to be stupid enough to join you? Or Rainsborough?
John, it had to be said there in that council. We couldn't let Hartoch and Cromwell simply set up the discussion on their own terms.
Yes, but you allowed your temper to run away with you. And when it comes to temper, Cromwell is always going to outgun you as he outguns everyone. Would you praise a cavalry commander who risks everything at a first charge and loses 3/4 of his regiment in the process? I'd call him a fool.
John, I don't think I've been a fool.
All right, neither do I, not entirely. We can still present you as the hero of Chelmsford and the army's martyr, but it's a good job some of us had the sense to sit on our hands and not rise to Cromwell's bait.
I can't bear it. To be excluded, the dishonour.
Well, never mind that now. What's done is done. Where are you going?
To my lodgings, I suppose. In St. Martin's Lane.
I'll walk up with you.
Aren't you going back in?
Why should I? The main business of the day is done, and I have something else to talk to you about.
What?
This note from your sister.
What?
Martha, her woman, was waiting at the Royal Mews gate as I left for the meeting. She was looking for you, but said I'd do. As you see, it does concern me.
My father's gone mad. Does he really think Penelope's a wife for fishmongers and seeker?
I must see him formally to ask for her hand.
You'll say no.
Why does he insult me so nakedly, Francis?
He has very many bees in his bonnet these days. Every year he gets worse.
If I write him a letter, will you deliver it? It'll be better than an ordinary letter.
Yes, of course I will.
I'll write it at once and let you have it by tomorrow.
Why shouldn't I act as your messenger boy? I've no better function
Oh,
than...
rubbish and nonsense. You're still our most valued man after Rainsborough. There are plenty of others who can act as our mouthpieces.
Who, you?
No, not me, but...
Anyway, I enjoy being a mouthpiece.
Far too much. That's what got you expelled.
My dear Bet, it seems strange to be talking to you still in this journal I've kept for you so long, when I know you're not listening. But these one-sided conversations have meant so much to me the last 3 years, I can't give them up. And maybe the time will come when you will read them. Where are you, my girl? Where have you gone? I can get no trace of you. You're always 2 steps ahead. Brother Gerard, the silent soldier, seems my only hope. The more I get to know him, the more extraordinary a man he seems. And he certainly knows all kinds of strange, impassioned people under the dirty blanket of the city. The other day I met some people from Amersham who are determined to live the true life of the apostles, with everything held in common and no possessions but the word. And there are people in London with even stranger ideas than that. Gerard asked me to meet him at a church I hadn't heard of before, over on the eastern side of the city, a place where he says he often goes to commune with the spirit. I found it through a tangle of alleys. When I got there, it was a ruin. He was sitting in a broken pew with the sparrows for company, and the open sky for a roof.
Comrade Gerard? Come in, brother. Don't be afraid.
The wall doesn't look safe to me.
It's stood for 20 years to my knowledge. I used to come here when I first came to London.
No scriptures, no minister, not even a roof.
God doesn't need such things. I hear his voice best here when I'm in the city. Best of all in the open field. He speaks most plainly then.
Have you any news for me?
Nothing certain. A name.
What?
Not the name he was born with. He calls himself the son of Sion. I have met men who knew him. He was a carpenter.
A carpenter?
He left that life 5 years ago. Suddenly reappeared last year, making his testimony.
And do you think God approves him luring men's wives away and the mothers of children?
These are strange days, brother, when many mysterious things are being made known. I know many who do believe it, who say that women should be held in common as well as all other things.
If you'd seen my children, Comrade Gerard, you'd know it was the devil's work.
God is all love, I do believe that. He never wishes us pain.
It's hard, you see, after so long.
There are 5 good friends of mine living in a house near the Barbican. 3 of them know him well. We shall go to see them next week.
Why not today?
They are beggars, brother. They will be back next week.
Then I must be patient.
Look up at the sky. The sky will calm you. I wonder that any church has a roof when the open air brings God's presence so close.
Major Huntingdon, send Captain Reynolds in.
Yes, sir. Come in, Captain Reynolds.
But leave us alone, Major, if you please.
Yes, sir.
Come in, John. Sit down.
Thank you, sir.
I brought you here to tell you that your chairmanship of the Council of Agitators is at an end.
Oh. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope my actions have given you nothing to complain of.
No, nothing in the least. Your reports have been regular and detailed, and have provided a most useful indication of what the agitators have been thinking. But your usefulness in that direction is finished.
Why is that, sir, may I ask?
The new agitators are sharper and more angry men than their predecessors. They wish for no chairman appointed for them by the officers. Particularly, they will not trust an officer from my regiment.
Well, I don't see why, sir. I have worked most conscientiously and honestly in their interests.
And in mine.
Those 2 interests are not exclusive, surely. We are brothers in arms.
They may not see it that way. Nor, I suspect, in your most religious moments, do you.
Sir?
But I do not ask any man to give a record of his conversations with God. However, Captain, I hope you are still one of my most trusted officers.
I know I am, sir.
The meeting next week at Putney will be a bitter one.
I am well aware of the anger of very many of the men. We shall face many difficulties.
Yes, sir, I am sure that is true.
The majority do not understand what is happening, or what is at stake. We have been in these negotiations with the king for nearly 2 months, and the discussions have been difficult but fruitful. The great prize is almost within reach. I think it very likely that we shall conclude a peace with him, both sides having made concessions within a few weeks. If we can do it, our victories of peacemaking will diminish all our military victories to nothing, less than nothing. It is in that light that we must see the debates at Putney next week.
Most of the soldiers know nothing of the details of your negotiations, sir, but they are very suspicious of them.
Well, of course they are, understandably. But it is of the greatest importance, John, that nothing should happen next week to upset the delicacy of our dealings with the king. There will be much argument in public, but in private we must convince the men that they must be patient. You are on amicable terms with Rainsborough and White and the others. Restrain them, John. Hold them back. Don't let them come into open conflict with us. We need time to grasp this great prize dangling just out of our reach. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir, I do. And I shall do my best to counsel moderation, but...
But what?
I may not succeed. I see no certainty in it, but it seems likely that there would be a majority against you if it comes to a vote.
People's minds must be changed, or a vote must be avoided.
I shall do my best, but I cannot act too openly, or I will lose my credibility with my friends.
One piece of advice for you, John, from an old cavalryman.
What's that, sir?
You can't ride 2 horses with only 1 bum.
I have never been in any doubt which troop I ride with, sir.
I'm glad to hear it. At Putney we shall all have to be quite sure where we are going, or we shall certainly be lost.
Colonel Rainsborough, you must not consider absenting yourself, whatever insults may have been offered you.
Easy to say, Captain Audley, but since, like the dying swan, this is to be my last utterance, I shall have to do my best to make it memorable.
Gentlemen, this meeting of the General Council of the Army in Putney Church on this 28th day of October 1647 is for public business, and anyone who has anything to say concerning public business has full liberty to speak. The Lord General, being himself ill in Lord Paulet's house at Turnham Green, instructs me to proceed in his name as if he himself were present.
John, Francis, I didn't expect
They started yet? About 5 minutes ago.
I can't bear to be excluded.
I was hoping to see you before I went in. Have you seen Rainsborough this morning?
I couldn't bear to get here at the beginning. I've seen nobody. I thought I might listen at the open door, but I can't really hear anything except a reverberation.
They have ordered him to relinquish his regiment.
What?
And to go and take command of the Navy.
Rainsborough, he's an artilleryman. He's never commanded a ship in his life.
Of course he hasn't. It's simply to get him out the way.
What's he going to do?
He intends to say what he thinks in case this is the last opportunity he gets. There is no council of the Navy.
Yes, Thompson, I'll lock you.
You're late. They've just started.
We needed to collect some more copies of the Agreement of the People from the printers.
We want them well scattered about the church.
Did Cromwell and Hartoch have any idea what's coming?
They had none before this morning.
They saw copies as soon as they got here. There was a great deal of heads together and furious whispering.
We've got Wildman and Petty and Sexby and Everett in there, so they'll have a fight on their hands.
Church, isn't he supposed to be here?
Yes, he is, but nobody's seen him today.
Oh, yesterday he didn't come to the agitators' meeting to discuss tactics.
Look, we must get in. It looks as though they're just about to read the agreement through.
Oh, can I wait outside? It's unendurable.
Don't. Go back to your lodgings. I'll tell you everything that happens.
No, I must be here.
This paper, gentlemen, is entitled An Agreement of the People for a Fair and Present Peace upon Grounds of Common Right and Freedom. Having by our late labours and hazards made it appear to the world at how high a rate we value our just freedom, and God having so far owned our cause as to deliver our enemies into our hands, we do now hold ourselves bound in mutual duty to each other to take the best care we can for the future, to avoid both the danger of returning to a slavish condition and the chargeable remedy of another war.
Oh, for the love of God, now! Come on, Brother Church, don't flag. It's no more than 100 yards further up that alley to the left.
I'm not flagging.
Or are you one of those who takes more pleasure in seeking than finding? There are many men who, when they see Jerusalem, draw back and shield their faces.
By rights, I should be somewhere else. It's my conscience that's troubling me, not the fear of what I'll find.
Where should you be?
At the council at Putney. My mates in the regiment have stood by me, and I should be there.
All councils are the same, brother.
Much bad breath and more bad faith. These stinking tenements breathe purer air.
You may believe that, brother, but I don't. But since I've come this far with a guilty conscience, I can go a few steps further.
There's the house, the one with the broken door. We're in the Valley of the Lepers here, brother. These people are never mentioned in anybody's council. And yet we know what choice Jesus would have made. Where he would have been.
Times are changing. Maybe he's in Putney Church now with shortcuts on his coat, speaking up for his mates.
This door might just as well be off its hinges for all the good it is.
They need a carpenter here, not a soldier.
Hello there inside. Isaac! Little Michael! Clemency! They're here. We'll go.
These things we declare to be our native rights, and therefore are agreed and resolved to maintain them with our utmost possibilities against all opposition whatever, being compelled thereunto, not only by the examples of our ancestors, whose blood was often spent in vain for the recovery of their freedoms, but also by our own woeful experience, who, having long expected and dearly earned the establishment of these certain rules of government, are yet made to depend for the settlement of our peace and freedom upon him that intended our bondage and brought a cruel war upon us.
Thank you, Mr. Wildman. Truly, this paper contains in it very great alterations in the kingdom. Alterations from that government it has been under, I believe I may almost say, since it was a nation.
What do you think he made of it, Louis?
He didn't like it, but we've done it. We've put it on the table.
Now we must make it law.
Listen to the way he's speaking. When he uses that calm, reasoned tone, you can be sure there's a thunderstorm inside.
It'll come to an issue today. Slip out and tell Francis to be ready to ride to the tower to tell Lilburne what's happened.
Shall not gather together and put out a paper as plausible as this. And what do you think the consequences of that would be? Would it not be confusion?
Isaac, little Michael, I've brought my friend Trooper Church to see you.
What does he want here?
Come in, Captain Colonel, come in.
A blackamoor and a dwarf. And Clemency has only 4 of her 5 wits. How are you today, child?
Tired. We walked all the way from Grantham.
Who are they?
What's the matter, Captain? Never seen an African before?
On ships and on the waterfront.
He thinks I'm the devil. Seen me in your bad dreams, have you, Captain?
Gerard told me you were beggars, and I was expecting...
Beggars? We're not beggars, Gerard. What an insult to the honourable profession of fooling. I'm a juggler. And a tumbler and Isaac eats fire. Then we do a comic fight, because he's so big and I'm so small. He lifts me up and throws me about. They always win. They all like that, don't they, Isaac?
They laugh.
Oh, he's a mighty warrior from Africa, you see. And he doesn't like being beaten by a dwarf, even in fun. He could squash me under his thumb like a beetle if he wanted to. His name's not Isaac. It's Quackaroo. But his master couldn't say that, so they call him Isaac.
Are you a runaway slave?
No. I would never have run away unless I could have got back to Africa. My master was a good man who taught me to read English, but he died.
Sure, what do they want here? This is our place.
Oh, don't worry about her, Major General. She sees visions and runs mad every now and then, but she's just tired today. Yeah. She sings like a blackbird and collects the money for us, and we look after her when she loses her wits. We used to dance and juggle outside the theatres, but the Black Hats don't like plays, and they've closed them all. So we had to go on the road.
What do they want? I don't like them.
Don't be disturbed, dear child. We come in love. My friend Church has troubles, and you may be able to help him.
Why should we help soldiers? You're never any help to us. You chase us away from giving people innocent pleasures, hang us up on trees, and steal all the food and horses for miles around.
It's for your freedom we do it, friend.
My freedom? Nobody ever asked me, Captain. So how do you know what my freedom is? What you mean is your New Jerusalem, and that never includes us.
It includes everyone. This very day we're debating at Putney.
How to give all the power to the Africans and madmen and dwarfs, eh?
Tell us when you want us to take our seats in Parliament, Lord Colonel. We can manage tomorrow if you like.
The Commonwealth is the property of all God's creatures, Isaac. Great and small, misshapen or whole, black or white.
So you tell me, Brother Gerard, but who believes it?
Then what do you want then, Colonel Captain? If you just come for a peep show, we charge.
I'm looking for a man. He goes from place to place preaching, with women for his disciples.
He means the son of science.
What, old Dirty Dan? That's what we call him. His real name's Daniel. He comes from Islington.
Oh, we saw he in York. Weeks ago when we was up that way.
And did he have a band of women with him?
No, he always has a string of women, even when he was just a carpenter in Islington. He was famous for it. That, and never washing. You could smell him coming round corners, couldn't you?
There were about 5 or 6 women with him in York. Less than usual.
Was there a small woman with dark hair and big eyes?
They all look the same when they've been with him for a few weeks.
Yeah, scabby old drabs.
No.
Oh, don't be offended, Captain Colonel. You asked us the question.
No, I'm not offended. Thank you.
Here, he said he was going further up north, Northumberland and that way. Not coming back to London no more.
Yeah, too hot for him down here, you see. Too many husbands and fathers with cudgels in their hands. You're one of them, brother, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's go now. Can I give alms to these good people?
What, without doing a show? We're professionals, we are, Captain Major, not beggars.
The news is free, Captain. If you want to do something for us, just tell your friends to leave us alone. And when they plan their Commonwealth, don't include us.
Major White is here, Mistress Lilburne.
We can see no one. Didn't you tell him?
He was most insistent, ma'am.
But I must most urgently see your husband.
Haven't you heard, Major?
Heard what?
None of you care a broken straw for him, and that's the truth of the matter. He can kill himself 10 times over, and none of you will even notice if he's not serving your own particular ends. He's still here, Major. Still in prison.
Yeah, sure he
and he's ill, sir. Very ill. He has been for 2 weeks. If he were dead and buried, his good friends in the army wouldn't know any better.
Is he? Send him in.
I knew nothing of this, I swear to you. John, perhaps you should rest. I'll come another day.
Tell him to do as he's told, Lizzie. Send him in.
Take care, Major. He's so much weakened a breath could blow him away.
John. I'm sorry to see this.
Oh, I'm tired, that's all. Worn out. I was supposed to plead my case before the Commons Grand Committee last week. Would you believe it? I was too ill to do it.
I hardly believe you could ever be that ill.
Oh, I regretted it, I can tell you. Such a chance lost. I intended to roast him. 2 days ago I should have been there again. But I had to send them a written deposition instead.
What happened?
What always happens. Nothing. I'm still in prison.
I've been at Putney all day. I came to tell you.
Yeah,
we got directly to the point. We had the agreement of the people on the table, read and read again inside the first hour.
Yes. And?
Cromwell sidetracked us into a long debate about engagements the army's already entered into with the House and the King. Just about everybody on earth except the actual soldiers who do the fighting. There was a great deal of philosophy talked about the justice of keeping unjust promises and the like. All of which made it quite sure that we didn't get to a discussion of the agreement at all.
That means Cromwell has decided against it.
And Arden too, there's no doubt about that.
What next then?
Tomorrow morning has been set aside for a mass prayer meeting. Gough and some other of Oliver's psalm singers thought that little idea up. So nothing can happen till tomorrow afternoon, but then it can't be avoided. I don't see what can stop it.
Don't be so cynical about Oliver's prayer meetings. He always prays a great deal when he's uncertain. He waits for God to speak.
God hasn't spoken by tomorrow afternoon. Oliver will have to rely on his own judgment. Rainsborough and Wildman are determined to have the whole document discussed. You should be there speaking for us, not locked here in this prison. They won't keep you here much longer. The soldiers won't allow it.
Maybe it'll be long enough. I've always been ready to face my God at a moment's notice.
He's not ready for you yet, John. He's still marshalling his arguments.
Well, it's good to make me laugh. I don't seem to have laughed like a human being for years. Don't let him off the hook tomorrow, Francis. Press the attack home.
If only I could. I am condemned to the role of spectator for my sins, while others lead the charge.
Oh, well, you must learn to be patient, as I've had to learn it, and sit like a housewife with your darning or your book, waiting for news of the battle.
And this paper makes me think that its meaning is that every man that is an inhabitant of England is to be equally considered. and to have an equal voice in the election of his representatives. And if that be the meaning, then I have something to say against it.
We judge that all inhabitants that have not lost their birthright should have an equal voice in all elections.
My intention was always that everyone that has fought for his liberty should be included in it. For really, I think that the poorest he that is in England has a life to live as much as the greatest. And therefore, truly, sir, I think it's clear that every man that is to live under a government ought first by his own consent to put himself under that government. And I do think that the poorest man in England is not at all bound to that government that he has not had a voice to put himself under.
Captain Reynolds.
What?
There's a soldier to see in the church porch. What, now? A most insistent, sir.
For my part, I think that no person has a right to an interest or share in the disposing of the affairs of the kingdom and in choosing those that shall determine what laws we shall be ruled by here, that has not a permanent, fixed interest in the kingdom.
Corporal Church, what do you want?
Sorry to call you out, sir. I couldn't think of no one else to ask.
To ask what? Be quick, man. There was never a greater drama since this was a kingdom than is being played in there today.
All right, so you go back in. I'll make myself
Oh, don't be a fool, Corporal. Since I've come out, tell me what I've come out for. Well, what's wrong with you? You're always one of our most decisive fellows.
I'm sorry, Captain Reynolds. I wanted to ask if I'm still agitator for my regiment. And as you're chairman of the council...
I'm not. I haven't been for 3 days. Where have you been?
Well, that's it, sir. I've been neglecting my duties, and I wondered if I'd any right to be here
Well, of course
today.
you have. No one else has been elected. Where have you been? You weren't here yesterday, nor at the agitators' meeting the day before.
I've had great troubles, sir. Personal troubles. And I let them blind me to where my true duties lay.
Well, we all have personal troubles. That doesn't stop us being soldiers.
I've been out with the army these 3 years, sir. And not being an officer like yourself, I never got back home in all that time. I've lost my wife, sir. That's a plain fact of it.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Corporal. But you're not the first soldier that's happened to, and I don't suppose you'll be the last.
No, sir, I know it's common enough. But I was determined to find her. She's gone away, you see, with one of them ranting preachers. And I've been looking everywhere round London where she's been seen or heard of. I even thought of leaving the army and going after her.
Do you know where she is?
No, sir, not really. Probably way up north by now.
You'd get no permission to leave the army for that.
No, sir. I would have deserted. I know that can be a hanging matter, but plenty of men do it.
Then why are you wasting my time, Corporal? Go and be hanged.
No, sir, please. I decided not to do that, sir, or I wouldn't be here troubling you. I love my wife, sir. I do, and my 2 boys. But she's betrayed me, and seems not likely ever to return. We're about a great business here, sir, unless the Lord has lied to us all these years. I want to forget her and stay with my mates. Fight all the harder for them, maybe, if that can be. After all, I haven't lost everything. We're winning here, so I've heard.
We may be.
I want to be part of it, sir. Am I still acceptable in spite of my backsliding?
Of course you are, brother. Come, let's go back into that church together. What we're missing in there, we'll tell our grandchildren at the knee, just as much as our famous victories.
We have engaged in this kingdom and ventured our lives, and it was all for this, to recover our birthright and privileges as Englishmen. And by the arguments heard, we have none. It seems now that unless a man has a fixed estate in this kingdom, he has no right in this kingdom. And I wonder we were so much deceived.
Did you write that piece?
No. I copied it into my virginal book. It's by Mr. Laws.
Which one?
I don't know.
William's dead. Killed at the Battle of Chester. Henry I've met on 2 or 3 occasions. He is an Orpheus in these Thracian times. We have learned friends in common.
It's a beautiful piece. I know nothing of its author.
Stop playing now. I want to talk to you.
Is it a particular matter?
You are a great disturbance to me. My mind is never at peace, and I need peace to pursue my studies.
I'm sorry. I try to make things as quiet as I can for you.
No, not about the house. I could work with the town crier in the room, but not when my mind is in a turmoil. Do you understand?
Yes, but I hardly know what I can do to help.
Your mother had a voice like a nightingale. She couldn't play as you do, but I played for her, spinet or lute. And we sang the newest and the most beautiful songs together. We both loved music. For a year had a musician in the house, but I couldn't afford to keep him.
Now I am your musician.
But you don't sing as she did, out of pure instinct, like a bird that knows no better. For so short a time. Shall we go back to Nun's Stow?
Go back?
That's what I said.
I would be happy to. You brought me here, and the city frightens me.
When you were 15, 16, that was a time of great happiness, too, when I realized what a jewel had been given me, loaned for my safekeeping. Shall we pack up, then, go back and let everything be as it was?
But it was you, Father, who said some arrangement must be made for me. You who are planning that I should marry.
Marry? Why should you marry? Not every woman marries. All that can be changed. Why not? Man is a rational animal, and he learns from his experiences. You can stay at Nun's Stow, and when I die, you will do as you please with yourself and with it.
That's not possible, Father. You know that. Mun must have Nun's Stow.
Why? Pigs are pigs and horses are horses, one end of the country to the other. Let him go somewhere else. Or he can be your steward if he wants, run the place for you, just as he does now.
He is your eldest son.
And you are my only daughter.
Father, you are too wise a man to talk such nonsense, and I won't listen.
Too wise, am I? I'm wise enough to know when I'm well off. Why should you leave me at all? You are an intelligent and educated woman. I need intelligent people around me. Can I speak to Edmund and Martha? The geese and ducks have more to say.
Of course I'll stay with you, as long as you need me. But...
But what?
Mun must have Nun's Stow. And you must realise that it's not an unreasonable wish for a daughter to marry, however much she loves her father. It is the law of nature.
There is no law I know in nature that says women should marry, nor is there any law that says we shouldn't go back to Nun's Stow and be as we were. That suited me very well.
I was 15 then.
I've had a letter from Captain Reynolds, in spite of the fact that I made my position quite clear.
I ought to have guessed.
What ought you to have guessed? I don't see what guessing has to do with it. Anyway, you must answer him. Tell him to go away and stop pestering me.
No, Father. It is your duty as a gentleman to answer him, and to meet him if need be. You cannot simply ignore his request. Not if you're to have any credit left in London or anywhere else.
So, you are quite determined to disturb and upset me as much as you can.
I know what your honour requires, and what I require.
Very well, very well. Have your own way, as you always do. I see we shall have to stay here. We are condemned to it. We must find you a husband, however much it goes against my wishes.
Father!
You must prepare yourself to meet the gentlemen whose names I mentioned to you, soon. And I shall compose an answer to Captain Reynolds.
You must invite him to call here, in the most courteous manner.
Oh, I shall invite him to call here, never fear. And when he does call, I shall speak to him in such a way that there will be no further possibility of doubt about anything concerning himself or any member of my family.
Gentlemen, agitators, soldiers, and our friends from London, if you can restrain your merriment for a few moments, let me ask you to raise your tankards to the man who sits in the seat of honour today, Colonel Thomas Rainsborough. That Thomas Rainsborough is an heroic soldier, we all know. And that he has done deeds in the field with the best of you, while I have been safe in my lawyer's robes. But his victory in the Battle of Putney will perhaps be considered to be his greatest and the most long-lasting in our nation's history.
Thank you, Mr. Wildman. Brothers, we have won a victory today. We have got in our hands the prize we came to this great assembly to win. An acceptance of the fact that any peace in this blood-stained nation must be based not on negotiations with an untrustworthy king, but on the agreement of the people. And that agreement is to be confirmed by a great rendezvous of the whole army, all of it, brothers, and within a few days' time. I doubt if this village of Putney and this tavern has ever seen celebrations like ours. But, brothers, we are all soldiers enough. speaking for myself, I think my departure to the Navy is now a lot less likely than it was. We are all soldiers enough to know that one battle does not win a war. The Parliament has debated and rejected our agreement, and our enemies in the army, if I should call them that, those men who have been our friends and leaders for many years, and will be, God willing, for many more yet, who lost in today's vote so overwhelmingly, with only 3 votes supporting them. They are, like the good soldiers we know them to be, certainly regrouping their forces. There was no doubting the integrity and force of Cromwell and Ireton's arguments, and it would be a foolish man who assumed that they will now collapse and prostrate themselves before us. If we know anything at all about those men, we all know that that is not in their nature.
The guard party's here, and we have 20 minutes' ride to Turnham Green.
There's great celebrations along the street.
It's supposed to be an agitators' meeting, but there's plenty of London levellers there, too.
Do they know about Lilburne?
I doubt it. He wasn't released till after 5.
The most important thing, Henry, is not to call a general rendezvous of the army. I'm quite convinced of that.
They voted for it overwhelmingly.
The General Council does not command the army. It would not give orders in battle, and it does not now. We will call a rendezvous, but in 3 separate places, carefully deciding which regiments we call to each.
Will they stand for that?
Ask yourself another question. Will they openly rebel against it? We're not now where we were in May. Men obey their officers. We have good discipline. What I fear most is that if we have a general rendezvous, it will become like May again. And if it does, this time our authority will be gone for good.
It's a dangerous tactic, Oliver.
Now, what tactics aren't dangerous in times like these? If the army falls into disobedience and anarchy, the danger will be very much greater. It will be tyranny again, and all our heads will be off.
They don't seem to think so. Well, they wouldn't be cheering so lustily.
Always distrust large numbers of men cheering. 9 times out of 10, they're letting their brains fly out through their mouths.
Shall we ride, then? Fairfax is dear. They will be getting cold. Lord General's guard! General, salute!
Good evening, Captain. Shall we ride to Lord Paulet's house?
By all means, sir. At a brisk trot! Forward!
Brothers, we have had a good day today. But I have one more word to say to you. A week ago, I went to the Tower, and I spent 2 hours there with John Lilburne. He has been ill, as very many of you will know. And the first good news is that he is now very much better. But I have a second piece of good news for you, brothers, even better than the first. Today, both Houses of Parliament agreed that John should be released on bail. What is more, he arrived here about 10 minutes ago, and he is now waiting in the back room to speak to you.
There is no better cure for my sickness, brothers, or for any man's, than to be breathing the good, fresh air of liberty!
Your continued good health, Lord General.
Lord General.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm much more troubled by what has happened this last week than by any fever. And particularly by the news that Lilburne is at liberty.
Well, he's on bail. If he's wise, he'll keep quiet.
When has that man ever been wise?
He cannot be kept in prison any longer, Tom. Not with any justice. He's more for us than against us.
Whoever wrote the agreement of the people of Lilburne is its author. I took up arms with my father nearly 8 years ago to curb the power of the king and the tyranny of the bishops, not to give a vote in the Parliament to every cheese merchant, innkeeper and farmer in the country. That way we will see the whole world turned upside down and no man's property safe.
The Parliament must be reformed. The men who sit there are most of them venal self-seekers, not fit to do the Lord's business.
What sort of men would sit there if every man in the kingdom voted them in? Ostlers, tapsters, watermen.
Well, what matters to me is that the Lord's business should be done. It matters not at all whether the men who do it are elected by 40-shilling freeholders or coalmen, bargees and brewers, provided that our liberty is assured, our conscience is protected, and our property made safe.
But today we have voted that all free men should elect members of Parliament.
Such votes are not worth the breath that utters them. The King will never accept such an idea, nor will the nobility, or the city, or the merchants, or the lawyers. Nor is there any conceivable parliament that will pass such a measure.
But there is only this army between the nation and destruction. It must be kept in being and united. If some form of an agreement of the people is the price we have to pay, then we will have to pay it.
Oh, Oliver, the King will never consent to such constitutional heresy.
The King, it seems to me, never consents to anything we say, nor gives us in return for all our concessions anything more than a courteous and most gentlemanly smile. What more can we offer than we already have done, alienating half the army in the process?
He is the King, there is no other.
Yes, but it may be...
What?
We may have to settle the nation without him.
Well, how can that be? He is the nation. Who can we settle with but him?
Well, the Prince of Wales, possibly. Or Prince Henry.
Oh, they will never betray their father.
Or with the Parliament alone.
And who will be king then?
Nobody.
Nobody?
Perhaps we should have consuls or tribunes, like the Roman Republic.
I swore my loyalty to the King. It has always been my intention to see him replaced on his throne.
Tom, we have been in negotiation with him continuously for 3 months, and during that time, without ever rejecting anything outright, he has agreed to absolutely none of our proposals. Proposals which have almost caused our own men to draw their swords against us. What his real intentions are, none of us can guess, unless to lull us for long enough to raise another war against us.
He can't do that. He has no organised force.
He has the French and Scots.
He would never be so unscrupulous as to bring in a foreign invader.
The longer the nation is unsettled, the greater the temptation, which is why we must find the solution within months. Weeks.
And if it has to be with some version of the agreement of the people, if that should be the Lord's will.
Well, then let the Lord enact it, for I certainly will not. I will not preside over the dissolution of the government of the kingdom and my father's patrimony.
Well, John, you could hardly have been more successful. We could never have imagined such a triumph when we met in your cell last week. The grandees have been routed.
Only with words. The army rendezvous is the next step. We must speak to every soldier in the army so that he will be prepared to back what we say with action, even against his old commanders.
It ought not to come to that.
Oh, it's quite certain to come to that one way or another. Much has been said this week, but the power still lies where it was. I'm merely out on bail. None of the charges against me have been dropped.
We got further than we expected, and you are at liberty.
You cannot imagine what pleasure it is to look up at the stars, even on a cold November night. My cells were always locked at sunset. A free man is a man who can look up at the stars when he wants to.
As many an enslaved peasant can do that.
Well, so it seems to me, after so many years of stone ceilings.
You're riding back to London tonight or staying in Putney?
Oh, riding home. I've seen so little of it these last few years, I cannot afford to miss a single night. Particularly the children. And the new boy.
I'll arrange a guard party. Captain Reynolds?
Sir.
Call out a guard troop for Colonel Lilburne to his home in Southwark.
There's one already, sir. I'm riding to London myself tonight, so as to meet a gentleman early tomorrow at St. Paul's on a matter of business.
Well, Captain, no business could be more important than escorting Colonel Lilburne.
Mine might be, sir. I am making tenders to a gentleman for his daughter.
Well, in that case, we might safely say you're escorting me from prison and yourself to it.
Are they here?
They've just gone into Father's study.
I thought I recognised France's voice on the stairs.
It's kind of you, Mum, to ride up to town so quickly.
Well, the way that messenger of yours came galloping across the farmyard, I thought the house must have burnt down at the very least. Put the ends off lay for a month, I reckon.
I don't know what to do. Francis is often quite impossible to reach. I never know where he is from one week to the next. And Father frightens me when he talks about Captain Reynolds. When he gets an idea fixed in his head...
You don't have to tell me, Pen. I've had a civil word from him since your mother died. Or I gave up letting. One or the other. But he means well for us in his heart, however fierce he gets.
What terrifies me is that he might suddenly arrange some marriage for me, and that Francis and Jack might be anywhere. Somewhere I couldn't reach them, and then...
If that happens, get yourself a coach or jump on a horse and ride to me at Nuns Stowe. Day or night, any time, so you can find some good, trustworthy fellow to ride with you. I've nothing to do but stare at the frozen fields this time of the year.
Oh, I know that's not true. But thank you.
He'll always be safe with me, till the mania calms down, and the old fellow finds some other scheme to obsess him.
Is that it? I suppose so.
1 week it's the movement of the spheres, the next finding an unsuitable husband for his daughter.
I wonder what's going on in there. It can't be anything good.
Well, Captain Reynolds, I have invited you to my house as mere courtesy demands that I should. You had better say what you have come to say. Though why my son should be here, I don't know, this not being any business of his as far as I am aware.
Francis is my friend, and I asked him to come with me.
What is said here does concern me, Father, and I'm also here as a witness.
A witness, sir? A witness to what?
So that we will all be quite sure what is said and what not.
Do you not trust me, sir? Do you call me a liar?
No, but your eyes and ears are not mine. They may see and hear things quite different.
Oh, no philosophy, sir, please, or you will soon be out of your depth. Drowned, in fact. Drowned.
What's the matter?
Nothing's the matter. Come on then, Captain Reynolds, say it and let's be finished.
It gives me no pleasure, sir, to meet you in this mood. But I am a gentleman, and of a gentleman's family, and these things must be done in the proper manner. I come to ask for the hand of your daughter Penelope, whom I wish to marry as soon as conveniently possible.
Do you?
I have, over the last year, obtained her love, and she is of the same opinion and wish.
How can that be, sir, when you have been denied access to my house, and she has been forbidden to see you?
I need not explain to you, sir, the many ways by which people come to love each other. You are too wise a man not to know.
Well.
I am the third son of Sir James Reynolds of Castle Camps in Cambridgeshire, and I have studied the Inns of Court, so that I am well qualified in the law. I will not, of course, inherit my father's estate if my brothers live, but my father has settled upon me a generous portion, and I am at the moment negotiating to buy an estate of a malignant royalist through the Committee of Sequestration at Goldsmiths Hall.
Robbery, sir! Robbery in broad daylight! You will not pay half its value for some other man's inheritance!
No, sir, the law, approved by Parliament, in punishment for those people who brought a ruinous war upon their country. But all that concerns us here is that I am a sound man and capable of supporting your daughter as my wife, in a manner, I may say, in excess of what she is accustomed to.
And is that all you have to say?
I wish formally for your permission to marry her.
That permission is refused. Is there anything else? Be quiet, Francis.
That is the most naked insult to a gentleman, a soldier, and my very good friend.
It is no surprise to Captain Reynolds. I told him some months ago...
You realise, sir, the state of things at the moment, what it costs us to be here this morning?
That's enough, Francis.
There has never been any time in the whole history of our nation like this last week. This afternoon we must prepare to ride to the great army rendezvous at Corkbush Field at Ware. That will begin the building of a new Jerusalem in this country, a new order of things quite unknown since the Golden Age.
Your vapourings, my son, mean nothing to me. They are the dreams of a scold.
And your insults to a leading member of God's army will not be looked on with any sort of approval.
Are you threatening me, sir?
The Committee of Sequestrations can look into the ownership of this estate too, Father, if we ask them to.
None of this is necessary.
And then you won't have the power to tyrannise over what your daughter should do and what she shouldn't do. When the estate's in my hands, I shall give my sister to my friend who loves her.
Shut up, Francis! I would have thought after last week you would begin to learn how to control your temper. Let me apologise, sir, on your son's behalf, and assure you that no such course of action is intended or would even be possible. The committee is only empowered to look into the affairs of known royalists, and as far as I know, you have never materially supported the king.
I have never supported any of you. Nothing is ever gained by the sword except cartloads of dead men.
We will agree to differ there, as honest men sometimes do. But I think I have some right to know why you are so determined to forbid my marriage to your daughter and to deny her happiness as well as mine.
There's no reason. It's old man speak.
Either be quiet, Francis, or leave us.
All right, sir. I will tell you. And we will have done with this business for good and all. I won't let my daughter marry you because I have her happiness at heart, and I don't wish to see her wear black before her time.
Wear black? You mean as a widow?
Yes, sir. A young widow.
Because I am a soldier, you mean?
No, sir. When you first asked for my daughter, I took the precaution of ascertaining your time and place of birth, and from that information I cast the star chart of your horoscope. Death by water is written there. You will be drowned, sir, as a young man, soon. My son's fate is the same. It is written in his heavens, too, unavoidably. It is anguish to me, but must be endured. The same stars give my daughter a long life. She is not for you, sir. Not for you.
I do not know what to say. This is the most heathen superstition, unworthy of a Christian.
You merely deepen the insult to Captain Reynolds, father, with this childishness.
Well, while we talk of witnesses... Mun, Penelope, come in here.
What now? Sir, you need not create playhouse scenes about the matter. I have heard and understood what you say.
What is it, Father?
Come in, both of you. Let you both witness that neither now nor at any time in the future will I give permission for Captain Reynolds to marry Penelope.
Oh, Father,
be quiet,
please.
Father. Have you gone mad?
Nor when I am dead. Should you or Captain Reynolds consider that my interdiction has no force, it is my eternal anathema never to be unsworn in this world or the next.
What's that? What's going on down there?
Master Francis! Master Francis!
What is it, Martha?
Gentlemen to see you, sir.
Francis, is Jack here with you?
What is going on here, sir? Is my house to be turned into the public bedroom?
I can't bear it! I can't bear it!
Excuse me, sir, for bursting into your house in this manner, but I have the most urgent news for these gentlemen.
What is it, Lewis?
Francis, you must return to the Royal Mews at once, and you too, Jack, should report to your senior officers. We had a message from Hampton Court this morning. The King has escaped.
What? Where to?
No one knows. It was only discovered this morning. All officers are commanded to return to their regiments at once.
What does it mean, if the King is escaped?
Well, sir, we know no better than you do, but we can guess at the likelihood.
What we've all been afraid of for the last 6 months.
And what is that?
Another war.
In Discussions at Putney, Part 6 of God's Revolution by Don Taylor, Cromwell was played by Bernard Hepton, Fairfax by Nigel Anthony, White by Graham Blockey, and John Church by Eric Allan. Reynolds was Kim Wall, Rainsborough, John Badley, Ireton, Bill Wallace, and Huntingdon and Lockyer, Peter Craze. James Thompson was Simon Cuff, Brother Gerard, Steve Hodson, Edmund, Cornelius Garrett, Stephen White, David March, and Penelope, Deborah Makepeace. Isaac was Christopher Asante, Martha, June Barrie, Lilburne, Christian Rodska, Elizabeth Lilburne, Maureen O'Brien, and Wildman, Stephen Rashbrook. God's Revolution, Part 6, was directed in Bristol by Ronald Mason. God's Revolution, a series in 12 parts by Don Taylor, with Bernard Hepton as Cromwell and Nigel Anthony as Fairfax. Part 7, The Logic of Events. The radical faction, known as the Levellers, has triumphed at the Putney debates and expects the agreement of the people to become the basis of the new English constitution. Suddenly, the news breaks of the King's escape from Hampton Court, and it seems there is real danger of a second civil war. The Logic of Events.
August the 16th, 1648. My dear father, we left Knaresborough in Yorkshire at first light, and we're marching west at such a speed that I wonder if the men will be able to endure it. But we must move fast if we're to stop the Scottish army breaking out of Lancashire into the Midland counties. It seems likely that tomorrow or the next day we will fight the greatest battle even these wars have yet seen. As Major of the Foot, I shall be at the centre of the front line, and it is in the Lord's hands whether I shall survive the conflict. So, my conscience tells me that I should make one last effort by writing to you to heal the great breach between us.
Major White!
Yes?
The Lieutenant General's called a council of war in his lodging tonight.
Wherever that may be.
He says it'll be Preston, or as near there as we can get.
Right.
Enemy are very close. It seems likely we'll engage them tomorrow.
Tell the Lieutenant General I'll be there.
After the meeting with Captain Reynolds and Penelope, we both parted in anger. The terrible things that have happened in this nation since that time must serve to show us how foolish such anger is. and how petty in the greater eye of the Lord. But we knew nothing of those horrors last November as we rode to the great rendezvous at Court Bushfield. What we did know was that Cromwell had already outwitted us by dividing the radical regiments between 3 separate assemblies. We knew, too, that the King's escape must change everything, though how and in what way we could not be sure.
Captain Reynolds is coming back, Major.
Hello, John. What's the matter?
We were going to join you on the field.
There's trouble already. Cornet, Thompson, Church and myself are not summoned to this meeting, and we'd better not appear.
What's happened?
The 5 regiments who were summoned are already drawn up. But Major Scott arrived with Colonel Ayres, and they started to distribute copies of the agreement. Rainsborough and the agitators were preparing to present a copy to Fairfax, but suddenly Ayres and Scott were arrested. And now there's a great argument going on between Rainsborough and Fairfax.
Where's Lilburne?
He's at the Sun Inn at Ware, waiting to see what happens.
No other regiments there.
Well, Harrison's and Robert Lilburne's have been seen no more than 2 or 3 miles away.
And what'll happen when they arrive?
Trouble for sure. Lilburne's force have driven their officers away, stoned them out of the camp.
Like May, all over again.
And they're being led by Captain Bray.
Well, then, let's get there.
No, I don't think we 3 should show ourselves yet. We would almost certainly be arrested, and that wouldn't do any of us any good.
Is my regiment drawn up?
Yes, in very good order.
Then I must be there.
Why don't we go to the Sun and wait with Lilburne?
Yes, then if things develop our way, you can all ride to the field together.
Good luck, Francis. Keep us informed what's happening.
You'll know soon enough. But things didn't develop our way. 20 minutes later, the regiments of Harrison and John Lilburne's brother Robert rode onto the field. We had been hoping for more than 2 regiments, but even so, here were 2,000 men in open defiance against their commanding officers. They were all wearing their black hats, and stuck in every one of those 2,000 hatbands was a copy of the agreement of the people.
Those men must leave the field, Oliver, or we must.
If we leave now, Tom, we'll never come back. Ride with me.
Are you Harrison's regiment?
Best regiment in the army.
And are you Robert Lilburne's men? You all know who I am. And here is the Lord General himself riding at my side. The Lord has led us to victory after victory together. Isn't that so? By whose authority do you come to this assembly?
It was decided at Putney, Lieutenant General, that the whole army should appear at this rendezvous. We come by the authority of that decision by the General Council of the Army.
And what is your name, sir?
Captain Bray, Lieutenant General.
Is your guard party reliable?
Absolutely reliable.
Step forward the agitators of those 2 regiments.
There are 4 men, sir, as well as myself.
Lord General's Guard, arrest those 5 men.
What? Lieutenant General, what right have you...
Fairfax's guard moved straight in and arrested them on the spot. And the men did nothing. They seemed mesmerised, sitting there in ranks on their horses as though they couldn't believe what was happening.
Soldiers of Harrison's regiment, in token of your renewed discipline, remove those pamphlets from your hats.
Don't push them too far, Oliver. They'll never do it.
If they don't do it now, they never will. Just look straight at them and don't flinch.
And one by one, like the leaves in autumn, those pamphlets fell to the ground till all the black hatbands were empty and there wasn't one man in that regiment who hadn't obeyed Cromwell's order.
Soldiers of Lilburne's regiment, now you do the same.
They won't do it, Oliver.
They must do it.
They're not going to.
We'll see about that.
Not a man on the mood, and every other soldier in the army watched them. Then Cromwell rode his horse into their ranks and calmly pulled out the pamphlets himself and cast them underfoot. And they all watched him in a kind of paralysed disbelief. In the whole history of the war, I've never seen an action of such naked courage. If one man had moved against him, if one sword or pistol had been drawn, he would have been a dead man.
Guard party, march Captain Bray off the field under close guard, and bring the 4 agitators before the Lord General to be court-martialed.
Within 10 minutes, on that same field, in front of the whole rendezvous, all 4 men were condemned to death for mutiny. 5 minutes later, they drew lots for their lives, and Corporal Robert Arnold drew the short straw. He was immediately tied to a tree. 6 musketeers were selected from my own regiment, and before our disbelieving eyes, he was shot to death. There were 7,000 men present at that assembly, and not one of us lifted a finger to save that poor soldier's life. And still to this moment, I don't know why not.
What happened to the men who were arrested?
They're riding them up to town tonight under guard. I rode here to the Sun as soon as I could get away from my regiment.
And what about the poor fellow who was shot?
He's already buried. They had a grave opened and shut within 2 hours.
What's Rainsborough doing?
I don't know. He left the field at once with half a dozen others before I could get away.
Yeah, well, there's nothing more we can do here. We must ride back to London tomorrow morning, do our best to get Bray and the 3 agitators released.
They all just stood there, John. They watched it happen.
And you.
I don't understand.
It proves that votes and councils are so much breath if men are not prepared to back them up with action.
But those soldiers are with us, John. I've spoken to hundreds of those very men who were there today, and they all support the agreement of the people with their heart's blood.
Or at least with Robert Arnold's heart's blood.
So why did they stand there and let that poor man be murdered?
Because it's always safer to do nothing than to act. Cromwell and Black Tom have been their leaders for years. They can't really believe that they're no longer on the same side.
Is that what you believe?
Well, what else can we believe if they're prepared to shoot? Oh, you got away with mutiny in May, Francis, but you wouldn't have done so today.
The King's escape has a lot to do with it. There was more talk about that among my regiment than the agreement. No one wants another war.
Least of all without Cromwell and Fairfax to lead them. It was a great piece of luck for all of it that it happened when it did. If it was luck.
What do you mean by that?
He'd never betray us that far, never.
Cromwell's character's like the Hampton Court maze. Going in is easy, but once inside you find yourself turning to right and left and soon you don't know where you are. He's either the most scheming politician since Machiavelli or a blind sheep blundering from hurdle to hurdle.
Which do you think he is?
I don't know. But neither I suspect is he.
John, we must leave at once.
What? Now? It's nearly 7 o'clock.
Fairfax's guards are searching the town. They're looking for officers and agitators who weren't invited to the rendezvous with orders to arrest any they find. You mean my men?
Well, I'm neither.
Why wasn't I told? Because you were here, not there. There's news of the King, too. He's been seen at the Isle of Wight. What's he doing there? Crossing to France, I should think.
But since I am on bail, gentlemen, I think we'd better move.
Oh, the horses are still in the backyard. They're waiting for what was supposed to be our triumphal ride to the rendezvous.
Well, then they'll do equally well for our precipitate flight. Come on.
What are you doing in London, Edmund? I didn't ask you to come.
I came.
You should be in Essex, mixing pigswill or combing horsetails, surely.
There's more than enough to do at Nunstow. I'm concerned about my sister.
Penelope has nothing to do with you.
And my brother, too.
Half-brother?
Half-brother, half-sister. That's just lawyers' talk. They were brought up in the same house as me. Their father is my father.
Then you should respect his wishes. Attend to your farming and leave these matters to those whom they concern.
Father, listen.
No, just a moment, Pen. This situation between you and Francis must be brought to an end, Father. It's a disgrace to any family.
There are families shedding each other's blood at the moment, Edmund.
Yes, and that's another reason why I'm here. Everyone says there's going to be another war.
What everyone says is rarely worth listening to.
And Francis, as Major to the Lord General, is certain to be in the thick of it. Will you let him march off to battle, and perhaps to his death, refusing to see him or to speak to him?
I have forbidden him my house while he opposes my wishes with regard to his sister, and while he addresses me in the way he does. I will see him again when he submits to my authority, and speaks with the respect a son owes to his father. Till then, he can ride into battle or to the ends of the earth or into the mouth of hell for all I care. I shall continue quietly with my studies.
What use is all your learning, Father, if it turns you into a fool?
Your opinions are of no interest to me.
No, I don't suppose they are. I know nothing much about books. When I was a boy, I'd always rather be in the open with the horses. But I do know how to treat animals so as to get the best out of them, with a bit of kindness and a bit of respect. And I don't reckon people are that much different. I know I wouldn't treat a runt in a pigsty the way you treat us.
Make yourself scarce, sir. Be off with you, back to your farmyard. Your compensation belongs with geese and chickens, not gentlemen.
Father, I will do what you want. I'll do anything to stop this pain.
Of course you will do what I want, Penelope. I have never expected otherwise.
But don't let Francis ride away without your blessing.
That isn't up to me. He knows how easily this wound in our family side can be healed. I am always here. He knows where to find me. So I must await his good pleasure.
Pen, this can't go on.
It was kind of you to come back, Mun, so soon.
My poor old nag knows the way blindfold by now, I reckon. I couldn't settle back at Nunstow, not after the way Francis left. Have you heard anything from him?
No, not a word.
I thought you ought to come back with me. Leave the old man on his own.
Oh, I couldn't do that. I couldn't.
If it comes to a fight, I'll stand up to him, Pen. I'm my own man, not a boy. I won't let him ride all over you.
I know that. But it hasn't come to that yet. I don't think so. I'm the only one who can heal the wound. So I must stay and do my best.
Well, Pen, you know where I am?
If I knew where Francis and Jack were, I might have a better idea what to do. But we've heard nothing at all for more than a week.
We got back to London unmolested and found the whole city like an ant heap, running alive with rumours. The king is safely locked up in Carisbrooke Castle. Everyone you speak to has a different theory as to why he went there, the most popular being that he intended to take a ship for France which didn't turn up, or even that he feared the new agitators in London were planning to kill him at Hampton Court. When we got back, Lilburne moved into action with an energy that was almost fearsome to behold. Our first concern was to engineer the release of Bray and Ayres and the others imprisoned after Courtbush Field, but Lilburne began to organise all his supporters in London and the home counties into groups or cells, each group based on a city ward or country parish. Then, at the end of December, the officers summoned a great prayer meeting at Whitehall, so we knew something important was in there.
Dear brothers, we stand here in the living presence of the Lord to seek him and to understand better his purposes for his saints. Amen. He is here, brothers, never fear that. Be in no doubt about that. He is here. And if we open our hearts to him freely, he will speak through the mouths of men.
Amen. Lord's voice is clear to me, brothers. Yeah. He speaks through the mouth of Thomas Harrison, saying that the king can no longer be trusted. No more than a mad dog is to be trusted. I have sent agents, Lord, to observe my lords Ashburnham and Berkeley, and they bring me most certain information that the king is in secret negotiations with the Scots to bring an army of Presbyterians into England.
Blessed be the name of the Lord for showing us these terrible truths in the light of his love.
Amen.
Brothers, he speaks with a clear and loving voice to me too.
Lord, inspire Captain Reynolds with your spirit.
Amen. He tells me that the men we imprisoned at Ware are our good brothers. And though they may have led themselves into the paths of his displeasure, yet they are his children, so that they are to be dealt with all mercy and love, and returned to their regiments, so that no bad blood should exist within the family of the saints.
I cannot believe the Lord speaks through Captain Reynolds when he says such things. We were on the point of anarchy, and had to act. And the Lord has owned our actions in the successful outcome.
Amen. I speak only as the Lord makes his words known to me, Lord General.
Brothers, let us bind up all these wounds in unity and love. The actions we took at Ware, the Lord has owned them. But I beg you to join with me in asking the Lord how we may deal justly and mercifully with these men, our brothers, as good Christians should.
I wasn't present at the prayer meeting myself, being still persona non grata. But unfortunately for the great spirit of unity and love, Commissary Arton bumped into John Melbourne at the door of the House of Commons the very next day.
I'm surprised to see you at the House of Commons, Commissary. Shouldn't you bid your prayers?
I might ask what you are doing here, Colonel Lilburne.
Seeking for justice, sir, in a place where it's commonly supposed to be found.
Followed by a crowd of apprentices, rogues and ruffians, I say.
No, sir, followed by citizens of London, people of England. Do you hear, my good friends, what this great Prince of the Army thinks of us all?
This is not a public theatre, Lilburne.
I don't need a theatre, Commissary. Everything I say and do is done in public. Unlike some I could name whose very prayers to God are no more than a cover for their plots and machinations.
That is an insult, sir, to the Lord and to the Lord's people.
We are here, sir, as you well know, to petition for the release of the prisoners unjustly arrested at Ware.
I will not argue in the public street.
By what right, sir, do you undercut the decisions of the elected representatives of the army?
Good morning, sir.
And that's all the answer you'll get, my friends, from the likes of Ireland. Well, will we present our petition to the House, then? Or shall we go home?
There was no doubt that Lilburne was building up a huge following in London. And whether that was the reason or not, the prisoners of Ware were dealt with the very next day. The officers released, the men condemned to run the gauntlet, which was the lightest punishment possible in the circumstances. What's more, another full General Council of the Army was called at Windsor for January the 9th. Suddenly it seemed as if love and unity was spreading among us like the plague.
As your Lord General, let me say this. We are surrounded now by greater dangers than at any time since the war ended. But the Lord has put into our hearts a great motion towards unity and living together as brothers again. Who can doubt that all the dangers will be swiftly dealt with, so that a time of peace will come upon us again after so many years. Amen.
Amen. God is on
refuge and of strength, in straits of present day. Therefore, although the earth remove, we will not be afraid.
And then we all went into the great chamber, where a banquet had been prepared to celebrate our comradeship. It was an extraordinary sight. All of us eating together. Plain soldiers, commoners, tradesmen, yeomen, gentlemen and aristocrats. The whole army of the Revolution dining together in the great chamber of England's kings.
There's been no better day for this army, Tom, since we all signed the engagement together on Newmarket Heath.
And that's barely 6 months ago.
It is more like 6 years. So many extraordinary things have happened.
Our love feast could only be more complete if Lieutenant Colonel Lilburne were here.
I don't think he would have accepted the invitation, Captain Reynolds. He has his own army now of apprentices and shopkeepers, and rates ours as the merest tyranny.
Well, Commissary, we are all committed to the agreement of the people now. All these agitators we have been eating dinner with expect no less. And the agreement without Lilburne is like the beef without the beer. One will hardly go down smoothly without the
Tom,
other.
is that your Major White over there? I'm very glad to see him.
Major White, come and join us here.
Lord General. I'm glad to see you here, Major White.
I'm here as the Lord General's third in command, sir, having no place in the council.
Well, Major, it's time that business was forgotten, among all these other causes of rejoicing. Don't you think so?
I hardly dare hope so.
I don't think we can debar the hero of Chelmsford from our councils any longer, do you, Tom?
Major White is an excellent officer in a crucial position of command. There's no doubt we shall need his advice in the next few months.
We must all learn to control our tempers, Major, and not speak indiscreetly, as you did so notably at Putney.
I bitterly regretted the indiscretion, sir.
Though not the opinions that provoked it, I dare say.
Henry, we won't even consider that question on an evening as loving and brotherly as this one is. Give me a hand, Major White, and let us consider that whole business as though it had never happened.
Dear Father, I can't tell you what that moment meant to me. The warmth of Cromwell's embrace and the sense of belonging again. There was only one skeleton at the feast, the one John Reynolds had rattled. A few days later, it came out of its cupboard. John Lilburne was rearrested together with Wildman, and they were both taken to the Tower.
Miss Penelope! Oh, Miss Penelope!
What is it, Martha? Whatever's happened?
Miss, you have to get me breath back. Where's your father?
Where he always is, up in his study.
Oh, I'm still shaking all over.
What's the matter?
I was stopped by a soldier, Miss Penelope.
Where?
Just outside, under her own porch. I'd just been to the butcher's, and as I come across in front of the church doors, I saw this soldier, a cavalry trooper, and he's a very handsome young fellow too, waiting near the front door. As I come across, he came up to me. Oh, I was scared out of my wits.
What happened?
He gave me this letter, miss. He said he'd been waiting a quarter of an hour because his orders was to deliver it only to a woman going in or out, and on no account to knock at the door. It's addressed to you, Miss Penelope.
It must be from Captain Reynolds.
Or Francis, maybe. Oh, though he wouldn't miss a secret, would he?
Oh, it is Captain Reynolds. He says he's at the Blackfriars Theatre for the next hour, and that I am to move heaven and earth to meet him there. Why at the Blackfriars Theatre?
But you can't go there, Miss Penelope. It's been closed for years, and it's all of half a mile away.
Get your coat and hat, Martha.
What, miss?
You're coming with me.
Oh, I'm all of a tremble as 'tis, miss.
What's all the noise down there? Is my house a bedlam today?
It's nothing, Father. Just domestic business. I have to go out with Martha for a moment.
Well, don't disturb me with all that door slamming when you go out or when you come back.
Come on, Martha. Oh, I'm doing my best, miss. I can't catch me breath. Oh, Miss Penn, look, there's soldiers everywhere. Loading up wagons and pack horses.
You, trooper?
Yes, ma'am?
Is Captain Reynolds here?
Yes, ma'am, he's inside.
Would you be good enough to take me to him?
Certainly, ma'am, if you'd like to come this way.
Come with me.
Yes.
Mind where you're treading, ma'am. It's pretty dark inside. There's all kinds of rubbish. Captain Reynolds, sir, there's 2 ladies to see you.
Oh, Miss White. Penelope. Thank you, Trooper.
Yes, sir.
I got your note, and Martha came with me, as soon as we could get out of the house.
There isn't much time.
What are you doing here? I've never been inside a theatre before.
Well, I've never been here, Miss Penn. The Blackfriars was a bit too expensive for me. But I used to love the old Red Bull up at Auburn. Many a good laugh I had there.
We use it as a shot and ordnance store now. There's enough gunpowder in the barrels behind you to blow us all to kingdom come.
Oh, Lord bless
Yes. I used to come here when I was at the Inns of Court. I was a great lover of plays, and I find it sad to see this famous old house used for black powder and musket bullets. But that is the nature of the times.
I can't stay long. Father will be suspicious.
Come through to the actors' tiring room. We can talk in there. Martha, you'll be quite safe here, as long as you don't touch those gunpowder barrels.
Oh!
Now, be careful as you step up onto the stage. I had to see you, and this is the last chance.
The last chance?
We're loading powder, match and shot for the regiment. And there will be other regiments here later today. The Royalists have risen in Wales.
Dear Lord, no.
Colonel Poyer, who is in command in Pembroke, has declared for the King. Our regiment rides west at first light tomorrow with Cromwell himself in command.
To fight?
Well, that is what soldiers are for. It shouldn't be much more than a formality unless the trouble in Wales spreads. But it may only be the beginning. We hear many rumours, all of them bad.
Oh, John. Dear John, take care.
I had to see you before leaving. Since that terrible scene with your father, the crisis has got intenser almost daily, and I have been unable to do anything. Has he said anything further to you?
No, nothing at all. But...
What?
I am sure he has been in contact with the two gentlemen he intends to be my suitors.
Yes, that's what I feared. Pen, my dearest, I can't do anything now till the fighting's over, but then...
It'll be too late.
It must not be too late. If the situation comes to a head, don't marry. Whatever your father says, do anything, but don't marry.
What can I do?
I don't know. But no woman in these days can be dragged to the altar, surely not.
I'm sure I could go to Munn at Nunstow. He's already said he'd help me.
Do anything, but don't make those vows to old men you don't love. As soon as the fighting's finished...
What can we do? It won't change anything.
If you are prepared to do it...
To do what?
I'll take you away with me to Cambridgeshire, and we'll marry in spite of your father. My father will stand by me. I know he will.
Oh, I don't know, John. I'm not sure.
There is no other choice, Pen. None. You obey your father, or you disobey him.
Yes.
However much you love him, there comes a time. If he treats you like a tyrant...
You take up arms against him.
Yes.
I'm glad we could meet. I must go now.
Oh, my dear girl. I shall ride into Wales with your picture over my heart like a breastplate.
My dear John.
I must take you back to the street.
You two troopers, ride with these ladies as far as St. Paul's Churchyard.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Captain Reynolds.
My pleasure, madam.
Captain Reynolds!
What is it, Cornet? I've just ridden in from the Royal Mews, sir. There's a very strong rumour going round that Major Huntingdon has laid down his commission and left the army.
What? Why?
Political disagreements with Cromwell, sir, apparently. Let me be the first to congratulate you. It's certain you'll be our new major.
Now, just a moment,
You're
Cornet.
one of the most popular men in the army, sir.
Cromwell has told me that I deserve promotion.
If you're not our next major, sir, there's a good many in this regiment who want to know why.
What is it?
It's me, sir.
Oh, what do you want, Martha? Oh, come in then, come in. I'm interrupted now.
Oh, I'm very sorry, sir, but this...
But what?
Master Francis is here and wants to see you, sir.
Is he?
Yes, sir.
What does he want?
He wants your blessing, sir.
What date is it today, Martha?
May's the 17th, I think, sir.
I last saw my son on November the 13th, 6 months ago, when he abused me and marched out of my house. Now he comes here for a blessing. Where is he?
Downstairs, in the panel chamber, with Miss Penn, sir.
It's even worse than we feared. There's a full-scale rebellion in Wales. Colonel Hodson is gathering his forces, but Poyer has taken more than half of the south.
That's where John has gone.
And there's a full-scale royalist rebellion gathering ahead in Kent, and probably in Essex too.
Essex? Anywhere near Nunstow?
I should think so. They won't stay in Essex or Kent. They have their eyes on London. But the worst trouble's in the north. The Scots are preparing to invade, and Sir Marmaduke Langdale's already crossed into Northumberland with a force of royalist horse. Colonel Lambert's there, but he needs reinforcements, so I march tomorrow, with the whole of the Lord General's foot and 2 troops of his horse, commanded by Colonel Harrison.
But you say the Scots are going to invade?
They may have already done so by now.
With the whole army? You'll be overwhelmed.
We're sent north to hold the line against Langdale, not to engage him. Fairfax is staying in the south with 4 regiments of foot and 3 of horse. We may need some of those men if the whole Scots army invades.
Francis, for God's sake, be careful.
Don't worry, Pen. I've fought in battles before and come through them unharmed. The Lord will protect me.
And you march tomorrow?
At first light.
And when will we see you again?
Who knows? Maybe the end of the summer.
Maybe.
Master Francis.
What's he say, Martha?
Oh, he won't see you, Master Francis. Not unless you apologise to him and do everything just as he says. He's hard as iron, sir.
I see. Well, there must be no arguments or anger. Not today. I'm going into battle and into the Lord's hands. And if this is to be the last time I leave this house, it must be with dignity. I cannot accept his demands. No more, I suppose, than he can accept mine. So we must leave it at that.
I'm going up to him.
Oh, no, Miss Penelope!
No, Pen, please, no more anger. I march tomorrow.
Father, this is unendurable.
It is unendurable to be interrupted once again.
You must see Francis and kiss him before he goes.
I think I have made myself clear.
Is marching to a great battle and perhaps to his death. How can you let anger and pride stand in your way?
Be silent, Penelope.
No, I won't be silent. You ask me to love you, respect you and do what you say. How can I when you behave like this towards your own son?
Do you think this is not a source of the greatest pain to me? The arrogant and unfilial way you behave, both of you, all three of you. My elder son without a thought in his head beyond mud and the weather. My younger son, whom I sent to Cambridge to become a scholar. A swaggering Miles Gloriosus like something out of Plautus rather than a gentleman. And my daughter, on whom I have lavished such a special love and care so that she is the jewel of the age, giving her heart to a military adventurer and cabinet politician, and making a mockery of all my love and pain. There is a civil war in this house too, Penelope. A devastation in my heart. That when a man has lost 2 wives and become estranged from 3 children, he is used to devastation. I am well able to live on my own. It is the natural condition of man. I don't need any of you.
He's gone. He's gone, Father, without a word to any of us.
Well, then he's gone. I am reading these Discorsi of Galileo, which I strongly recommend you to read, your Italian being quite the equal of my own. He has turned the whole universe upside down. Nothing will ever be the same again. Cast your eyes upon this passage here.
Father, how can you? How can you?
Oh, quite easily, my daughter, quite easily. If you ever reach my age with children of your own, you will understand.
Captain Reynolds to see you, Lieutenant General.
Thank you, Cornet. Send him in, sir.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant General.
Come in, John. Sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Have a tankard of that beer. And pour me one.
Thank you, sir.
Well, John, thanks to Colonel Horton's energy and determination, the situation here in Wales is almost under control.
Oh, truthfully, we were hardly needed. Horton had the matter well in hand by the time we got here.
However, there are now more urgent considerations. The Scots will cross into England at any moment, if they haven't already done so. I shall leave the foot here with Horton, but the horse must ride north to reinforce Lambert.
I think we all made that assumption, sir.
I wanted to speak to you particularly, before we ride, on a most urgent matter.
I am at your service, sir, as always.
Concerning Major Huntingdon and his vacant place.
Yes, sir, I assumed it would be that.
Huntingdon is a fool. I've known for some time that he disapproved of the actions we had taken in the army at Putney and after. He wishes to discredit me and bring me down. But the House will never move against me while an invasion is imminent.
They love all of us when they are in danger, sir.
I know you expect Major Huntingdon's place, and indeed with some justice.
No one expects promotion, Lieutenant General. It is an honour that is given to those who deserve it.
Yes, yes. That's not always true, though it always should be. You are a remarkable young man, John. I brought you close to my bosom because I have expected great things of you, and I still do. Nor have you ever disappointed my expectation, not seriously. But I have to tell you, and I tell you before it becomes public knowledge, that I have appointed Captain John Blackmore as Major of this regiment. When we ride north in a few days, he will take up the command.
I don't know what to say, sir. Except
what?
That I've been most
unjustly passed over, and that I did not expect this of you.
As you yourself said, sir, no one can expect anything in this army.
I am speechless, sir. I don't know what to say. How have I offended?
Oh, come on, Captain Reynolds. You're a bright young fellow, or I wouldn't have brought you this far. Now, don't disappoint me by being stupid.
As far as I can see, Lieutenant General, I have always acted promptly in your interest. Have devoted myself to your service and carried out your most personal commissions, even to the extent of jeopardizing other friendships and considerations.
And there we have it, Captain. Other friendships and considerations. All you say is true. You have been a loyal and effective officer on the whole. But you have attached yourself to the soldiers' faction. You're on close terms, perhaps even closer than I know, with all the Levellers' leaders. You are certainly of that persuasion yourself.
Sir,
let me finish, Captain. None of this might matter too much in the light of your good service to me personally. But the fact is that you have become publicly associated with Lilburne and his faction.
Sir, let me assure you that Lilburne...
Captain Reynolds, you have spoken too often in public places to deny it. I don't constrain you, sir. I think you are an honest man, and to some degree I admire, even envy you. Every man likes to be the people's champion. But there are times when a leader must be more than that. We're all brothers now, and will be till the fighting ceases. But it is possible that the divisions of Putney and Ware will open again between us. I cannot at this time promote an energetic young officer of known Leveller sympathies to be second in command in my own regiment. I cannot do it. You see that, John, as well as I do. In my position, you would do the same.
I've not deserved this, sir. It is unjust to me.
That may be. Many things in life are, and we slowly do our best to remedy them. Your time will no doubt come if you take the care a young officer should, but it is not now.
What do you expect me to do?
What I want you to do is to remain with me as a captain and my valued friend. I'm not sure what I expect.
You must excuse me, Lieutenant General. What you say is unexpected, and I shall need some time to think about it.
Of course you will, Captain. Take all the time you want. But remember, we shall ride for the north in a very few days.
How long have they been in there?
Nearly an hour.
Did you see him come in?
I got pretty good look from the top of the stairs as he came in with your father.
What does he look like?
He's tall and thin. Even gaunt, I suppose you'd say. Strict black all over. Not a speck of colour anywhere.
He's 53 years old. Grey-haired, I suppose.
Oh, no, miss, not grey. White. Purest white. Listen. Sounds like they finished.
Penelope, will you be so good as to join us?
Oh, Miss Penn, good luck.
I don't need luck.
Robert, this is my daughter Penelope. She is 22 years old, my second wife's child.
Her picture does her no justice. She is a vision.
Penelope, this is my friend, Mr. Robert Morrison. He is a merchant in timber and fish, successful in his trade. I think, Robert, I may say wealthy. He has asked me for your hand, and we have concluded that aspect of the matter that concerns careful fathers and prospective husbands. I am more than satisfied that Mr. Morrison will provide for you in an ample, even luxurious manner. It remains only for you to speak together and agree as a husband and wife should.
Thank you, Father.
Is there anything you wish to ask me?
No, Father.
Then, Robert, I will leave the two of you to speak together. Give your best welcome to Mr. Morrison, Penelope, as befits my good friend and your likely husband.
I shall receive him as you would expect your daughter to receive him.
Yes, indeed, at the least.
Miss White, I can hardly believe the Lord has been so kind to me as to place such a jewel in my path.
Thank you, sir.
Your father has told me of your great accomplishments. I am no scholar. I have no languages above a little Latin and a smattering of merchant's Dutch, but music I do love in particular, in the house. My third wife sang most sweetly to the lute.
That must have been a pleasure for you, sir.
Yes, it was. I would, of course, make no restrictions on your reading, beyond those a husband must make if he is to be a servant of the Lord, but such things you would not wish to read, I am sure. You will be the mistress of a large household with, at the moment, 8 servants, which, of course, you may wish to add to. I have 5 children, the eldest 23, the youngest 4. 5 others have died. But I am sure the Lord will look kindly upon our offspring.
Mr. Morrison, I am very conscious of the great honour you do me in asking for my hand. But I have no experience of the kind of household you describe, and I feel a mere child in the contemplation of it.
You must have no fears on that score, my dear. The servants keep everything running very smoothly. My second wife was 16 when we married, and she managed quite well.
How many wives have you had?
3 only, but the Lord has not blessed me with long happiness. Mary, my first, died of her second child after 3 years. Elizabeth died of a smallpox after 5 years, and Jane of her first child after only 15 months. I have had barely 10 years of marriage in 24, and much grief and loneliness. Perhaps you will find me a kinder and more affectionate husband because of it.
I am sure, sir, your good nature is not in question.
I have never had an educated wife before, nor, I may say, such a beauty. Can you love me, madam? Or shall we at least make a marriage of it?
I can hardly say yet, sir. I'm sure my father didn't lead you to expect an answer at once.
Oh, no, of course not. 2 or 3 days at least. I understand that.
There are the orders for the horse, Cornet. We ride tomorrow at first light. See them fair copied and given to each troop captain.
Yes, sir.
What's that noise?
I don't know, sir. I'll look. 50 or 60 of our own troopers in a disorderly rabble, sir.
No officers with them?
Well, yes, sir. Several of the younger ones. Not restraining them, sir, but joining in.
Dear heavens, is this an army or a rout of madmen?
Take your sword, sir. I'll charge your pistols.
No swords and pistols. I don't intend to kill anybody. What's the meaning of this? What do you want?
We want justice for Captain Reynolds! Why should a stranger be appointed to lead us when Captain Reynolds has done such good service?
That's right! No one knows anything about Blackmore!
Reynolds is the soldier's friend! That's right!
Be silent! Or I shall call out a guard and have you all in prison before you draw breath.
What, all 50 of us?
All 100 of you! All 1,000 if need be! How dare you march in here, into this decent inn, like a band of Indian savages? If you want your skulls cut for your trouble, I can do that for you with my own hands if needs be.
Now you come down here and say that, Lieutenant General!
I'll do more than say it, trooper! Thank your good God, my hand is blunter than my sword. Have any of the rest of you anything to say? If you want to lay hands on me, here I am in your midst. Shall I call the guard and open the town jail?
We stand here on behalf of Captain Reynolds, sir, who's been most barbarously used.
Captain Reynolds stands very well on his own behalf, trooper.
If you make this demonstration for my sake, I beg you to stop it at once and return to your quarters.
No, but it's unjust what has happened.
Whatever my own position may be, it cannot be improved by anger and dissension in the army. Lieutenant General, I am mortified that I should be the unwitting cause of this riot, and assure you it is none of my doing. May I speak with you in private, sir?
Yes, come into my chamber. Any man still here in 5 minutes' time, I shall have him arrested on the spot. Now come in, sir.
Lieutenant General, I hardly need repeat that was none of my doing.
Then don't, sir.
But I don't have to emphasize to you that very many of the men are angry that I have been passed over.
No, sir, you don't have to emphasize it.
I came here as soon as I got wind of the riot to disperse it myself.
You came too late. I'd already done it. Unarmed and bareheaded, as you see.
I see it, sir, with my customary admiration.
Well, what do you want?
I came to tell you, sir, that I am leaving the army. Resigning my commission.
I'm very sorry to hear it. It's a shame for the army and foolish for you.
I hope still to be useful, if you will allow me to be, but not as a captain in this regiment.
You have too much pride for that, do you?
No. But I do feel I am worth more, and can do more outside the regiment than as a captain within it.
All right, sir, if that's your decision, so be it.
I am to thank you, sir, for your many kindnesses.
Yes, Captain. We have a war to fight, and no time for these niceties. God be with you and get on your way.
Yes, sir, I shall certainly...
Now, Captain.
Yes, sir.
Cornet! Are those men dispersed?
Yes, the last one's just leaving. Captain Reynolds gone already, sir?
Are you an ambitious man, Cornet?
Yes, sir, within reason.
Don't muddle yourself on Captain Reynolds. He could have had everything, and ends up with nothing.
Captain Standish, our discussions have been most satisfactory, and if you can gain her affection, I shall be very happy to give my daughter into your hands.
No more than I shall be to take her, sir.
Do you find her amenable to your approaches?
She is a pearl among women. Of such a flashing eye and witty conversation, I'm as eager as a bridegroom of 20.
Well, we shall see. We shall see.
Now, Captain Standish.
What's he like, Miss Ben?
Oh, Martha, God preserve me from the slave trader. He walked all round me as though I were a beast in a marketplace. He even squeezed my arm. Oh. He had a horrible curved grin and such naked lust in his eyes I felt violated merely standing there.
He's a strapping build of a man, I'll say that for him. Never looks 40.
You like him, Martha? You have him. The whole burden of his conversation was the charms of the African women who have been his mistresses, and how much they all adored him. This was intended, I believe, to inflame my desire, but in fact disgusted me beyond measure. If I want to be a sea captain's whore, I can go on the streets in Wapping. There. He's gone. For the last time, as far as I'm concerned.
Penelope, join me in the panel chamber.
Yes, Father.
Well, daughter, you have now seen the 2 suitors I have prepared for you. With both gentlemen, I have concluded a satisfactory agreement, though the merchant is, of course, of greater weight than the sea captain in the matter of wealth. It is up to you now, my child, to choose which man you prefer.
You know my feelings on that matter, Father.
I am not asking you about your feelings. I am asking you which man you mean to marry, because I am determined one of them shall be your husband, and soon.
I cannot answer you, Father. I cannot.
I don't expect an answer today. Captain Standish has barely left the house, and you must have some time to think. But I am not prepared to wait long.
I take it very ill, Father, that you spring this on me when Francis and Captain Reynolds are away at the wars and cannot assist me.
I do not spring anything on you, Penelope. You have known my mind on this matter for 6 months at least. I will have no further delay. I shall expect your answer very soon.
When?
Tomorrow.
This Council of War held in Stonyhurst Hall near Preston the 16th of August 1648 is now in session. The Lieutenant General in command.
Thank you, sir. Gentlemen, I shall ask Colonel Lambert to read us the Chief Scoutmaster's most up-to-date intelligence of the Scots Army.
Well, gentlemen, it seems that we will never have a more favourable position than that we will have for the next 24 hours. The Scots Army outnumbers us by 3 or 4 to 1 at least, but it marches in a ragged and disorganised manner and is now spread out over 16 miles between us here at Preston and Wigan to the south.
My dear Father, the time of battle now draws very near, and I must bring this long letter to an end. When we marched from London, the day after you refused to see me, it took us much longer than we expected to reach Colonel Lambert in Durham. Then we heard that the Scots had outwitted us and crossed west of the Pennines into Lancashire in great force. Shortly after that, Cromwell joined us with his horse from Wales and took command. We rode south and west across the Pennines, moving as only the old Ironside himself knows how to move an army. We arrived near Preston today, to find the enemy so disorganised as to give us some chance of victory, in spite of the odds against us.
Well, gentlemen, the obvious tactic is to march further south to cut off their way back to London. That is what they will expect. The alternative is to attack north of Preston behind them and cut off their way back to Scotland. There we shall be directly faced by Langdale's horse and a force of foot small enough to be dealt with. The main body of Scots seems to be engaged in crossing the river south of the town. So, with the Lord's help, we shall strike before they can organise themselves. We attack at first light, from the north, directly down the lane to Preston. Lieutenant Colonel Colwell and Major White, you will draw up the Lord General's foot on the left of the line where the work is likely to be hottest, and we shall need seasoned troops. Immediately to your right, we shall
So, tomorrow it is to be the biggest battle since Naseby. And by the time you read these lines, I shall either be victorious or dead.
Come in, Penelope. Sit down.
Thank you.
Now, I expect to hear from you concerning your decision. Is it to be Mr. Morrison or Captain Standish?
Mr. Morrison is old enough to be my father, and he has had 3 wives already. He is a kindly man, but of a strict manner of life, and I cannot love him. Captain Standish I find physically disgusting. I cannot marry him either.
Penelope, you know my mind.
And you know mine, Father. My heart is already committed, you know to whom. I cannot love either of these gentlemen. If they are the only choices I am offered, I would rather die a virgin.
Is that your last word?
Yes, it is.
And I do not understand how you can be so harsh and unloving with me after my long devotion to you since my mother died.
This gives me no pleasure, Penelope, none. It is the source of the greatest conceivable pain. But I have a father's responsibility and a mature man's judgment. I dare not shirk the first, and I must follow the second. If you refuse to decide, however unpalatable it is to me, I must decide for you.
No.
You will marry Mr. Morrison a fortnight tomorrow. He is, as you say, a kindly man who will treat you well. He is also somewhat frail, and will doubtless leave you a widow in 2 or 3 years. As his widow, you will be rich, and the mistress of a great house and estate, so that I shall be able to feel that my duty is done.
No, Father, no, I won't. I won't marry that man.
The matter is decided, Penelope. I shall walk round to Mr. Morrison's house this evening to tell him of your decision.
My decision? It's not my decision, it's yours!
There is nothing more to say. Leave me, please. I must write a letter to Captain Standish at once.
Father, I can't believe...
Oh, Miss Penn, don't cry now. Don't cry.
I'm not crying. I'm not going to cry. Listen, Martha, listen.
Yeah.
Get me 2 saddlebags packed, and then go round to the stable and hire me a good strong horse.
Horse, miss?
Won't be married off like a brood mare. I won't be. I'll ride to Nunstow tonight.
Miss, you can't.
I'm going to.
Miss, it's 50 miles. You can't go on your own. There's discharged soldiers and robbers and who knows what else on the road these days.
What do I care about that? Let them kill me or do what they like to me. It couldn't be worse than what my father is planning.
No, you shouldn't say such things. You shouldn't.
On the road, my life will at least be in my own hands.
Miss Penn, I'll see if I can find someone to ride with you part of the way, at least.
I don't care if anyone rides with me or not. But get me that horse, Martha, and get it tonight.
Bring up the cavalry! Lord General's regiment, halt! Musketeers, light your match, check your bullets. Pikemen, stand easy and keep up the strength in your arms because you're going to need it. And sing to the Lord!
The heathen rage tumultuously. The kingdoms move and work. The Lord God uttereth his voice. The earth did melt for fear.
It's just after 5 o'clock, but it's still drizzling and there's not likely to be any sun. We can see Langdale's position from here, but there's too much mist to see much, and he may not even be aware we're here in such force. I thought so much more full of you, Father, and Mun and Penn, than of myself. We all rejoiced when we heard Fairfax had defeated the Royalists at Maidstone, but then dispatches told us of a large Royalist army fleeing across the Thames towards Colchester, and that disturbed me very much. God keep you all in his good care and out of battles which are the discipline of soldiers and no business of civilians. They're bringing up the big guns now, and the cavalry are moving in behind us, not onto the wings. When we've cracked their centre, the cavalry would charge straight up the lane in close order as at Langport. All the hard fighting will be for us to do first. Soon now. Very soon.
Miss Penelope, ma'am! What are you doing here?
Thank God.
And in such a state, do, gal?
I thought I'd never get here. It's been a nightmare.
Oh, Mr. Edmund, sir! Miss Penelope's here, all unexpected and horseback and on her own.
What? Pen!
Oh, man, I've been so frightened. There are so many soldiers everywhere galloping this way and that. I thought I'd never get here unmolested or even alive.
It's just anarchy on the roads, Mr. Munn.
Here, let me help you down. What are you doing here?
I can't tell you right here. I just had to get away. Father...
Yes, I see. I'm not sure you've come to the right place.
It was the only place, Mum. The only thing I could think of. You always said if I needed help.
Yes, I know. But it seems every royalist in the southeast is galloping to Colchester. Half an army's coming across from Kent, and there've been hundreds riding out from London to join them. There's sure to be a battle when the army gets here.
I don't care, man. I had to get away.
Come inside and get some food and dry clothes. Did you fall?
No. It's poured with rain most of the way, and I was stopped by some soldiers and pushed into a ditch.
And you're lucky to be here at all. Come inside. Joseph!
Yes, master.
Get all the horses from the north field into the close paddock. You're lucky your horse wasn't stolen, Pen, with the battle coming.
One of the soldiers was going to, but his mates took pity on me.
Come inside and get warm.
Our God, who is the Lord of hosts, is still upon our side.
Major White!
What is it, Colonel Culver?
Orders from the Lieutenant General. We are to have the honour of leading the attack, straight at the Royalist centre, and may the Lord go with us.
I hope you told the Lieutenant General how conscious we are of the honour.
I did, Major, so give the order.
Dear Lord, I place the safety of my body and the salvation of my soul in your hands. Protect me as I go into the valley of the shadow of death. Amen.
Lord General's regiment! All none of us in command today! And when do we ever lose under his leadership? Never! He's given us the honour of leading today's charge to victory! Let us show that we are worthy of it! The watchword today is the Lord and his people! May God go with us all! At the Royalist Centre, as one man, charge!
Mr. Edmund, sir, there's a troop of horsemen riding into the yard.
Who are they? Could you identify them?
Sir, ragamuffin lot they be.
Is anyone here? Come out and speak to us.
Who are they?
I don't know. There's about 20 of them. They probably want the horses.
I've seen more than one group like that on the way.
We'll go out and speak to them.
I come with you, sir.
No, you stay here with Pen.
Come on, be careful.
Let me go, sir. I can get shot among.
Stay here and do what I say.
Are you the farmer?
Who are you? What do you want?
We are gentlemen of His Majesty's army, assembling at Colchester under Sir Charles Lucas.
What do you want with me? I'm a gentleman. This is my farm.
Fairfax and his rebels are not 2 hours behind us. We need your horses.
Oh, you do you?
As far as I can ascertain, you have about 20 in that paddock.
Aye, I do.
Exactly our number.
They're my horses belonging to this farm.
No, sir, they're His Majesty's property.
Show me your commission.
Commissions are no business of yours, farmer.
And these horses are no business of yours without a commission.
His Majesty is not in a position to grant commissions at the moment. We rise in his name and will receive our commissions at Colchester from Sir Charles.
Well, come back when you've got them.
We're not here to argue, farmer.
I don't give my horses to bandits, not in anyone's name. Go steal someone else's horses. I need mine for my farm, so get out of my yard.
Trooper.
Yes, sir.
Pistol him.
Oh, my God, man! They shot him! Man!
Don't go up there, miss, for God's sake!
You men ride across and get those horses rounded up. We must get to Colchester before dark.
Man!
What about the woman, sir?
Ignore her. Come on, move! We've got very little time.
Oh, man!
You move over, Miss Pen. Let me look at him.
Oh, God, Joseph. He shot twice through.
Oh, Lord bless me, Mum. Bandits and killers they be.
So black. Chest and stomach.
Oh, my poor old boy. Say your prayers for him, miss, and say 'em fast. He's dead, miss. Dead as a rabbit.
In The Logic of Events, Part 7 of God's Revolution by Don Taylor, Cromwell was played by Bernard Hepton, Fairfax by Nigel Anthony, White by Graham Blockey, and John Church by Eric Allan. Stephen White was David March, Penelope, Deborah Makepeace, Edmund Cornelius Garrett, Joseph Steve Hodson, and Martha June Barrie. James Thompson was Simon Cuff, Harrison John Badley, Ayrton Bill Wallace, Reynolds Kim Wall, and Lilburne Christian Rodska. God's Revolution, Part 7, was directed in Bristol by Sean McLaughlin. God's Revolution, a series in 12 parts by Don Taylor, with Bernard Hepton as Cromwell and Nigel Anthony as Fairfax. Part 8, The Disciplines of the War. Penelope has been forced to meet her two middle-aged suitors and has fled to her brother Edmund at Nun's Stow. Shortly after her arrival, Edmund is killed by a band of royalist irregulars. Meanwhile, Francis, unaware of his brother's death, prepares to fight in the massive battle at Preston.
Lieutenant General's regiment of horse! 3 abreast! Up the lane! And a round trot! Forward!
Knee to knee, the horses are so close. Fetlock deep in mud up the narrow lane to Preston. 3 abreast, like a spear, like a battering ram, hit the enemy in the middle of his line.
Stand fast, the Lord General's regiment! Here come the cavalry! Mind one, sir!
What? Colonel Colwell's dead, sir.
What?
His head shot through, sir. Died on the spot. You must move to the centre to take command.
Captain Audley, take command on the left.
Pot helmet pulled down, drizzle half blinding me. I can't see the enemy yet. Steady, Brother Gerard. Riding so close, knee to knee, men and horses like a battering ram. And now through our own line to the enemy. Their foot wavering where our own men have cracked them. In we go, among the pikes and the flying musket balls. Head turns this way and that. Something tears on my shoulder. Eyes, faces, grimaces, terror. Like slow motion, a pikeman comes at me. I raise my pistol and he explodes between the eyes.
There's a group of musketeers, Major White. Dug in the first few houses, about 20 of them. Doing terrible execution among the men.
Take the whole of your troop, Corporal, and go straight at them with pike and sword. Don't let up. Clean them out, whatever the cost. Forward, brothers, forward!
This is hell, Brother Gerard. You are in hell. 2 horses away, one of your comrades, a pike thrust in his mouth, smashing the teeth and palleting out the back of his neck so that his helmet tilts and his head looks like an apple on a stick. We are all in hell.
The battle lasted for 3 days. To the north of the town we fought in heavy mud and drizzle, so that the cavalry were less effective, and we foot soldiers, particularly my own men, had to bear the brunt of a day-long slogging match till 10 o'clock at night. When Colwell was killed and I took command, there was no choice but to battle grimly forward, house by house, into Preston. The enemy fought with great tenacity and bravery. If they'd been properly organised, we would have had a hard job to survive. As it was, they lost 2,000 men. We 100. The Lord was with us in this, as in so many other things.
Lieutenant General.
Come in, Major Blackmore.
Trooper Winstanley of Captain Reynolds' old troop urgently requests to speak to you, sir.
What does he want?
I don't know, sir. Only that he says it is most urgent.
Well, I must finish my report for the House tonight, and we ride early tomorrow, as ever, but I can give him a few minutes.
Very good, sir. Come in, Trooper Winstanley.
Thank you, Major. What do you want, Trooper? You're wounded, I see. You saw some hot service.
Yes, sir. In the first charge and in the later action at the bridge.
Now, sit down, Trooper.
Thank you, sir. My arm was ripped by a park, but the leather coat saved me from much injury. It looks worse than it is.
I remember you now. You joined the regiment later than some.
In 1644.
The men used to call you the silent soldier.
Yes, sir. Or Brother Gerard.
Why was that?
I spoke very little and took no part in soldiers' recreations.
I love nothing more than a glass or two of ale with my soldiers. Too proud, are you, or contemptuous of your fellow men?
No, sir. I was wrestling with the Lord.
I wrestle with the Lord daily, but it doesn't prevent me from speaking to my colleagues or doing my duty.
Your state is enviable, sir. Mine was not. I had become a beast, a creature without a soul. There was nothing to say, only to suffer in silence.
I understand you. There was a time, before the war, when I too was in despair, in a wilderness, without God. I was a young man then, and I have found since that most men who truly know God have suffered a time when they did not know him, a time of much pain. Does he speak to you now?
Not in the old way, but he has led me to understand many things that were dark to me before. I come to you because I wish to leave the army. I would never desert, and so I ask you to release me. My work now is elsewhere.
What work?
To tell men what I have understood concerning the common treasury of earth.
The common treasury of earth? What's that?
Lieutenant General, I know you have not the time for me to tell you what I have learned in this year. It'd take many hours, nor do I fully understand it myself yet. I've begun to put it into words, and that makes it clearer. I know simply that I must leave the army. And if you keep me here, I shall be a drone in the hive. I cannot fight again.
Why not?
I thought it was God's revolution we were enacting here in England, and for that I was prepared to kill with good conscience. Now I no longer think so. The slaughter is damnable, merely slaughter, and I can no longer reconcile myself to it.
What you say cannot be true, Trooper. The Lord has marvellously witnessed for us, never more so than here at Preston. How could we face such overwhelming odds and completely destroy the Scots army unless God owned our actions in every particular? I have never been more certain.
Well, sir, I think man had something to do with it. No one but yourself could have marched an army more than 100 miles in a few days, or conceived of the plan for attacking from the north, contrary to everyone's expectation. I speak it without flattery, sir. The hand of Cromwell struck mightily for us.
That is near blasphemy, Trooper.
Much that is most true is near blasphemy. I have come to believe that God is indeed overturning all things, but that his revolution is enacted another way than with swords.
With ploughshares?
Maybe, Lieutenant General, even with ploughshares.
To do the work of God, Trooper Winstanley, one must often perform the actions of the devil. That is what leading men teaches even the most devout servants of God. And that sometimes to refuse to perform the actions of Satan is the real and actual doing of Satan's work. It is the paradox that sets a blister on every Christian soldier's prayers.
We have lived in the nation of Esau, Lieutenant General, so that every man's birthright is sold. It is the time for the age of Jacob to begin.
I don't understand that, Trooper.
Neither do I completely, sir. But I know that the poorest and the most wretched of the earth must speak, and that the common treasury is theirs as well as any man's.
Can you fight?
Oh, as well as any other man. I have destroyed at least 10 poor fellows these last days, but with no heart for it any more. I know it to be a sin, and the poor men my brothers.
What will you do?
I was born not 10 miles from here, but I shall ride back to London.
Well, very dangerous for a single horseman in times like these.
You talk of danger, sir, to a man who's just lived through the Battle of Preston.
I grant your request. Major Blackmore, write the necessary pass for this man to leave the army.
Thank you, sir.
We shall continue to make God's revolution here, sir.
So shall I too, Lieutenant General. but with different weapons.
I write you this short note, Father, to let you know I have survived the battle. For 2 days I was at the centre of the most ferocious infantry fighting, but God's goodness was such that I have sustained not so much as a scratch or a bruise. On the second day we advanced south of Preston and met the main remnant of the Scots army by the bridge over the Ribble, and on the third we pursued them all the way to Wigan, where the battle ended out of sheer exhaustion. Now, after a day's rest, we're after them again, in hot pursuit through Lancashire and Westmoreland, and I suspect we will end up in Scotland before long. My best love and good wishes to you, Father, and to Mun and Pen, whom I long to see and take in my arms. We shall meet, as a father and son should, I am sure. After what I have seen in the last few days, what is between us seems too petty to consider. But who knows when that meeting will be, if we are bound for Scotland.
Father's here, Miss Pen. You come in, Master. Come in, sir. Here, let me take them boots off for you.
No, don't worry about boots now. How are you, my child?
I can't speak much. I keep crying, however hard I try to stop. I still can't believe it. I stood here in this kitchen and watched them do it. As though it were a dream.
There was nothing we could do for him, Master. He was stone dead straight off.
I got here as soon as I could. By cart, horse, farm, cart and wagon, I'm too old and too stiff for that kind of travelling. There's soldiers everywhere, not a decent riding horse to be had. What's happening?
Everyone thought there'd be a great battle here, sir. But when Fairfax arrived, he was too much for them. And the king's soldiers shut themselves up inside Colchester. They say there's to be a regular siege now, sir, so God help all the farmers, I say.
I've had a long letter from Francis.
Where is he? Is he all right?
It was written on the eve of a great battle near Preston.
So we don't know yet?
No, not yet. Where is my son?
He's in the cellar.
In the cellar?
Sorry, Master, we had to put him down there. What, with you taking me 3 days to get here and it being August? He's going faster and should have been buried at yesterday's, right?
Oh, yes, I see.
I saw him washed all right, sir, and well prepared for the grave with a decent shroud and all. My good woman fixed it up with the local gospel.
Yes, thank you, Joseph.
What I can't bear, Father, is that we were all at enmity. I can't bear that. We weren't prepared to lose him.
No one is ever prepared. We all knew Francis was in danger. The lightning always strikes where you least expect it. All you can be certain of is that it will strike.
Then why did you refuse Francis your blessing?
Not now, Miss A. With your brother downstairs.
Take me down to see him.
There he is, sir. Don't look so bad with the face, except a bit greenish now, just in the last few hours. But don't look at the wounds, sir. They're very bad. He's all gone there.
The smell is terrible.
Yeah, well, that's the small space, you see, sir.
I arranged for him to be buried as soon as you got here. A grave is open and the minister is ready. I wanted to play for him. Of course, they've smashed the organ and there's no one to sing. So he must go to bed in silence.
I never understood him. As a little boy, he was full of delight. But some door closed between us as he grew up. We never spoke seriously together after he was 20.
He was always there. Always reliable.
I took him for granted, like one of the farm animals. Always loaded my contempt upon him, never imagining I would be required to look upon his beer and have to account for my neglect. It is best to expect nothing and love no one. That way it is possible to minimize the pain which comes to all of us in the end.
God forgive you should say such things, sir. And the dead son's leave.
If we cannot be truthful in the presence of death, when can we be?
Say nothing more, Father, please. And let us get poor man decently buried.
Goodbye, dear firstborn. I would like to weep for you, But by this time all my tears are made of stone.
Come on, Father.
Off you go now, master. While I get him nailed down.
Why are those siege guns firing, Colonel Scroop? I gave no orders to that effect.
I don't know, Lord General. I'll send an officer.
With 5,000 men in a town the size of Colchester, we have no choice but to starve them out.
Lord General?
What is it, Colonel Worley?
A regiment of horse has just ridden into camp. Their colonel asks permission to speak with you.
Horse? What horse? I thought we had all the available regiments in the south.
Yes, sir. These fellows are irregulars.
Who commands them?
Colonel Reynolds, sir.
I don't know of a Colonel Reynolds, do you, Edmund? I know of a Captain Reynolds.
It's the same man. He left the army 2 months ago, but he announces himself as colonel and commander of a regiment.
Are they smart fellows in good order?
Very smart and in very good order, sir.
Bring him here. I'll see him.
Lord General.
Good afternoon, Commissary.
I've just received some interesting news from the Derby House Committee.
About Preston?
No, nothing more about that yet, beyond the bare fact of victory. No, Lilburne has been released from his bail. The Parliament has dismissed all charges against him.
Between the Parliament and the Army, that man bounces about like a shuttlecock. Presumably they think they can use him against us.
They've even voted him £3,000 damages.
Oh, they anger me more and more, Henry. They seem to have little understanding of what this army has done for them.
I'm sure Oliver has a hand in it, even from Lancashire. We shall need Lilburne on our side when this business is over.
Henry, I have a war to win here, a war I had no wish to fight and which ought never to have occurred. At such times when men's blood is being shed, the machinations of politicians fills me with contempt.
Colonel Reynolds, Lord General.
Oh, yeah, excuse me.
Very well.
My best respects and services to you, Lord General.
Captain Reynolds, what are you doing here? Why do you call yourself a colonel when Parliament has granted you no such rank?
I have 7 troops under my command, Lord General, over 500 men, all well horsed and armed. They are all gentlemen, sir, volunteers who serve under me at their own expense for conscience' sake.
All levellers, I suppose.
Oh, we all sympathise with the army's cause, sir. We all know the agreement of the people, which the General Council voted so decisively, and we are all prepared to fight for it.
We fight for Parliament here, sir, not the agreement of the people.
Well, I know we all hold our commissions from the Parliament.
No, Captain, you hold no commission at all, so what do you want here?
We come to offer you our service, Lord General.
You have no status in this army, Captain Reynolds, even your former rank. You have resigned.
Yes, sir, I know that, but we...
Parliament does not pay you, and therefore you are not required to obey its ordinances or its commanders.
But we are committed men, sir, who will willingly put ourselves under your command and serve you to the last drop of our blood.
You are an independent militia, owing no allegiance to anyone but yourselves.
Many gentlemen raised regiments at the beginning of the war, yourself and the Lieutenant General among them.
But since that time, the army has been new modelled. My establishment was voted, and is paid for, when they remember, by the House of Commons. You can have no part of the action here.
Lord General, I bring you 500 experienced and mostly battle-hardened cavalry, well-mounted, well-shod and armed, all servants of the Lord and as impassioned in his service as any men in the army.
Well, I know your honesty, sir, and I could wish you had swallowed your pride and understood the reasons why your old commander acted as he did. I have no time for private armies under any commander, nor do I think they can bring this nation anything but further pain. Who are you, malcontents, cashiered officers, people who deserted after Newmarket?
No, sir. These fellows are more likely to have joined the purged army than to have left it. We are mostly free yeomen and country gentlemen who, for one reason or another, have dropped out of the service, but seeing the crisis of our nation, wish to raise our arms again for liberty.
Well, yeah, I'm irritated today, Captain Reynolds. I shall be bogged down here for a month, at least, when the whole kingdom is in an uproar, and I'm required in half a dozen places at once.
Is there any news from the north, sir?
Well, the Scots have been defeated, but we have no details yet.
The Lord be praised for that, sir.
If you really want to serve, Captain Reynolds...
It is my most fervent wish, sir.
You could assist me by riding to Lincolnshire. We have reports of considerable numbers of royalist horse marauding in that area, raiding farms, murdering servants of the lords. I could spare no men from this action, and I've had to leave those areas to fend for themselves. If you could serve in that way...
Lord General, nothing could be more to our taste. We will undertake that action with the greatest enthusiasm.
Very well, sir, very well. I am suspicious of all private militias, let me tell you that plainly, but you could certainly be most useful and bring succour to many desperate people beyond the reach of our arm. Colonel Worley, Colonel Scroop.
Yes, sir?
Ride with this gentleman to my quarters. I shall join you in half an hour. Bring all the intelligence we have about the situation in Lincolnshire and the East Midland counties.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Captain Reynolds.
Do you think it's suitable to play music when your brother is not 2 hours in the earth?
They wouldn't let me play for him in church.
It's easier to play than speak about it.
Come away from the instrument and listen to me. For lack of anyone else in the family, I must discuss these matters with you.
If you think I am incapable, Father, I can easily go to my room and embroider.
Oh, don't be foolish. You are far more capable than most men. I have made sure of that. But these matters are not women's business.
Why bother me with them, then?
Penelope, stop being tiresome and listen to me.
I'm listening.
We have a particular problem with Nun Stowe. The estate produces most of our income, and your brother ran it efficiently. So efficiently it will continue to run for some time without him. Joseph and the others can keep it working. But sooner or later I must find an agent.
You could supervise it yourself, with my help, for a time.
If we were staying here, yes, that might be possible. But we are not.
Oh. I would be glad if you would tell me what we are doing.
I shall return to London as soon as I can get affairs settled. My studies have reached a crucial point, and I must get back to them at the earliest opportunity.
And what shall I do?
You. There hasn't been the opportunity. The situation has not been such for me to talk to you concerning your recent behaviour. You left London alone, unchaperoned, without my permission or knowledge, and in clear defiance of my wishes.
I came to see my brother. He had always promised to protect me.
Protect you? Against what?
There's no point in talking about it now.
Against me? Against your own father?
He always promised he would not allow me to be married against my will. Now he is cruelly dead, for no reason that I can understand. The merest, most ridiculous chance. My other brother is more than a week's journey away, and the gentleman I am promised to marry is heaven knows where. I am now completely unprotected.
You are protected by me. I am your father.
No, Father. It was against you I needed protection. It was you that made it necessary for me to run away. However, that is all in the past. I need you now, and I flatter myself you need me. You can dispense with the idea of a farm agent. I can run Nun Stowe as well as any man.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Penelope. Who ever heard of a woman running an estate? You would be a laughing-stock among all the farmers and tradesmen, and so would I. You will return to London with me. I spoke to Mr. Morrison before I left. Fortunately, he knows nothing of your escapade, and I did not feel it necessary to tell him.
Mr. Morrison!
As I am sure it is behaviour which is unlikely to be repeated. Obviously, the date of your wedding must be postponed at least 3 months for the decencies of mourning. But neither he nor I wish to see it delayed 1 day longer than necessary.
Father?
What?
You intend to go ahead with that?
Of course, why not?
After all that has happened?
I have lost my elder son, and you a beloved brother who took your part. That catastrophe is nothing at all to do with my plans for your marriage. They in due time will go ahead.
Father, I thought I had made myself clear by my actions, if not in words.
I'm sure I have made myself clear. Do not bring me to the verge of madness, Penelope. I will have you married. I will have you married to that man. There is no more to be said.
Father!
I will not discuss it with you again, daughter. The matter is closed.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
True by church, are you still scribbling?
What else is there to do, Corporal Perkins, for a cavalryman sitting out of sea?
There's patrols to ride, forage expeditions, requisitioning horses. Maybe even a skirmish or two if any of them dare show their faces.
Ah, I'm happier scribbling.
What is it, anyway? Whenever there's a spare moment, I see you with your writing box and pen.
It's a kind of narrative of my journeyings for the Lord, for my sons when they're older, and for my wife.
Thompson's troops, stand by your mounts to ride in 10 minutes.
Nigel, well, that's an end of your scribble.
What is it this time, Cornet Thompson? Reports of something going on over by the North Gate. We're ordered to ride out there to take a look, so get yourself saddled up and ready.
What's the news of that mad brother of yours, Cornet? They kept him in prison a good long time just to sober him up.
It was for more than that, Trooper Church, as well you know. Last I heard, they may be letting him out.
After what, 8 months?
Nearly that.
Well, let's hope they've knocked some sense into him. I always liked him when the beer wasn't in his head.
All right, Troop, mount up, mount up!
Cornet Thompson!
What is it, Corporal?
There's a lady just ridden up from the road, sir. What's she doing on her own in a cavalry bivouac?
I'll see.
Madam, may I be of assistance to you? This is a cavalry camp and no place for a woman.
I need to speak to the Lord General Fairfax.
There's no way you can see the Lord General, ma'am, in the middle of a siege.
I'm sure he will see me. My brother is his third in command, and it is most urgent.
Very well then, ma'am. I'll leave him to judge that. His headquarters are the best part of half a mile from here, but I'd be honoured to accompany you.
Thank you, sir.
This way, madam.
Thank you, sir.
There's a lady asking to see you, Lord General.
A lady? We're besieging a town, Colonel Worley. What business have ladies here?
I don't know, sir.
Who is she?
She says she's the sister of one of your officers.
Which one?
Major White. She seems very distressed.
In that case, I'll see her for a very few moments. Cornet!
Sir?
Inform Colonel Scroop and the rest of the council, with my compliments, that we will be delayed some 10 minutes. 10 minutes, Cornet, no longer.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Miss Penelope White, Lord General.
I'm charmed to see you, madam, and entirely at your service.
Thank you, sir.
But I must point out to you that you are, for what reason I can't imagine, in the middle of a siege camp, where you certainly should not be, and where your life might be in danger at any moment if the enemy should choose to make a sortie. I can only give you a very few moments before having you escorted back where you came.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Do you wish Colonel Worley to stay?
No, sir. I would rather speak in private.
Leave us for a moment, Edmund, please. Now, Miss White, what can I do for you?
My brother, sir, is an officer of yours. That's why I come to you.
Major White, yes, an excellent fellow.
I am in despair, sir. I don't know what to do.
Well, ma'am, if you can explain it to me.
I had another brother, sir, not of the army. Just before the siege began, he was killed by a party of soldiers who wanted our horses.
Madam, I'm most distressed to hear that. The more so, as it is strictly forbidden to take replacement horses without paying for them or giving a ticket for payment. And it is the strictest order of the army that force must not be used. If you can tell me the soldiers' names, I shall certainly see them all hanged.
No, sir, they were not of this army. They were riding to join the king.
Ah, I see. Yet another crime of this unnecessary war. I am truly sorry you have lost a brother, ma'am, as so many good men have been lost on both sides.
My other brother, Major White, is somewhere in the north, and I don't even know if he is alive or dead. We had a letter from him, sir, when he was just about to fight a terrible battle.
There, madam, I can set your mind at rest. The battle was a great victory, and I am almost certain your brother is well.
Thank the Lord for that.
At least he is not among the list of officers killed or injured, which the Lieutenant General has sent me.
I must make contact with my brother, if I can, Your Excellency, to tell him of his brother's death.
Of course, madam, that can be arranged. If you wish to write a letter, I can include it in my next dispatch bag to the Lieutenant General.
And my own situation is such, sir, that I desperately need his advice, his presence, if that can be made possible.
Well, that, my dear lady, is much more difficult to accomplish. Cromwell is leading the army to Scotland. It is now nearly the end of August, and I can't see that they will be back before October, perhaps later.
October?
I'm sorry if that is bad news for you, ma'am. Many gentlemen at war are needed at home. If we let them all go, there would soon be no army to fight for us.
Yes, Excellency, I can see that.
Is there anything else I can do for you?
Perhaps, sir.
What?
If you know the whereabouts of Captain Reynolds, his good friend... Oh, but Francis has written that he is no longer in the army, so perhaps...
Yes, I can help a little. Captain Reynolds has indeed left the army, but he has raised his own regiment of volunteers.
And where might I find him, sir?
Some way from here, I'm afraid. If you wish to send a message, you must send it to Lincoln or Newark. His headquarters is likely to be in one of those two towns.
I was born near here, sir, and I have hardly travelled at all except up to London. Is it far to Lincoln or Newark?
2 days' ride for a good messenger. Do you wish me to send to Captain Reynolds?
No, sir, no. You have been more than kind already.
My sympathy in your distress, madam. I hope I have been of some assistance.
Yes, Your Excellency. I am very conscious of the honour of being allowed to meet you at all.
Well, we are plain soldiers here. Any man may speak to his commander, or any woman too, I dare say. I am your servant, ma'am, and I must now request you to leave the camp.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your help.
Cornet!
Yes, sir?
Escort this lady safely out of the camp. It is your personal responsibility, sir.
Yes, sir.
Colonel Worley!
Yes, Lord General?
Send for the other gentlemen.
Yeah.
And let's get back to the business of powder and blood.
Stephen, sir, there's a letter for you, sir. Miss Penn's writing.
The letter? Show me.
I knew she hadn't gone for good, sir. She wouldn't have done that.
My dear father, do not be fearful at my second disappearance. I am safe and well. But I can't stay with you under the conditions you have imposed upon me. I hardly know who I am, or what I am anymore. You have made me into a kind of changeling child, educated far beyond most men, skilled in music and poetry, languages and philosophy, and yet expect me to behave like any country gentleman's daughter who can barely read, and is content to be married off at her father's whim. That, thanks to you, is not to be my position in life, though what is to be my position is not yet clear to me. If I wish to marry, and it may be that I will not choose to, it may be that you have made me a kind of monster everyone will gawp at, but no man would want for his wife. My love for you is what it always was, but I cannot, will not be married off as a dealer sells a horse. I have taken some money and gold from your cabinet. Do not call that theft. You will, I am sure, wish me to live, and I cannot beg. Do not ask me where I have gone. The truth is, I don't know. I still have a daughter's love for you. But I know your decision, and the determination of your mind, and it seems to absent myself is the only solution. With respect, your daughter, Penelope.
Is it Miss Penn, sir? Or what does she say?
She says nothing. I have buried a daughter, as well as a son.
Cornet, Thompson?
Yes, Colonel Screw?
Tell the men we'd arrived straight through Hartoch without stopping. Must get us into Albans tonight.
The horses are looking tired, sir. They'll need watering somewhere.
Yeah, I know that, Cornet.
Very well, sir.
Here you are, Corporal Perkins. Hartford is a beautiful town full of beer and hot pies, and we are riding straight through it. What did we join the army for?
You're always complaining, my syndicate. And if you joined the Lord's Army for beer and hot pies, you must have found out your mistake by now.
Yeah. What do you think, John?
I think your tongue goes like a watchman's rattle.
Well, if there's a well at the town centre, I shall have a bucket of it. Colonel Scroop or no Colonel Scroop. And so will my old nag.
Dear Bet, wherever you are, we're on the move again now. Colchester surrendered just over a week ago. The poor devils were starving. Why did the Royalists hold out so long when there was no hope of relief? We won't ever know the answer to that, because their two leaders, Sir Charles Lucas and Sir George Lisle, were shot to death in front of the army directly after the surrender. It goes against the grain with some of us to shoot commanders who've surrendered. They say Ireton's behind it. It's certainly not like Black Tom, who'd be much more likely to give 'em a good dinner and send 'em home. But as times get harder, so men's actions match the times. God only knows what we shall see next. Today we're marching to St. Albans, where the whole of the Southern Army is assembling. This second war, which should never have been fought in the first place, is over now. Pray God there won't be a third.
All right, troopers. The rest of you can go thirsty. This is where Miles Syndicum has a drink.
You'll end up halfway up the ladder the way you go on, Miles. Why should you have a drink when no other man in the regiment does?
What, because I am the only man in the regiment, Corporal Perkins, whose guts are as big as his mouth. That's why.
Miles is a good soldier for all he's mad.
Oh, why are there always strings of beggar women at the centre of every town we ride through these days, John?
There's always been beggars. I suppose there always will be.
I don't see why there should. Half of them are poor soldiers' widows, you can bet.
Come on, out of my way, you scabby old drabs, and let a soldier get a drink before you pollute it with your stench.
Mind who you're talking to, soldier. We see off a dozen of you all sort of full breakfast.
Ain't you got no respect for women?
What, will you show me some and you'll see?
Dear God. What's the matter, John?
One of those women.
The beggars?
I know her.
Here, where are you going?
I must speak to her.
Hello, John. Have you come to join me among the ladies of the court?
Get away, Mars. I want to talk to that woman.
Oh, you're welcome with this scabby lot. Come on, Nigel, the old boy. Drink up. That's it.
Bet.
That's a good
Don't look at me.
Turn round, Bet. Let me see you.
No, don't look at me.
What chance brings you to this well at the moment when I ride through the town after I've spent so many weeks looking for you?
I always watch the cavalry go by, like letting the Bible fall open to see what the prophets will say.
What are you doing here like this? No shoes on your feet, blood and dirt and rags and those scabs round your mouth.
I'm a beggar. I beg. This is how I am.
And what happened to... They told me how you went.
He's dead months ago.
Oh, dear God, my sweet Betty.
No, don't call me that name. You can't call me that name anymore.
It's the name you were given in God, Bet, and the name I married you by, and nothing on this earth's going to stop me using it.
You must go away.
I'll just ride up to the front to the Colonel to get permission, and then we'll sort all this out for good and all.
No.
You can go home to my father and the boys.
No.
You go to Southwark, Bet. They'll look after you. I'll give you a bit of money for some decent food and get you cleaned up, and write to them, say you're coming home.
I can't go home. I'm sick.
I can see that girl with your face as pale as the dead and your skin breaking out like that, but I've seen the plague. You ain't got that. 2 weeks at home.
No, I can't go home anymore. I can't. I'm ill. No one wants me now.
I want you, Bet, I do. Whatever you've done, wherever you've been, I don't care. You're my wife, and I want you back with my boys in Southwark.
I can't.
Trooper Church, get back in a line. You know Colonel Scroop's strict orders, no stopping till we reach St Albans.
Cornet, I'm riding up to the Colonel to get permission to speak to this woman. I know her, sir. I must have a few words with her.
Whatever the reason, Trooper, back into line.
Don't you go, Bet. You stay here. I'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes.
Colonel Scroop, sir.
What is it, Trooper?
I request permission to leave the column for half an hour.
Out of the question. Refused.
Sir, I've just seen my wife sitting there by the well. My wife who's been missing for more than a year, sir. For the sake of Christ's charity, let me speak a few words with her. I shall rejoin the column within half an hour, sir.
All right, soldier. Half an hour, no more, or you'll be hanged.
Thank you, sir. You can trust me, sir. Where is she? Where's she gone?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Please tell me, where is she? I must see her.
If she'd have wanted to see you, soldier, she'd have stayed. She's gone, so it stands to reason she didn't.
All right. She can't be far, not in a couple of minutes. This isn't a big town.
Big enough. It only takes a little airfield like one end.
I galloped like a madman back and forth along those small streets. She couldn't have gone far. I'd not been away above 3 minutes. I knocked at half a dozen houses. Spoke to anyone I could see, but no one had seen her, or knew anything about her. I knew she must have been there. Through one of those dusty windows, from some dirty, rubbish-packed alley, a sickly white face was watching me, hearing my desperation as I shouted her name from one end of the street to the other, and refusing to come out.
Major Wall's just riding back, sir. Keeping well down behind the hedge.
Thank you, Captain Hatton. Major Wall, what's the situation? Are they still there?
Now's the chance, sir. We can finish them off now.
Get your breath.
There's no guards posted that I can see. They're all on the green, eating and drinking. They plundered the inn for every barrel and side of bacon he's got. Not more than about 10 in the saddle. They can't have any idea we're here.
How many?
50 or 60. They've taken every horse in the village and everything else they can lay hands on, too. They killed 2 men who tried to stop them.
We've been watching the fire.
That's the poor fellow's barn, and his house went up with it. They may have been the king's men at one time, sir, but they're no better than bandits now.
We'll hit them at once. Captain Abbott, you take your 2 troops and gallop behind the ridge on the far side of the village. We'll give you about 2 minutes.
Right, sir.
Major Wall, you take your troop and enter by the road from the west to cut off any stragglers. Captain Hatton, you ride with me straight onto the village green.
Yes, sir.
Right! Colonel Reynolds, sir.
What is it, Captain Grant?
I think we've caught a spy, sir. This young fella's been following us along the road all morning. Says his name's Master Penn and he must speak to you. First saw him about 2 miles back,
Well,
sir.
bring him over here. I've hardly time to deal with him now.
Ride him over here.
Now then, young fellow. Good Lord, save me from blasphemy.
I've been looking for you for 5 days, Colonel. I have messages for you from the Lord General.
You quite all right, sir?
Yes, Captain, it's nothing at all. I know this young
Fellow, I never expected to see him here. Master Penn, we are just about to attack, and I don't suppose you've ever fired a pistol in your life, have you?
No, sir.
No, sir. Captain Hepton, pick 5 men and ride 50 yards behind the main attack with this young fellow. Keep him out of trouble.
I want to ride with you,
Don't
sir.
argue, Captain. His safety is on your head. All right, gentlemen, we attack now. At a tight gallop, straight into the centre of the village, and hold your pistol shots till you see the colour of their eyes. Forward!
Ever ridden in a cavalry charge before, Master Penn?
No, sir.
You two troopers, keep close either side of him.
You don't have to take such care, sir. I can ride and shoot if I have to.
Orders are orders, particularly with Colonel Reynolds. How old are you?
17.
I fought at Newbury at your age.
Ah, there they go, Captain! Ha! They've not much chance against our boys.
Not too close! Watch out for stragglers!
Oh, they're penned in, sir. Never get out of that. Put up a good fight, some of them.
They will for a few minutes. They've dodged us for a week, but Colonel Reynolds won't let them get away this time.
Are they all accounted for, Major?
I think so, sir. About 30 of them captured, about 10 dead, and 8 or 9 wounded, more or less seriously. Maybe 2 or 3 got away, but no more than that as far as I can see.
Good. What's wrong with the poor fellow making all the noise?
Musket ball smashed his leg, sir. He needs to have it off before the gangrene sets in, if he's to have any chance. But there's no surgeon here.
Well, get the local carpenter to do the job. Tell him I'll give him a week's wages if he's quick.
Right, sir.
I shall set up headquarters for today at the inn. Tell Captain Hepton to bring that young man in to me.
Right away, sir.
Are you the innkeeper?
Yes, sir, I am. They've taken near everything I had, sir.
What was stolen will be returned to you. My men will need to eat and drink, but what we take we shall pay for.
Thank you, sir. The Lord bless you, sir.
But you must keep a most meticulous account.
Oh, yes, sir, I shall, sir.
We have 35 prisoners, sir. Near 70 horse. 8 men dead, and I've detailed a burying party to take them up to the church.
And what about us?
7 men wounded, sir, none dangerously, and none killed.
Good, good. And make sure the prisoners have no weapons, not so much as a knife. And take their boots off and run them out of the village in different directions a couple of miles. And I mean run them.
Barefooted, sir?
A man won't think of fighting without a pair of decent boots on, Captain Grant. You can be sure of that.
Yes, sir.
Master Penn, sir. Safe and sound, with messages from the Lord General.
Thank you, Captain Hepton. Leave us alone and shut the door. Dear heavens, Penelope, what do you think you are doing? Do you think we are creatures from an Italian romance? You could have been killed today, so could we, looking out for you instead of ourselves.
Don't be angry, Jack. It's taken me 5 days to find you. I've been alone on the road all that time.
Where did you get the suit and the pistols and the cavalry sword? Can you use them?
No, but I thought the sight of them might protect me.
Well, quite the reverse of the truth. Any adversary would assume they were for use and strike first.
I was in despair, Jack. I didn't know what to do. Francis is in Scotland. There was only you to turn to.
Despair? What do you mean? What happened? Why did you leave London?
My father had detailed plans for me to marry an old man within a few weeks. You told me to do anything to avoid that.
Yes, I did.
I went to Nunstow, to Munn. He was killed by royalists stealing our horses.
Killed? Munn?
In front of me. I saw it happen.
Oh, my dear child, I'm sorry.
Even in spite of that, my father was adamant. I had no idea what to do. I found out that you were somewhere in this area. So I bought a horse and the suit in Colchester and the weapons. Everything was very cheap after the siege. I had all my hair cut off and came to find you. I can't stay in London, nor at Nunstow now Munn is dead. And Francis is the Lord knows where.
Well, you make a convincing enough young man, if somewhat smooth of face. Do any of my officers suspect you?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think so.
What on earth am I to do with you?
I haven't thought that far ahead. I had to get away.
Well, this is a dangerous business, chasing fugitives and stragglers. We can be in action at any time without warning. If you stay with us more than a few days, you're sure to be discovered.
Perhaps I can stay in your lodgings. Young officers often share a chamber, I'm told.
Well, of course they do more often than not, but that is a matter for your own honour, which must be damaged at the very least.
What will it matter? You'll be the only one to know. When we are married, no one will be the wiser.
Nevertheless, I must try to get you back to London as soon as possible.
Not to my father. If I go back to him, I shall never be your wife.
No, not to your father, but... I must think a little. Tomorrow we must ride into Leicestershire. We shall probably be there for about a week, and there may not be too much action. I could perhaps set you up at an inn somewhere.
I would hate to be left.
Yes, and in times as disturbed as these are, that would probably be more dangerous than riding with us. I suppose you'd better be my aide-de-camp sent from Fairfax, and hope we can keep you out of any fighting.
I seem to be quite a resourceful fellow. I spoke Italian all one night and got the most sumptuous treatment as a result. I've been on the road for nearly a week, fending for myself.
Well, you've never been like other women, certainly. You will have to share my chamber, you realise that? Or you'll be discovered within a few days, and then your honour will be in rags.
Whereas, if I stay with you, it rests in your hands, as it should. Modesty is a quality of character, not an attribute of rooms.
Well, we shall see. Oh, I am truly sorry to hear about Munn. You have no messages for me from Fairfax, I suppose?
No. He told me where you might be, that's all.
Well, we shall return to London together as soon as possible. Captain Hepton?
Yes, sir.
Master Penn is the Lord General's special envoy. He will ride with us for a few days and share my chamber.
Good day to you, Master Penn. Welcome to the best regiment in the army.
Or out of it.
Has the Lord General arrived yet, Captain?
Yes, Commissary. 2 or 3 hours ago.
Is he at leisure?
He dines in about an hour, sir. I believe he's reading in his chamber.
Well, I think I may interrupt his studies.
Commissary Ireton, to see you, sir.
Oh, yes. Send him in. Come in, Henry, come in.
Lord General, we were wondering if we'd lost you for good.
I felt in need of a few days' solitude and peace. I rode across to Malden.
The army has safely arrived, apart from the regiments we left at Colchester.
There are Roman remains there of the greatest interest. I spent 2 most satisfying days observing them.
We have been eagerly awaiting your arrival.
Have you seen the ruins here? Most impressive.
No, I can't say I have. No.
Down in the meadow by the river. Massive walls, the fortifications of Roman Verulamium. They built it down there, you see, because they could drain it. The Saxons couldn't, and they built the modern town up here on the hill. It was a great Roman city, 14 centuries ago.
I'm afraid I'm no antiquarian. There are, in fact, several matters...
I'm sorry, Henry. I needed a few days away from drums and pennants and powder. We should never have shot those poor fellows, Lucas and Lyle. It was a crime, and we will not be forgiven for it.
It was a terrible necessity. No one likes seeing brave men.
They were prisoners. And instead of showing them mercy, we murdered them.
John, how many lives has this second war cost? 5,000? 10,000? 20?
1 would have been too many.
We have to show other royalist gentlemen that they cannot make a rebellion at the cost of thousands of other men's lives and escape with their own. Or we might have a 3rd war, or a 4th, or a 5th. Your conscience should be quite clear.
It is not.
Well, that is part of the price of command.
Oliver has the best of it. To be campaigning in Scotland is an honest man's work. To be politicising here is damnable.
Oliver has, in fact, been in continual communication with me, apart from his official letters.
They're not all family endearments, I dare say.
He doesn't see how he can be with us before November. Many things will have to happen before then.
I can imagine.
We, us two, must pursue those necessities with all the energy Oliver would apply if he were here.
What you mean, Henry, is that you intend to pursue them. My opinions are sufficiently well known.
The Parliament has already sent new envoys to the King at Newport. Their proposals are not likely to be acceptable to the army.
No, indeed they are not.
I, on the other hand, have drawn up the outline of the army's remonstrance to be presented to the King, proposals for a settlement of the nation based largely on those we drew up at Reading last summer.
Which he rejected.
He has lost another war since then.
He must accept this time, surely. The Reading proposals are moderate compared to what some men are calling for.
Some men are calling for his head.
We must never consider that. Never.
But if he doesn't accept, we must take further action. The soldiers are in no mood to forgive him now. They've lost too many friends.
He is the king.
You know what they call him in the ranks?
I can guess.
The man of blood.
I won't Consider it, Henry, never!
The time may come when some of the rest of us may have to.
I know you.
Any man may know me, friend.
The silent soldier you used to be called. Sitting over your beer at Saffron Walden when the rest of us were making a revolution.
I know you, too. You were the noisy soldier collecting the signatures.
What are you doing sitting alone at the whalebone? People only come here for one reason.
And what's that?
To meet outlaws and agitators and bandits and dreamers and people who turn the world upside down.
Are you among that number?
I am all of them rolled into one, and my name's William Thompson. What's yours?
Winstanley.
Cashiered you two today. You're too ragged to be a soldier.
I left.
A deserter like many another honest man these days.
No.
Imprisoned me, they did. I was too dangerous to be left at liberty. 8 months in a dungeon at Windsor. I just got out. Buy me a drink.
I have no money.
Well, you'll have to steal then. Or work.
Or starve.
What are you doing here?
Same as you. Meeting friends.
How do you know who I'm meeting?
You told me. What else do people come to the whalebone for?
To pull down the mighty from their seats and exalt the humble and make. And it all starts in a pub. There's one of the principal overturners just walked in the door. You know him?
Aye, Captain Reynolds.
Colonel now. With a regiment all his own. That's the way to do it.
To do what?
To turn the world upside down.
Landlord?
Yes, sir?
I'm expecting to meet Elizabeth Lilburne here.
Just a minute, sir. I'll see.
My name's Reynolds, Colonel of Horse.
What'll you do now you're out of prison?
Pry my pistols, sharpen my knife.
What use will that be?
It'll enable me to blow a few heads off and cut a few throats. You ever been in prison?
Not physically.
It sharpens up the mind, most wonderfully.
Colonel Reynolds?
Yes?
Mistress Lilburne's waiting in the back room with some other good wives. She's expecting to see you.
Thank you.
This way, sir.
Take a good look at Colonel Reynolds, friend. He knows better than most what you need to turn the world upside down.
You need love.
No!
What then?
Power. Power.
Master Stevenson?
What?
Colonel Reynolds to see you, sir.
Who?
Colonel Reynolds, sir. Captain Reynolds, that is. Mistress Penelope's Captain Reynolds.
What does he want?
He says he knows where she is, sir, and he wants to see you about it.
Why should I see him? I don't want to see him. Tell him to go away.
But you must see him, sir, if he knows where she is. Let me show him in to you, sir.
Yes, yes, Martha. See him by all means.
Oh.
I know I'm not welcome here, sir, but I come to you from your daughter, and I presume you would wish to hear from her.
I don't wish. The man who wishes for anything is a fool. Wishes are never granted, and that leads to despair. Everyone wishes to escape despair. No one does.
May I sit down?
Move the books. Put them on the floor.
Penelope is safe. She is living here in London with a woman of the utmost religion and respectability. When she left Nunstow, she came to me, and I was fortunate enough to be able to protect her and bring her back to London.
Where is she, then? Why is she not here?
Sir, I'm obliged to speak plainly. She left because she could not endure your plans for her marriage. She wishes for nothing more than to return to you and minister to your age as a daughter should. If you will permit me to say so, sir, the state of this room and your own appearance suggests that you are in need of her quite as much as she wishes to be with you.
This is my study. Martha is not allowed in here, and I am past the age of vanity.
But she cannot return to you if you will not renounce your plans for her marriage. If these sayings seem outrageous from a daughter to a father, remember that I am her envoy, and these words are mine, not hers.
Have you studied Galileo?
What?
What he writes is terrible. No wonder the papists put him in prison.
Sir, I came to speak about your daughter.
The earth is no longer the centre. He has proved that. Proved it by observation and calculation. No shadow of a doubt. The earth is not the centre of God's creation. Merely one planet, one small planet, circling round a terrifying sun. Do you realize what that means?
Sir, I really have no time.
It means that man is no longer the center of the universe, no longer the summit of God's creation, made in his image. He is a non-entity, unseen, dust on a small planet, dependent on a star for the merest daylight.
Sir, what message shall I take back to her?
So, what have we believed these hundreds of years? And why are you all killing each other in the name of God, when all we are is dust on a small planet, out of the sight of God, whoever or whatever he is? Do you know why my son was murdered? For his horses, so that they could steal his horses. Why else are you all killing each other? To steal each other's horses, that's all. Horse thieves. All history is a chronicle of horse thieves.
Sir, have you understood what I have said to you?
Read Galileo, Captain Reynolds, read Galileo.
Sir, what shall I tell Penelope?
Tell her we are all quite alone. There is no God.
Oh, God save us, Captain Reynolds. Don't tell her that. Leave him alone. You were best, sir, for Jesus' good sake. The poor man.
Yes, Martha, I'd better.
And don't tell anyone you've heard the Master say such terrible things.
Do you hear me, Captain Reynolds? There is no God, and we are all alone.
Remember him, sir. Remember him in your prayers, sir.
Yes, I will.
I need a telescope, Martha.
Oh, sir, be quiet for the Lord's sake.
Get me a telescope, a big one. The stars hold all the secrets. I must examine the stars.
In The Disciplines of the War, Part 8 of God's Revolution by Don Taylor, Cromwell was played by Bernard Hepton, Fairfax by Nigel Anthony, White by Graham Blockey, and John Church by Eric Allan. Scroop was Cornelius Garrett, Hatton, Alan Coveney, Ayrton, Bill Wallace, and Worley, John Hartoch. Miles Sindercombe was John Badley, Brother Gerard, Steve Hodson, James Thompson, Simon Cuff, and William Thompson, Anthony Jackson. Martha was June Barrie, Betty, Zelah Clarke, Penelope, Deborah Makepeace, Stephen White, David March, and Reynolds, Kim Wall. God's Revolution, Part 8, was directed in Bristol by Sean McLaughlin. God's Revolution, a series in 12 parts by Don Taylor, with Nigel Anthony as Fairfax. Part 9, The Man of Blood. John Reynolds visits Stephen to tell him that Penelope will not return while her father insists on her marriage. But Stephen remains adamant and on the point of despair. Meanwhile, the army radicals are making plans to bring the king to trial. The Man of Blood.
Colonel Rainsborough, sir.
What is it,
Two
Cornet?
gentlemen to see you, sir.
Cornet, it is 5 o'clock in the morning, and I am in the middle of my breakfast.
They say they've ridden all night, sir, and have the most urgent messages for you from Lieutenant General Cromwell.
In that case, you better show them in.
Yes, sir. Come in, gentlemen.
Welcome, gentlemen, to the siege of Pontypridd.
Good morning, Colonel.
Where at the moment, as is customary with well-run sieges, nothing is happening.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I don't think I know either of you gentlemen, so if you'll be good enough to tell me your names. There's no need to shut the door.
Colonel Rainsborough, we are gentlemen of His Majesty's service, and you are now our prisoner.
What?
Not a word, sir. We shall run you through where you stand.
This is not a gentlemanly action. I am half-dressed and unarmed.
We intend to take you and hold you hostage for the release of Sir Marmaduke Langdale.
This is an outrage, sir.
Please go through the small door behind you and go down the steps to the street.
I assure you, Colonel, you are in no danger. Why don't keep quiet and do as you are told?
Get up here! Quickly, down the steps! Shut the door! Get up! Where the hell am I going? If you want to stay, open the street door, carefully.
All clear.
Get right, out into the road. Out! Murder the gun! Quiet, Samuel! Let go!
Quick, the guards are coming. Kill him!
Over there, up the alley! Help me!
It's a commander! In his shirt! He's badly cut!
Up the alley they went, after him!
Oh, they peppered him good and proper. God help us! The devils have murdered him! Outside his own lodgings!
You must have taken him on unarmed.
Of course he did, the Colonel. Look at the state of his hands.
Is he dead?
Yeah. Dead as a stone.
The letter goes on. He was run clean through the body 7 times and cut about the hands and arms. Always the bravest of God's soldiers, whose courage in battle was legendary, he fought them bare-handed rather than be captured. Officers, soldiers, tradesmen, good wives, all you people who've come here to the whalebone to hear what has happened to one of England's heroes, these are the sort of people we're dealing with. People without honour or justice, who act in ways quite beyond the laws of war as civilised men understand and practice them.
Will you hear a soldier speak, Master Lilburne?
Willingly, friend. Soldiers have been God's right hand in these wars, and we've never seen so many at one of our London meetings before.
My name's Perkins of Scroop's Horse. We loved Colonel Rainsborough, and a party of us rode from St Albans this morning to hear what you have to say about him.
Oh, bring 'em all, Trooper Perkins. Bring the whole regiment.
I have never been an agitator. I have done nothing but ride and kill, and what all my good brothers have done. But I say this, sir, and I promise you, most of the plain soldiers of the army think like I do. I say that this late war should never have happened. That it was plain murder. And that the guilt of it is heavy on all our souls. We don't kill willingly, sir. None of us do. We can only kill with any conscience if we know it's the Lord's work we're doing. And the men who made us kill again have a double burden of guilt on their shoulders. Their own guilt and ours too. And there is one thing we all feel, Master Lilburne. We all feel it with anger in our hearts, whatever our other disagreements, that the authors of this war, Hamilton, Goring, Holland, Capel, and most of all, the supreme author, Charles Stuart, should be brought to account for his crimes and punished for them.
What happens to a plain man who commits murder or who incites others to commit thousands of murders? There's no arguing about it. It cost him his life.
What's your name, soldier?
Miles Syndicum's my name, and the troopers of Scroop's Horse know me as a man who acts up to his sayings, whatever else he does.
Brother, you speak most plainly with the voice of the army.
So let the Parliament know, and let the Council of the Army know, that the time has come for justice and a meting out of punishment, and that the first blood we demand is the King's!
Commissary Arrington to see you, sir, as ordered.
Come in, Henry. Let's get straight to business.
I have taken the liberty of bringing Colonel Harrison with me, Lord General.
Have you? It was my intention that we should speak alone.
You must forgive me, Excellency. Colonel Harrison has things to say that we should both hear, and I would be glad if he were a party to our conversation.
Do you mean as a witness, sir?
Merely that we're both aware of what either has said.
And who is to be my witness, or am I to have none?
I shall be willing to withdraw, sir, if that is your wish.
In which case, Lord General, I shall feel obliged to withdraw too.
All right, gentlemen, that's enough. We are brother officers, not enemies negotiating treaties, or Parliament men hatching up cabals. We've all known each other long enough and suffered enough, too, to be able to endure these disagreements. Sit down, both of you.
Thank you, sir.
I asked you to come to my lodgings, Henry, to discuss this draft of the Army's projected remonstrance to Parliament, which is, I imagine, almost entirely your work.
It is what very many men think, which I have had the honour of putting into words.
What some men think.
Sir,
and I have to tell you, in the plainest words, that I cannot possibly accept this document as the sense of any army of which I am commander.
Lord General, I made it quite clear to you when I submitted this document that my resignation was at your disposal.
No.
And if that is your view of this long-considered statement, I must now formally request you to accept it.
No, I don't accept it. And as a true servant of God, you should not offer it. Does any one of us endure this for pleasure or for ambition? Dear heaven, wouldn't every one of us like to resign and go back to his wife and his children and his horses? Every day I beg the Lord to release me from this necessity, and every day he tells me that the nation must be at peace before we can allow ourselves to be at peace. So no more talk of resignation. We have a task to complete, you as urgently as I.
That being the case, then, we must strive to find some sort of agreement. It is a very long document, and there must be a great deal in it.
You know, Henry, you knew when you wrote it that I could never agree.
Well, it was my
This
hope,
paragraph here. We demand exemplary justice in capital punishment upon the principal author and some prime instruments of our late wars. This nation has always been ruled by king, lords, and commons, and it has been my intention, since I first took up arms with my father, that it should continue so.
Tom, it is with regret I say it, but that is no longer possible.
It is more than possible. It is likely. The Parliament has opened new negotiations with the King at Newport on the Isle of Wight.
Denzil Hollis and the old Presbyterian gang. You call it negotiation, but capitulation would be a better word.
Most of the senior officers of the Council are in favour of some sort of treaty with His Majesty.
No, sir, that is not true.
Colonel Harrison, I know it to be true. And I'm still not at all sure why you're here.
Colonel Harrison will say what he has come to say in a moment, Lord General. The fact is that the great majority of the soldiers and many of the younger officers are determined to see the king brought to justice.
This army is not commanded by troopers and captains.
No, sir, but we couldn't win our battles without them.
What has happened to you, Henry, in 2 months? You used to think as the rest of us do.
Another war has happened. And I am utterly convinced that we can never trust the king again. I believe him to be planning another war at this moment.
No, never. He cannot.
And however many times we beat him in battle at whatever cost in lives, he will still be plotting bloodshed. As far as I can see, he never speaks the truth, and his promises are worthless. If he were a private man, it would not matter. He would simply be the kind of person gentlemen did not meet. But he is not a private man. He is the king. And the future of generations is in his hands. We must bring his wickedness to an end, and there is only one way we can be sure of doing that.
Every word you say horrifies me.
Apart from which the army demands his punishment. We must grasp the nettle and do what is just.
How can the king be tried with justice? There is no law that can do it.
There is the fact of conquest, which is the basis of all kingly power and law, including his own. How does he hold the throne except by descent from William the Conqueror, who took it by force of
20
arms?
generations ago?
20 generations hence, our power will be as legitimate as his.
Henry, you speak as a lawyer?
As one accustomed to seeing the facts as they are, not as I would like them to be. Colonel Harrison has more to say on this subject.
Oh, has he? I wonder when he was going to speak.
I've had 3 discussions with Lilburne, Lord General.
Lilburne is a vulgar demagogue.
Call him what you like. The Levellers can turn out enough supporters in London to match an army. They are putting on a big funeral for Rainsbury in London tomorrow. A great procession from Tottenham High Cross to the Independent Chapel at Wapping.
I should be there. We all should.
No, we must not walk in Lilburne's procession.
The most damnable thing about politics is it gives you so many good reasons for doing the wrong thing.
Lilburne has been in contact with Cromwell.
I have letters from him in York saying he will march south as soon as he can, and that he is likely to give the remonstrance his full support.
Gentlemen, there is no point in our continuing these discussions.
But, Lord General, we have hardly begun.
Firstly, I have ordered Cromwell to remain in the north, to pursue the siege of Pontefract in Rainsborough's place. Secondly, I am quite adamant that I will never place this document of yours before the Council in its present form. And thirdly...
What?
I have had discussions with a group of senior colonels and lieutenant colonels, and we have drawn up a series of proposals which we will present to His Majesty in a few days' time. You two may have troopers and privates behind you, but they take no decisions, and in the Council you are in a minority. So, Oliver will remain in the north, and the army will seek the most urgent settlement with the king.
And the remonstrance?
It is rejected. And no more talk of resignation, Henry, nor you, Colonel Harrison. We have the Lord's business to do here.
Very well, sir. If that is your last word. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Cornet, see these gentlemen out.
Well, the old fellow's taking action at last.
And how he hates it.
We must meet Lilburne again. We must patch up a unity so complete that nothing can break it.
For a time, at least.
For long enough.
Good day to you, Cornet Thompson. Aren't you walking with the funeral, sir?
Good afternoon, landlord.
Or has thirst got the better of you? Well, I've never seen such a crowd of people, so much dust.
Oh, it's never been such a procession, not that I've seen.
And all the sea green banners and scarves and sashes.
Rainsborough's colours. In his honour, his personal battle flag was sea green.
Well, I didn't know that. Glass of ale, sir?
I'm looking for my brother. Is he here today?
One of the very few regulars who is, sir. Never seen the place so empty. Over there in his usual corner.
Ah, thank you. Well...
Hello. Brother Jim.
I thought I'd see you somewhere in the procession.
I've better things to do than follow a coffin.
In the whalebone.
No better place. Don't worry, brother. I'm sober as a fish. A man can get decently drunk on a soldier's wages. For a beggar, it's not so easy.
Yeah, I've got some money for you. For food.
What would I do without my brother?
Frightens me to think. I've wanted to see you.
That's your trouble, Jim. Too frightened to think.
Listen, I've spoken to Colonel Scroop.
You say clearly enough what's wanted, but you lack the guts to take the appropriate action.
Did you hear what I said?
Scroop, yes. What a conversation that must have been. Like talking to a fence post.
He's a gentleman on a horse, that's all, but he's a big step forward on graves. He's half an Anabaptist at heart.
What about the other half?
I've talked to him, all but persuaded him to take you back into our regiment.
Oh. Have you?
He knows what a good soldier you are. He's prepared to overlook your failings.
What a decent, upright fellow.
Provided you stick by army regulations.
A saint among saints.
He has to talk to Fairfax, but he's pretty sure he can get you a place. As a trooper, of course, not as a corporal.
I'll never ride in your officer's army again, Brother Jim, so don't ask me. If I want to sell my services, I'll sell them to the Sultan and slit noses for a living.
Listen.
Can't you see? Yet. Whose army you are?
I don't understand you. We all ride together for religious freedom and the soldier's voice.
You think that, brother, if it makes you feel better. I think you ride to keep the fences round Cromwell's estate in good order, and if I'm going to risk my life on horseback, it won't be for that.
You're out of date, Will. You've been in prison. You don't know what's happening. We demand the agreement of the people now, and we're going to get it.
When you get it, come and tell me.
Join us now. Isn't it better than sitting here doing nothing?
The difference between us, brother, is when I'm sitting doing nothing, I'm thinking fast and dangerous like a chariot with knives on the wheels. And you're only thinking what a good fellow old nosy Cromwell is. Thanks for the money. I can starve well enough on it until
Until what?
I'll make a little bet with you, brother.
What?
That I shall be riding with the agreement of the people on my banner. Before you are.
Miss Ben! Oh, Miss Ben! Dear Jesus, there she is, walking as bold as brass, with all these people in the street. Oh, what shall I do? I I can't walk out there to her among all the banners and the drums. Follow her then. Follow her.
Mistress Lilburne, I don't think there's enough chairs.
Why not? We've 8, haven't we? And the 2 borrowed from the people across the passage.
Well, surely that's enough.
The room will hardly take that many. How many of them are coming back? Well, Lilburne and Overton get together, Mary, anything can happen. That's one thing about our husbands, you do know. So, somewhere between 5 and 50.
Is that all the cheese?
It's enough to feed a regiment.
I've just finished broaching the beer.
Abigail, bring that beef over here and I'll sharpen the carving knife. You make a good housewife, Mistress Penelope, for one not born to it.
I've been mistress of my father's house for many years. My mother died when I was small.
Ah, but mistress and housewife are plain different things, ma'am. Yes, she's God's blessing, Mary, since she came to my house. It's big and sooty since my Sam marched away, and she feels it like sunshine on a grey day.
I do nothing to earn my bread, Mistress Overton. I sit there like mistletoe on an oak tree.
I won't hear another word. Friends are always welcome in a Christian house, which ours is, thank the Lord. Are you all right, child? You look quite pale.
I think so. I do feel faint.
Take her inside to the next room and sit down for a moment, Kate. It's quieter in there. Abigail, bring me those knives.
I'm just bringing them.
Come on, child.
Oh, Mrs. Chidley, I'm so sorry.
There. Sit down over here, where it's quiet and dark.
Oh, dear. I think it must have been walking in the funeral. I've never done such a thing before. The walking, I mean. But it was so...
Yes, I know. So many people and so much grief. It's catching. Drains away all your strength.
Looking at the poor coffin on the cart, I couldn't help thinking about my brother. He was murdered too in the same meaningless way.
It is hard to see a meaning in such things. We live in a time of great evil, but some good too if we know where to look for it.
You have been so kind to me.
Dear child, all the kindness is the other way. My husband is a very good man, and I love and serve him as a Christian wife should. But the Lord has taken all my children but one, and he now marches in the army. It's a great blessing to have a new daughter when you're more than 40 years old.
I never knew such life existed. You're all so busy. The children and your husband's houses and working so hard with public affairs. In all my reading, I've never heard that women have ever done such things.
Many things happen in life that are never written in books. Books are one of God's greatest gifts, and I don't disparage them. But some things you learn because life confronts you with them. A woman's life, her husband, her children, her house, and all that she calls hers is at the mercy of the state, just as much as her husband's life and possessions are. And a woman's immortal soul can be damned as well as a man's. I've never studied languages and music like you, but I read my Bible, and my eyes see clearly enough what's happening in the world. And I see nothing in Scripture that tells me I must keep quiet in the face of injustice and wickedness.
No, neither do I. But it felt strange to be out there, walking publicly with so many men.
This is a strange time, Penelope. All things are being made new. You feeling better?
Yes. For a moment I thought I was going to faint right away. But it was simple tiredness, I suppose. I've never walked from Tottenham Cross to Wapping before.
Marry a London tradesman girl, and you'll be as strong as a brewer's dray horse in 6 months.
Mrs. Chidley, ma'am.
What is it, Abigail?
There's a woman here who says she wants to see Mistress Penelope.
What sort of woman?
Oh, just a plain, ordinary housewife or serving woman, miss. Says her name's Martha.
Martha? Do you know her?
Yes. She's my father's housekeeper. How's she found out where I am?
Do you want to see her? In here?
Yes, I must.
We'll leave you alone. Bring her through, Abigail.
Oh, I hope it isn't bad news.
I'm sure not. Ah, here she is. I'll go.
Martha! Oh, Miss Penn, thank the Lord I found you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Martha, but I had to hide myself away.
Oh, when I saw you walking in that procession, I couldn't believe my eyes. I just went out to watch with everyone else, and there you were.
Don't betray me, Martha. Now you know my secret.
Oh, but you must come, oh, miss. Your poor father. You must come, even if only to see him.
Captain Reynolds told me he was as obdurate as ever.
But, miss, poor man, he don't know if he's coming or going. He spends every hour of every day with his star chart, so we don't know if he's in this world or the next. He won't let me clean his room. He never washes. I'm not sure he even eats much, though I cook for him every day.
Do you mean he's ill?
Not ill, miss. I could manage with him being ill.
What do you mean?
Oh, he's stark mad sometimes, miss, and that's all there is can be said. Stark mad.
They're all coming up the stairs, Mistress Lilburne. Hundreds of them.
George.
Lizzie!
How many of you, for heaven's sake?
Oh, Wildman and Petty and a few others we met at the funeral. Oh, 20 fellas or so.
20? That means 35.
And you know who else I met? With his bright light very uncharacteristically under a bushel?
Who?
Colonel Harrison, no less. Incognito.
You can usually see him a mile off with his crimson sashes and fine lace, but today, the most sober black coat.
What did he want?
A meeting. Tomorrow, at the Nag's Head.
Is that good news or bad? Whenever you meet soldiers, it's usually bad.
This time, dear Lizzie, it just might be very good indeed. Gentlemen, brothers and sisters, the beef is good, the cheese is Chidley's, and the beer is the best Southwark brew. So let's honour our dead friend in good food and drink.
You ever been to the Nag's Head before, John?
I've been in every pub in London in the last 6 months.
Side alley and up the back stairs, they said.
Who's they?
I don't know for sure, except that Harrison will be there. I suppose this is the door.
Well, Colonel, I can hardly think Oliver will stay in the north if he doesn't want to.
He is a soldier, Mr. Wildman, and orders are orders. I've ridden with him, slept in his lodgings, argued with him and drunk with him. And in my experience, if he does nothing, it's for one reason only.
What reason is that?
Because he hasn't made up his mind. Too short. 3 long, and 2 it's them. Come in, gentlemen, come in. Shut the door behind. Let me introduce you to our friends. Pride, Colonel of Foot, myself, Colonel of Horse, John Wildman, who's a lawyer, and John Lilburne, whose name and voice I suppose you must. If only in print. This, I assure you, is the genuine ink-stained original. Robert Lockyer is agitator for Colonel Wally's regiment, and these 2 gentlemen I have met at General Council meetings but don't know by name.
Trooper John Church and Cornet Henry Denn, both of Scroop's horse.
You are welcome, gentlemen. Please be seated. I know I don't have to spell out the dangers we all face. Either Parliament's Newport Treaty or Fairfax's Officers' Settlement, if accepted, will be a betrayal of everything we have fought and died for. The King will be back with his prerogative only mildly restricted, and within 5 or 10 years he will be able to do what he likes. In this crisis, some of us among the officers thought it essential that like-minded men, soldiers and civilians, should meet. With what purpose in mind? To prevent any such settlement.
And to bring the king to trial and punishment so that these dangers will be buried for good.
So why do you send for us? You know well enough what the soldiers feel about the king.
Fairfax doesn't invite plain soldiers to the council anymore.
Because it seems to me that we in this room represent the real power in the land. Soldiers, officers and civilians united in a common cause. If we are united and if the cause is common.
Suppose we were united. How would this betrayal, as you call it, be prevented?
Commissary Arton has drawn up the Army's remonstrance containing all our grievances and a proposal to bring the king to trial. Yes, I've seen the draft. We shall present it to Parliament.
And they will reject it.
They will accept it.
And if they don't...
As they accepted the removal of the 12 renegade Presbyterians last year.
Most of them are back.
When you marched into Westminster with swords drawn and match lit to convince them...
We are the army. What else are armies for?
To achieve freedom, perhaps, rather than take it away.
That's not the question now. The abstracts can wait.
On the contrary, it's far better to discuss them when the swords are still in the scabbards. When they're out and at people's throats, the abstracts tend to become rather less pressing than they were.
All right, John, listen. What do you propose? I propose that we 3 groups have the power between us to make a godly settlement. If we can agree what it is.
It's the remonstrance, plain and simple. The king brought to trial and the nation settled.
Bringing the king to trial is not a settlement.
If you smart fellas will listen to a plain soldier.
Well, of course, that's why we're here.
There's more to it than the remonstrance. We need our wages paid, so we don't have to impose free quarter on poor people who can't afford it. Right. We need pensions for crippled and discharged soldiers, and for widows.
Most of all, we need our religious freedom complete and unquestioned for every man and woman.
But not for Catholics and Jews.
For everyone!
And we need a voice to guard all these freedoms. Otherwise, when the war's finished and we all go home, what will we have won for our labours? We need a permanent voice, not just in the council from which we've already been excluded, but in the Parliament.
Did you look around you, gentlemen, as you hurried here with your cloaks up round your faces and your hats pulled low? There are beggars everywhere. There are streets in this very city that look more like a hospital for the dying than a Christian community. Poor men know these things from experience. It's time they were listened to.
We all seek the kingdom of God on earth, gentlemen. I know that King Jesus is coming, but it won't be this week or next.
We didn't come here to talk about these things.
We did. And if the kingdom of heaven on earth isn't coming, and soon, why are we shedding so much innocent blood?
You asked us to come here because you're convinced we must get rid of the king.
We must try him, and then cut off his head.
And then dissolve the parliament, or purge it at least.
Otherwise we will cut off the branch and leave the root to flourish.
So, now it's in the open. And where will our freedom and security rest then?
In the army, where it has always rested ever since these wars began.
Let me tell you, gentlemen, no man is more convinced than I am of the wickedness of the king. But what trust is there in the army for our security? You betrayed us last year, passing the agreement at Putney and doing everything in your power to prevent it thereafter, even to the extent of shooting an innocent soldier at Corpus Field. I think the king is as great a tyrant as you do, and the Parliament are as bad. But to tear down both and give all power into the army's hands would be the act of madmen. With the swordsman in charge at Westminster, our slavery is likely to be as burdensome as it was under the king.
Sir, what you say is an outrage to all godly men.
And what you propose, Colonel, is an outrage to all prudent men. You want the king's head and Parliament's too, and I tell you for certain that before you get them, you must call a new Parliament to enact an agreement of the people.
Lilburne, you have been a soldier. You know you cannot stand arguing tactics in the front line while the enemy's attacking. That's playing with all our lives.
And you're playing with our freedom. If you cut off the king's head, you must give the English people a certainty that their freedom is safe. Otherwise, we shall oppose your tyranny as uncompromisingly as we oppose his.
What have we come for, Robert, to listen to these great fellas shout at each other?
We can outshout you at any time if we've no more brains in our head than that.
Your rebuke is well timed, Master Lockyer. Let us all drink a glass of wine like brothers, and work out a committee in which all our interests can be represented, and every man's opinion be considered in detail.
And while we are considering, the king will be back in Westminster, and we will all be in the Tower.
Cannot be so, Colonel Pride. God cannot be leading us through so many victories to that.
It is our good hope he is not.
Your Majesty, Fairfax and the colonels have been waiting for 2 hours.
Let them wait. Berkeley, we will finish our letter to my Lord Ormond in Ireland. Tell him to continue his good work of conquest in our name, and to prepare to bring his victorious army to England as soon as he safely can. Tell him, in addition, to take no notice of what he may hear reported as from the king's mouth, either about his operations or other matters, in particular with respect to treaties and negotiations. What the king says to his friends and to his enemies are clean different things. We respect the value of his services to the utmost and wish him Godspeed. Seal it and send it as soon as possible in the utmost secrecy.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Send Fairfax in, alone. All his ridiculous colonels can stay outside or go to the kitchens where most of them belong.
Colonel Hammond, His Majesty will see the Lord General now.
Come in, Baron Fairfax. My services to Your Majesty. We have read with interest the proposals you have sent to us. We understand very well your efforts on your king's behalf.
I have always fought for Your Majesty's best interests as I saw them.
Indeed you have, and with such success I no longer have a regiment to call my own. You understand, however, that I cannot possibly accept your proposals.
But Your Majesty...
I would be betraying my religion and the sovereignty I inherited from my father and which I must pass on to my son if I did. You understand that?
Your Majesty, I've ridden all the way to the Isle of Wight in secret with some of the most senior men in the army, whom you have not deigned to see.
Why should I see them? What have they to offer that you have not?
We have taken great risks to come here, and will provoke the anger of very many of our dearly loved brothers when they come to hear of it. These are certainly the most moderate proposals you will get from anyone, with no more than a few years' limitation on your power and prerogative.
My lord, they are not proposals that a king can accept.
You are a king in name only, Your Majesty. In fact, you are a prisoner of the army.
No, sir. I was born the King of England, and I remain so till my death, at which moment my eldest son will become king.
There will be nothing more I can do, sir. Do you understand that? Or any of these gentlemen you refuse to see. We came here, all of us, not expecting you to agree outright, certainly, but to negotiate with you the details of a settlement. If you send us away empty-handed, you deprive us of any power to help you.
I weep for your dilemma, my lord.
No, Your Majesty, it is I who weep for yours. If I return empty-handed and humiliated, the matter will pass into other hands than mine. Hands that are rough and determined and no respecters of kings.
My lord, nothing compels me to accept your proposals. There are others of your party who wish to speak to me. You are not the only fish in the sea.
No, sir, but perhaps the only one large enough to save you from drowning.
Good day to you, Baron Fairfax. The audience is at an end.
Yes, sir. I believe it is.
She's just gone in, Captain Reynolds.
Colonel.
What, sir?
Colonel Reynolds.
Oh, yes, sir. I can't keep up with all you soldiers.
What do you think of him?
Well, it's hard to know what an honest Christian soul should think, sir. Sometimes he's that quiet you don't hear a word out of him. Then you go in, his hair's standing up like a cat who's seen the devil, and his eyes so wild you'd think they looked on the torments of hell. But always wrapped up in himself, sir, so that you can hardly get a word out of him.
I'm not sure it was wise of her to come.
Oh, she had to come, sir. She had to.
So, I thought I'd seen the last of you.
That was never my intention. You can never have thought so.
I thought nothing about you. No room for that.
Why are you walking round the room like that? Sit down.
No. You become a kind of weight. A great mass, pressing down on the chair, on the floor, breaking into the earth. Sheer weight. With thinking too long. Your head becomes heavy. Everything drags towards the ground.
Father!
The only thing is to get up, move around. What is this heaviness, this weight? What is it that crushes us towards the earth like this?
Father, I had to come to see you.
Why?
I was worried about you. Martha told me that you...
Martha told you I was mad, I suppose. It's the usual explanation of the ignorant and unthinking person for anything outside their experience.
But the room, the way you look...
Does that matter? Does that really matter? I shall reorder my room, wash myself, bath even, when I am ready. But when one is following a chain of thought that is leading one...
Father, I must come back here to look after you. I can't bear to see you like this. But I have taken precautions.
To the abyss. To the edge of the abyss. What? What precautions?
I have written to Mr. Morrison. I have explained to him my feelings about marriage, and that the arrangements you made with him were made without my consent. I have told him how I ran away, and how Colonel Reynolds protected me. He will never marry me now.
You told me nothing of that.
No. I am well looked after, living with a godly woman and her husband, and busier than I have ever been.
You humiliate
with a world of affairs that I never thought of as women's business, but now see to be so.
You made me look a fool to all my friends.
Have you seen any of your friends lately? What would they think of the way they see you here?
Why have you come?
Because I can't bear not to be here when you need me.
I don't need you.
I want to be here, to help to soothe you for whatever pain is causing this.
To soothe me. To soothe me. Do you know what I have been doing these last 5 months since Munn was killed?
No.
I have been trying to understand, and I have been pressing forward with my studies with even greater determination, fiercely, like a hunting dog who can't be at peace till he has his teeth in the rabbit's neck and blood in his mouth, because either Munn's death has meaning, is part of some magnificent architecture too great for one man to see, or it has none and is not. I have acquired a telescope and have been studying the heavens as the madman Galileo taught us to, and those other arts, astrology, the planetary influences, the philosophy of the hidden and the unknown. What is the meaning of these great circles drawn in the heavens that the telescope perceives? And where are the houses of astrology in all the minute observations I make of the movements of the planets? There is much that is unexplained. Why do the planets stray from their paths? Why are those circles sometimes imperfect? What unimaginable force pulls them awry? What is the weight that holds me to this chair? Is that madness, Penelope? Is that what Martha calls madness? Sometimes I don't leave this room for days.
Why has it become so important? When I look in your eyes, I see a kind of terror.
Because when I follow where my reason tells me, everything falls apart in my hands. There is no pattern, no meaning, just these great circles turning in a void, for no reason that I can see. How can I live with that knowledge? How can anyone live with that?
Let me come back, Father. You need to leave these studies.
You only make it worse. Surely you see that.
I make it worse?
I know how a father treats his daughter. How a daughter respects her father. Everybody knows it. But I followed where my reason led me. I employed tutors and musicians to instruct you. Just as with my studies of the stars, everything fell apart in my hands. No father, no daughter, just two people who may or may not like each other.
All I ask is that you allow me to return to you without imposing upon me a marriage I don't want. I won't marry at all if that is what you want. I won't even marry Colonel Reynolds.
Reynolds? Is he here? I hoped he was dead in the wars, but it's always the wrong ones who die.
Father, that is a wicked thing to say. He's in this house downstairs waiting for me.
Here? He's here? I won't have him here. Get him out of my house. How dare you bring him with you? Hasn't enough been broken? I walk up to my knees in fragments, and you bring that man here.
Father,
you
please.
come back here as my daughter, or you come as nothing, as the woman who brings the cabbages or the coalman. Father and daughter between us, or nothing. Dear God, isn't there one cup that doesn't break in pieces in my hand?
All right, Penelope, that will do.
I can't bear it. I can't endure anymore.
What are you doing here? Get out of my house, you defile my room.
That's hardly possible with all this filth.
Don't ever go near riverbanks, Reynolds. Don't ever cross the sea or go for a swim on a hot day.
What are you talking about?
Don't ever ford a stream with your soldiers or sail in a cutter for pleasure.
The man belongs in Bedlam.
Death by water, young man. Death by water. Carved into the stars unchangeably as marble.
Let's get out of here before we all go as mad as he.
I've tried as a daughter should. I can't do it anymore.
You won't see her ever again. Not if I can help it.
Carved into the circles of the stars. And my other son with you.
Colonel Reynolds has arrived, sir.
Come in, Colonel Reynolds.
It's good of you to see me, Lord General.
I'm surprised to find you in Windsor.
Where else should a man be but with the army in times like these?
He should be across the road at the Garter, where all noise is coming from.
Ah, yes. An officers' meeting, I believe.
You did good service in the Midlands, Colonel. I suppose your men are disbanded now.
They are at their lodgings in London, most of them. I can call them out at a day's notice.
Listen to them over there. Are you with the Levellers delegation?
No, sir. It was my ambition to see you and to ask you if I might resume my commission.
Don't ask me, Colonel.
Sir?
Never beg favours of a falling man. Ride to Oliver, Pontefract. Walk across the road where Ireton holds court with the Levellers as his courtiers.
I can hardly accept that, sir.
The king is like a drowning man in a torrent. I threw him a rope, but he spurned it with contempt. He thinks he is swimming to the shore, but all the time the torrent is carrying him away. I have acquiesced in the remonstrance. The officers have accepted it, and we have presented it to Parliament, all against my conscience. Which means that it is all but certain that the king will be brought to trial. Over there in the Garter, they are arguing about how it should be done, not if. I have little influence left. You've come to the wrong man.
No, sir. You are the Lord General. You have the power to employ me if you wish to.
What I might wish to employ you for... No.
What, sir?
It might be as much against your conscience as this is against mine.
No one knows my conscience, sir, except the Lord. Ask me.
Can you keep counsel?
I'm not a child, sir, who must tell everything he is told.
To save the king's life, if it were possible.
It may not be, sir.
You are a soldier's man, I see, Colonel, like most of my officers, who are all sea-green levellers beneath their buff coats.
I am not of their counsels, sir, and if I can ever serve you in any capacity, I shall be honoured to.
Are you thinking what you're saying?
I never speak without thought, sir.
We are in the grip of a paradox, Colonel. The only way to prevent blood is by shedding it. And in such angry days as these are, I find myself more often in sympathy with men's horses than their riders.
Commissary Ireton, we are here in good faith, 4 of each party, Levellers, Independents, Parliament men, as agreed. And here you are, with a whole pack of barking colonels.
How dare you,
Making it quite clear to us that we're wasting our time?
Not at all, Mr. Lilburne. We have come here as honest men to discuss these things at issue between us.
All 30 of you!
Most of these gentlemen are observers merely.
Ha! And there are 20,000 more observers sitting here in Windsor with pikes and muskets in their hands.
We are here to talk, sir.
With what point, commissary, when your actions speak so much louder than your words? We tell you that your restrictions on freedom of conscience are unacceptable to us. That your proposal to keep the right in Parliament to punish men where no visible law has been transgressed is plain tyranny. And you reply, you are going to chop off the King's head and dissolve Parliament, whatever we say.
This is not the case. We said nothing of the sort.
And that being so, sir, we will leave you to discuss the matter among yourselves, because neither we nor the many thousands we represent can have any part of you. Good evening, gentlemen.
Gentlemen. What can we do with such a man? We speak with him for 2 hours, achieve nothing, and he storms out. He's quite impossible to deal with.
We can't let it collapse, Henry. He must be dealt with in some way or another.
You can break his head with a musket butt, that'll deal with him.
The man is all temperament and no rationality. I'm not surprised he has spent so many years in prison.
Do we need their agreement when we have 20,000 men under arms?
I'm more surprised that he ever gets out.
Of course we need their agreement, Colonel Hewson. Last autumn he had nearly half the army supporting him.
They didn't support him at Corkbush Field.
But next time they might, and then we will all be dead men, his faction and ours.
Well, gentlemen, I'm going to bed.
Henry.
What?
I must take it further. Let me speak to him.
I'll speak to him by all means. You might get some sense out of him if you can persuade him to control his temper. But be careful what you say.
Of course.
What can we do with such men, Wildman? White-headed sepulchres.
What I want to know is what Cromwell's up to.
Still in Pontefract.
Why doesn't he come south? Pontefract is no more than 3 days away.
Maybe like the Roman emperors, he's letting his servant taste the dish first, in case it's poisoned.
Ireton's no man's servant. If Oliver gives him too much rope, he might regret it.
The boy's his son-in-law. They can't help working together. Like two sides of the same coin. They look different, but they're made of the same metal. Well, whatever. I'm going to London first thing in the morning.
Wait a moment. There's someone on the stairs. Oh, it's Harrison.
Ah, yes. I thought we might see him.
Colonel Lilburne.
Come in, Colonel Harrison. Your name was the last in our mouths.
As a blessing, I hope, not as a curse.
Well, to be honest with you, neither.
I'm very sorry our meeting should have ended in such anger and dissension.
You are very mischievous fellows, all of you. You're about to take away the liberty we fought for all these years without any guarantees for our future.
Get one thing quite clear, Colonel Lilburne. We will do it. By martial law, if there's no other way. Do not believe in your heart that anything you or your friends say will stop us now.
Oh, yes, Colonel. We believe you.
So why do you bother to come to my lodgings when all sensible men are going to bed? Ireton spoke more circumspectly, but his message was the same.
Because we are committed to the agreement of the people, and you must understand that. You have won the argument, Lilburne, in the last year. At Putney, none of us senior officers would hear of it, but for some few of us. Now, most of them, including Cromwell, see it as God's settlement for the nation, even Ireton himself. He doesn't speak now as he did at Putney. Many pages of his remonstrance you yourself could have written.
Then put your newfound convictions to the test. Give us the security of an agreement before you take the whole nation into your hands. Otherwise, you might as well rule over us with no laws at all, as a conquered people, like the poor peasants in France.
We are all servants of the Lord. You must trust in our integrity.
Trust? You've broken it once already. And a man who's broken his promise once will make no conscience of doing so again. Let me tell you plainly. If you come to no compact with us, we shall ride away to London tomorrow and stir up all the many thousands of people who support us against you. We fought and died to oppose the old tyranny, and we'll do the same to this new if we have to.
All that you say is true. We did betray you last year. We have no right to ask you to trust us again.
Beware the Greeks bearing gifts, John.
It's not a gift. It's the truth.
But not the whole truth. What follows?
The army will ride into London within a few days. There isn't time to delay while we discuss the details of the agreement. We heard yesterday that the treaty between the King and Parliament is nearly settled. When it is signed, its first provision will be to call upon the army to disband, and if we don't, they will proclaim us traitors and raise an army against us, as enemies of both Parliament and King, an army which Major General Brown is already recruiting in London. All your reasons are strong and true, but our necessities are stronger. We must simply act or perish. It is dangerous for you to trust in our good faith, I know it is, but it is even more dangerous not to.
And you say that you'll accept the agreement?
I can't speak for anyone. Personally, I am sure we will, in some form or other.
What does that mean?
When all the details have been discussed. We both wish for that.
And will you set up a constitutional committee to discuss all those matters now and put them into practice as soon as we can all agree?
I'm sure the commissary will agree to that, after we have marched to London.
Well, go and ask him.
Well, I can't now. He's in bed with his wife.
Then ask him tomorrow.
I shall, without question.
We shall ride to London nevertheless, at first light.
I shall overtake you on the way with an answer. And the rest of us will not be far behind.
John? Francis! Francis! Oh, when did you get back?
Oh, just over an hour ago. I settled the men. We've taken over 2 big royalist houses in the Strand. Stabled my horse, came straight here. I haven't even been to see Pen and Father yet.
Have you heard from either of them?
Not from Pen, since she wrote to me about Mum.
Oh, that was terrible, a terrible business.
And not from Father at all.
There's a lot to tell, but I can't tell it now. I'm on my way to see Fairfax.
Yes, so am I. Why are you seeing him? I heard you left the army.
Well, I have, but I've performed several small services for him in the last few weeks. Follow me down the stairs.
There's no better man to serve.
He's in conference with Ireton and all the senior colonels this evening.
With Ireton, I'd heard.
All kinds of things, I've no doubt. Most of them out of date by now. Things move very fast here. Enemies become friends and friends' enemies within hours. Did you return with Oliver?
No. Fairfax sent an urgent message for him to return to London 7 days ago. We left at once, but he stopped at every town on the way with some old friend or other. I didn't understand what he was up to, and I was so keen to get back to London, I asked his permission to ride ahead.
You've no horse?
No, he's stable.
We'll walk.
Where is Fairfax's headquarters now?
At the palace at Whitehall.
And why has he sent for you?
Well, I don't know, except that it's urgent.
I've lived in London all my life, but I don't like the way people look at us.
We were a conquering army.
It doesn't feel right.
How much further is this meeting, Lockyer?
Well, the tavern's just past St. Lawrence Pulteney.
Yeah, I'm a cavalryman. It's beneath my dignity to walk.
What is this soldiers' committee?
Old cavalrymen. Haytons, Hartons, Harrisons. They wanted men from Wiley's and Scroops to meet them.
You been home yet, John?
Oh, I got down to Southwark yesterday, saw me 2 boys, my old father.
No news of Betty?
No, none at all.
What's going on over there?
Why, in the ruin? The burnt-out church and no roof.
It's a meeting of some sort.
Yeah. Oh, I know that place.
Who's the preacher?
It's our old comrade, the silent soldier.
Yeah.
What's he turned preacher now he's left the army?
His name's Brother Gerard.
Oh, let's see what he says for himself.
He was a good friend to me at one time.
We should get to this meeting.
In this very place.
Nah, a few moments won't hurt. Let them wait.
Creation, which is God's gift to us all. Why should the house of God need a roof? I have stood under this common roof, the sky, with my friend William Everard. I have stood in the fields with the cows, where my work for the Lord now is.
A coward, yet not to come down from God's cavalry for sure.
And I have heard the Lord's voice very plainly, telling me that men must work together and eat bread together in community, and that the earth is a common treasury for all.
Amen. Amen.
A man may own a great estate, but in one day he can do no more work than any other man. Only by the work of other men can his great lands be tilled. And I call upon all the labouring men in this kingdom to leave their lords and masters and let those great men work their own lands, and they will soon see what those great estates are worth. Let them come with us and work the land, the common treasury, in peace and brotherhood, with no wages and no hire, but working together and eating bread together in brotherhood.
It's just another mad preacher. Let's go to the meeting.
No, let's hear what the Lord has told him.
Yeah. And I listened to God's voice. And I spoke to men, and I wrote and published my thoughts. But the Lord said no. It is not enough. A man must act upon his knowledge, for action is the life of all thought. Or what is revelation for? And I stand here to bring you the true revolution of God, brothers and sisters, which is not the business of soldiers and pistols and swords, but of the overturning of all things by the simplicity of working the land in brotherhood instead of for hire. And what an overturning that will be, when no man works for wages, but only for love. The soldiers' revolution will bring you only blood. Much blood will soon flow in this city. But God's revolution will bring you peace and love.
Watch what you're saying, silent soldier. God's army doesn't stand here to be insulted.
It's not so long since you rode with us, trooper.
But now my eyes are changed, brother. God has shown me a better way. And I call upon all my brothers and sisters here present, and my friends, the soldiers too, to declare themselves now for God's revolution, the revolution of peace and brotherhood, the revolution that digs the land and plants it with seed instead of manuring it with blood.
Why is everybody leaving?
We must be too late.
There's Hartoch.
Commissary!
Not now, Reynolds, no time. Major White, the Lord General, will be more than pleased to see you. Where's Cromwell?
Not in London yet.
Colonel Harrison, what's happening?
The day of God is breaking, Colonel Reynolds. Tomorrow morning.
What?
We can't talk now. Every man must go to his command.
And I haven't got one.
John, the Lord General's in the King's chamber.
I'm glad to see you, Major White. Is Cromwell with you?
No, sir, he isn't.
Where is he?
I don't know, sir. I left him 2 days ago. He said he intended to go to Huntingdon to see his family.
At a time like this?
He hasn't seen them for 7 months, sir.
What's happening, Lord General?
Come in, Reynolds. Parliament has forced our hand. We had no time to wait for Cromwell.
What have they done?
They've rejected the remonstrance out of hand and voted this afternoon to accept the Newport Treaty with the King. Tomorrow morning they're to be purged. Colonel Pride will station a regiment of foot at the house at first light. Only those members who voted against the treaty will be admitted. The rest will be barred, and if they object, arrested.
Why has the King accepted Parliament's terms when he rejected yours?
Because he will use Parliament to destroy the army. Then when we are gone, he will destroy them. They're too blind to see it. Major White, go and muster your men at once.
I've only just dismissed them.
March them here at once. I shall feel safer with my own men at the doors. At once, Major White.
Yes?
Colonel Reynolds.
Yes, sir.
It's unstoppable now, a flood, not a torrent. The King has been brought to Hurst Castle, and within a week he will be in London. As a man, I have not a scrap of sympathy for him. He deserves what is coming.
His trial.
But as a king, Reynolds, as a king, can he be saved?
There are soldiers who would do it, but at a price.
What price?
A third civil war.
That's my judgment, too. Pray, Colonel Reynolds, pray every hour of the day. In the next few weeks we are going to need the whole nation's prayers.
I say to you, brothers and sisters, declare yourselves now for the revolution of peace, not war, of brotherhood, not bloodshed.
You should shut your mouth, Winstanley, before the army shuts it for you.
Let him speak, Miles.
He doesn't matter. He's a madman.
Why should he be allowed to insult us when we are the only defence of the nation's liberty?
What liberty is there for a nation with a sword held to its throne?
Any soldiers here?
He's calling Thompson.
Over here, Cornet.
All you men, report to your regiments at once. Where are your stables?
St. Paul's Cathedral.
Bishopsgate. Go there now.
What about the meeting?
Forget the meeting. It's cancelled. All soldiers to report at once.
What's happening, Cornet?
I don't know, but whatever it is, we may need swords on our hands, so move!
Let them go, brothers and sisters. Let them go.
Master Winstanley?
Sister, it seems we are the only two left.
Will you have anything to do with soldiers?
No, mistress. Our weapons are spades.
Where will it be?
I don't know yet.
Outside London?
There is no waste to dig here.
Can I come with you?
There are no more than 5 of us yet.
I am 6.
What's your name?
Betty.
Is that all? Betty who?
Just Betty.
In The Man of Blood, Part 9 of God's Revolution by Don Taylor, John Church was played by Eric Allan, Gerard Winstanley by Steve Hodson, Fairfax by Nigel Anthony, Stephen White by David March, and Penelope by Deborah Makepeace. Lockyer was Peter Craze, Syndicum, John Badley, Pride, Norman Eshley, Wildman, Stephen Rashbrook, and Reynolds, Kim Wall. Ireton was Bill Wallace, Lilburne, Christian Rodska, Elizabeth Lilburne, Maureen O'Brien, James Thompson, Simon Cuff, and William Thompson, Anthony Jackson. Martha was June Barrie, Mary Overton, Barbara Kellerman, Mrs. Chidley, Ellen Dryden, Betty, Zelah Clarke, White, Graham Blockey, and the King, William Eedle. God's Revolution, Part 9, was directed in Bristol by Ronald Mason. God's Revolution, a series in 12 parts by Don Taylor, with Bernard Hepton as Cromwell and Nigel Anthony as Fairfax. Part 10, England's New Chains. Gerard Winstanley plans to dig the common land and live there with his followers in equality and love. At the end of one of his meetings, a young woman asks to join his band. Her name is Betty, wife of John Church. Meanwhile, plans to bring the king to trial go ahead. Fairfax makes a last desperate attempt to do a deal with him, but is frustrated by the king's stubbornness. England's New Chains.
Is the king on the scaffold?
2:10 he went up, nearly 5 minutes ago.
He's speaking to the crowd.
They can't hear him. I've drawn up the soldiers round the scaffold 10 ranks deep.
I've just come across from Harrison's room. Fairfax is still with him. They've been praying together since 10.
Why don't we close the windows, Oliver? It's freezing.
No, the body must be brought in at once.
Well, it won't be much longer.
Does Fairfax know?
I don't think so.
You would imagine he might have guessed.
Prayer is prayer, Edward. Because it is serving our present purpose, it doesn't mean it's any the less acceptable to the Lord.
Indeed not.
He's finished his speech. He's talking to Bishop Judson.
Nothing happening? No sign of movement?
Still as the grave. I've never seen so many thousands of people so silent.
Colonel Reynolds, come over here.
Sir.
You're quite sure? If a troop of horse charged hard from St. Martin's Lane...
Sir, I am absolutely certain. It is no secret that he wants to save the king's life, but he decided that it could only be done by persuasion and prayer. He's a great soldier, sir. If he'd wanted to do it, he would have done it.
Yes, that's true.
I have been with him, sir. He is an honest man.
He's moving across towards the block.
He knew it would mean bloodshed, and his conscience would not let him do it.
Fairfax is a man peculiarly dear to the Lord. I love him for it, even though in this matter we must disagree. Pray, Colonel Reynolds. Pray for guidance.
He's kneeling.
Dear Lord, you have guided our footsteps all this way. Be with us now in this supreme hour of your triumph.
The axe is up.
And take pity on all the actors of this necessary tragedy.
Behold the head of the traitor!
We've done it, gentlemen. Praise the Lord. We've done it.
I was on guard with a mounted troop bet not 200 feet away.
I will never forget the sound that swept round the crowd as the axe fell. You could call it a groan of anguish, the loss of innocence of a child becoming a man, or the shudder of a nation becoming free. For many of us there it was a day of great triumph and rejoicing. No man has ever betrayed a nation or deserved death for it more than he did. And now that he is gone, there is some chance that the just and godly republic we have dreamt of and fought for all these years will become sober fact. New Jerusalem in the fields of England. But the sound of that groan tells me very plainly that we must build our Jerusalem, and build it quickly, before that dead man's blood rises up out of his severed neck and chokes us all.
You deceived me, Oliver. Openly and knowingly, it was a plot between Harrison and yourself to keep me in ignorance and out of the way. I shall never, as long as I live, forget walking down that corridor and seeing the King's body carried past me when I didn't even know he'd left his chamber.
Prayer was needful, Tom. Many others were at that meeting.
I had no idea the matter was decided. I understood it was still in doubt.
The scaffold was built, Tom. The crowd were there. The soldiers were in position.
But we hadn't murdered a king. The House was still in session, and I was praying for guidance. I made it quite clear from the beginning that you could never have my support. Did you not trust me? After all this time, did you really think I would shed more blood?
No, not really.
Dear Jesus.
We could allow no shadow of a chance. What if you'd walked out onto the scaffold and denounced us?
I thought of that. But no man can see beyond such an action, and I didn't dare.
You must forgive me. We're all in need of much forgiveness, and we'll need much more yet. Will you come to the officers' meeting? We need you more than ever.
Certainly I will. But I am no longer with you, Oliver. Be quite clear about that.
What does that mean?
I won't lay down this burden with the nation and God's people in such danger. I will play my full part in the army and the state. But my support for our actions died this morning. As soon as I judge it safe to do so, I shall leave the army and go home.
Tom.
I am adamant, Oliver.
I was about to say that I fear you will be with us for some time yet.
Yes. I fear I may.
Wrong, wrong, wrong. I said as much in my pamphlet before he died, and I'll say it again now.
It was an act of the supremest justice, and future ages will honour us for it, as they honour Brutus for killing Caesar.
Understand me, Captain
It
Bray.
had to happen. You couldn't find 10 men a regiment who weren't rejoicing that the tyrant was dead.
I had no love for the king. I wished him punished as well as the next man, but I wished him punished according to the law. If an illegal court can be set up to try the king, what chance do I have? Or you? Or any soldier among us who yelled for his blood?
Power makes law. You said so yourself at Putney.
Got thrown out of the council for my pains, and they haven't forgiven me for it yet.
Why'd you say that?
I've been acting lieutenant colonel since August when Cromwell was killed, but I'm still Major White. And likely to stay that way.
Reynolds' promotion's confirmed?
Yes, he told me yesterday. He's a good man, he deserves it.
Will he be here?
As soon as the meeting's over.
And is he with us or not?
Of course he's with us, no man more so.
He's hardly made himself conspicuous in the cause.
That's not his way. But his regiment was full of levellers and Republicans, and a good many of them are going with him to his new command. Someone's coming up the stairs.
Thompson and Lockyer.
Good, I was expecting them. Come in, gentlemen. Shut the door behind you.
We're just from Whitehall. The meeting is taking place in Harrison's chambers. The rumours are true. There's no officer invited below the rank of colonel. One or two of our angry captains tried to get in, but they were turned away at the door.
It's a good job Reynolds is in.
Well, the monarchy is abolished. The lords are abolished.
He's the only senior officer we have now. Rainsborough's dead.
And it looks as though we're all going to be abolished, except for Ireton and Cromwell.
I don't understand what Cromwell's up to. He promised us the agreement of the people,
It was just a tactic to keep us all quiet, isn't that obvious?
Whatever they say, their actions are clear enough. They call a council, and none of the soldiers are invited.
What can they do without us? What use are generals without an army? Shh. Who is it?
Reynolds.
He's soon back.
Who have you got in there?
The White, Ayres, Lockyer, all friends.
We must all learn not to come into a room before we know we can trust those inside it.
What do you mean by that?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
What happened?
You got in safely?
Yes, I got in, and I've never been so frightened. Not at Naseby, even at Bridgewater.
Frightened?
What do you mean?
They mean to destroy us.
Destroy us?
What happened?
There are about 40 or 50, I suppose, all squeezed into Harrison's rooms, sitting on window seats and benches, even on the floor. All senior officers.
Get to the point. What happened?
Hewson had obviously been briefed what to say. He complained that he used to be a soldier. and commander of a regiment. But now he spent all his time listening to petitions from the ranks for back pay, for elected councils, and who knows what else. But he was still an officer, and while he remained one, he intended to give orders, not to take them.
Houston's a pig.
And then Cromwell spoke.
And what did he say?
He said he had heard of the presence of agents from London preaching discontent among the troops, and of certain officers of the army and other cashiered persons.
Ah, that's me.
And my brother.
Whose actions were most displeasing to God, and a matter of great concern to the state. Then Ireton got up and spoke in his lawyer's voice, dry as sandpaper and so precise you could cut cheese with it. He announced that from now on, private meetings between officers and soldiers are to be forbidden.
Forbidden? How can they forbid
Quiet! That the presenting of petitions to Parliament by soldiers is also to be forbidden, except petitions presented through and by the officers.
How much use they'll be.
And that soldiers or private citizens who seek to breed discontent in the army are to be punished by martial law, the punishment, of course, being death.
Do they dare?
If you'd been in that room, you'd know they'd dare. After Ireton had finished, Hewson called out, "Why bother with all this law? We know who these men are. I can hang 20 of them while the magistrate hangs one." And there was such a shout from all those saints and men of Zion, I thought the roof would come off. So I left as soon as I could.
Well, have we any freedom left? It's as bad as in the King's time.
What are we going to do? Buckle under?
Never. Not after so long.
The first thing's to see Lilburne.
Lilburne's a broken reed. He walked out of the Whitehall negotiations before Christmas and went back home to Durham. No one's seen him since.
No, you're out of date. He's back for nearly a week.
Well, he's not the old Lilburne, is he? No one had any doubt when he was in town.
Nevertheless, I think we'd better see him as soon as possible.
Whoever we see and whatever we do, let's get one thing clear. Secrecy, after what I heard this afternoon, is essential. I don't want to go in front of a firing squad.
John, can I come in?
Yeah.
6 o'clock.
I heard the bell.
The officers will be here at any moment.
Oh, yes. I better get dressed.
Your candle's nearly in snuff. What time did you get up?
About 3, I think. Oh, I need a clean shirt.
Yeah. This one's fresh.
Lavender.
From the chest. What are you writing so furious?
A pamphlet.
I thought they'd banned unlicensed printing again.
Yes, they have. Never trust anyone who takes away the liberty of the word. I don't trust them anyway.
Does it mean prison again?
Dear Lizzie, I don't know. I have a good hope not.
I really thought you meant it this time. That you were finished with it all. We could begin to live as other families do.
Oh, believe me, my love, I thought so too. I felt tired out like an old weather-beaten ship fit for nothing but harbour. It's what I want most of all. That's why I went home, to settle my debts and consider my prospects. But I'm not immune to news sheets and political events happen. I can't shut my ears and close my eyes forever. If I do, why have I suffered so much over all these years? What did I go to prison for? If we lose everything now without a struggle...
Even with a struggle, we'll probably lose. We always do. As a family, I mean. As a family, we'll lose everything.
Oh, my dear, long-suffering Lizzie, what can I say to you? Only that when God speaks to a man's conscience, he must listen. How could you love me if I did not? What would you be holding in your arms?
I hold the greatest man in England in my arms.
Well, what does fame matter in the end?
But I sometimes regret that God has not made you a weaker man. Plenty of good men bow their heads when the whipping begins. You always stand up straighter.
I regret it too. It would be pleasant to live quietly with my family and say nothing, or to take the bribes they regularly offer me for my silence. But a man's family's worth nothing if he hasn't the liberty to enjoy it. It is to ensure that soldiers can't march in and tear a man away from his wife and children that we endure all this. And when that happy day is here, we'll all retire to our firesides and tell stories to our grandchildren. Can you imagine the scene?
Yes, I can imagine it. But in sober truth, will it ever come to pass?
That's in the Lord's hands, Lizzie, as we all are, every hour of every day. Ah, our friends at the door.
Friends or enemies?
Takes more than a knock at the door to tell you that.
Sir, there's some gentlemen here to see you.
How many?
3 of them, sir.
Send them up.
Shall I get you some beer and cheese for breakfast?
Oh, that'll be most welcome.
Gentlemen.
Colonel Lilburne.
Ah.
I brought Major White and Captain Bray with me. You know both of them, I'm sure.
Good morning, gentlemen. You see me hard at work still for the nation's freedom?
Never see you any other way, John.
Have you had your morning draft?
We're directly from our beds, I think.
Well, Lizzie will bring us something.
You heard about Thursday's Council of War?
Oh, very promptly. My reply is already 3 parts drafted.
I thought we ought to confer, for you to hear what we intend, and to hear from you too.
Well, it's no secret, and on Monday morning the world will know it. I shall present my pamphlet, England's New Chains, at the bar of the House of Commons.
Will they hear you?
I'm told they will, with great courtesy.
Will they take any notice? Or will they put it in the cellar with the agreement and all the other forgotten promises?
Well, that we will see. We won't leave it there, of course.
Neither will we. Our own action will follow almost at once.
What action?
A soldier's petition.
To?
Fairfax.
Ah, yes. Yes, that's good.
We've selected 5 troopers to present it, all from different regiments, probably next Thursday, March the 1st.
Are they good men?
The best. We had a choice of hundreds, all eager to speak for freedom.
Do they know what they risk?
They know it could be death, but they're soldiers, used to that.
No officers with them. Oh, it's good they should come from the ranks.
Captain Bray will speak for them in the council, if it comes to that.
Oh, it will, I'm sure. You're prepared too, I hope.
It won't be the first time.
Don't seek it, Captain Bray. It'll come of its own time if it's coming.
Sir?
Prison is my second home, and I tell you, there's no virtue in martyrdom.
We want supporters, not martyrs.
Certainly we do.
And we'll get them when we're seen to be in action, not just talking about it.
But we don't want any mad brain schemes, do we, gentlemen? No soldiers' adventures. We want reason and logic and law.
We are our own men, Colonel Lilburne. We come to you out of courtesy, not for orders.
You come and go as you please, Captain Bray. I speak for 50,000 Londoners and half the army, and when I want military action, I shall call for it.
John, we come here of our own volition, because we know how important it is for us to remain united.
Unity is easy enough, provided we all speak the truth and no one makes a fool of himself. This is the biggest battle yet. The battle that's been coming these 2 years, and it can only be won by pressure, not blood. If the swords come out and the pistols are cocked, we shall lose. We must push the High Command to the point where they must bow to our demands because all the soldiers are with us. That's how we won at Saffron Walden and Putney, and that's the only way we'll win now.
We came too because we must have a petition to present. And it must be written by the best pens.
By Thursday?
Yes.
Yeah, well, it's too soon for me. Ask Overton to do it. He'll do it well.
Won't he be too scathing? We don't want to provoke them unnecessarily.
You cannot avoid provoking them, Colonel, not even if you coo in their ears like wood doves.
You know, Colonel, we heard the silliest thing.
What?
That you were a broken reed and had given up the cause.
Gentlemen, I am the cause. When it dies, I die, and not before. Well, here's Lizzie with a beer. Shall we drink, gentlemen?
Yeah.
We'll drink to the soldiers' petition.
And to your England's New Chains.
And may they soon be broken.
Amen.
Amen.
Will, hello, brother. You're going the wrong way.
I'm going the opposite way to all the riffraff. What's wrong with that?
Well, aren't you going back to the whalebone to welcome Lilburne?
Lilburne gets drunk on other people's bad breath. I prefer water.
It's a triumph, Will, a triumph. I was there. Lilburne presented the pamphlet to Parliament, and I went in with him just behind Overton and the rest of the delegation, right up to the bar of the House. John walked in so gravely and sedately, looked round at them all, and slowly removed his hat. It was tremendous.
Did they listen?
Silently, and with the greatest respect, while he roasted them as the biggest convocation of criminals, hypocrites and Judases ever to sit even in that house.
And then the sergeant-at-arms clapped him in chains.
No, he did not. Probably on account of the fact that there was half an army of cheering Londoners just outside the door. Afterwards, John came out on the steps, kissed his hands to them, and invited them all back to the whalebone to drink to England's freedom, which, being Londoners, they didn't need asking twice.
God save us all from the crowning of King John.
Listen, Will, Look, let's go through the court, away from all this noise. Will, you ought to be with us. Things are happening now. Important things.
What things?
There's a whole group of us now, officers and men. We don't intend to lie down and be galloped over.
Who, for instance?
Oh, I daren't say.
Then don't.
But if a man can't trust his own brother, Ayres, Bray, White, among others...
Ayres never does anything till it's just too late. Bray's old noise and no judgment. And as for White...
White is a good man, the hero of Chelmsford.
If White were a roll of phlegm, I wouldn't trust him as far as I could spit him. When I speak, it'll be with my own voice, and then the whole world will hear it.
But you must trust somebody. You can't do it all on your own.
Can you hear that noise?
I can hear the crowd coming back with Lilburne.
There's the real army, Brother Jim. Forget your godly regiments and their land-owning officers. If you put a musket in the hands of everyone in London who had no breakfast this morning, or will go to bed hungry tonight, you'll have an army no one can stop. No one on earth!
Where are they?
No more than a couple of streets away by the sound of the shouting. There must be thousands of them.
Close the casement. Some of the sheets are loose. It's blowing them about.
This pile is ready. 50 copies.
These are for St Albans. How many piles have you got, Penelope?
3 for Amersham, Colnbrook and...
It'll be Windsor.
Yes, Windsor. Oh, the ink's still wet. I've smudged the top copy.
One doesn't matter more or less.
I'll go back across to the printers, Lizzie, see if the next 500 are ready yet.
Very prompt.
Oh!
Mistress Overton, is Mistress White with you? I need to see her urgently.
Who is it?
Colonel Reynolds.
Oh, come in, Colonel.
With your indulgence, ladies, I would like to speak to Penelope.
Yes, come through to the next chamber, Colonel. There are more copies of John's pamphlet on the floor than any sane woman would wish to see in nightmare, so mind where you stand.
With your permission, I shall take one.
Please do. Oh, not from that pile, though. They've been counted.
Ah.
Penelope, you take him through. Excuse us, sir. This is a kind of bedlam, but most of these must be on their way today.
Come through, Colonel.
Thank you.
Were you at the house?
No, I had other business. I had to see you urgently.
About what?
Our marriage.
Well, Colonel, I don't know what to say.
Well, these are unusual times, Penelope, and people cannot stand on ceremony.
Oh, I am well aware of the nakedness of my situation. I have left my father's house with nothing and acted in a way which places me at your mercy.
And that should be the last of your worries. If I could, I would marry you now, tomorrow. We are both of an age, and the overturnings of these days have stood us both outside the fences people normally erect between men and women. We need nothing for our marriage but a man of God.
Is that what you've come for?
Would you agree to that?
Yes, I think I would.
It would be my dearest wish.
Would be?
But I fear it isn't possible. Well, it is possible, but not wise.
Then why have you come?
Because I need to see you.
And why did you suggest such a thing? Merely to embarrass me if you knew it was not possible.
It is possible. Don't misunderstand me. If you wish it, we shall indeed be married tomorrow.
You said it was not wise.
Yes.
Why?
For several reasons. The first is that my commission is confirmed and I am posted with my regiment to Bristol. I shall leave in about 2 weeks.
What is the second?
It is many reasons, not one. Unpredictable things are happening. There is great anger in the army, and we may be on the verge of the greatest overturning yet. I and your brother and a few others.
My brother?
We may be deeply involved in events too dangerous and secret to discover even to one's pillow companion.
I am not your pillow companion yet.
The point is, my dearest girl, if we marry now, you may see virtually nothing of me for some months, even years.
Years? Why years?
Under the greatest secrecy, the very greatest. I saw Cromwell yesterday in private. And there is certain to be an expedition to Ireland. No one knows of it yet, but at the top the matter is decided. It is as certain as that the sun will rise tomorrow. My new regiment is very likely to go.
I see.
Indeed, why else would I be posted to Bristol? If we were to marry now, I could not take you home to my father. And we could have no more than a few days together in London.
Women have been offered more attractive proposals, I think.
I am sure so, but we live as the times are. Ours are confused and dangerous with no certainty beyond the next hour. Well, Lilburne must be back.
Are you coming down, Penelope? John's back!
Yes, I'm coming.
Friends! My tongue spoke the words, but yours were the voices heard. And they cried out for freedom!
Don't just go down with the rabble. I need an answer.
What answer? I'm not sure I've been asked anything.
Shall we marry tomorrow? I have placed the true situation before you like an honest man.
No. I don't think so.
They know now, the Parliament men, that we who have spent our blood for this country's freedom for 7 years are not satisfied with their proceedings.
When I marry you, I want to be your wife, not a camp follower.
Yes, I understand. It's a painful answer, but I think the right one. I wanted to see you to make my commitment quite clear.
Yes, you have done.
Is there a back stairway? I don't want to meet Lilburne now.
Yes, through that door. Why not?
That's one of the things I can't talk about. Goodbye, my sweet.
When shall I see you again?
That is in the Lord's hands, and the fortune of war.
War? The war's over.
God willing it is. I'll let you know where I am and what I'm doing somehow. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Friends! I heard this morning that the warrants are already out for my arrest. I look round at you, at the determined faces and sturdy arms of my fellow Englishmen, and I say, let them come for me!
The 5 petitioners are waiting to see you, Lord General.
Thank you, Sergeant. March them in.
March them in, Corporal.
Thank you, Sergeant. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Who is to speak for you?
I am, sir.
Then let us hear you.
Lord General Fairfax, this petition which we present speaks for many more than ourselves in the army. We are the hands and tongues of thousands of your most loyal soldiers, and we ourselves are not the least in loyalty to you or the cause.
I don't need the reminder. You are all known to me. You are Robert Ward, wounded at Naseby.
Yes, Lord General.
Thomas Watson and William Sawyer. George Gills, you were in Major Bethel's troop, going up to Langport Hill.
Yes, Lord General, I was.
I never saw a more fearless action, not in the whole war. Forgive me, good fellow, your name I forget.
Simon Grant, Lord General.
I've read your petition. I know you are all brave men. I know that you are aware that the Council has expressly forbidden petitions of this kind.
Lord General, it is every...
Be quiet, Mr.
Right.
Ward. You will not therefore be surprised when I tell you that you are all under immediate arrest.
But
Sergeant, these men are arrested.
Lord
Take
General.
them away.
We shall wish to say more, General, when the time serves.
When that time comes, Mr. Ward, we shall hear you.
Prisoners, right turn, quick march. Left, right, left, right, left, right.
I think that's him. Over there by the alley.
Yes, it is. Cloaked and hatted like the murderer in a tragedy.
Major White. Over here.
Major White, you have a melodramatic taste for conspiracy. To meet at 11:30...
And be late?
At 3 Crane Stairs, where no one but murderers and atheists are seen at this hour of night.
It could cost all our lives to be seen together. Civilians and soldiers are forbidden to speak.
It's forbidden to publish pamphlets, too. But we don't do it by the river at midnight. What's the news?
I've been at Whitehall all day.
And?
The court-martial is to be the day after tomorrow. The chances are it will be death. Cromwell's still weighing it up.
Court-martial is illegal in time of peace. It'll be murder.
They have the power, John. You won't stop them by quoting Coke's Institutes.
No, but I shall show 'em up for the whited sepulchres they are. I've already begun the next attack.
What's that?
Another pamphlet on England's new chains.
Well, that won't help the 5 soldiers, will it?
It may be that nothing can help 'em now. It may even be their deaths are just what we need.
We need their deaths?
Yes, Major. Some men die in battle, some out of it. It's the same fight for the same cause wherever it happens.
We should separate before the watch hears us. I'll keep you informed.
If I don't know before you.
You are here before this court-martial for the crime of treason against the Commonwealth and under threat of death. Colonel Worley is president of the court. Captain Bray will speak for you, if that should be necessary. May the Lord look into our hearts and grant us all his mercy.
Amen. Amen.
Robert Ward, stand forward. This petition of yours, this letter to the Lord General, do you stand by the opinions in it?
I do stand by them. And I wonder with what justice you can throw me into prison merely for expressing my thoughts to the General.
Where was the letter written? Who was present?
This is not the Spanish Inquisition, and the Star Chamber has been abolished in England. You ask me to give evidence against myself, which is not law, and I won't do it. I'd rather lose my life than betray my liberty.
You didn't write this, did you? It's too intelligent for a common soldier.
The paper is mine. I have set my name to it. As for intelligence, well, maybe I haven't got much. But you should remember what St. Paul said, that God has chosen the foolish things of this world to confound the mighty.
And that is all you have to say?
Yes, sir.
Grant, stand forward. Do you stand by this letter?
Yes.
When did you see it first?
Before we brought it to the Lord General.
How long before?
About 2 hours.
Where? At whose house?
You have nothing to charge me with, Colonel. If you have any charge against me, put it on paper. Give me time and I'll answer it.
Yes, and the fellow who wrote that letter can write your answer too.
It is your pleasure to say so. I stand by my liberties as an Englishman, and I will say nothing more till I am charged.
Charles, do you acknowledge this paper?
I acknowledge it, and I'm proud of it too. It is a paper worthy of Christians and Englishmen.
You have proclaimed open war against the General and the Council. That is treason!
If Colonel Hewson has already passed sentence, why should I trouble myself to answer?
You do not understand the court's proceeding.
This court is not legal, I understand that. You can't judge me about matters relating to the freedom of the Commonwealth by martial law.
Of course we can. You are a soldier.
I'm also a commoner of the English Republic, free to petition to redress my grievances like any other man. You stood by that principle at Saffron Walden when the Parliament was threatening to disband the army, and it was in your own interest. You can't deny it now when it's against you.
Have you anything more to say?
No.
Sawyer?
I stand by the letter, and I claim my rights. That's all.
Watson?
I never wrote the letter, but I know what's in it, and I believe it's of God. You have no right to bring me before a court-martial for what God's told me to be true.
Your treason is apparent, and admitted by yourselves. Have you anything more to say before we consider sentence?
We are innocent of any crime. We have spoken our minds, which is a right God has given to Englishmen.
Take them away. Gentlemen, we must all seek God in our hearts and consider the sentence.
I say it must be death. We have published as much in our declaration. If we draw back now, we will be a laughingstock and all discipline will collapse.
But this is London. Half the army is here. Stage a public execution of 5 soldiers in front of 20,000 of their comrades, and who knows what will happen.
It seems to me we must make yet one more attempt to find an agreement.
Thomas, I've had 3 months' argument with Wildman and the rest in the Whitehall Committee. Our interests are simply opposed.
Setting aside all considerations of mercy, the risk is far too great.
Mr. President, all our hearts are naturally inclined towards mercy for brave soldiers who fought well for the cause.
Brave soldiers! They are trying to destroy the army and deliver us all into anarchy!
I say our hearts are inclined towards mercy, especially in this difficult time for our newly regenerated nation, with enemies all round us, and the time drawing near when we must take an army into Ireland. I agree that there is a sticking point, but we have not reached it yet. There is still time for peace and forgiveness and love.
Mr. President, may I speak? I sit here as advocate for the prisoners.
By all means, Captain Bray.
Captain Bray, I think you can gather the feeling of the court. We are inclined toward mercy. There is no need to say more.
Forgive me, Lord General, there is every need. You speak of a sentence, but these men have not been found guilty. They've not even been legally charged according to the known laws of England. They have presented a paper bearing their own opinions, and for that you sit upon their lives. That is the greatest proof of the truth of their accusations. You have betrayed the engagement of June the 5th, 1647, signed at Newmarket by you, Cromwell, and you, Fairfax.
Captain Bray.
You have failed to implement the agreement of the people, as you promised to do at Putney. You have gathered the civil and military power into the same hands so that you may arrest and sentence whom you please. You have executed the king and abolished the lords, only to set your own tyranny in their places.
Captain Bray, you are a madman! You are not fit to sit in this council! Guards, remove this man! Arrest him, I say! And get him out of here!
No right to strike me, sir!
Yeah, Mr. President, I propose the immediate arrest of this man. Let him be taken to prison. Let him stay there. Let him be cashiered and dismissed from the ranks of the army as a breeder of sedition and treason in the ranks. Get him out of here!
Who are you, Cromwell? Are you Nero or Caligula to condemn men at your own pleasure?
Mr. President, I would ask you to put my motion to the vote.
Those in favour?
Aye.
The Lieutenant General's motion with regard to Captain Bray is unanimously carried. We must now, gentlemen, return our minds to the question of the sentence for the 5 troopers.
Cashiered in public. Disgraced in front of the regiments.
Not death?
Not death.
Those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
The motion is unanimously carried.
Anger, Bet. I've never felt such anger, not in all my years with the army. Those 5 honest troopers were brought out before men from all the regiments in London, naked except for shirts made of white sackcloth, like the penitential shirts the papists wear, and forced to ride the wooden horse. The wooden horse, Bet, is what it says, only the horse's body is made like a triangle, with a sharp angle at the top. So when you're made to sit on it bare-bummed, the edge goes right up your arse, and it's more painful than you can imagine. They had to endure all this with cards hanging round their necks saying traitor, the army's shame and such like, and with Hewson strutting up and down, glaring at them with his one good eye.
Let all men note that these 5 criminals, formerly soldiers of the Commonwealth and Republic of England, have committed treasons against the state and disgraced the name of the army, so that they are here publicly dismissed from the ranks, all honour wiped from their names and public humiliation poured on their heads.
The poor devils suffered the agony and humiliation like the soldiers they are, and you could almost feel the anger bubbling like molten iron through the ranks of all the rest of us who stood there. But the soldiers had the last laugh. After the High Command had left, well pleased with their morning's work, and before all the regiments were fully dismissed, into the square came a carriage. And who should get out of it but Lilburne, with 5 fresh suits of clothes and, of course, a speech.
Soldiers! Citizens! Friends! These 5 men have been publicly humiliated as traitors, but I shall call them the army's heroes. And being heroes, we intend to feast them as such. Get into the carriage, gentlemen, naked as you are, and we shall bring you back in triumph to the whalebone where there is a feast laid on, that you, the people of London, and Oliver Cromwell won't easily forget.
Of course, we all followed them back to the Levellers pub. So many of us soldiers, the senior officers couldn't do a thing about it. And what a night we had of it, Bet. God's army knows how to celebrate when the time calls.
Oh, yes, that's it! John, you're beside yourself. Even a victory like this isn't worth an apoplexy.
What a mistake, eh? They played right into our hands. Oh, by God, little Dickie Overton, this time we're going to beat them. This time we're going to win.
John, you there?
Yes.
What are you doing out in the garden in the dark?
Listening to the trees. Who's out with you?
It's me.
Go back in, Miles. Enjoy yourself.
What about you?
I share the joy as much as any man, but I can't join in.
Why not, old friend?
My wife is out there, somewhere in this dark city. I know she is.
She could be anywhere.
No, she's here, I know it. Why else should she be in Hertford if she wasn't on her way to London?
Ah, you should come in. There's 2 men from Martin's regiment, Cantlow and Steele.
Old agitators.
And?
Yeah, they've heard a rumour.
What?
That we're all to be sent to die in Ireland.
Ireland?
Yeah, if the plague in the bogs don't finish us off, the wild Irish will.
We won't go to Ireland. We told them that clearly enough last year.
No, they say it's certain. That they'll pretend drawing lots, but that the regiments have already been chosen.
Us.
And all the rest of the regiments who stand up for soldiers' rights too, you can bet.
Yeah. I were Cromwell, that's what I'd do.
We have no quarrel with the Irish. Let them live and worship as they please in their own land. To march there, to burn and kill at the mere behest of our officers would be mercenary murder, and the Lord would have none of it.
No, that's not the sort of army we are.
Or ever have been.
Steele and Cantlow think it's time to choose new agitators to make our voices heard again.
Yeah.
So do I. Are they still there?
Yeah, in the room upstairs.
Let's go and meet them.
That's where we should be tonight. At the whalebone with Lilburne's bellowing army. Their only weapon is noise.
I never thought you'd hear them from my lodging.
You can hear them all over London, I should think. Even at Whitehall, if they have the casements open.
I'd love to be a spider in the corner, listening to what Cromwell's saying tonight.
Cromwell doesn't have spiders. His good wife takes the broom for them.
That'll be Reynolds.
About time. You can come in, John. There's no one here but the 2 of us.
So much for Oliver's decrees. You see soldiers and civilians in earnest discussion on every street corner.
Well?
Bray's appeal to Parliament has been rejected.
What have they done with him?
Sent him off to prison at Windsor.
Is he to be tried?
Nothing was said about that. They gave him very short shrift. It's my bet that they'll keep him there.
And forget him?
Yes.
How did he take it?
How would you?
We'll have to do without him.
He'll be in prison till we let him out. One good thing, though. His troop have been drafted into my regiment. They're good men, some of the most radical in the army.
Which brings us to the point, Colonel.
What point?
Well, for instance, why are we meeting here?
I think we know why.
I'm sure we do. I have been cashiered and commanded my own regiment this summer, as you did. Major White is the hero of Chelmsford. There are no better 3 men for the job.
If we need, or dare, to do it.
We must do it. Whatever happens, there's going to be a fight. Just listen to that noise. The only question is, will it be a rabble with skirmishes in the street?
In which case the soldiers will lose.
Or will it be organised?
By us.
We're not alone. I could name plenty who would join us. Officers, I mean.
Never mind the officers. How many men?
Cornet Thompson has a secret list. There are perhaps 30 or 40,000 under arms, but many of them are scattered around the country and will play no part either way. Thompson thinks we might rely on 10,000.
Which means they could outnumber us 2 to 1, with Cromwell and Fairfax in command.
We do better than that. Some of the best regiments, Scroop's and Horton's, for instance, are with us to a man. When other soldiers see that, they will follow.
We must look at the whole business very coolly, not move till we are certain.
We'll never be certain.
If it's going to happen, it will be soon, within weeks. One more fiasco like today's.
Are you still as close to Cromwell as you were?
Of course I am. It's too good a contact to lose.
What's his plan?
That I don't know. He uses me for his own purposes. He tells me what he wants me to know, not what I want.
Whereas he gets everything from you.
What does that mean?
Nothing more than what it says. You're an old friend, and I trust you with my life. But you see more than the rest of us from a different angle. I'd like to know that you're as convinced as we are.
Yes, I am convinced. I see the soldiers on the move like a great stone beginning to roll down a mountain. I don't think anything will stop them.
And so we 3, we climb on the stone and ride it down.
So that it doesn't crush everybody on the way.
What I did manage to pick up in Cromwell's chamber was a list of the disposition of all the regiments currently in London. Come over to the candle and look.
Landlord! Oh, morning, Cornet Thompson. Hardly recognise you in your gentleman's clothes. Has that made you white?
Have you seen my brother?
Not much lately, sir, seeing as he's a water drinker these days. But he did come in about an hour ago with that gentleman named Everard.
I know Everard. Cashiered from the Lieutenant General's regiment 2 years ago.
They went away together, sir.
Do you know where?
Yeah, matter of fact, I do, sir. You know those old wooden warehouses down by the river, between Fishmonger's Hall and the Old Swan?
Yeah, a rat's nest infested with beggars.
Yeah, go on there, sir. To make that gaunt-looking chap comes in here sometimes.
Come on, Francis. Thank you, landlord.
Welcome, sir.
Does Winstanley live here? One strong wind will blow the whole lot into the river.
No, no. We have a shed at Cobham. Our army is here.
Your army, aye? Beggars make good fighters. These are derelicts, madmen, drunks.
Save me, Jesus! Save me now!
Can't do it today, friend. I'm too busy. Ask me again tomorrow.
There are no devils in hell, only rats. They ate a child last night.
We are not with these. There's a warm, dry corner over there, a storeroom. We have our meetings there. Gerard!
Come in, brothers. Welcome.
This is Captain Thompson.
We have met before. This is your army, is it, Brother Gerard? Half of them women. And the others don't look as though they could lift up a pike between them.
Women are children of God. And we are all strong enough to lift a spade. You see how we are arming ourselves for battle? We have 8 good spades, 2 axes, some cooking pots, and old blankets too threadbare for anyone else. And we shall not freeze or starve.
You can't fight a battle with spades.
They are the only weapon, brother, if you want to win. You will never conquer with a sword. For Christ, who is the head leveller, fights only with the sword of love.
But there is another sword, of justice and retribution.
Justice is of Christ. You cannot hold it in your hand. It will speak in its own time.
And when will that time be? How much longer do we wait?
Waiting is a blessed state. But the morning of action is at hand.
Yes, I think so too.
They have told us that we will not see the kingdom of heaven till we are dead. But I say we shall see it here, with the material eyes of the flesh. The common treasury of earth is an inheritance to all, and in labouring together will the kingdom be made visible to men's eyes.
But how? How will the kingdom be made visible?
There is my friend William Everard. And there are these other good friends of mine, my brothers Henry, William, John, and the lesser John, and my sisters, Elizabeth and Betty, and Patience and Joan, and others to the number of 20. We shall go up into the commons and waste places with our tools, and dig, and plant there, and live together in community and love.
Is that all?
No, no. That's only the beginning.
What will you do, you captains with swords in your hands? What will you do for the labouring men of England who shiver and starve at every lame's end? You will throw down one council of soldiers to put another in its place.
I shall tear them all down, that's what I shall do. Every man who has put his foot on the faces of Englishmen will feel my sword in his guts. What good will you do, digging up the waste?
People will come to us from all over England. We shall grow and grow till we become a great army of the poor.
But when? Because I can't wait. Not 6 months, not 3.
There will be no army.
No army? Then why are we wasting our time? I came here because Everard told me you were raising a great army of the poor to fight for justice.
I have never said that.
But it must be an army in the end. It must.
Good Christ, give me patience.
How else shall we defend what we have sown together when the soldiers come? In the end, there will be so many of us that we will drown the whole nation in blood.
There will be no bloodshed. I have been in battle and I have seen men's blood on the ground. I shall never see it again.
Until it's your own. Why am I wasting my time here? You are as threadbare as the rest of these poor devils, and you can't even agree among yourselves.
I have seen a vision. I have seen Jerusalem in the fields of Surrey.
Brother, I meet a dozen of you every day, crouched in the gutters of every street in London, sitting there with eyes like glass, crying out how you speak with Jesus every morning, and whore with the Virgin every night. Everard, you should come with me. You belong more with me than with these fools. You get back to your spy, Brother Gerard, because I want men who will stand up for themselves, not bury their noses in a muck heap.
You have understood nothing.
Dig yourself good grave!
We shall all share the fellowship of earth, then, brother.
That is for certain. But it's what a man does before he's buried that counts. Come on, have a eye.
Wait a minute, listen!
Listen, I've heard enough.
Will it be soon, Brother Gerard? The day of community and love?
Very soon, Betty. The 1st of April. When God blesses the fields with flowers.
Where will it be?
On a waste hill in Surrey, near to my cowherd shed. Why are you in tears?
They're tears of joy, brother, that we are to begin God's good work.
They do not look like tears of joy.
I was a married woman once. I had children.
Now they're dead.
No, I saw them yesterday. They didn't see me. Oh, they are sturdy and well, full of life.
Perhaps, sister, you should be with them, not with us.
No, I want to be with you, to dig and plant the earth in community more than anything else in the world.
There he is, Will!
Hello, Brother Jim. Has Scroop drummed you out yet?
Not yet.
What do you want with me, then?
I brought a friend to see you.
Is he afraid of the plague? He's so wrapped up. I can only see his eyes.
Major White.
Your friend, not mine.
Captain Thompson.
Why do you want to see me?
Because I remember what you did for us in the past, and I'm sad to see you unemployed.
I'm not unemployed. You don't see everything that happens in the city, Major. There are one or two places where a gentleman's eye never comes.
Be that as it may, there are ways a determined man can make himself useful.
Useful? God in hell. Who wants to be useful?
Don't blaspheme, sir.
When I act, I shall be more than useful. I shall be a scourge. I shall whip the rich men and the lawyers and the churchmen raw. I shall take away the England they have stolen and give it back to the people. That's how useful I shall be.
Keep your voice down. There are spies everywhere.
Oh, of course there are. Major White. Royalists, Presbyterians, Irish, Scots, Frenchmen and Olivers. Mercenary place seekers too, I don't doubt. What do I care about them? Let them take their wages and be murdered in some back alley. No one doubts William Thompson's motives. I shall overturn them. I shall bring them all down, I have sworn it.
Sir, you must speak low, or I must leave you.
I know what you've come for, Major White.
You need not be so contemptuous. We are all committed to the same cause.
No, brother, we are not. My feet are planted in the mud. I lodge with the destitute and the starving. I get my soldiers from the kennel and the sewer. Not the panel chambers of Whitehall, where all you gentlemen revolutionaries swear faith to each other's estates.
Very well, sir. Good day to you.
I have 10 men, Major White, sworn to die before they will live under tyranny.
10 men, sir? You're a lunatic.
And each one of those, I'll find 10 more, and those 10 another, and another. Remember that, you snivellers, when you meet me in the field at the head of 10,000. Don't come crying to join me, because you won't be welcome.
Your brother's a maniac. We must have nothing more to do with him.
What's happening?
Soldiers, hundreds of them. Huh? Both ways along the street.
What time is it?
Just after.
Oh, give me a kiss, Lizzie. Go on to the children. Tell them not to be frightened and trust in the Lord.
Once again.
Oh, once again.
Sir, the house is full of soldiers. They just pushed straight past me,
Don't
sir.
be afraid, Abigail. It's me they want, not you.
But why do they come so early, sir?
Because they're ashamed to do it in broad daylight when people can see them.
John Lilburne!
I've never failed to answer that name yet, sir.
In the name of the Commonwealth and Parliament of England, by order of the Council of State, I arrest you for treason.
In the name of all those high authorities, sir, what you're doing is against the common law of England. I have committed no treason, and in peacetime I'm not liable to be arrested by soldiers.
I have the power to compel, Mr. Lilburne.
Oh, yes, sir, I know. Without the law, you have nothing else. Is anyone else arrested?
Overton, Warren and Prince.
Ah, so we shall all meet for breakfast like the good friends we are. Well, give me 5 minutes to dress, officer. I shall join you in the street. May I ask you to bring no more soldiers into my rooms for fear of frightening my children?
Very well, sir. You have 5 minutes. The house is surrounded, sir. Don't try to deceive us.
I've never deceived anyone in my life, Captain. Particularly a soldier with a drawn sword in his hand.
Very well, sir. Okay.
John.
Don't cry, Lizzie. Don't let him see you cry. We're in the Lord's hands.
Why must you always be in the Lord's hands? Why can't you ever stay mine?
Brothers and sisters, it is clear dawn. There is the sun's rim breaking the eastern hill, and the birds singing all around the wide heaven to welcome us. The day of God is breaking upon the earth.
Amen. Amen.
We are his chosen people, and this George's Hill in the county of Surrey is the place he has chosen. This is more than the dawning of the first day of April in the year of Jesus, 1649. It is the kingdom of heaven, building on earth, spring in the hearts of men. Now we have shelters to build, store places to find, but to begin, brothers and sisters, to mark the breaking of the day of God on earth. Dig, brothers and sisters. Dig for the love of God and man. Dig and sing.
You noble diggers all, stand up now, stand up now. You noble diggers all, stand up now. The wasteland to maintain, seeing Cavaliers by name. You're digging to disdain and persons to defame. You noble diggers all, stand up now, stand up now. To conquer them by love, come in now, come in now. To conquer them by love, come in now. To conquer them by love, as it does you behold. For he is king above, no power is like love. Glory here, diggers all, glory here, glory here. Your houses they pull down, stand up now, stand up now. Your houses they pull down, stand up now.
In England's New Chains, Part 10 of God's Revolution by Don Taylor, Cromwell was played by Bernard Hepton, Fairfax by Nigel Anthony, White by Graham Blockey, Reynolds by Kim Wall, and John Church by Eric Allan. Syndicum was John Badley, Winstanley, Steve Hodson, Everard, Jonathan Nibbs, Lockyer, Peter Craze, and Ayrton, Bill Wallace. James Thompson was Simon Cuff, William Thompson, Anthony Jackson, Lilburne, Christian Rodska, and Elizabeth Lilburne, Maureen O'Brien. Penelope was Deborah Makepeace, Betty, Zelah Clarke, Mary Overton, Barbara Kellerman, Wally, John Hartoch, and Wildman, Stephen Rashbrook. God's Revolution, Part 10, was directed in Bristol by Ronald Mason.
To conquer them by love, as it does you behold. For he is king above, no power is like love. Glory here, diggers all, glory here, glory here.
God's Revolution, a series in 12 parts by Don Taylor, with Bernard Hepton as Cromwell and Nigel Anthony as Fairfax. Part 11, The Sea Green Banner. The king has been executed, and the senior officers now feel strong enough to turn on the levellers and ban all petitioning. John Lilburne, feeling completely betrayed, attacks his former colleagues in an outspoken pamphlet, which he presents publicly to the House of Commons. The Sea Green Banner.
Who is it, Abigail?
It's Mistress Elizabeth back, Goodwife Chidley.
Elizabeth, come in. Sit down.
He's in Derby House. They've got all three of them.
Now get your breath.
I've been there all day. I went to the Parliament first, but they told me they'd been taken straight to Derby
Elizabeth,
House. What's happened? Penelope, what are you doing?
She's been looking after the children.
Don't worry, they're fine. I've been telling them stories. Apparently they marched John to St. Paul's churchyard, where he met up with 2 other columns of soldiers who'd been to arrest Walwyn and Overton. They were very rough with Overton. Axtell stamped into his house and shouted that it was a bawdy house because Overton was in bed with his wife.
Have our brothers and husbands given their blood for 7 years for this sort of treatment?
Soldiers are always the same.
John managed to persuade the officers to let them all have breakfast at a tavern by St. Paul's, so that by the time they marched them down to Whitehall, there were plenty of people about to see what was happening.
That's John. Never miss an opportunity.
But it's after 4 o'clock. What's been happening all day?
Nothing. When they got to Derby House, they told them that the Council of State would be meeting at 5 o'clock in the afternoon and their case would be considered then.
Then why did they arrest them at dawn?
That's the Cromwell touch. Keeping them there all day.
I tried to get in, but I couldn't. Though they did let me send in some pies and beer.
How did you find out all this?
I bribed a young officer who knew John and was able to go in and out. He couldn't carry any messages, but he told me what was going on.
Did he say what will happen at 5?
Who knows? It'll be death this time, I'm sure.
No. No, they'd never do that.
And if it's a prison again, how shall we live? All our money's gone.
But you have thousands of friends. No decent Christian in London will see John Lilburne's family in need.
Go to the children.
What can we do, Kate?
Pray to God.
But there must be something else. Something practical.
Of course, there are many things. But prayer's always the best start.
Gentlemen of the Council of State, what sort of a fire-breathing monster am I that you must send 200 foot and as many cavalry to arrest me?
Mr. Lilburne!
Of course, President Bradshaw, I understand you well enough. You know my popularity with the people. You dare not take me in plain daylight when men's eyes are open.
Mr. Lilburne, I asked you a simple question. I didn't ask for a speech.
Well, I didn't ask to be dragged from my bed at 4 o'clock in the morning. Or to be sat here for 15 hours.
Do you admit the authorship of the pamphlet called The Second Part of England's New Chains?
This council has no legal authority to arrest me or to question me. Nor these gentlemen either. We have committed no crime. If we are arrested, we demand to see the charge on paper and a free and public trial according to the known and published laws of England. And that is all we have to say. And if you keep us here till the sky cracks open and the Antichrist marches into the city, it'll still be all we have to say. And you will get tired of it quicker than we do.
Mr. Walwyn.
I thank you for your courtesy, Judge Bradshaw, but I have nothing to say.
Mr. Overton.
I don't thank you for anything. Not even the courteous way Axtell pulled me out of my bed before it was light. And I have nothing to say either.
You might as well take them away.
God, remove them.
We've spent hours in this fruitless questioning and could spend just as many more.
All you can do is compel us. You can do nothing legally. You know it. We know it. And tomorrow all London will know it.
As a judge, Mr. Lilburne, I think I might be allowed to decide that.
Any man who trusts a judge with the nation's freedom has more trust than judgment.
Well, gentlemen, we are no further than we were 3 hours ago. They will admit nothing. And as yet, let me remind the council, we have charged them with nothing.
Whatever we say here, no jury will ever convict them, and if we touch Lilburne, we will have the whole of London about our ears. They must be released tonight, and if they appear again, they must be publicly charged.
No.
No? What do you mean, no?
No, Colonel Ludlow, I mean no. They must go to prison at once, all of them, and they must stay there till we are ready to charge them. Or till the present fractious state of the army is calmed. I tell you, gentlemen, we are balanced on the point of a pin, and we might fall into the mud of anarchy at any moment.
If we arrest these men illegally, Lieutenant General, we are already in the mud of anarchy.
I tell you, gentlemen, you have no other way to deal with these men but to break them in pieces. Gentlemen, let me tell you that which is true. If you do not break them, they will break you, and bring all the guilt of the blood and treasure shed and spent in this kingdom upon your heads.
Oh, Lieutenant.
It's no use, John. You won't hear anything through that door.
I can hear Cromwell clearly enough.
What's he say?
That he's going to break us in pieces.
Miss, the street's full of soldiers again with lighted torches.
This time of night. Someone's coming upstairs.
It's your husband, miss.
John.
Oh, Lizzie.
What are you doing here? Have they released you?
No, my love. I'm to return to my old lodging in the tower.
Dear heaven, I knew it.
By one vote only. 11 to 12. But they took so long to decide the tower was locked up for the night. So they marched me back here to spend one more night in my own bed, with armed guards at the chamber door. No tears now. We're in public here, as much as if we were actors on a stage.
No tears. And one night is one night.
Yeah. Gentlemen, my honest guards, I'm about to shut my door and go to bed. And I assure you, I shall spend a pleasanter night than you will.
Have you told him I'm here, Martha?
Yes, miss, I have.
Does he wish to see me?
You'll notice a great change, miss. In the last few months, he's not the man he was.
What does that mean?
Much quieter.
Is he up in his study?
No, miss. He don't go up there so often now. He's even let me clean it up a bit. He's in there, in the panelled chamber.
Good afternoon, Father.
Penelope, come in. Martha told me you were here. What's the matter, child?
I'm sorry.
Ah, yes. My appearance shocks you, I suppose. It shocks me a little, but I have got used to it. I have, as you can see, approached several degrees closer to that state of bone which we all come to in the end. Age doesn't go by steady progression, you know. It is irregular. One is a boy for years. Then in a few months one becomes an old man.
I haven't come to argue with you, or to ask you to change your mind about anything at all.
In the mind, too, one changes. Even the movement of the planets seems not exactly what it was. One can only look into the sun for so long, or one becomes blind.
I've come to ask you for some money.
Money?
I have no right to it, I know. I forfeited that right when I left your house and took myself from under your protection. I have lived since then on the charity of friends.
Do you mean as a beggar?
No, not entirely. I have made myself very busy, and in that sense worth the little it costs to keep me.
A gentleman would never consider such a thing.
These are tradespeople. They say nothing. But I must consider their situation.
What do you mean, busy?
Which has changed. They were kind to me when I had no roof to shelter my head. But they are in trouble. They need my help. The only way I can usefully help them is by giving them money, which is why I've come to ask you to settle some money on me. A kind of dowry without a husband, perhaps, so that I can live with dignity without being a burden to them or any longer to you. I shall not need much. Enough to live and to give, that's all.
You know the way when you make a hole in the bottom of a grain sack, the whole sack empties quite suddenly. All the corn is on the floor round your feet, and the sack is an empty rag.
Father, I don't know what you're talking about.
I asked you for money, and I have no time now to listen to such
I
things.
destroyed the world I was brought up in, Penelope. I destroyed it as completely as if I had taken an axe to a medieval rood screen like they did in the parish church. Why do you want money?
I told you, Father, to help my friends who are in trouble. To be honest, I no longer have much interest in your metaphysics. All that seems to me to matter a good deal less than some simple and brutal things that are happening daily in this city. The philosophies I have read in books vanish in the face of things I have seen not 100 yards from this house. I need money for a whole range of the most practical reasons, particularly to help a family of a man who has been arrested for telling the truth.
Why else are people arrested? No one was ever put into prison for lying.
My life has become very simple. A question of people to be fed, freedoms to be won. I know now what the education you gave me is for. The money, too, will help us with the printing of our illegal pamphlets.
Come back to me.
Which is expensive because our printing presses are regularly discovered by the army and smashed.
Please, come back to me.
What did you say?
Do as you please. Marry or not marry. Take all the money. Take everything. Do what you like with it. But come back. I always prided myself on my intellect and my ability to be alone. But my intellect is gone, and I have nothing. It was all pretense. You are my daughter. I'm like a child crying in a wood without you.
Of course I'll come back.
When will you come?
Today. Today.
Oh.
Gerard! Gerard!
What is it, brother? What's the matter?
There's 2 troops of horse riding up the hill.
Where?
With lighted torches, half a dozen of them with lighted torches.
What do they want?
They must be coming for us. There's no one else up here.
They're going straight for the newly sown field.
The ones with the torches, they're after our hut.
Get everybody out! Quickly!
Get out of the hut!
Out!
Everybody get out of the hut!
Gerard! They're galloping across the new street. They're trampling all the new shoots flat.
Stop! Stop! What are you doing? The ground is newly sown!
Here, I'll trample you too!
By whose order do you do this?
Don't ask! Just keep out of the way!
Get everyone away! Down into the trees! Name all out of the odds! Have you counted? Oh, no one missing! There'll be cinders in 2 minutes!
Why are you burning our houses, you pigs?
Orders!
Whose orders?
Magistrates in Kingston!
Is everybody safe?
Yes, and I'm going.
Going where?
To get a gun.
Brother.
They won't do this to me again.
We shall sow again in peace. We want no
and
guns.
They'll trample and burn you again if you can't defend yourself.
Do not bring a gun here, brother.
I've had enough of turning the other cheek and getting my face smashed both sides.
We've seen the last of him, brother.
He must learn in his own time, as I did.
Brother Gerard, I don't see Betty.
Eh?
All the rest of us are safe.
No, she got out all right. I saw her running down the hill towards the wood.
I'll go and look for her. And let the rest of us get together what of our seed and food has survived the fire.
Not much.
Whatever! It will be enough.
What for?
To start again! Betty? Betty!
Ah, there you are. It's safe now. You can come out. The troopers have gone.
No, I can't. I can't leave me alone.
No one's hurt. They've burned our huts, trampled our seedlings, but they can't destroy us so easily. We shall plant again.
No, it's my fault. It's all my fault.
How can that be? They were regular soldiers. The army sent them.
I must go. You'll never prosper while I'm here.
Of course we shall. You're one of our most loving souls.
Oh, I'm full of sin, and we're all being punished for it. That's why the soldiers came. They'll be better without me.
I used to think that too, sister. But I've understood better. God doesn't work that way. His great secret is love, not punishment.
No, not with me. I came to you to be with you because this digging together in brotherhood seemed so pure and honest and clean. I was sure that here, living together in community, there was room, even for someone as wicked as I am, to become clean again, to wipe away my great sin.
What great sin is that? Are there such sins in the world? I don't think so anymore. I think we are all saved, as Christ promised. And the only sin is the sin of property, and higher. The oppression of the sons of Jacob by the children of Esau, who stole his brother's birthright. And you were too poor to have committed that sin.
Mine is worse. I am a married woman. My husband is alive. I have 2 children. I left them, and for the worst of reasons, so that I became the lowest of the low.
No, that cannot be.
I went away to follow a prophet, a false prophet, a filthy, degraded man, full of sin.
A prophet?
Who whored me and made me as filthy as he was.
What was this man's name?
He called himself the son of Sion, but there was nothing of God about him. He was a hypocrite and a lecher and a son of Satan.
Betty Church.
What? How do you know my name?
What strange circles Providence draws in the world. Your husband is a good friend of mine. I spent several weeks in London with him, looking for you.
Looking for me?
Your husband is a good man who loves you. He is all Christian forgiveness and wants you back in his house with his sons. Your name has hardly been out of his mouth in all these years.
He won't. He won't want me back. Not when he knows. I thought I could live a decent life with you here.
No. I know John Church. Perhaps I know him better than you do. It is only when God, or whatever we call that great power that shapes our lives, puts a man to the test, that his soul becomes naked and open, and he becomes known to others and to himself. Some men shrivel when that happens, and some men grow. John has grown, and there will be much rejoicing when I tell him this good news.
Tell him?
That his lost sheep is found, and will return to the fold.
I can't. How can I go back when I've dishonoured him so much?
You can go back, sister, because love is more powerful than any other force in the universe. By love we shall defeat the soldiers who have trampled our crops today. By love all sins can be washed away as if they had never been. What are we doing here, living in community and sharing the fruits of the earth, but proclaiming with our lives that love, not wages, not hire, not ownership of the common earth that is mother of us all, is the principle of existence? Of course you can go back, with joy in your heart. Come on now. Let's get back to the others. We have a basin of soup which the soldiers inadvertently left unspilled. Patience and Henry have made a fire, so that we can put some warmth in our bellies. And then we must think about taking you home.
Home?
We all look for that destination, sister. Praise God you have found yours.
There's never been anything like this. Never in the history of the world.
That's a long time, Penelope.
The Greek women never marched for liberty, nor did the Roman matrons. Not that I've ever read. There must be near 300 of us.
There were at least 200 came over from Southwark.
Will they listen? Will they set our husbands free?
They must. There's never been anything like it. An army of women, unarmed, whose only banner is justice.
Save your rhetoric, Penelope. Did you see how they treat us at the house?
Yes.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Lieutenant General, when you're about to go into the chamber, but I thought you ought to know...
What?
Well, there's what you can only call a regiment of women. Coming down Whitehall, hundreds of them. All dressed in leveller sea green and carrying placards and banners.
Are they coming here?
Well, it looks like it, sir. If you open the casement, you can hear them singing.
The army is sound.
Yes, sir.
Has the Sergeant-at-Arms been told?
Yes, sir.
I'll come down.
Ladies, gentlewomen, you have no business at the House of Commons.
We dare not eat, drink, nor sleep for fear of our husband's safety.
Yes.
Isn't that our business?
Yes. We have a petition to present to the House from the women of London. It is signed by 10,000 of us and must be heard.
Aye. Do you know there are people in London starving while you sit there voting yourselves lands?
What are these women doing within the confines of the house, officer?
They have a petition to present, sir.
That's ridiculous. Tell them to go home.
Who are you that you should be so high-handed?
I am a member of the Honourable House of Commons.
Oh, the worse for you, then, to sit among such rogues and scoundrels. I'm more careful of the company I keep.
Go home, madam, and wash your dishes.
We got no dishes left to wash, have we, sisters?
No.
And those we have got to scrape clean, they see so little food.
That's him. Just come out. Who? Cromwell.
You come to petition for the prisoners in the Tower, I suppose.
Yes, sir, we do.
They shall have law, I promise you.
Sir, they must have it. If you take away their lives without law, nothing shall satisfy us but the lives of them that do it. Sir, we will have your life if you take away theirs.
What is your name, madam?
Mrs. Catherine Chidley, sir. A widow.
With your permission, Lieutenant General.
Certainly, Sergeant-at-Arms.
Good wives, gentlewomen, Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the House, has ordered me to tell you that the matters you petition about are beyond your understanding. The House has given its answer to your husbands, and it therefore directs you to go home and attend to your husbandry as being more suited to your sex.
Sir, that is a shameful answer, and I would ask you to tell Mr. Speaker so. Were we not created by the same God in the same divine image? Have we not an equal share in Christ? And does that not guarantee us an equal share in the Commonwealth? We are not stupid. We have eyes in our heads as sharp as our husbands, and we can see well enough when the defences of our freedom are broken down and trampled underfoot by tyrants.
Corporal, are your soldiers ready?
Yes, sir.
Turn them out of the yard.
Sir.
Penelope, are you all right? You're all over blood. Nothing. A soldier banged into me and made my nose bleed. That's all.
Oh,
but they bruised my arms.
There's a woman down over there being trampled.
Come on.
They set the guard on them. I spoke to a fellow who was there.
Barbaric, that's what it is.
Do they think we're Christians or Turks?
Any of the women hurt? 10 or 15 cut and bruised and one broke a leg in the crush.
Our wives and daughters they are, or could be.
I know one thing, we haven't ridden the length and breadth of England and shed our blood for this.
Here's Cornet Thompson.
Good, are you all here?
I don't know what you mean by all, Cornet. There's Steele and Cantlow from Martin's regiment, and us three from Scroope's.
No, there were supposed to be men from Horton's and Harrison's.
Robert Lockyer from Worley's.
They're not here yet.
And I must leave you in a moment, Cornet, if you'll excuse me.
Leave, Corporal Church? What could be more important than what we're discussing here? Everything we fought for is at stake.
I know that, sir. I won't be more than a few minutes.
The fact is, the names of the regiments for Ireland have been announced.
What are they? What are they?
And, as expected, we are all marked to go.
We won't go, sir. They'll see us dead first.
Yes, Syndicum, that's all very well, but when it comes to the question, how many men will say, no, I won't go, and be prepared to stand for it?
Speaking for our regiment, 95 men in 100.
Are you sure of that?
Yes.
That is what the men say.
Steele, what about Hartoch?
The same, 9 men out of every 10.
They're most strong against it, sir. They say it's against God to oppress the Irish in their own land.
And what if Cromwell were to threaten them with cashiering or prison or shooting?
Then he'd have a fight on his hands, sir, in my judgment.
Master Church? Yes? The gentleman you was expecting has arrived. He's over by the door.
And the lady?
She's already in the room upstairs, sir.
Thank you. Excuse me, gentlemen. Brother Gerard, you are my friend forever.
We were that already, brother. And another hand than mine held the rein. Such meetings cannot be accidental.
It's a mystery for sure.
She's upstairs, the room opposite.
And is she well?
She is very well, brother. And especially dear to the Lord. Go up.
Thanks, brother.
Bet, can I come in?
Of course you can. Not my room.
Last time you wouldn't look at me.
I was too ashamed. Too sick.
Why did you run away when I found you at last? I was only gone a few minutes.
I didn't dare see you.
Dare? I'm your husband. We've shared flesh-born children together. I'm your husband and always will be till death.
I was unclean, infected. I had to go away.
That sickness can be cured.
Yes, I know. I found a wise woman who helped me. Drinks and potions and other things. I am clean again now.
And will you come back home? I won't force you.
I don't know. What would they say? Your father and your brothers and sister, my boys. I've been away a long time.
2 years. But they'll welcome you, truly. Truly they will. I've already spoken to them, and they're as joyful as I am.
Truly?
Well, it has happened, Bet, and we must all live with that knowledge. But yes, truly.
It'll never be as it was, I know that. That will be part of my penance.
Don't talk like a papist, Bet. Forgiveness is forgiveness for God's people. There's no penance needed.
For me there is.
Why?
There is.
There's only one question.
What?
Why did you go away? What had I done wrong?
You? Nothing. You had done nothing. It was all mine. The sin.
What sin? What great sin could you have committed while I was away? But one?
No, none in the flesh. I was a good wife to you and mother to my boys. But in my heart...
What?
Such dreams I had, such carnal longings. And not only in dreams, in daytime like sudden pictures in my mind. And they wouldn't go away, however desperately I prayed.
Adulterous longings?
No. Nobody else, nobody at all, only just... I am ashamed to say it. But you too, often you.
But that's honest, Bet. Between husband and wife.
I couldn't bear it. Day after day it seemed wicked. I was sure the devil had me. And I was on the way to hell. I almost seemed to see him crawling up my bed. And then this man came and began to preach in the street.
Yes.
He had women with him, disciples. He said the sin of the flesh was damnable, certain damnation. He said the only way to be absolved of the sin of the flesh was to commit it openly and freely with all men, so that then, being open and free in the sight of the Lord, it became a glory of God's creation and not a sin at all. That's what he said.
Yes, I've heard them.
And I believed him and went off with him and became one of his disciples. For a few days, but maybe even weeks, but I soon saw what I'd become. Oh, it became clear enough, day after day, that he was a hypocrite, no more than a filthy sultan, and that we were his harem, as he went from place to place, picking up women and dropping them like beggars' rags. When I saw his wickedness, I was too ashamed to come back to you, because I carried the marks of my sin upon me in the uncleanness of his body. When I became well again, in Amersham, I met with some of Brother Gerard's friends, and what he was doing seemed so simple and pure. I thought it might be a way for God to begin to love me again.
He doesn't need excuses, Bet. Nor do I think he watches over us step by step, as Oliver believes, blessing or damning every action we take. We are our own masters on this earth. He watches us from above, where his fountain of love is overflowing if we can just bring ourselves to drink. The thing that I've learnt, Bet, these last 2 years in all my pilgrimage with the army up and down this kingdom, is that Christians, saints, whatever name you give us, we are people whose gospel is what it says it is, love, and that loving matters more to me than what you've done or not done. There's too much talk of sin, punishment. Sin leads only to violence, despair, death, and not enough of love, which leads to quietness and peace, the kingdom of God on earth. Well, that's how it seems to me. That's what I've turned over and over in my prayers. So let's get back home together now, and make the best of what little time we've got together.
Little time? What do you mean?
I'm to go to Ireland to fight the Catholics. We're due to march next week.
To fight again?
Most of us don't want to go. Many of us won't if it comes to the point. We'd rather lay down our arms and come home to our wives.
Will you?
I don't know yet. That seems cowardly to wash my hands like Pilate. If it is a sin against God to fight the Irish, I ought to do my best to stop it.
Stay home. Stay home with me. Leave the army. You've fought enough. God will be satisfied.
It depends on what my brothers think. We must all act together, not as individuals. But that we will leave London next week is certain, whatever happens after. So let's waste no more time talking. Will you come home?
If you want me to. Yes.
Now?
Yes. Now.
What?
What's happening?
I don't know.
John! They come downstairs! Quickly! What did you come down?
What's going on?
Cornet Denn's just run here from Bishopsgate, the Bull Tavern.
That's where Wally's horse are billeted.
They've mutinied! Risen in rebellion! What?
Why did
Without
they do
consulting
it?
anyone. Quiet, all of you. Cornet Den, tell me what happened.
I don't know for sure. Only that early this morning, a large number of Wally's troopers...
How many?
About 30.
That's not a large number.
...barricaded themselves in a big room behind the main gallery upstairs of the Bull, saying they wouldn't move till their grievances were heard.
Are they armed?
Very well armed, I hear. And from that gallery, they can command the whole entrance. There's already been some shooting, but no one's been hurt.
And what's happening there now?
Just before I left, Wally had deployed his own loyal troopers against them. And I heard that Cromwell and Fairfax were on their way in person with at least a regiment, and Fairfax is gone.
He's locked here with the mutineers.
I believe he's in command.
Why? Why has he done it?
He's gone mad, that's why.
Cromwell and Fairfax are on the way. God help them.
How many of them, Oliver?
We think about 30, Lord General.
And is the whole building surrounded?
Completely. They can't get out.
Here are the other regiments. Be quiet, Jack. You said that the other regiments. I didn't say anything.
The only regiments here are Fairfax's foot guards surrounding us. Well, what should we do? We're trapped.
Look, just be quiet, all of you. Let me think. Look, there's Wally coming across the yard.
He's going to order a general assault. Every man lie his match.
Just be quiet and stop the panic.
Hey, soldiers are madmen.
Listen to me, Lockyer.
Listen, he's Satan.
Ash and the rest of you. You know me. You've known I've always been your friend, as well as your commander. Lockyer, you've been with me for 7 years, since you were a boy. Can we not settle this like gentlemen and friends?
Don't give in, Robert. Not now we've come this far.
Be quiet.
We want fair dealing, Colonel, and we won't move from here till we get it.
We have promised you a month's back pay at once.
Well, what use is that? That won't pay what we've already got chalked up here. Some of us are 36 weeks in their ears.
We can offer you no more.
And all our grievances must be heard, or we won't budge.
Lord General. Just a moment, Major White. Can I speak to them, sir? I know Lockyer well. I'm sure I can negotiate with them.
No, Major White, there will be no negotiation.
Sir, I beg you.
These men are mutineers, Major, and you are under orders.
Yes, sir.
I shall speak to them myself.
Is Cromwell coming out from under the arch? And Fairfax with him?
Shall I put a ball in him? I could from here.
Listen to me. If you throw down your weapons and come out onto the gallery, you'll be treated honourably and with justice. If not, you will be taken.
This building is surrounded by 500 men. No one is coming to your assistance. Every regiment in London is calm and loyal. In 15 minutes, I shall order a general assault. There will be bloodshed. Alive or dead, you will be taken. I await your answer.
Well, boys, we didn't mean it to be like this, did we?
Why haven't any of the other regiments come to support us?
Because they didn't know, and we let our passions get the better of us. So, what shall we do? Talk or die?
There's someone on the stairs. Who is it?
Reynolds.
Come in, John. What's the news?
It's all over.
What's happened?
They surrendered, all 30 of them, without a shot being fired. They're still at the Bull under close guard.
What's going to happen?
What do you think? I wouldn't give much for their chances.
Neither would I.
Not all 30 of them, surely. They wouldn't be that mad.
I kept close to Cromwell all the time, but I couldn't get a word out of him. Not so much as a glance. All I know is what everyone knows.
What's that?
A group of senior officers have gone into secret council.
Which officers?
Cromwell, Fairfax, Harrison, Worley, Hewson, and that's all.
God help the poor devils.
There were a lot more colonels there, but we were all briskly told to go about our business.
How long will they be?
I left one of my cornets outside with instructions to come to me here at the Three Cranes if there's any news inside the next hour.
Here? Are you mad?
Why not? I have a perfect right to come to a riverside tavern as long as we never meet in the same place twice running.
Yes, that's right. From now
Well,
on.
we'd better stay here till we get some news.
That could be hours.
No, I don't think it will be.
I must get into the tower somehow to see Lilburne.
Oh, what use is Lilburne now? This is the crisis. They'll never let him out till it's settled one way or another.
Nevertheless, he knows more about this whole business than any of us. Supposing they condemn them to death.
God help us all if they do.
If they start shooting our own men in the streets of London, we shall have to act before someone else does. We shall have no other choice.
If they don't, they're fools. And whatever else I may believe of them, I don't believe that.
Are you sure, Oliver? In God's name, are you sure?
What is there to be sure about? 30 men of your regiment have staged an armed rebellion. We shoot and hang men every day for less.
Yes, Colonel Hewson. For looting or rape or murder. For breaking the statutes of the army. This is different.
I don't see what's so different in soldiers rioting for their pay.
Don't pretend to be blind in both eyes, Hewson. These are my men. The best fellows in the world, not criminals. What they've done is only part of a massive political discontent in the army which could destroy us. And if we don't recognise that...
Of course we recognise it. It has fettered our every move for 2 years. What sort of a commander am I when I have to weigh up every order before I give it to judge whether it will be obeyed or not?
When I give an
It's
order,
not your
Lord
regiment
General...
we're concerned about. It's 10
Gentlemen,
other-
this is becoming an undignified squabble. Something better is expected of us at this time.
What we are talking about, Lieutenant General, is anarchy.
No, Colonel. What we are talking about is the burden of command. The weight which has rested upon the shoulders of senior officers since armies began. Responsibility for men's lives and the fate of nations. It takes serious, sober men to understand what the Lord is doing in these complicated affairs, and it would be a helpful beginning if we could behave with some dignity towards each other.
Let us listen soberly to what the Lieutenant General has to say.
30 men have staged a mutiny, apparently, over arrears of pay. But we all know that is only one of a pattern of grievances about pay, about representation in council, about the agreement of the people, and about going to Ireland. There is a faction, a party, if you will, which opposes us on all these matters. And when we decided to mount the Irish expedition and to forbid petitioning, we made it inevitable that we should at some stage come into direct conflict with them.
But there are thousands of them, Oliver. They have half the army.
Yes, and we must therefore either decide to oppose them to the uttermost of our power, or lay down our commands and go home now, this very moment, before any further blood is shed. To me, that has become very clear.
Oh, surely, Oliver, there is some room for compromise. These are some of our very best men.
No, no longer, none. We are already committed to battle. We have been since the Whitehall meeting, and we must fight it with every weapon of persuasion or force at our disposal, or we shall lose. The very greatest danger for all of us is that if we lose control of the army, all authority will collapse. Who would follow Lilburne or John Reynolds, or any other ambitious young officer who hopes to ride on the levellers' backs? The city? The landowners? Never in a millennium. The inevitable result would be the return of the king's son, the wreckage of everything we have fought for, the loss of every freedom, both religious and political, we have so painfully won. I will not contemplate that, and we must therefore make it quite clear that we will not tolerate any kind of military indiscipline. All 30 men must be cashiered from the army, and their ringleaders must be identified and shot by their own comrades.
Oliver, that is a terrible risk to take.
Every action in every battle we have ever fought, Edward, has been a terrible risk, and this is a battle as certainly as Naseby was.
With our own men?
That is to be regretted. But that the Lord is with us in this, I no longer have the shadow of a doubt. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Amen.
This waiting is dreadful.
Not half as dreadful as it is for those 30 troopers.
Especially Lockyer. He's been a good friend of mine for years.
Whatever possessed him to do something so foolish?
I don't suppose we'll ever know that.
And that means you think they're going to kill him,
don't you?
Just let them try. We'll stir up every soldier in London against them.
Why are you sitting in the corner? Does our conversation bore you?
No, I'm thinking.
What?
What we may be about to do. In 3 months' time...
We could all be dead.
Or we could be the masters of England. The soldiers' anger is real enough.
The key is how it's handled. If they get it wrong and we get it right...
That's right.
Well, no one ever knows that till it happens.
And then...
You act, hoping you've made the right choice.
Someone on the stairs.
My messenger.
Don't bring him in. We mustn't be seen together.
I'll go out to him.
Good.
Why should the fate of 30 men and a whole nation hang on the whim of half a dozen officers? That's not what I fought for.
Be quiet.
We can't live like that again. Not after everything. We must refuse whatever it costs us.
It's not costing us anything.
Well?
Be merciful. 6 men are condemned to death. They are to draw straws for their lives tomorrow, and one of them will be shot.
Is Lockyer one of the 6?
Yes.
Where is it to be?
St. Paul's Churchyard tomorrow morning. All regiments are confined to quarters except Warley's, who will do the shooting, and Hewson's, who will be on guard. The people will be kept well back.
They can keep them as far back as they like. When that man's blood splashes the pavement tomorrow, the whole of London will know it.
Is everything ready?
Yes, Lieutenant General.
What about the civilians?
They're all held back behind a cordon of soldiers, a quarter of a mile away. The windows are all full, nothing we could do about people's own houses.
Plenty of sea-green ribbons, too.
They can wave ribbons as much as they please. But the firing squad to be trusted.
It was difficult to find 6 men to do it. The chaplain has been with them since first light to strengthen their resolution.
Shall we begin, then? The sooner it is over and the streets cleared, the better.
Come away from the window. What is there to see?
Well, they're all there, Master Stephen. Oliver Cromwell and all. But that poor young man isn't out yet.
Have you ever seen the streets so empty? It's just the guards and the firing squad.
Look at Cromwell and Fairfax, standing there in the open, as if they were at the races. That's why the men love them so much. You could put a ball in either of them from any one of 100 windows.
Are you going to do it?
No. Are you?
Does anyone know who it will be?
The man himself will know by now, and the High Command.
Lilburne has written Cromwell a letter from the Tower, pleading for his life.
It'll take more than a letter.
Come away from the window. Let the poor fellow die in peace.
Oh, miss, look. They're coming out.
Who is it? Can you see?
It's Lockyer. My God, it's Lockyer!
Surprising how often the right man pulls the short straw.
Oh, I know him, Francis. I've met him often at Lilburne's house.
We all know him. Poor devil, he's barely 23.
I can't watch.
I can't watch him die.
Come over here, Penelope, my child.
How can they do it, Father? How can they do it?
Men can do anything if they close their hearts tight enough. I can even allow Colonel Reynolds to watch the spectacle from my own window.
Oh, Father, not now.
No. Let us listen to the young man die.
The Lord has spoken, Trooper Lockyer, so make a peace with him and prepare to die. Corporal, untie his hands.
Are you all right, son? There's a lot of people watching.
Yes, I'm all right.
Why'd you do it? Half the army might have been with you next week.
I don't know. It just happened. We were given orders to prepare to march in Essex. We had no money to pay for our lodgings, and the landlord called us parasites and bloodsuckers. We were full of anger at the humiliation, and before we knew it, we were all shouting, "We won't move, we'll stay here," seizing the colours, getting guns in our hands. I suppose we thought other regiments would support us when they heard, but no one did.
You might have done better to die there than here.
No, it's only one here. That would have been 50.
Ah, that's true.
I've always been ready to die for the cause, but I thought it would be for something more than wages.
Oh, it is. With half the High Command turned out to watch. You ready, are you?
Yes.
Make a good job of it, son. The whole of London's listening.
Thank you, Corporal. I'm sorry to see you have come to this pass, Trooper Lockyer. You have been a good soldier, and I don't scruple to say so.
Thank you, sir.
There is a blindfold.
No, sir. God has given me eyes, so I shall see what is done to me.
You may speak, briefly.
Soldiers, Londoners, I am at peace with the Lord. My only regret is that so small a thing as pay could give my enemies the occasion to take away my life.
All right, Corporal.
Firing squad, take aim!
To my fellow troopers who are about to shoot me, I say obedience to your officers will not acquit you of the crime of murdering me. The guilt of it is and remains on your own heads.
When the prisoner gives the signal, you will fire. At your good pleasure, Mr. Lockyer.
Dear Christ, have mercy on me.
Oh, God in heaven, they've done it. Oh, the poor young man, there's blood like a puddle under him, outside the church door.
Don't cry, Penelope. Liberty lies in lavender for the next generation.
Ostler! Where the hell are you?
Yeah, Captain Thompson.
Is my horse fed and watered?
Yes, sir. And here's your sword and musket.
I shall want him in about 20 minutes.
I'm on my own now, you see, Captain. Everybody's gone to the funeral.
It's a shame they've got nothing better to do.
Will, I got your message.
You're late, Brother Jim. You nearly missed me.
I nearly didn't get here at all. Haven't you been at the funeral?
No.
I'd never have believed it if I hadn't seen it. You can't move in the Strand. There must be 30,000 of them, all walking silently behind the coffin, women and children, with sea-green banners and muffled drums and trumpets. You'd think it was a general being buried, not a common soldier. Cromwell must be shaking in his shoes.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he is. All those women and tapsters. If they had guns in their hands...
What's going on? You're ready to ride.
That's why I had to see you. We may not meet again till it's over.
What do you mean? What are you doing?
Use your eyes, brother.
You're not taking action, not now.
Why not now?
You must tell me, for God's sake.
I can't tell you anything. Only that I'm leaving.
When? Where are you going?
Tonight. And the rest is my own business.
How many? How many men have you got?
20 are riding with me tonight.
Oh, is that all?
And in a week's time it'll be 200, and after that 10,000.
Do you know that? Where will you get 200 from?
Yes, I know it. Not beggars either. 200 crack troopers, the best. And they are promised, brother, promised.
Will, you must tell me what you're doing. We've been chosen for Ireland.
Oh, isn't that a big surprise?
And I shall be ordered back to my regiment at any moment. If we're to keep in touch at all, I must know where you are.
I didn't say I won't keep in touch. You'll soon hear from me. And when I want you to join me and bring your regiment with you, I'll let you know.
Bring my regiment? You must be mad.
Am I, James, my brother? Listen, one victory is all I need. Particularly after what we've seen today. All it needs is someone to take the lead. And half this nation is ready to follow. Listen to him.
But, Will, there are plans being made.
No, not plans. Action. Not next week or next month. Now. White and the rest will dither and talk till half the army ends up like Robert Lockyer. But give me one victory, and they won't have any soldiers left to dither with because they'll all be riding behind me.
Funeral's still not over. Listen to them.
The body's buried, but there are still thousands in the streets.
Shut the window, Colonel Scroop, and let us be brief.
There's a broadsheet here, which some of you will already have read.
We know who wrote it to and where he is, which is as good a reason for hanging as I know.
It calls upon all the regiments to elect new agitators and for a full general council of the army.
They've sent agents out, too, into the regiment.
We've shut him in the tower, and yet he speaks louder than ever. They see even the funeral as it is doing.
We've never kept Lilburne quiet, in the tower or out of it.
That may have been the case, but from henceforth must cease to be so. There are at least half a dozen regiments on the point of mutiny. Hewson, I want your men to take over all guard duties at the Tower and at Whitehall. Are they reliable?
The ones who weren't I kicked out long ago.
We will issue orders to march for embarkation, and those who refuse we will cashier on the spot. We will resist firmly any calls for army councils. We will impose strict military discipline at any cost. And if that means shedding more young men's blood, then that is a burden of guilt I am compelled to bear. And I bear it joyfully, for the Lord's sake.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Come in, James. You can come in. My lodgings are quite empty.
I'm out of breath from running.
Well?
Orders to ride. The main body of horse, all our best men among them, Church, Perkins, Syndicum, are leaving for Salisbury this afternoon. Scroop and Major Barton will join the regiment there the day after tomorrow. I want to be there before them, so I shall ride tonight.
It's the same with us. Strict regimental duties. So at least I shall be close to Fairfax.
Have you seen the broadsheet?
There were hundreds of copies at the funeral. The soldiers were talking of nothing else. That should be Reynolds. I'm expecting him here.
What's happening? I'm ordered back to Bristol at once.
And me to Salisbury.
Someone's betrayed us.
No, they can read the broadsheet as well as anyone else. Listen, the main news is that I managed to get into the tower. I've just got back 10 minutes ago.
You saw them?
All three. They've written a new version of the agreement which they've managed to smuggle out to their secret printers. It'll appear everywhere in 4 days' time on May Day. On that same day, all the regiments will elect new agitators, and they'll demand an immediate acceptance of the agreement.
All the regiments? How do you know that?
All those that are with us.
Well, that may be quite different.
Messages have already been sent to Arton's in Sussex, Harrison's at Amersham, and Horton's in Gloucester. The word will be with the London regiments by tomorrow. And then, unless we get a promise that the agreement will be enacted at once...
And the Irish expedition cancelled...
We will make a great rendezvous and march on London.
Dear Jesus! You should have planned it better than this.
Planned or not, John, it's happening. It's finally happening.
Get out! All of you!
No good use telling us, Major Barton.
What are you doing here? What do you want?
We want to see Colonel Scroop.
You can't see him now. He's at breakfast.
We must see him, sir. We've ridden to Salisbury without complaint, but we've seen the orders for the day, and they are not acceptable to us.
Not acceptable?
We don't speak just for ourselves, sir. We're the elected voices of all the men.
Major Barton, what is going on? I don't expect to have my lodgings overrun with troopers at this hour of the morning.
We wish to consult with you, sir. Cornet Thompson, Cornet Denn, Corporal Perkins and myself have been newly elected agitators for this regiment.
That is rubbish, Corporal Church. There are no agitators in my regiment. There are troopers who obey my orders.
With respect, sir, that is not the case. We've seen your orders to break camp for Bristol and thence to Ireland. We don't accept those orders, nor many other things ordered by the army which are against the spirit of the engagement. And as elected representatives, we say we move no further till we've consulted together about the justice of those orders and our other grievances.
I do not recognise any authority in you, Corporal. Go away!
Are we your representatives, or are we not? There is our authority, sir. You may issue what orders you like, but if no one will obey them, you're wasting your breath.
We have resolved to stay in Salisbury to consult with our friends in other regiments, and not to make one more step towards Ireland which we consider to be an unjust and barbarous proceeding, not worthy of men who fight for conscience' sake. We demand a General Council of the Army and the full implementation of the agreement of the people.
Well, let me tell you this, and I speak with the direct authority of the Lord General. There will be no agitators, no General Council, no agreements or anything else. There will be strict military discipline. Those who do not wish to go to Ireland can consider themselves cashier.
Well, sir, if you cashier the whole regiment, you might just as well cashier yourself, for it amounts to the same thing. Out of near 1,000 men, over 900 are with us.
I shall not listen to you, sir. I am a gentleman of England and a colonel of horse, and I expect my orders to be obeyed.
You can expect what you like, sir, and ride where you please. We're staying here in Salisbury till our friends come. And if that makes a regiment without a colonel, it makes you a colonel without a regiment. And I know what I'd rather be. Eh, boy?
In The Sea Green Banner, Part 11 of God's Revolution by Don Taylor, Cromwell was played by Bernard Hepton, Fairfax by Nigel Anthony, John Church by Eric Allan, White by Graham Blockey, Stephen White by David March, and Penelope by Deborah Makepeace. Lilburne was Christian Rodska, Elizabeth Lilburne, Maureen O'Brien, Scroop, Cornelius Garrett, Ayrton, Bill Wallace, and Martha, June Barrie. Winstanley was Steve Hodson, Everard, Jonathan Nibbs, Betty, Zelah Clarke, Mrs. Chidley, Ellen Dryden, James Thompson, Simon Cuff, and William Thompson, Anthony Jackson. Den was William Eedle, Lockyer, Peter Craze, Syndicum, John Badley, Worley, John Hartoch, and Reynolds, Kim Wall. God's Revolution, Part 11, was directed in Bristol by Sean McLaughlin.
God is our refuge and our strength, His reigns are present day.
God's Revolution, a series in 12 parts by Don Taylor, with Bernard Hepton as Cromwell and Nigel Anthony as Fairfax. The final part, for the agreement of the people. Lilburne has been rearrested and imprisoned without trial in the Tower, and spontaneous rebellion at Bishopsgate has led to the death of Robert Lockyer before a firing squad. William Thompson has left London with his tiny band of irregulars, and Colonel Scroop's regiment refused to march any further towards Ireland and dismiss their commanding officer. For the agreement of the people.
Dear Bet, I can't tell you what it means to me to be speaking to you again, and know that your eyes will one day read these words I've written for you and for our sons. The great day has dawned at last, the 1st of May, when the soldiers of England speak. Today our comrades rode in from Ayrton's regiment in Sussex. Only 200 of them, a lot less than we were expecting. But we are near 1,200 men, and we've sent messages to Horton's in Gloucester and Harrison's in Amersham, and with them we will make a formidable army. Colonel Ayres has joined us here in Salisbury, and Reynolds in Bristol and White in London are ready the moment them regiments move. Pray God it won't come to any fighting, but if it should, it'll surely be the last battle. Jerusalem is in sight now. We're riding through the very suburbs of the Holy City, and in a few more days the temple itself will be ours.
Colonel Reynolds, sir. Thank goodness you're back.
What is it, Captain Barrie? Ostler, look after my horse. Rub him down well and prepare another for me in half an hour.
Yes, sir. Half your regiment is gone, sir.
What?
What do you mean, gone?
It's been like a madhouse here. There's been meetings going on and all the hotheads raving like lunatics. Then all Captain Bray's old troop.
Well, Bray's still in prison in Windsor.
And a lot of your old comrades from last summer. They're just up to horse this morning and rode out.
Where to?
I don't know, sir, but they have messages of some sort
How
last night.
many?
A good 300, sir. And there's a letter from Colonel Ayres at Salisbury.
What's he doing at Salisbury?
He seems to have taken command.
We must get those men back, Captain, and we're damn well going to. I can't do anything with only half a regiment.
They may be headed for Windsor, sir. They were very concerned that Captain Bray should be free.
Wherever they're going, we'll find them.
Penelope!
Francis!
I've only got a few minutes. I'm summoned to see Fairfax at Whitehall.
Francis, come here. Now you've arrived. There's something I must discuss.
Not now, Father. Really, there isn't time.
About Nunstone.
Listen, Penelope. Scroope's and Arden's regiments have risen in revolt. And Scroope's come back to London with his tail between his legs, but the London regiments have done nothing. Nothing at all.
Not after Lilburne's broadsheet?
No. Oliver and Fairfax have called a rendezvous of all the London regiments in Hyde Park on the 9th. And they wouldn't do that unless they were 90% sure of their loyalty.
No one listens to an old man, Martha. They ride around like madmen as if they don't know they're all galloping into the same brick wall.
There now, sir. We'll speak to him in a minute. When he's finished his messages to Miss Perry.
Are you still in touch with the Lilburnes?
I see Elizabeth every day.
I can't get into the tower, and I must consult with John. Otherwise, I'm entirely on my own here.
Even she hasn't got in for more than a week.
Look, take this letter, and ask her to get it to him, and his reply to me, any way she possibly can. Surely as his wife.
No, Francis, not even as a wife these days.
We should go back to Nunstone instead of living in this madhouse.
Yes, Father. What was it you wanted to say to me? You must be brief. I must be in Whitehall. Good heavens, 20 minutes.
It doesn't matter. Go to Whitehall.
In fact, I think I must...
Go to Whitehall.
There they are, Captain Thompson. You can just see them through the mist. Coming round the copse there.
Yes, I see them.
Half a regiment by the looks of it.
I can't recognise their colours, can you?
Not in this mist, I can't. Let's hope they're on our side.
Well, we'll soon see. Stand there! No further! Or we run a charge at you!
We are 300 men! Many more than you, soldier!
We are 50! But we speak for the people of England! And for that cause, one good man is enough!
Are you Captain Thompson?
Yes, I am!
We're from Colonel Reynolds' regiment in Bristol. Captain Bray's old troop. We had your messages. We come to join you.
Then no men on earth could be more welcome! By God, gentlemen! We have half a regiment! Now no one will stop us!
Here's another half-dozen dispatches, Oliver, all arrived in the last hour.
All bad news, no doubt.
Colonel Scroop, what do you think? Will they fight?
I don't think they want to, Lord General. They want to talk.
There will be no more talking. They must return to their obedience.
There's trouble at Amersham, but how much we don't yet know. Anything further west, Colonel Warwick?
Nothing more recent from Horton than 3 days ago. Nothing at all from Bristol. Complete silence.
The very latest is from Banbury.
There are no regiments there.
There has been a rendezvous of some kind of band of irregulars. They've printed a pamphlet calling on all soldiers to come to their banner.
We must deal with them later.
Later may be too late.
Major White's here, sir.
Major White. Excuse me, gentlemen. Major White. I have a special task for you.
I'm honoured, sir.
The city is in a state of near panic. It will be your task to speak to every troop in our regiment to stiffen up their loyalty and damp down every spark of rebellion. Do you understand?
Yes, sir, I understand.
You must also select reliable officers of your own rank to do the same for every regiment in London.
Certainly, Lord General.
Major White.
Lieutenant General?
You're a young man of the greatest talent. If you were in command of the rebellious horse, what would you do?
Return them to their allegiance at once, sir.
No, Major. I mean, if you were of their opinion.
Well, I would... If we could try to...
What orders would you give?
I would strive to unite all my forces, sir.
That seems sound enough, doesn't it, gentlemen? What do you think we should do to counter?
Make our best efforts to keep them apart, sir.
I agree. Your Major, Lord General, is a man to be watched. He has a special insight into the minds of the mutineers.
He is a man of the highest abilities, I'm sure.
What about the London regiments, Major? Will they rise in rebellion too?
I don't think anyone knows the answer to that question at the moment, sir.
Neither do I. Major White has hit the nub of the matter. I'm not riding out of London in front of troopers I don't trust. All right, Major, about your business.
Yes, sir.
We must work hard in the regiments, Tom, and engineer a great display of loyalty in Hyde Park. If we get it, we'll ride like the wind.
And if we don't?
We'll be dead men within the week.
Colonel Reynolds, we have news of Captain Bray's troop. They were camped yesterday 5 miles east of Banbury, joined up with a troop of irregulars led by a man named Thompson.
Yes, I know him. How many men does he have?
Reports vary, but it seems about 500, sir.
And we have 300.
289, sir.
All right. We ride tomorrow at first light.
Where to, sir?
Banbury, of course.
But there are other dispatches too, sir, from Cromwell in London.
What?
That he intends to ride to Salisbury against Scroope's and Ireton's mutineers with 4 regiments of horse, and he requests you to join him. And there's another letter from Ayres.
I see.
No doubt what's in that, sir. The messenger said they need us to join them there as soon as possible.
Yes, I can imagine.
What answer shall I send, sir?
We can't obey both, Captain Barrie. They are directly opposed.
And Ayres is a rebel, sir?
Yes, indeed, Captain. Well, then, send...
Yes, sir?
Send an answer to the Lieutenant General to meet him on the road. Tell him I am riding to Banbury to get my regiment back, and that when I have dealt with Thompson, I will join him.
Against the mutineers, sir?
Yes, Captain Barrie, against the mutineers.
Colonel Wally's regiment! Royal cheers for the Lord General and the Lieutenant General! Hooray!
Colonel Loki's regiment! Royal cheers for the Lord General and the Lieutenant General!
Lord is with us once again, Tom.
I've heard more hearty cheering in Hyde Park at the races.
It's hearty enough.
Come in, Major White. Are the regiments ready to ride?
All 4 of them, sir. Mounted and waiting your orders.
Any dissatisfaction, any grievance that you hear of?
They hope there will be no bloodshed against their brothers, sir.
I hope so, too. You did a good job, Major, persuading the men.
They needed none, sir, that I could see. And, in that respect, sir, I have a favour to beg of you.
What?
That you will make use of me in your dealings with mutineers. I shall easily bear the danger for the chance of seeing peace between us.
It does you credit to say so, Major. I have written a letter, and I was casting about in my mind as to who should bear it.
Good morning, Lord General. Major White.
Good morning, Lieutenant General. Gentlemen.
They're all ready to ride, sir, if we are.
It is an expedition we do not relish, but in the Lord's name, let us bring it to a speedy and peaceful conclusion.
Amen.
I'm sending Major White ahead of us with my letters for the mutineers. With God's good grace, it will be enough to cement a peace between us.
Major White, Lord General.
I can think of no fitter man.
Major White, do you think the Lord General is wise in his choice?
He's famous for his wisdom, sir.
This is a task for a diplomat, a peacemaker.
Which I hope I am, sir.
An honest man, above all.
I hope no man doubts my honesty, sir. I ask it in front of all these gentlemen.
You have been extreme, Major. At Putney and who knows where else.
All the more reason I should wish to see a happy outcome, sir.
I applaud your choice, Tom. It shows your customary wisdom.
Here are the letters, Major. Tell them that though we march, we do not follow them with force at the heels. Let the papers be read and considered.
That is my sense too, sir. Let the papers be read and considered.
I shall, sir.
And let me suggest, Lord General, that Colonel Scroop should ride with Major White. They are his own men, and 2 heads are wiser than 1 in this business.
By all means, Lieutenant General. If you are agreeable, Colonel.
If you wish it, sir. I am yours to command.
Shall we get to horse then, Lord General?
Certainly, gentlemen. Let us move them out, and the Lord in his mercy go with us.
Amen.
Well, Major White, we must ride together, it seems.
Yes, sir. It seems so.
Captain Thompson.
What is it, Captain Hutton?
A ragged fellow, ridden into camp by starlight. We reckoned him a spy, but he says he knows you.
Has he got a name?
Well, Everard, he says.
Bring him in here.
Come on, over here then. Here he is, Captain.
So, you've come at last. I told you belong with us.
The soldiers came and galloped their horses across our fields. They burned our huts. When Stanley says he will go on and do it all again because he has seen the truth of God, and the just will prevail over the wicked. But I believe there are more wicked men than just in the world, and if the just are to prevail, it must be with a sword in their hands.
To win, that's all that matters. Nothing to do with justice. History is made by the winners. And however just you are, you must win, or you're nothing. Well, the first battle will be soon now. If I win it, all Europe will know my name.
Will you win it?
Yes, I shall win. Because I have seen the future. And the future always triumphs over the past. I have England's poor and despised millions at my back. How can I lose?
Morning, Thompson. Have you managed to speak to White yet?
I've tried to, Colonel Ayres, but I can't get near him. Scroop watches him every moment.
He's been here nearly 2 hours, and we need his news.
It's obvious nothing's happened.
How can you say that? There is no way of knowing.
Because otherwise White will be here at the head of a regiment, not carrying messages.
He's betrayed us, the London men, too.
Quiet, then, they're coming in. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Please be seated. We can't offer you more comfort than a soldier's lodging in a decent tavern, but...
Who is in command here?
Well, no one's in command, Colonel Scroop, but I'm chosen to speak.
I know you to be a good soldier, Corporal Church. But I know of nothing that fits you to negotiate with the Lord General's representative.
Shall we hear what they have to say, sir? That would be best, I think.
As you please, Major White.
We have carefully studied the Lord General's letter, and we're glad that his feelings are so fatherly and affectionate towards us. We would have been gladder still if there had been any evidence that our grievances would be met.
But it is proof of the Lord General's peaceful intention.
A proof of his peaceful intention is that he sits not 30 miles from here in Reading with 4 regiments of horse.
We want to meet face to face with him, Major. We want the prisoners released from the Tower and free permission for our representatives to talk to his soldiers and give them our pamphlets.
These are unreasonable demands, you know that.
You may think so, Major White, but these
What we look for from you, Mr. Church...
What we look for, Corporal, is a full-hearted and honest surrender to the authority of your commanders. There is no other course open to you. The Lord General's heart is disposed to mercy.
We don't want any man's mercy, Colonel. We want our rights.
We also want Fairfax's absolute assurance that he won't fall upon us here while our leaders are talking.
I can't give you any assurances. I've no authority for it. You know that. I can tell you what he told me, that he would not follow you with force at the heels. Those were his very words.
But is he to be trusted, or is that just to lull us here while he marches?
I will not sit and hear any more of this. The Lord General's honour is known to be above reproach. Nor will I listen any longer to your ridiculous demands. You are mutineers, not victorious generals. We come to you generously to offer you peace. And you treat us as though you were the victors and we the vanquished. I'll hear no more of it till you learn your places and understand your situation, which, believe me, is desperate.
Bad temper won't bring us to any agreement, Colonel.
I'll not stay here 1 moment longer to be insulted by common troopers and hear the Lord General's good name abused.
Good riddance.
Excuse me. God's sake, Colonel, control yourself.
Remember who you are and where you are, Major White. I advise you to return with me to headquarters at once.
My commission here is to prevent bloodshed, and I shall stay as long as there is any chance of that.
Be careful, sir. Our eyes are on you.
I hope you will report to the Lord General how honest I have been in the pursuit of his interests.
I shall report what I have seen.
And that if he intends any hostility, he should let me know in good time and not attack while I'm still with them.
Do you have as little regard for his honour as they do?
No, but I know that in war...
Good afternoon to you, sir.
I don't know what else we can possibly do.
You're making my life very difficult, aren't you?
Has he gone?
He galloped off in a great huff.
We can't talk to him. He still thinks he's in command.
But for God's sake, you must listen to me. I'm risking my life staying here.
Well, we're all risking our lives, a lot more openly than you.
It's about time you joined us, Maker. Instead, to speak for God in the open, not behind your hand.
Now listen, just listen to me for a moment. Cromwell has London in the palm of his hand. Lilburne and the others are still in prison. And not a man has moved against him, let alone a regiment. I don't know why, but that is the fact. Why else do you think I'm here?
Yeah, some of us were wondering.
Because our position is desperate, that's why. Accepting Fairfax's commission, no, seeking it, was the only way I could help at all. There is no rebellion in London, and we must save ourselves and our friends as best we can.
What do you think we should do, then?
To start with, we're hopelessly outnumbered. There are 4 regiments at Reading, good ones, up to strength.
That's more than 5 to 1.
And Oliver has made up his mind to destroy us if he has to. Somehow we must negotiate a settlement.
It's too late for a settlement. You may not be out in the open, but we are.
What about Reynolds?
Nothing's been heard of him either. Cromwell sent him messages, but they haven't been answered.
We must join up with Harrison and Horton's men as soon as possible.
That's the only hope now. With 2,000 men behind you, you might be listened to. It's a shame you didn't move from Salisbury a week ago.
How could we? We had to wait for news.
Oliver never waits.
We're ready to ride. We can move out within 2 hours. What will you do?
Stay with you, of course. While I'm with you, we're still talking and safe from attack.
Get them moving then, let's move out. Come on, stand up.
There they are.
Can you see?
Yes, Colonel Reynolds. I've gone through the telescope. I can see Thompson's banner.
Send him a parley. Tell him I demand the surrender of his colours and of himself, and the return of Brave's men into my own ranks.
That may not be necessary. They seem to be having some sort of argument.
One victory is all we need, and we outnumber them nearly 2 to 1. Stand, you devils! Stand and fight!
Anyone else in England, Captain, but not those men! We were in camp with them 3 days ago!
It doesn't matter! Friends, brothers, old comrades, that's nothing. What does a man stand for? That's all that matters.
We know who our enemies are, Captain. Johnny Reynolds has always been a good friend of the soldiers and of the agreement.
Don't believe him! Don't believe any of them! Don't go back! If you don't stand and fight, you're done for!
What's happening? Give me the glass.
Are they attacking?
No, it's Braid's men. By God, they're surrendering. They're coming over to us. All right, Captain Barrie. We'll ride the rest of them down.
God damn you, traitors, betrayers! How many of us left?
30, 40. Throw a firework into a pack of dogs, you wouldn't see him run faster.
They're coming at us, Captain!
Listen, man. Only one chance now. Into a tight formation, the old Ironsides wedge, and go at 'em full gallop, straight for the centre. Straight for Reynolds and Barrie. Are you ready?
Ready!
For the agreement of the people!
Colonel Reynolds. Captain Barrie's dead, sir. Shot clean through the head.
How many of them got through?
Not more than half a dozen, sir. 8 or 10 of them dead or down, the rest captured.
William Thompson?
No, sir. He got through.
All right. Bring Captains Hepton and Grant to me under guard. Get the regiment together, arrange a burying party, and prepare to move off.
Where to, sir?
South, to join Cromwell.
You had no business to walk out, Colonel Scroop. Your job was to keep a check on White. Who knows what he may be saying to them now? My honour was at stake, sir. You haven't got much left, Colonel, when your own soldiers have drummed you out of the camp. Twice. They were getting ready to ride, you say?
They were already prepared when we went into council, sir.
That means they will probably have joined with Harrison's men by now.
Well, there was some talk of marching directly towards Gloucester, sir.
If they succeed in joining Horton's, they will have well over 2,000 men, and we'll have a major battle on our hands.
What do you suggest?
That we ride with 2,000 men at first light tomorrow and stop them reaching Gloucester.
We said we would not attack them till there'd been time for the proposals to be considered.
But they have not sat still. Are we to sit here in Reading while they ride around the kingdom, drumming up an army big enough to beat us?
They have broken the truce themselves, if you look at it in that light.
There is only one light to look at it in, Tom. The light of military necessity. And that says we must deal with them before they reach Gloucester, while they are still small enough to be dealt with.
We should have stayed at Abingdon longer.
Why, there was no point.
To wait for more of Harrison's men.
There weren't going to be any more.
150? And where were the rest? What happened? The same has happened to the London regiment.
We must get to Gloucester as soon as we can. Horton's and Reynolds' men are our last hope.
And where shall we cross the river?
We're heading for Newbridge.
There's the bridge ahead. There's horse drawn up at the far end of it.
It's part of a regiment by the look of it.
Who are they? Can you see?
It's Reynolds.
The Lord be praised, it's Reynolds with his regiment.
There must be a good 700 men there.
I'm going to welcome him. I'll come with you. John! John, my old friend, no one can be more welcome.
There you are, Major White. Ride no further along the bridge.
What? What does he mean?
Major White, I hold this bridge under orders from Whitehall.
John, what are you talking about? It's me, Francis. These are our friends.
I repeat, I hold this bridge for the army. I will not attack you, Major White, but if you attempt to cross, I shall beat you back.
I can't believe it. He's betrayed us. After all these years.
What's happening?
Reynolds has betrayed us. Tell the men to tie up their cloaks and get ready to charge.
No, what are you talking about? Are you mad?
What are we here for if not to fight? I'll give the orders if you won't.
Don't be a fool, Colonel Ayres. The first priority is to get to Gloucester, not to fight. Call it Thompson. Tell the men to wheel left along the south side of the river. We'll try and shake them off and find another place to cross.
Very well.
Come on, Major White. Don't stand mooning at the river like a schoolgirl. You've seen an apostate before.
John Reynolds, my old friend. I can't believe it. And now there's more than a river flowing between us. Death by water. Oh, my prophetic father, death by water.
It was just over 2 years ago, Father, that it all began.
Don't stop playing.
When Francis came to Nunstow with John Reynolds, we all thought it would be peace.
'Tis one of the Lord's most generous mercies that we cannot see the future. How could we bear the knowledge of horrors to come?
What about your astrology?
I gave that up with the rest of my studies.
In 2 years, I've become a different person. I look back at myself as no more than a precocious child.
Will you stay in London and marry your colonel? Now you have money of your own, you're a free woman.
I don't know.
Come back with me to Nunstow. Forget all this anguish and striving for cities no one ever reaches.
Because you don't notice things, Father, it doesn't mean they cease to happen. Understanding that changes your life. I could go with you in the carriage tomorrow very contentedly, but London would still be here with its starving beggars and Lilburne in prison.
What will you do?
I shall stay in this house till things become clearer. I can be a great help in lots of ways. You could do something too. You're not too old.
What? My astrology didn't tell me about Mun. None of my philosophy or science made sense of his death. The deeper I looked, the emptier the universe seemed, the more meaningless his destruction.
Don't speak about Mun. With Francis and John riding God knows where.
I lost 2 wives. I never expected to bury my son. That's what it comes down to in the end. War, for good or evil motive, the same. An old man grieving for his dead son.
And a sister waiting for news.
That'll be perfect down there.
That's right.
How far to Gloucester?
25, maybe 30 miles.
It'll do tonight. Tell the men to find what lodging they can and ask pardon for taking free quarter. We'll make headquarters at the inn. Nice. All right, we'll downhill.
I must go back to Reading tomorrow.
What, saving your skin, Major?
Don't be a fool, Miles.
I've been with you for 4 days. If I stay any longer, my credit will be gone and I'll be able to do nothing.
If we don't get any men from Gloucester, we might as well surrender and ask for mercy.
That's why we must answer the letter. Try to save what dignity we can. I'll draft a reply overnight.
Someone will pay like Lockyer did.
Someone pays for the beer, Miles, except you never do. Go to bed.
Are all the men settled?
Dispersed about the village.
Guards posted?
Well, not that I could see.
Well, there should be.
Let them sleep. They've ridden hard today. Cromwell's 40 miles away.
It goes against my soldiership to sleep without guards.
Let's all get to our beds. We've got to be on the road again by 6.
No. Half 11, plenty of time. To His Excellency, Sir Thomas Fairfax, Lord General of the Army. Brotherly greetings.
Just a few lights burning at the inn. Otherwise nothing.
No guards?
We haven't seen any yet. Our men will ride straight down the hill. Oak his dragoons straight up it from across the bridge. They'll ride when they see our pistols.
The Lord have all men under his protection and grant them all his mercy.
Amen. Forward.
Hold your hands up, trooper! High! High!
I'm not a trooper, I'm an officer!
That's an old trick, soldier, they all say that!
I am Major Francis White!
I don't care what your name is, you're a damn mutineer!
I must see the Lord General!
Wait a minute! What name did you say?
Major Francis White, and I bear His Excellency's special commission. Is Fairfax with us?
He's in command!
Then take me to him! And for God's sake, tell him to stop the shooting! There are no enemies here, we're all brothers!
Looks as though more than half of them will escape, Lord General, mostly on foot.
They won't get far on foot.
Let the loyal troopers have choice of the spoils, both horse and weapons.
Lord General, I must speak with you.
Calmly, Major White. I'm glad to see you safe.
I have the agitator's letter for you, my lord. Half written in my lodging. I've been near pistoled in the
Calmly, Major White.
You have betrayed us, sir. You betrayed the soldiers, betrayed me, and betrayed yourself.
Moderate yourself, sir. Remember where you are and to whom you're speaking.
I know you, sir. I know all these gentlemen, and I know that God sees into our hearts.
He does, sir, and we thank his mercy for it. I'd be glad to have a few words with you before you speak any further in this vein.
I was in the street in my slippers, Lieutenant General, to prevent bloodshed.
Come with me, Major.
All right, let me have a...
There is further news of the prisoners, Lord General.
How many taken?
More than 300. Houston's putting them into the church as the only building big enough for so many.
What better place? Let them examine their consciences there, under guard.
You guards, wait outside.
His Excellency's words were quite clear, sir. He told me to tell the mutineers they need fear no attack while the negotiations were in progress.
They were marching to join the mutineers in Gloucester, contrary to the terms of the negotiations.
That was never said, sir. I gave my word and they trusted me.
It was not yours to give.
I have sought the Lord with great urgency this morning, and my conscience tells me we have betrayed these men.
Then you must seek him more diligently, Major. His voice has spoken, clearly and unequivocally, but I fear you have not heard it.
Sir!
In plain words, Major, you must keep your mouth shut till the light of God's providence becomes clearer to you.
I know what I know, sir.
We all know many things, Major. What we say sometimes requires thought. I have made my headquarters in Mr. Lenthall's house. You will stay there, and you will make no attempt to leave or speak to the prisoners. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
You'd better get dressed, sir. It's almost daylight.
I wish I'd had time to get my boots. I don't feel like a soldier at all in bare feet.
You're not a soldier, you're a prisoner.
The flagstones are that cold.
Churches are always cold. Our old parish church is an ice house in winter.
How did Cromwell ride 40 miles with 2,000 men in one day? It's not possible. You ought to know the old nose by now. For him, if he thinks the Lord's with him, anything's possible.
He must have been with him yesterday, that's all I can say. He certainly wasn't with us. How many in here?
I had a look around when it got light. There's about 350.
So that means something like 600 of us must have escaped. If they can join up with my brother, that still makes a sizable
You
army.
and your famous brother.
Whatever else you may say about my brother, he means what he says. He won't let us die.
Don't deceive yourself, James. You've seen beaten men before.
We weren't beaten. We were betrayed. Sold by White and Ayres and Den.
We don't know that.
But where are they then?
Den was taken away by Harrison and White was captured in the street. He's Nigel.
Well, they're not in this church waiting for their sentences, are they?
We don't know there'll be any sentences yet. We were still negotiating with them.
Be your age, Thompson. That's all finished now. You saw what they did to Lockyer.
I'll tell you what it'll be. For the officer's promotion, and for the rest of us, half a dozen bullets.
They can't shoot us. We're their best men. I've been fighting since I was 16.
There's no call to talk about shooting yet. We've asked for nothing more than is decent and just, and all we've refused to do is what goes against the grain of conscience, which is what we fought the war for in the first place. I've survived both battles of Newbury, Marston Moor, Naseby, Langport and Bridgewater, and it's still the same fight, even if friends and enemies aren't what they were. If we have to die here, we die for the same things that could have killed us any time these last 7 years. Yeah, remember the last 5 minutes before the charge at Naseby. If you're scared, think of that.
You know who else is not here? Miles Syndercombe. Trust him to wriggle his way out.
Yes. Oh, well, with Miles on the loose, we can't lose. He's worth an army on his own.
Hey, what's this?
On your feet, all of you! A colonel user!
Compose yourselves. Get ready to say your prayers and listen to your commander, Colonel Scroop.
The penalty for mutiny is death. There's no other laid down in the rules of war. You are all, therefore, sentenced to death by shooting. However, His Excellency, in the bowels of his compassion, not wishing to spend more blood than is needful, has commuted the sentence to one of decimation, which is to say that 1 man in 10 will be shot, to be decided by the drawing of straws.
Cornet Thompson, Corporal Church and Corporal Perkins. To face a special court-martial at His Excellency's lodgings. Move, Corporal! Move them out!
Short straws for us then, John.
We're not dead yet.
Are you sure these are the right men?
There were others, Lord General, in addition.
No. 4 will be sufficient. Well, if we are all ready, you'd better bring them in.
Bring in the prisoners. Prisoners will stand before the Lord General with their hands at their sides.
Thank you, Corporal. Is there one missing?
Cornet Denn, sir. We have him locked in a small room upstairs.
Denn is a man of great spiritual insight, Lord General. I have caused him to be shut in a silent place, so that he may diligently seek the Lord.
That is the act of a loving Christian, sir. We will proceed with these three. Thompson, Perkins, Church. You are the elected agitators of Colonel Scroop's regiment, are you not? Cornet Thompson, I ask again.
I thought the Star Chamber was abolished, and the Inquisition was for Spanish papists, not Englishmen!
Answer the Lord General's question.
Don't answer nothing to incriminate myself.
Once again, Cornet, you were elected on May the 1st, and you incited the men to disobey the orders of their colonel.
I'll say nothing more, sir.
Perkins, what have you to say?
Well, only that you know me, sir, as an old soldier, and I know you. I am not a hothead or a lunatic. I'm 38 years old and a grandfather. I love you, sir, as our old commander. And I can't bring myself to believe you'll let your comrades down now.
That'll do, Corporal.
Oliver, let the man speak to me. Thank you, Corporal. You will understand, too, that I must think of the welfare of the whole army, not single soldiers.
Yes, sir.
Corporal Church, you were in some sense the leader.
I was, though not by choice.
Don't answer them,
Be
John!
quiet, Cornet Thompson.
But because they trusted me. And when that happens, you have a responsibility not to let them down.
And yet you led them to mutiny.
You say that, sir, and we did break military discipline. But soldiers of the kind we are don't do that lightly, sir, and you broke your responsibility to us.
I? In what way?
You broke the terms of the engagement you signed with us at Newmarket. You broke your promise to see us represented at the Army Council. You broke your promise to give us the agreement of the people.
That is enough,
No,
Corporal.
let him speak.
And you tried to force our consciences in the matter of going to Ireland, as though we were mercenaries who fight for money and kill to order, which you know we're not, sir. Conscience has been the whole business from the beginning.
Thank you, Corporal Church. My back must be broad enough to carry these burdens you lay upon it.
Lord General, if you will allow me to refute what Corporal Church says.
There's no need to refute it. We all know on both sides what is at stake. Corporal Church, as well as any man here. Guard, you may take them away.
You haven't heard the last of us, Fairfax! My brother will come with his army and revenge our captivity!
Your brother's forces are dispersed, Cornet Thompson, and he himself has fled for his life. Major Butler has gone in pursuit of him, and in a few days he will be dead.
I don't believe you!
You may believe what you like, sir.
Take them out! What shall I do? I hate these dissensions and respect these men. However, what they say is true.
We must be obeyed, Lord General, or we are nothing.
But a man should be obeyed because he has authority. I expect men to follow me for what I am, not because I hold a gun to their chests. When that time comes, I would rather go home.
With your permission, Lord General, Major White is here.
Now, why should we see White?
We may have broken this rebellion, Lord General, but we must discredit it, too. We will have the same trouble to face next year. If Church dies with defiant speeches on his lips, and White continues in this morning's vein...
Yes, I see.
Ah, come in, Major White. Join our deliberations.
Am I brought here as a prisoner?
A prisoner? How can that be?
I'm confined to a single room. I am guarded coming here.
Escorted, sir, for your safety.
My safety?
Some of the mutineers, Major, being misinformed about the events of the last few days, seem to direct their anger at you.
What's happened to the others? Thompson and Ayres?
Thompson has been court-martialed. Ayres, not being of the army, has been sent to Oxford for civilian trial.
And is this my court-martial?
Not at all, sir. Congratulations are more in order, surely. You performed a difficult task with tact and integrity. The fact that your negotiations were not successful reflects no discredit on you.
Lord General, the reason my
Choose
negotiations...
your words with care, Major White. We are all listening.
Are any of them to die?
Does that concern you, Major?
Of course it concerns me! My mission was to negotiate, not to betray.
No one has mentioned betrayal, Major, except you.
This is no time for honest men to play games, Lieutenant General. Shall we speak plainly? There is not a man in this room who does not know what my mission was, the offers that were made, and the assurances that were given. Perhaps I was blind, but my eyes are open now. I was simply the stalking horse made use of in order to destroy those men. We all know that in our hearts. Our names will stink for it in the nose of history.
No, sir! We, the officers of this army, have acted honourably, indeed with great tenderness and patience, in dealing with a crime as serious as mutiny. And with a little reflection, Major, I think you will see these events in that light too.
I can only see them in one light, sir, the plain light of fact. I know what happened well enough, and so do you.
Why do we bother with this man and his prevarications? He is one of their leaders. He ought to be standing trial with the rest, not arguing the case with his commanders.
Colonel Hewson, that is a most serious allegation to make against a brother officer and one of my personal staff.
I stand by it, Lord General. We've just had Thompson in here, and this man is just as deeply involved as he was. And as a senior officer, his responsibility is greater.
Is this true, Major? Have you been a party to these mutinous plots?
Lord General.
Come on, sir, speak out. Colonel Hewson is in some degree right. Your part in these events has been a doubtful one. It's time now for you to let us know whose side you are on in this business.
I am on the side of truth, Lieutenant General.
So you will have no objection to publishing your own account of the events of the last few days, one we can all read over and say, this is an honest man speaking the truth.
I cannot lie, sir.
No, sir, you don't understand. We have no time for liars. Let me make it even clearer for you. You can put your commission on that table and leave the army today. You can even join your friends in the church if you wish to. I think, Lord General, I don't speak above myself.
Go on, sir.
Or you may stay here with us and take part in our deliberations. The choice is yours. No man is forced to be an officer in this army. There is the door. Outside it you may do and say as you please, short of treason. Inside it you must consider your words with some care. Come on, sir, we're waiting.
With your permission, gentlemen, my wish is to remain with the army.
I'm very glad to hear it. We have need of men of integrity.
I'm glad of it too, sir. Take your place at the council and help us in the interrogation of Cornet Denn.
Oh, gentlemen, I would be glad to be excused that
Sit down, sir! There are duties we would all be glad to be excused, Major White, but we cannot be. It is one of the burdens of command. Bring Den in now.
Are you well, Cornet?
You have been seeking the Lord, Cornet Den?
I am alone, in darkness. I am desperate for the Lord. I scold myself in tears, but he will not come.
Compose yourself, Cornet Den. You are among Christians here.
I see the betrayer, White, sitting like Judas among my judges.
Major White is no betrayer.
He
has trodden the path you must tread, Cornet Den, and he is in grace.
In grace? Oh, can he be in grace? He cannot be. Judas is not in
Cornet
grace.
Den.
I think we should remove him to his solitude, Lord General. He will soon be of the Lord.
I can hardly interrogate him as he is.
Let him be kept there until just before the time.
Which is to be when?
Tomorrow morning.
I shall stay with him and help him to see with the Lord's eyes.
Do so.
Shall we have dinner, gentlemen? It's been a disturbing day.
Congratulations, Major White. You learn quickly.
Are they to be shot?
Yes. Their blood is on my hands, I know that. But you cannot make a revolution in the state without taking responsibility for many things which as a private man you would abhor.
Must I be present?
Yes, you must.
Dear Bet, this is the last time I shall speak to you, sitting here in Burford Church at my writing box. Tomorrow morning I shall be shot, and I'm now as reconciled as I can be to the thought that I shall never see you or my boys again. I can't say sorry for leaving you too soon, though you know well enough what it means to me. God has led us over some stony paths in the last 2 years, but our reconciliation was a great joy, and nothing can take away the memory of our 8 days together at home. Something of the blissfulness of paradise, if such a thing can ever be on earth. I can't feel any shame at what I've done. What we said and did was honest. No man suffered by our actions, and our consciences are clear. Before the war, my only boast was that I could make a table that wouldn't wobble and would last longer than I would. So I know that no one will ever remember me or why I died here. But tell my sons, when they're old enough to understand, that their father fell in the wars, like many of his good comrades, for freedom of conscience, and to prove that the Lord doesn't put some men into the world with sandals on their backs, and others booted and spurred to ride them. Teach them to be proud of me. Because in spite of everything, I'm proud of what I've done, what we've all done. It's not a question of being a hero, my love. Simply of being a man, as big and as small a thing as that. Farewell now, my beloved. And remember what we've found in our sweet 8 days. That love between people is stronger than eternity.
Is everything ready?
Nearly so, Lord General. Most of the prisoners are just outside the door. We put some of them up on the church ledge to see better.
Where will the executions be?
At the west wall, sir, just a few paces from the door. We have 1,000 loyal troopers fully armed.
Good. Well, shall we begin then, gentlemen?
Major White.
Colonel Reynolds.
You are to stay here with me. The last time we met, we were on opposite sides of a river. But we're on the same side now, I believe.
I'm here under orders, Colonel. I have nothing to say to you.
Nor to the prisoners, sir, let me tell you. It is the Lieutenant General's express command that you remain completely silent in their presence.
If I choose to speak?
You won't speak, Francis. If you were going to, you'd have done so by now, and you'd be standing with them, not me. They come.
4 condemned men, sir.
Thank you, Corporal. Gentlemen, in a few moments you will be taken through the west door and there shot to death. I must ask you to prepare yourselves.
We knew Reynolds was a Judas, Major White, but we thought you were our friend.
Lord have mercy on me. Grace have
Won't
mercy
you
on me.
answer, Major? We'll be dead in 5
Lord
minutes.
have mercy on me.
Can't you look dying men in the eye?
Now, Reynolds, the Lord General is ready.
Dear Jesus, dear Christ.
Face up to it, Cornet.
Dear Jesus.
Don't let them see you weep.
Oh, my Lord.
We're waiting.
Oh, my dear Lord.
Are you ready, gentlemen?
Here, hang on to me now.
Dear
Yes,
Jesus.
we're ready.
Oh, my
March them out.
Oh, my Lord.
No, Major. We remain here.
Am I not to witness the execution?
No. In case your appearance should provoke any demonstration from the prisoners.
What demonstration?
Anger, hatred.
For me? For me?
They know about me by now.
For God's sake, John, what happened? We've been friends for years.
And still are, I hope.
Never. How could we be? Never. Were you Cromwell's man from the beginning? Lying every other word?
No, of course not. You insult me to suggest such a thing. Either that or you're a great fool. I began to have my doubts when heirs came on the scene. Then, when I had lost the best part of my regiment, I knew I had to get it back, or I was impotent and could do nothing. To do that, I had to destroy Thompson. When I did that, the die was cast.
No. Those men were all levellers and Republicans. You could have come to join us.
By that time, it was obvious you were beaten.
Who's that?
Thompson.
Dear Christ, have mercy on him.
You are to get your promotion.
What?
As soon as we return to London.
I don't want it.
Lieutenant Colonel White.
But that'll make it seem...
That you acted loyally in a moment of crisis.
I shall resign my commission. I shall go back to private life.
You won't be allowed to. You will accept your promotion or go to prison with the others. Perkins.
Dear God, is this what we fought for all those years?
You must forget all that, Francis. Throw it in the dustbin. For both of us, it means nothing anymore.
What do you mean?
You carried the messages. You gave the assurance, and those actions will speak louder than anything you say. You are Judas White, the man who sold the levellers at Burford. And I am the apostate Reynolds. There's nothing either of us can do about it.
But it isn't true.
It's what happened. No one will care about your motives, only what you did.
John Church.
Yes.
You can't hold back the truth. It will make itself heard in spite of you all.
How? Cromwell will never let you tell your side of the story. He will make you tell his. Why else are you alive in here and not preparing to die out there? I'm sure Judas had good intentions and plenty of arguments on his side, but we've never heard them, have we?
I'm an honest man, you know that.
So am I. My opinions haven't changed at all, only my perception of how I can act on them. Cromwell is our man now, and we are his.
What's happening?
Oh, don't be surprised, Francis. These things are carefully planned. Cromwell has just spared Den on account of his repentance.
Spared Den?
Under the very muzzles of the guns, I imagine. Among his other talents, Cromwell has a certain sense of the political importance of drama.
Why Den?
Because, though he doesn't know it yet, he will preach this afternoon to the rest of the chastened prisoners. You may be sure he will say the right things. And then we can all go home.
Where are we, Captain, according to your map?
2 miles from Wellingborough, Colonel Butler.
I've lost him. Where is he?
There, sir. Just gone into that little copse, see? His horse is finished. He's at it now, sir.
Anyone with him?
No, sir. He's alone.
Come out, Thompson. I have 2 troops of horse, and you are on your own.
You're mistaken there, sir. I have an army at my back. The greatest this nation has ever seen.
He's mad, sir. Out of his mind.
Take 10 men in to get him. That should be enough.
Well, I don't think we need to, sir. He's coming out.
I stand here for the agreement of the people which you have betrayed. Surrender yourselves to me, or I shall run a charge at you. And my charge will be irresistible, because I have seen the future. And the future always defeats the past.
I really think he's going to charge us. Troopers, take careful aim and wait till he's close.
On his own, sir.
It looks like it.
There is my banner for all men to see.
Dear Father, I repent of all my sins and beg you to take my soul from this, my body, which is about to die.
I am William Thompson. I am for the agreement of the people. Come on, my baby. One last charge. Straight for the centre of the line.
He shot a ribbon, sir.
Lieutenant General.
Yes, what is it?
There's a woman to see you, sir.
A woman? Why? What does she want?
I don't know, sir. She's been hanging about Whitehall the best part of 2 days trying to see you.
Who is she?
Well, she says she's the widow of one of your soldiers, sir. Corporal John Church.
Church? Church's widow wants to see me?
Yes, sir.
Let her in.
Shall I come in with her, sir?
No, let her in alone.
Sir.
Come in, ma'am.
Thank you for seeing me, sir.
You must believe me, madam, when I tell you how it grieves me to see you in black. Especially when I cannot avoid responsibility for the act that makes you wear the widow's colour. I must simply ask your forgiveness, as we all must ask it for so many things we would rather have left undone.
You are an honest man to say so, sir. I don't come to accuse you of my husband's blood, though I might, but to ask a favour.
What favour?
My husband kept a day-book, a sort of journal, for me to read and my boys. I beg you to let me have it, sir.
My dear madam, how can I say this to you?
What, sir?
It was burned. We burned it.
Oh.
It was necessary.
Did you need to kill him twice?
We could not allow what he had written to become known. Once again, I must ask you to forgive me.
I do, sir. Good day to you.
Madam?
Sir.
You diminish me. You make me feel a mouse, a worm. Let me ask you, good wife, where you get such strength, because I know, if I know anything, that I shall need it.
I loved my husband, sir. You've killed him and burned his book, but that will last me my life through.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir.
What will you do, Francis?
What can I do? I must take my promotion and become as efficient a soldier as I can. The army's not what it was. So many of the best men have gone home or been cashiered. Or shot.
I wish you could leave.
But I cannot. And I won't.
Have you heard anything of Colonel Reynolds?
I can hardly avoid meeting him, but we have nothing more to say to each other. Have you?
No. Nor ever will. Father was right, wasn't he? He saw something that we didn't.
Death by water?
No, not that. Will you take over this house?
I suppose so. More comfortable than lodgings. Will you stay here with me?
No, I shall go back to Father at Nunstow and wait for you to come home. Francis never did come home. 1 year later he married well, and soon had 3 little girls to liven the London house. He did well in the army, becoming one of Cromwell's most trusted senior officers. Not as well as John Reynolds, who distinguished himself in Ireland, was knighted, and became a great man of Oliver's protectorate, and close to the centre of power. Francis died at sea in October 1657, drowned while coming over from Flanders, where he was serving with his regiment. And so did Reynolds, exactly the same way, 7 months later. So Father was right in that too in the end. And I, Penelope White of Nunstow, I'm still here, 74 years old as the year 1700 turns and a new century begins. I never married. I looked after my father till he died, and when Francis died, Nunstow became mine. I became quite famous in Essex, the Lady of Nunstow, who wrote music and played and invited poets and musicians up to her salon from London. I destroyed all my poems and music on my 70th birthday. I am not Milton, and to be less is worthless. John Lilburne died in prison, and so did Miles Syndercombe, taking his own life after attempting to assassinate Cromwell. I saw Winstanley once or twice after the Restoration. He was very gentle and respectable, a much-loved gentleman and J.P. in Cobham. He had no regrets, no bitterness. He said in his writings that a man must see and write and act, and he had done all 3. He told me about a blackbird that lives on a tree outside his bedroom window. It always begins to sing, he said, at 3 o'clock in the morning, well before sunrise. You might think it a mad bird singing in the dark, but it has simply seen the dawn earlier than the rest of creation. We saw the dawn too, some of us. But for us, unfortunately, the day never broke. But till the day I die, I shall remember those soldiers. Honest, plain men with a dream in their eyes, and the psalm they sang, riding along the roads of England.
The heathen race tumultuously, the kingdoms move at will.
In For the Agreement of the People, the final part of God's Revolution by Don Taylor, Cromwell was played by Bernard Hepton, Fairfax by Nigel Anthony, White by Graham Blockey, John Church, Eric Allan, and Penelope by Deborah Makepeace. Reynolds was Kim Wall, Barrie, Paul Sir, Scroop, Cornelius Garrett, James Thompson, Simon Cuff, and William Thompson, Anthony Jackson. Stephen White was David March, Martha, June Barrie, Ayrton, Bill Wallace, Worley, John Hartoch, and Hatton, Alan Coveney. Everard was Jonathan Nibbs, Perkins, Steve Hodson, Den, William Eedle, Syndercombe, John Badley, and Betty, Zelah Clarke. God's Revolution, Part 12, was directed in Bristol by Sean McLaughlin.
Our